Okay. We are live. And before we actually talk to them, you mind if we have a moment in prayer?
Definitely.
Just a quick moment. Father God, we humble ourselves before you and before all who may watch today. May you use us, as imperfect as we are, to do your will. May our words come with great strength and spirit. May it penetrate hearts and open minds. May it connect with people. And may we be of service at this crisis moment in American history. Lord, please. We know in you all things are possible, and today we humble ourselves in prayer. Amen.
Amen.
So we are here on Sunday morning. My friend and also the minority leader of the House of Representatives, really to have a conversation grounded in our faith traditions, and not just ours, but the nation's as a whole, to talk about what we think is a moment of moral urgency. That we are in this moment where this Congress is going to come back tomorrow from a 2-week recess, and the Republican leaders on your side of the Capitol are saying that they're going to force a bill through. They want to get it done this work period and back over to the Senate to be voted on and put on the president's desk. And that bill, we believe, presents one of the greatest moral threats to our country that we've seen in terms of what it will do to providing food for the hungry, care for the elderly, services for the disabled, health care for the sick, and more. And Martin Luther King said budgets are moral documents. And that's the spirit we come here this morning in, hoping to have a larger conversation with all who will watch. We want to sit here for a good number of hours and engage in conversation. We hope people will come if you're in the area and sit with us, but also that you'll watch and perhaps give your own testimony to your moral urgency that you feel, to maybe your faith traditions or moral traditions that make this and motivate you in this moment to speak out. Maybe you'll share your story of what the threat of this bill does to you and your lives. And that's really the spirit we're coming in, sitting in with, and we want to just start a conversation between the two of us, but maybe you might want to say something as an introduction.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's great to be with you, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'm sure you didn't expect last year, when thinking about this birthday, that I would be your birthday date in this location.
Yes.
But this, of course, is the moment that we find ourselves in, and delighted to be here because this is, as you've indicated, a moral moment. And this is a Sunday morning. Normally, I'd be back home in Brooklyn if I wasn't on the road, getting ready for one of several church services that I would likely attend. But as we prepare to come back into session tomorrow, this is a time to choose. And we're either going to choose the side of the American people, or we're going to choose this cruel budget that Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, that would effectively take away health care, potentially for tens of millions of Americans, children and seniors and families and people with disabilities and veterans and others, take away food from the mouths of children, undermine, the ability of people to survive who've worked hard their entire lives, all in service of a massive tax cut for their billionaire donors.
Well, I love what you say about you'd normally be in church today, and that to me gets me actually kind of excited, because I've always viewed where we are as our sacred civic space, where we bring the best of our values and best of our virtues. And these imperfect founders of our country, they actually turned to the great moral philosophers of the time to try to form our republic and make us on a journey to a more perfect union. And we're sitting on steps in a building that was, that dome was started construction during the Civil War,
Right.
Another time, a great moral crisis in our country. And there is, if these stones could shout, they would tell a story. But I think maybe it might be good for me because we've been friends for a long time. We both came up on parallel sides of the Hudson River.
Yeah.
And I know that I bump into you a lot on those Sundays. We have been in church many a time, and I know that that's your core motivation. That's what you lean upon. And I'm wondering, maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you were raised in your household. I don't know why faith is probably one of the things that has formed you most after family. And maybe you could share that what brings you to public life, what spirit brings you to public life.
Yeah, it's a great question, and interestingly enough, when I think about sort of my journey and what drives me and has shaped me, of course, family being first and foremost, immediately beneath God, but it's the black church, it's Brooklyn, and it's the Biggie Smalls era, right? That at the end of the day, but the black church really being foundational to me, raised in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, which is an amazing church in Bedford-Stuyvesant. The initial pastor for me was Sandy Ray, Reverend Dr. Sandy Ray, legendary black Baptist preacher, was like an uncle to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In fact, he called him Uncle Sandy.
Wow.
And so for the first 9 years of my life, Sandy F. Ray, who's the pastor that dedicated me to God.
He literally christened you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Baptized you.
That's right. He christened me. And, in the Baptist tradition, we call it being dedicated back to God.
Right.
As you know. So that was the Reverend Dr. Sandy Ray. And, it was a mega church. It was in Brooklyn. My mother and my grandmother was actively involved. My grandmother, Nano, who's like the wisest woman probably that I've ever met. They were, big into the church. And so my brother and I grew up Sunday school every week, all the way through to college, getting involved. Got baptized then by the Reverend Dr. Harry S. Wright, who's another legendary black preacher. So I was baptized by Dr. Wright, married by Dr. Wright, and then now I serve under the pastorship of Lawrence Aker, who's a dynamic young preacher. He's an Omega, but other than that, he's a dynamic young preacher.
Okay, so you and I both are in that tradition. So I just want to say, I grew up in an interesting way. I grew up with parents who literally had to get a white couple to pose as them in order to buy a house in an all-white community. We integrated this incredible town. It was nurturing ground to grow up in this great town called Harrington Park. But we were, as my father called us, the four raisins in the tub of sweet vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
And so my classes, schools, sports teams were all white, and soon Korean Americans started moving in. But church on Sunday was a little black church in this place called Closter, New Jersey. It sounds like it wasn't a mega church. It was a small church. But I, like you, from the time I can remember, was taken to this church. My mom taught Sunday school.
Yeah.
And so much of the...
Just like my mom.
Did you really?
Taught Sunday school.
And so much... And some of the first times I spoke in public were the Christmas, the kids would come out and do the resuscitation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. But there's something about that black church tradition that immediately connected me to an American history that goes back to slavery. And the songs and the spirituals, it is this deep rooting, not just in faith, but in the story of America as well, that I imagine then shaped your trajectory.
Yeah, and the resilience of the songs and the faith that's embedded into it, and the recognition that we're all going to face struggle, right? We're all going to face trials and tribulations, and that's also part of what growing up in the church and in the faith tradition helps to teach you, that it's not all perfect, right? And there's going to be drama, and there's going to be issues that you have to confront, and you're going to get knocked down. But, you've got to have the resilience to power through it with a faith, of course, that God will help see you to the other side.
Well, let's explore that. First of all, I just want to say we got here a few minutes before sunrise. The sun is rising, and we started at sun up, or right before the sun rises. We're going to go for a while. People can join. We're going to be checking our DMs, want to tell some stories. But right now, I really want to explore this a little bit because there was something amazing about my black church experiences, my youth, Then I got older. Then I moved to Newark. There is a lot of pain that's raw and real. And I can only imagine the defiance of learning to read the Bible when you're still a slave,
Right.
the defiance of living in a viciously segregated towns, of what the black church really became. It became more than just a place of worship. It became a place where people were, the hurt was healed, where the pain, the wretchedness of the world, where people came together to face that. It is no shock to me that the story of struggle and resistance in our country often happened where people would gather in the church basement. During the abolitionist movement, it was black and white church members coming together, building that great infrastructure project called the Underground Railroad. In the civil rights movement, some of the most powerful stories were about the church, which also saw 4 black girls bombed in a church
Birmingham.
in Birmingham. And I think this is sort of, and maybe it speaks to you, and I'm going to invite this. Everybody, all of us have faced unimaginable struggle in life at some point where whether it's private pain or you and I know public shame and stumbles or faults, all of us have felt these days where the grief hangs on you so heavy, it's like an obesity of grief. We're just walking, just getting out of bed is a heroic act. That trying to breathe is difficult, where you're knocked down so far, you hit rock bottom. But that's where in the church, at that rock bottom, that the solid ground becomes the faith, that's the solid ground to start building, get people back up again, but also helping them to connect their struggles to the larger struggles and that fight for freedom. It's just so important, the role of the black church to the individual broken lives of people that often have gathered there, and then also to the larger struggle itself.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And as you pointed out, the role of the church, through slavery, and the resilience that was required through that horrific crime against humanity, and the faith that there would be better days ahead, but also the recognition, as the scripture said, that faith without works is dead, and that work would need to be done in order to get to a better place. There was a meeting of the abolitionists, I think somewhere in the Midwest in the 1850s, my recollection is correct. They were gathered, and Frederick Douglass expressed frustration with the slow pace of progress toward emancipation. And apparently he was animated, and he said to this gathering, "I don't think that this country will ever find the morality to be able to emancipate the enslaved African." And the room fell silent. And then Sojourner Truth got up, and she asked what was subsequently understood to be a rhetorical question. She said, "Frederick, is God dead?" Frederick, is God dead? So at that moment, where the great Frederick Douglass expressed frustration with the slow pace of emancipation, it was Sojourner Truth who had to reset the mood by leaning into faith.
And I mean, that's really powerful. I mean, and that's, I think, where you and I start our lives, in a sense, which is the supernatural power, the transformative, redemptive power of our faith traditions, that even in the darkest, most impossible set of circumstances, somehow this idea that faith with works can create miracles. And indeed, I think American history is, if it is anything, perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against impossible odds. And to me, that is what faith is. This idea, I once was lost, but now I'm found. This amazing grace that comes from our faith traditions. And for me, I remember my dad died 6 days before I got elected to the United States Senate. It was a special election. and I had a public event. This gets back to sort of the communities we live in. I had worked for 8 years, getting supermarkets to come back to Newark. We had decades and didn't see supermarkets moving, and I had finally convinced Whole Foods to come, and we were going to make the announcement. And I'm driving from Trenton to Newark. I forget why I was in Trenton, and I found out that my dad dies. I call my mom, tears, hurt, but the next call I made was to my pastor.
Yeah.
And I said, Reverend Jefferson, would you meet me at this press conference? I don't want to tell anybody that my dad has died, but I'm barely holding on.
Wow.
He's my hero. He is a guy born in deep poverty with a single mom who couldn't take care of him. And it's just amazing that in that time where you don't know how you're going to make it, somehow you have faith and faith leaders there to remind you that there is still a God in heaven.
Yeah.
That reminds you that we still are understanding, as faith says, that weeping may endure through the night, but joy cometh in the morning.
That's right.
And so, in many ways, this moment in American history right now is anguishing to me, because I'm sure your office is like mine. My office, I keep telling folks that, like, my office, we have tears and circle up and talk about it, because my office starts brokenhearted, but then gets shattered by the end of the week, because coming into our office are people with their American stories.
Yeah.
People who are losing their farm because this administration is clawing back the contracts that they won.
Yeah.
There are people who coming to me that did work overseas, standing on the front lines of infectious diseases, helping people who are suffering, and suddenly their emails have been cut off and their entire programs are shut down. People who are losing their health care. The stories that we have of Americans coming through, and I know you have them. And right now, the truth is, and this is why I feel like we're humbling ourselves this morning, is because we actually don't have the numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to stop this bill.
In the Congress.
In the Congress.
Right, because we got the numbers
Yes.
with the American people.
Yes.
But, you know, we're just short of the numbers here in the Congress. But, you know, one of the things, you know, Cory, and first of all, that speech that you delivered, you know, on the Senate floor was so powerful for so many different reasons. Of course, you broke Strom Thurmond's record, wiped him from the history books. That in and of itself has such moral power and force to it. He was a segregationist defending, you know, the institutions of Jim Crow oppression. And you were able to take to the Senate floor and speak to the better angels of the American people, all with a recognition, though, this is a tough moment. None of this stuff is normal. Like the assault on the economy, the assault on health care, the assault on Social Security, the assault on veterans, the assault on the American way of life, the assault on democracy and the rule of... None of this stuff is normal. And, you know, it is going to require resilience amongst us as members in the House, in the Senate, you know, people who are elected officials, civil rights leaders, members of the clergy, faith leaders, but probably above all else, you know, the American people. Which is why we're here on your birthday having a conversation with the American people.
But I wanted you to say, you sort of had that moment of for me, of like, wait a minute, Cory, we don't have the numbers, but we still have the power, and the power relies with the people. And in 2017, when Donald Trump was threatening to pull health care away from 30 million people with the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, with no plan what to replace it with, I will never forget on those steps on the Senate side, sitting with John Lewis on the steps, and we did the same thing. We opened up a live feed, and we invited people to join the conversation. And through that evening, hundreds of people poured onto the Capitol steps to sit at the feet of that man with such moral magnetism and talk to hope, despite the fact that back then they had the numbers. They had the numbers. And it was a period that over weeks, thousands and thousands of people came here to begin to tell their stories. That's why we want you to DM us and tell their stories, because the truth of the American people finally called to the conscience of 3 senators Nurkowski, Collins, and then the famous John McCain with the thumbs down, and saved healthcare, saved the Affordable Care Act. And in many ways, that's the redemptive moment we have to find a way towards now. And in many ways, it's throwing yourself on the faith in the people, in the
That's
power
right.
of the people. That's what our democracy is in many ways, our founding documents, as imperfect as the founders were, imperfect as the people are, it's a break with the normal course of events.
Yeah.
And saying we're not putting our faith in the divine right of kings and queens. We're not putting our faith in some theocracy. We're putting our faith in the power of the people.
That's exactly right.
That they can do something.
And at this moment, building upon what you're saying, all we need at this moment are 4 Republicans to do the right thing in the House and 4 in the Senate.
4 and 4.
4 and 4.
Well, we had talked last night that this was not going to be, as you said to me before we came out here, classical music. This is going to be improvisational. It's going to be more like jazz. We don't know what's going to happen when. I thought the first person that was going to come here was going to be one of my prayer partners in the Senate, Angela Alsobrooks, but unbelievably, a man named Chris Coons. And by the way, people are already starting to gather. I see one of my law school classmates, hi Tom, who is an incredible government worker who's seen the carnage happening in a lot of these departments. But Chris Coons, I'm told, is here as well. And I'm hoping that he would come up and join us whenever he's done talking to folks down there. But perhaps he can share in the conversation. But that is the moment. And I want to get back a second to the faith traditions that we sit on. I'm going to read something that an amazing rabbi sent me last night when he heard what I was doing about the transformative power of our faith traditions, about the supernatural ability to see the implacable wall of resistance dissolve when people come together with the moral force of Americans, whether you are of a specific faith tradition or just open to your faith in the collective strength, moral strength of the American people. But I want to get back to you in this church as a little kid in Brooklyn.
Well, you made a good point about growing up in the church and always participating, in the Christmas play.
Yeah.
Right? And for us, it was the Christmas play. It was the Easter play. We now call it Resurrection Sunday.
Yes.
And Mother's Day. I don't somehow recall a Father's Day play. Maybe we got to do something about that.
Yes.
But
yes.
And that really was, I think, at the age of 2, standing up in front of a crowd of hundreds of supportive people and, communicating your part in that play. And from the very beginning, and feeling the warmth and the supportiveness.
Yes.
Whether you're able to get through it or not, or to help you get through it, that was a big part of, and I'm thankful to my mom. I know my brother and I are. She's still with us. As your mom is still with us. My dad passed away about 2 years ago. But thankful to my mom that she would bring us to church.
Yes.
Even if we weren't feeling it at the moment.
Yes.
Like, whoa, every week?
Yes, that's
rain, snow, sleet.
Yes.
Every week?
Yes. And I would complain about it. I would complain sometimes. I confess that to you.
Yeah.
But my mom would take us, and I'm now happy that those traditions are within me. I will tell you that it's generational in my family. My mom's side of the family, faith was at the center. I went to an Des Moines, Iowa church that my great-great-grandmother founded, my grandmother's grandmother.
Yeah.
After coming from a coal mining town to Des Moines, again, one of the original church mothers, her name is still up there. But what's powerful for me was my grandparents took me and their 7 grandchildren in this beat-up Winnebago and would drive us across country. And that was when I first saw the nation. And we would stop at all the places you would expect us to stop, from the Grand Canyon and Mount Rushmore. But there was never a time that we would start the journey without reading the 121st Psalm.
Yeah.
I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from what cometh my help cometh from the Lord. And they grounded everything they did in their faith traditions, and would tell stories. My grandparents came through the Depression and came through World War II, but how it was the black church that held the community together that instilled in them their values and their moral compass. Love the welcome the stranger, love your enemy, but also this almost liberation theology of this idea that we are going to not wait for heaven pie in the sky when you die, but our calling is to bring justice here. Oh, what, O Lord, do you want from your people of Israel to do justice? And
that's an important point. Liberation theology, because sometimes, there are folks who will be critical of, those of us who lean into our faith as part of the resilience necessary to get through the journey. But it's not, we don't lean into faith out of some belief that our actions are not going to be required, as Dr. King would say, with the fierce urgency of now. But it's what gives us the ability to power through difficult times.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, faith without works is dead at the end of the day. But that liberation theology, the notion, as you pointed out, and we'll talk about, Matthew 25, right? You're a Matthew 25 and 35 Christian.
Yes.
There's some people who profess to be followers of the gospel, but somehow forget the importance of what the gospel message was all about, standing up for the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind.
Yeah, we're not going to get out of here unless we read some scripture. So here is Matthew 25. Then the king, verse 34. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him and say, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to eat? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go visit you?" And here it is, the verse 40. The king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me."
That's it.
And that is then reflected in the Lazarus poem on the when France gave us this gift and we the Statue of Liberty, and they wrote the poem. It reflects Matthew 25. Give me your tired, your hungry, your huddled masses. It's this same spirit of generosity that has shaped this nation in profound ways. That moral tradition, and there's always demagoguery, and there was always hate against the Irish, against the Italians, against the Catholics.
Right,
a whole political party rose up here called the Know Nothing Party to try to stop that. But it was always overcome. Always overcome. The Nazis rallying in Madison Square Garden, again, right by us. Always demagogues. Father Conklin with his anti-Semitic screeds. Always overcome. The Red Scare and McCarthyism, who would go after Jewish immigrants who didn't have citizenship, were here. They were deported by that Red Scare. We always saw those forces coming to challenge this nation. And what has always stopped them, whenever demagogues have risen, whenever our very values were challenged, when they put Japanese Americans in internment camps, we always saw the wretchedness, we always saw the wrongness, but somehow we overcame by the best of who we are, the best of our values.
Absolutely. I think there's always been just enough of us, right? Not referring to me or you, but us in the collective, just enough of us at every given point in time in the American journey where there was challenge, there was trials, there was tribulations, there was turbulence, right? That ultimately just enough people came together to lead to triumph.
But isn't it weakness? And I see Chris Coons has got it here. Isn't it weakness, though, to be kind to the stranger?
And this is a man of God right here.
This is such a man of God.
You gotta hear him behind the pulpit.
All right. I want you to know, on the Senate side.
Morning, Hakeem. Thanks for having me. You say come, I come.
This is unbelievable. Sit right between us, man. Sit right between us. Get on the higher step. Look down upon us, man on high.
On the steps.
So let me, before we invite him to speak, let me say that everybody knows on our side of the Capitol, Reverend Dr.
Oh, stop.
Raphael Warnock.
Yeah.
But the man who before Warnock came,
Unqualified.
who went to theology school, right? Studied theology at Yale, is Chris Coons. Chris was one of the few people I knew before I came to the Senate, and I asked him if I should come to the Senate because I was thinking,
no.
I was thinking about running for governor. But since I've been with you for 10 years, we have had more faith conversations that have sourced my soul and my spirit, and some of the most moving stories I've heard. And you have been pastoral in our caucus. And so when I told him I was doing this,
I said, there's no way I can make that.
he said, no way. His twins there's his twins' birthday today. He has obligations in New York tonight.
Wow.
And so I wake up this morning and I'm getting ready, and then I see a text from him saying,
I have a big mug of coffee and I'm on the road.
at 4:15 in the morning, that's when he said it. First of all, I want to know why you found it important to be here, but he drove all the way down. Then I think you're going to try to, in like minutes, take a plane back to New York.
I'm driving home.
Oh, you're going to
so
drive?
I can go to Mass with my son and my wife.
Okay.
All right.
So we can have a birthday, so we can be together. And then tonight I'm going up to New York.
Okay, so
Yesterday we had a town hall in Delaware. Hundreds of people showed up, about 500 people. And Senator Blunt Rochester and Congresswoman Sarah McBride, our governor and our attorney general joined. And it was a remarkable reminder, a witness of just how passionately people feel, how scared and alarmed and concerned they are, how much they are looking for clear and strong leadership, and how important this moment is. What's happening in Congress this coming week, particularly in the House, where there is steady movement towards cutting things that matter to millions of people, whether it's food stamps, Meals on Wheels, whether it's cutting back money for libraries or canceling the National Service Program, AmeriCorps, whether it's cutting counter-violence programs.
And can you just slow down for a second? Meals on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels. I just
Think
got
about
a list.
that.
It just
Have you ever done those trips with Meals on Wheels?
Absolutely.
And seen the seniors who are so shut in?
They just love it. It touches their hearts.
And I remember the people when I was doing the food delivery would tell me, and I know you know this because we live in both cities, that it's more than the food. It's the company, the connection of people. We do that.
Right.
It's a program that is a spiritual lifeline to our seniors. And this administration has just gutted.
You have to ask yourself, what kind of people would actually gut Meals on Wheels in service of trying to actually deliver massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors like Elon Musk?
The cruelty is the point.
Cruelty is the point.
On some level, the cruelty is the point.
But
Could I just stop for a second and say, you've already said this, I bet, Psalm 118.
Say us
This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Because the stone that was rejected by the builders has been lifted up and made the keystone. Thank you for letting me join you for a few minutes.
Yeah, we appreciate
Thank you for being people grounded in your faith. Thank you for leading with integrity and care. Thank you for giving millions of people hope. And thank you for recognizing this morning as the sun rises that this
It's
is the
beautiful,
day
the sun rising.
It is.
And we need the warmth.
We can use it.
Could you just tell for really quickly, you have gone to great lengths struggling, because I think faith demands immediately humility. If you say everybody's created in the image of God, it almost commands you to be humble before the divinity you see in other people. And it also says that I don't have all the answers. Who am I to presume, this finite being, that I can understand the infinite? And you seem to bring that humility and faith to your work, and you know that faith without struggle.
Faith without struggle, faith without humility, faith without discernment is dead, and faith without works is dead.
Yes.
And so the reason we do works is not in order to earn grace, in order to earn God's mercy, but in recognition of, in celebration of the grace and the mercy. That even though we are fallen, even though we are broken, even though we fail every day, we're saved and we are redeemed, and we have a chance to then, out of that joy, show through caring for others. Others in particular who are not our neighbor in the world sense.
Yeah.
Others who aren't those who live next door to us or speak like us or pray like us or look like us or have our ancestry or our history, but as broad a reach of neighbor as we can possibly do.
So so we're going to be talking, I think, a lot today about the bill, when Congress gets back tomorrow, the bill that they're trying to jam through, But Chris, I joke because I took over the subcommittee on Africa, and I'm sort of, whenever every Congress that I take that committee, I remember you had it first, but this man literally did missions to Africa before you ever got into elected office. You speak Swahili. I was trying to quote some. I was trying to quote some Swahili. You know, I'm the black guy in the caucus standing up, and Chris corrects my Swahili.
You invited the correction. You looked at me and said, "Is that right?" And I was like,
But I remember during the fear of Ebola, and we started seeing Ebola cases come here because an infectious disease anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. It's that spiritual thing King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And you, to my astonishment, honestly, flew to Africa at a time, to Liberia, right where the outbreak was happening, to stand with aid workers and others. It was this act of courage and self-sacrifice that I can't imagine the conversation you had with your wife before you went, because you came back and you had to
quarantine.
Yeah, you had to quarantine afterwards.
Right, when you came back.
Yeah, yes. And so I'm asking, like, the gutting of the programs that you and I and Hakeem, we all have worked so hard to get feeding programs, to get PEPFAR, to get AGOA, all these acronyms that actually we have seen on the ground representing
millions of lives.
Saved millions
of lives.
So can you just describe maybe a little bit more of what's happening and why that is such an affront to American national security, but also American values?
Yeah, I mean, first, in the most selfish way, why would you cut the programs that are monitoring and intervening to prevent the next Ebola outbreak? There is literally an Ebola outbreak in Uganda right now.
Or treatment resistance to tuberculosis, or bird flu.
We've got diseases emerging all over the world that are a threat to us and a threat to millions of our fellow citizens of the world, and we should care for both reasons. Lots of people of faith around this country have gone and done mission work in our own country and in other countries to help and to see and to care for those who are suffering. It makes us stronger and healthier. It makes the world believe and understand that we're a compassionate nation. It strengthens us in every possible sense. So the most inspiring people I met in Liberia were from Samaritan's Purse. We're volunteers. We're from Doctors Without Borders. We're volunteers who were there risking their lives.
People of every race.
People with Ebola, of every background.
Every faith tradition.
Faith tradition.
It is stunning to me, the brutality and the speed with which the cuts this administration's put in place have caused organizations like Catholic Relief Services, World Vision, Save the Children, Bread for the World, CARE to lay off tens of thousands of people. I've gotten calls and emails from them, folks who were serving all over the world, who showed the world what the United States is about. Now we're showing we're not a reliable partner. We don't really care about anything other than the transactions. I was recently in the Philippines. It is the most natural disaster-prone country on earth, and they are grateful for the way Americans, through nonprofits and through AID and through our military, have responded to earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis and typhoons, and now we've cut that. We've completely cut that. The other day, I was on the phone with Governor Beshear of Kentucky. I said to him, you know, you're a governor in a red state, you're a Democrat. What is the thing that brings people together most in Kentucky? And he said, response to natural disasters. The ways we come together to respond to floods and tornadoes here in Kentucky. And AmeriCorps has been central to responding to that, also just cut by this administration.
So the three of us have had this experience. I've had it from the Caribbean to Nepal, where we show up and they rejoice in Americans. Nepal was like, that was the first place, one of the first places after the earthquakes. But one of the first places we had AmeriCorps going, and the Peace Corps going to Nepal, and the love they have for America at a time that our global competitors are competing trying to get love and loyalty. And now we're not only tearing, and I've heard from the aid workers that are telling that they got their cell phones cut off, their access to their files cut off. But I just want to make this even more human for you. We had a hearing to listen to the aid workers and the leaders of some of these organizations like UNICEF and Catholic Charities, again, faith-based organizations. And they were giving their testimony, and I've never seen this from you before, but I hope you don't mind me putting you on the spot. as they're going over and telling gut-wrenching stories about what they are cutting, you break down. I've never seen that from you before, and start weeping in a hearing that wasn't public, but these people you've known for years that weren't calling you senator. Many of them calling you Chris.
Chris, remember when I saw you in? Yeah.
And you just break down. And then I choke up. I'm a bit of a sympathetic crier. But I just had never seen it, that one of my colleagues who spent their life in the Senate doing so much good work for Delaware, but understanding that Delaware's interests are connected to the world. And now you are so broken. And we were talking about that earlier, about our black church tradition, that the church welcomes so much brokenness. And then somehow this strength forms at the broken places. That where the shattered pieces of lives somehow expand us. And so could you just talk
God fills in the breaks.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The most powerful and the shortest verse in the Bible is Jesus wept.
Wow.
Jesus wept looking out over Jerusalem. Jesus wept seeing the fallenness of humanity. Jesus wept seeing the suffering of people. And Jesus' heart is broken by what is happening right now.
It's so powerful that you mentioned that.
It calls for us to act.
Reminds me growing up in the church, and there'll be times that you'll be called upon to communicate your favorite scripture. And you know, you're young, you're 4, you're 5, you're 6, and so you're struggling to recall a scripture. And
that one's easy to remember.
They got one of my boys, and he said, "I got this." I said, "You got this?" He said, "I got this." Jesus wept.
Faith is the substance
of things hoped for,
the evidence of things
unseen.
Faith is.
And so
he's the one who challenges me to repeat that.
That's right.
Hebrews 11:1 every time I see it.
So, but I want to go to that moment. Like, I feel that. I was telling him in my office and watching these idealistic, hardworking, it's the staffs that do so much of the work. Watch them take a meeting. In that meeting, they hold it together. But when that person leaves, telling us their story of fear and pain and hurt, and especially what these cuts to Medicaid mean to the mother with a beautiful child with a disability, what this means to a person who's relying on it for health care. There's a brokenness in America right now that I've never experienced in public life. There is an anguish going on right now and a fear. And the promises being made by this president, we won't touch healthcare, we won't touch Medicaid, they ring so hollow, given what he is already doing to Meals on Wheels, already doing to the Affordable Care Act's portal, already doing to the work we did to lower the cost of prescription drugs, already doing so much damage. How do you speak to that right now when we face odds? There's only 47 of us in the Senate. We're 4 shy on the Senate side, and as the leader knows, we're 4 shy on the House side. And you have relationships. You're one of the people that I see spending most of the time. If you look at the number of times people physically cross over to sit in conversation.
I work hard at relationships with Republicans. I have been texting and calling Republican senators this week who know the good that AmeriCorps has done to promote volunteerism in response to disasters in their
I was in an elevator with you. I don't mean to expose too much.
I should stop having you with me in these
But you're furiously texting the Secretary of State about programs that we did in partnership with him when he was in the Senate, and now he's witnessing what we're witnessing as a president cutting the funding to bipartisan programs that we did.
He's doing it.
He's doing it. And
we've got a bill coming over this week, a rescission bill, that will actually challenge us to vote to endorse the cuts that have been made in some of these critical programs.
And Chris,
I have not given up hope.
Yeah.
I have not given up hope. But right now, we are not seeing them standing up in the way they have to.
And if you could speak about just this concept, right? Because there's military power, and we've got the most lethal military in the world. That's important, right, in terms of our safety, our national security. You know, we've built the most powerful economy that exists in the world right now, though, of course, the forces at the White House are crashing it in real time and driving us toward a recession. That's problematic, the exact opposite of what was promised. So there's military power, there's economic power, but then there's soft power. And, if you could just speak for a moment about the value of soft power and the bang for the buck that we've gotten by being able to be there for people all across the world. As Cory said earlier, it's the right thing to do from a values standpoint, but it also is, most importantly, perhaps the right thing to do in the context of keeping the American people safe and secure.
Absolutely. Hakeem, I've seen it over and over around the world in countries large and small, in countries developed and countries of opportunity and possibility. And I've heard it directly. Probably the first time I heard it really forcefully, I was with Senator Isaacson. We were visiting with the president of Ghana. It was my first trip ever to Ghana. And we sit down in the president's office. And before we can say anything, he says, "Stop. I just want to say something to the two of you. When the British were our colonial masters here in Ghana, they took everything. When they left at independence, they took everything with them. And the only reason I'm here today as president of this nation is two young Americans who came to my village as Peace Corps volunteers. They taught English and they taught math and science. And he said, your nation is the nation that has become great, not by what you took, but by what you gave, and we will never forget that."
Yeah.
That was an incredibly generous statement by the late former president of Ghana. But that echoed and rang over and over in visits I made to capitals and to villages in countries where the Millennium Challenge Compact, Peace Corps volunteers, USAID, and volunteers from America have made a difference. We spent last year less than 1% of our budget on all foreign aid, on economic development and disaster assistance, less than 1%. $850 billion on the Defense Department, about $30 billion on USAID, and every possible definition of foreign aid, maybe $60 billion. The difference is huge, and the consequences are great. I think of it as smart power. What our diplomats and our development professionals are able to do, you've seen it. The PRC, the Chinese are opening consulates, embassies all over the world, and in a dozen countries, they are now showing up right now and saying, oh, this clinic used to be run by the United States. They've just walked away, dropped the key, shut down the program, walked away. We'll take that over.
Yeah.
Oh, this program for housing, for education, we'll take it over. And the Chinese are there not out of a sense of humanitarian motivations, but out of a sense of strategic competition with us. So this president, his Secretary of State, his Secretary of Defense, his National Security Advisor have made a big point of we're competing with China, we're competing with China, we're competing with China.
But can I ask you both this
question? The best
question?
way to compete with China is to show who we are and to show the best of who we are.
To show up with our values.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're anchoring this conversation in our moral values. But before we go back to the bill and what people can do and must do, I just want to ask the two of you, I know you're hearing what I'm hearing, but what are you hearing from countries around the world that used to ally with us? I remember this great moment on the Senate side where we sat down, the ambassadors of all the a bunch of our European allies, and you, me, and Lindsey Graham shamed them because we had just convinced Biden, who undercut, we thought, on food funding. He put a lot more than Donald Trump is, but we wanted more money in a bipartisan way, and then that gave us the moral authority to say to them, you all need to be stepping up. But now we're seeing, and I know you just came back from an important Codel, we're hearing from our people something different. What are we hearing?
From Denmark?
Yeah, just,
like befuddlement, puzzlement? What are we doing? What are these threats?
That's exactly right. I mean, Denmark has been an ally of the United States, certainly a close ally for the last 80 years, founders of NATO. They're contributing to the Ukrainian war effort per capita, I think more than any other European nation, and perhaps more than the United States. And they just are perplexed as to the claim that the vice president made, for instance, that Denmark is not a good ally, which seemed to have come out of nowhere. And they are the closest of allies and are ready to work with us on a wide variety of issues, including the strategic importance of Greenland. And so they just are dumbfounded, confused, and I said to many of them, so are the American people. So are the American people.
And it makes us less safe when we are less believable, reliable, and trustworthy.
That's right.
And there's no place that this is being seen worse, I would think, than Ukraine right now.
Yeah. It is the defining challenge of this century for Europe. We pulled together 50 countries that in combination have contributed more to Ukraine's defense than we have. They accepted millions of refugees. They've spent billions of dollars. They've emptied their stockpiles and storehouses and sent the weapons and the training and the support because of American leadership. And now we have a president who is berating the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office, who is threatening to abandon them, who is saying you don't have the cards after he's the one who gave the cards away.
But can we set this up? Because there is a world order before World War II and a world order after World War II.
Yeah.
After World War II, by the way, the incredible sense of America, you know, this Lafayette, we are here, we're coming back in the way that the French helped us. We're going to try to save the humanity from totalitarianism. We vanquish our enemies, and then we do something unbelievable.
Only country on earth with a nuclear weapon. The vast majority of the manufacturing capacity of the world in our country, because Japan and Europe have been bombed flat.
Right.
Tens of millions of refugees, an impoverished world, and we say, we'd like to share all of this. We'd like to invest massively in the recovery of our former enemies.
Yes.
And we'd like to set up this organization that is about preventing war and promoting peace.
And we declare to the world there is not only a new world order where the fascism and the totalitarianism is not going to be, we are going to show our values, not talk, not preach, but we help to rebuild these nations. But even then, as Russia, Soviet Union is growing and puts down these iron walls, suppressing freedom, we do the Berlin airlift. Another great exemplar of American willingness to go to great lengths to preserve free people and to preserve freedom. We establish this new world order. The United Nations comes out of that. Let's create a forum for us to try to prevent these disastrous wars again. I'm not saying there's not dark chapters. I'm not talking about this, but at least setting up a framework of a values, rules-based world order. And now I am hearing from European allies
that they think we are plunging us back into a World War I era, imperialist, transactional, spheres of interest, spheres of influence, great power conflict.
And the isms of isolationism, of nativism, of nationalism, of us versus them, it's all, what I'm hearing from is that you are turning your back on what you all tried to create. And there are challenges like China, but the way to deal with them is by pulling together amongst your like-minded, shared valued people to show that we are going to insist that you don't steal intellectual property, manipulate currency, violate world orders. And so what Trump is doing in this war, when we've all visited places like Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, who are terrified right now.
Right on the front line.
Right on the front lines, upping their percentages of contributions of their GDPs to the military protection, are saying, wait a minute, we can make a stand again. Why is this country not only turning against us, but calling people yearning for freedom, like Zelensky, dictators, and buddying up? I had a foreign minister, I don't want to out him, of a mighty European country, come to my office, close the door on the day that United States joined China and Russia in voting against its Western allies on the resolution condemning the invasion of Ukraine, and he just looked at me and gave me the WTF, I think, was the exact mind of it. And so this is what we talk about the moral core. America is an idea. America is a value. And it's always in competition. We were talking before you came up here. There's always been this nativism, always been this these sort of streams within our country trying to undermine the larger multicultural ideas of what democracy should be. But we seem to always be getting better, not always in a straight line, but always making progress towards better and better. And this yet is one of those moments where, again, the very values of our country is in the balance. And it starts with, how do we treat our own?
How do we treat those at the margins of our society?
With mental health.
The dawn of life, the margins of life, the
Yeah.
twilight of life.
Yeah. Or are we showing America what it's like, how you treat people with mental illness? Are we showing America that this could be the safest place to have a baby, not the highest maternal mortality rates? Is this the best place that if your child is born with a disability, that we're going to be there to support you? That we're going to be a place where you don't go bankrupt if you get an unforeseen illness or injury? This is the questions that we are trying to solve in this sacred civic space that are at conflict right now. And somehow, I don't even understand how we fully got here. I take responsibility for it. Somehow we are at a moment where, in a matter of weeks, leader, they are going to take a vote in your house, about whether we're going to gut $880 billion from a program that was fought for by the people, Medicaid, defended by people on both sides of the political aisle. Suddenly we are now at a point where we are going to gut that. And you said this multiple times already. Why? Why? For some bigger purpose? For tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us?
I mean, the thing about this, and so Republicans have already passed a budget resolution to set in motion the largest Medicaid cut in American history. And Medicaid is a health care program that impacts at least 80 million Americans. These are children, these are families, these are veterans, these are people with disabilities, these are everyday Americans, certainly women, expectant mothers, all across the country, in urban America, in rural America, small town America, the heartland of America. And Republicans have claimed that they're not going to impact Medicaid benefits. Of course they are.
The math doesn't work.
The math doesn't
They can't
work.
do what they say they're doing otherwise.
Right. That's not just fuzzy math. It's crazy math. And so we have a moment in the same way that the American people rose up to stop Republicans from repealing the Affordable Care Act. And we were talking numbers a little earlier with Cory. But when Trump took office in 2017, he lost the popular vote. But there were 241 Republicans in the House and only 194 Democrats. This time around, he narrowly wins the popular vote. There's no mandate. By his own standards, when he's got the narrowest majority in the House of any party since the Great Depression, which means that all it takes at this moment are 4 Republicans to do the right thing, stand up for the health care of the people they represent. And Medicaid at this point, along with Social Security and Medicare, are part of the fabric of America. It's just as American as baseball, apple pie, motherhood, and Biggie Smalls.
Well, let's. I just want to, again, I've got this theologian here.
And I got to go home, go to mass with my son.
So I just my staff,
Oh, yes.
all the
Oh,
places they talk
yeah,
about,
absolutely.
Deuteronomy 15:7.
yeah.
If there is among you a poor man, this is, how many times is poor or the poor mentioned in the Bible?
Across the Old Testament and the New Testament, there are at least 2,000 direct references to the poor, the oppressed, the marginalized. And when Jesus first stands up in his home synagogue in Nazareth and says, "This is my purpose," he unscrolls the Torah portion for the day and reads from Isaiah 61. "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to preach good news to the poor."
And so here we go, Proverbs 28:27. The righteous considers the cause of the poor, but the wicked closes his eyes to them. Proverbs 21:13. Whoever shuts his ears to the cry of the poor, he himself shall cry out, but not be heard. Hebrews 13:2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some
have entertained angels unawares.
And Deuteronomy, if there is among you a poor man, one of your brethren, in any of your towns within your land, which the Lord God, your God gives you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need. This is stunning that our faith traditions are built on stories of liberty, of overcoming adversity. I was a stranger in a strange land. all of these moral calls to be there for that. And the richest nation on the land, here we're sitting in the capital of the United States of America, which should represent the best of our ideals, the best of our values, the best of our traditions. How presidents from Lincoln all the way through to FDR or JFK, or even Republican presidents like a Bush who started something like PEPFAR, have tried to call upon these traditions of our faith. And here we stand with a president who is saying, with the budget he has put forward in the House, we want to gut these...
Everything that helps people on the margins of our society and the world.
Right.
It will teach our children, it will teach the rest of the world, it will teach the future, the values that animate this country. If in fact they slash Medicaid, if in fact they end Meals on Wheels, if in fact they cut to the core everything from Peace Corps to AmeriCorps to the investments in child care, Head Start, daycare, and elder care, we will show the world what we're about, and I will be ashamed of that moment in our nation's history.
So let me say this, because it is not charity.
You know, Chris got to get the mask.
I got it too. Okay, last thing I'm going to say, my brother. The other thing that
It's 2 hours away.
Right.
is it charity or is it enlightened self-interest? Every dollar you spend getting a child above the poverty line returns $7 to the economy of the United States of America because of the increased productivity when you have these programs we've seen, like school lunches. They make a difference. So this is not even just this idea of charity. It is investing in yourself and the well-being of your country, because my child will be bereft of the genius of your child if they don't get a great public education. My child will be bereft from the inventions or the entrepreneurialism of your child if they don't get that understanding. When we expanded the child tax credit through the work of these men here, for 1 year, we cut child poverty almost in half. And they literally looked at the brain development of some of the children, not having all that cortisol and that fear, and the different kind of developmental issues for kids that are given more economic security. What happens in a global knowledge-based society where we elevate the potential genius of our very own children? There's no way you can you can even economically quantify unleashing the artistry and the genius of more and more children.
Let the children come to me, and woe unto him who blocks them.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot think of a clearer call that we should invest in children, that we should open the doors of opportunity to them, that we should support and love them. And thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being someone who sees clearly this moment and is challenging folks to speak up, to speak out, to get engaged, and to be a part of this moment. Because we're going to show the world, and we're going to show our families, and we're going to show history who we are in these coming days. You are the leaders we need for a moment such as this.
Well, appreciate you, brother.
I'm going to why don't you put your hand on his shoulder? We're going to pray for traveling mercies, Lord. Bless this man in his sojourn home. Deliver him unto his family, and thank him, Lord, for his work. Let this humble, faithful servant continue to do your work. Amen.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Chris, thanks for being here, man.
Thank you.
All right, we've been talking a lot about the Christian faith. Can we talk a little bit about? I have to say that you and I live in a community where the Muslim tradition and the Jewish tradition thrive.
Absolutely.
And we see extraordinary people who, I always say, before you tell me about your religion, first show it to me in how you treat other people. Before you tell me how much you love your God, show it to me in how much you love all God's children. Before you profess your passion for your faith, show it to me in how much compassion you have for God's children. And we see faith and the works in our communities of people grounded in faith. And so I do a lot. I'm a guy who grew up in a black church. I'm Baptist, but I actually study Torah. And so I have a number of rabbis that I'm very close to. And I just want to read to you this. His name is Rabbi Matthew Gwartz of Temple B'nai Jeshurun. This is a church that started on what is now Martin Luther King Boulevard in Newark.
Yeah.
It used to be High Street. And we have a lot of famous rabbis that have come from Newark, actually. In fact, the guy that spoke, Rabbi Yocham Prince, who spoke right before Martin Luther King, was one of the featured speakers before King.
At the March on
on
Washington.
the March on Washington.
That's right.
Was a rabbi from Newark, New Jersey, but he said this, and I think you'll find it really interesting, leader. Faith in the English language can only be used as a noun. There is nothing intrinsically active about it. One can't faith something. In Hebrew, it's both a noun and a verb. Here's where the rubber hits the proverbial road. When one breaks down the root of the word faith in Hebrew, it boils down to a word we use all the time, amen. And what does the root of the word amen mean? It means I believe that it's true with every fiber of my being. At the same time, I doubt that it's possible.
Wow.
That conflict between believing it but knowing it's also impossible. So faith doesn't connote blind belief, but instead an absolute commitment to believing that anything is possible, even while and perhaps because of the fact that we doubt that it's all possible. That is not about being blind to the challenges, but it's the realism of it all that impels us to take action. Again, the insight here is that faith is absolute belief coupled with a sense of wonder and even doubt that it's all possible. So many reasons for us to doubt today in America. So many reasons for us to doubt right now. But that is all part of what it means to have faith today. It is our doubt that impels us to make our world better. Amen. And why should we chant that word specifically? Because it's simply affirming our humanity and our worries and our anxieties, which are intrinsic to who we are, but not to paralyze, but to be impelled into faithful action. I just love that thought.
It's powerful. And, as we say, from the scripture, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And it's that conflict between, a unrelenting belief that you can get it done even in the most difficult of circumstances, while at the same time recognizing that you're up against tremendous odds.
Yes.
And I think the rabbi breaks it down, in such a powerful way in the, Jewish tradition.
Right.
And it, of course, spans, and I think, as you pointed out, it's an honor. One of the great things about serving in the House is that we view ourselves as the institution, no disrespect to the Senate, that the framers designed to be the closest to the American people.
Yeah.
Right? To reflect the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, the fears, the concerns, the anxieties, the passions of the American people, the life experiences of the American people. That's why we have the 2-year terms, and we're constantly in cycle, but constantly in communication, in touch. You do this as a senator incredibly well, but you got the 6-year term. And in the House district that I represent back home in Brooklyn, of course, I have a substantial African-American community. Caribbean-American community is wonderful, but it's also one of the most diverse districts in the country, with a significant Jewish community and a significant Bangladeshi American community. In fact, one of the largest in America, in the Coney Island, South Brooklyn area that I'm privileged to represent. So that faith tradition, is represented in so many wonderful ways. But everyone, I think collectively, whether it's the Muslim faith, the Jewish faith, the Christian faith, sort of anchored in the belief in Almighty God,
Right.
and the ability to power through difficulty. And this is a difficult moment. Right? That's the reality. And we're going to have to power through it. And it's going to take work, right? Intense work. When we talk as House members, I frequently said, this is going to be the most intense thing that we've ever been professionally called upon to do. With the exception of those of our great colleagues like Jason Crow and Mikey Sherrill and others who have served in combat zones in our uniform. The most difficult thing that we've ever been called upon to do, but we've all got to rise to the occasion because the challenges that we confront, this budget is an example of it, this reckless Republican budget, it's unrelenting and unprecedented.
And can I just want to, so first of all, I want to orient ourselves before I tell this thing. So we've been now out here for an hour. We really want to invite, I know most people are sleeping. It was a White House Correspondents' Dinner last night.
That's right.
So I know a lot of people are hungover in Washington, D.C., that were in part of that nerd prom, as they say. But if you're home watching, it's still early. We think there'll be more people waking up. But send us, direct message us if you're following on the stream your thoughts, your stories. My team is going to feed it to us. We want to read some of the things that you all write us, so I invite that in. We're finishing our first hour. We came up here before the sun came up. The sun is starting to climb. I'm starting to feel the warmth, which is grateful, thank God.
Thank goodness.
Yes, yes. Starting to feel the warmth in the early morning chilled air. And we're grounding this in a conversation in the intersection of faith and politics, the moral traditions of our country upon which this sacred civic space stands, and how what we do in here, budgets are moral documents. And that's why it's important for us to center this conversation. We're sitting in here for as long as the Spirit moves us. We're hoping if you are around physically, come out and sit with us. You know, we already had one guest. Who knows who's going to show up next. But I want to next talk to you about the three Abrahamic faiths. So Abraham, I love this idea that when God called upon him, he said something in Hebrew, hineni, behold, here I am. Everybody before that would hide. You know, Adam, when God came in and said, where are you? Adam hid from God. And I always say, well, God, this omniscient being, wasn't asking where the physical Adam was. He was asking for, where is this man I created in my image, imbued with the power that I have given to humanity? The next time he calls Moses, and Moses is like, hey, don't take me, take my brother. And God has to sort of say, no, you're the guy. He goes, well, I'm not articulate. My brother's the great speaker. He goes, no, you're the guy. But by the time Abraham comes, God says, where are you? And this is the first time somebody steps up and says, behold, Lord, here I am, hineni. And he is the one that received the blessing to be the father of many nations and three great faiths. But the story that I love, and I always say these are the two pillars of humanity when I tell this story, and motivate me, is that he enters the covenant by circumcising himself as an adult. We won't dwell there. Hakeem, we won't.
That's right.
We won't dwell on that.
That's right.
Let's not dwell there. There might be kids watching.
Yeah.
But I can only imagine
as we say in Brooklyn, keep it moving.
Keep it moving. Okay, so he's there in pain, and by his tent, and he sees strangers approaching in the distance. And what the Bible says, what the Torah says, what the Quran says, is he didn't just greet them. He gets up and runs to them. And I'm sure you've had that feeling when a loved one runs to you with excitement and enthusiasm. He did that to complete strangers, and then invited them into his tent, gave him the best of what he had, the best food and whatever, and then they reveal themselves to be angels, and bless him to be the father of many nations, and then tell him that we're going. They're leaving. Okay, where are you going?
Yeah.
And they say, we're going to destroy a city. Messengers from God. And what does he have the audacity to do? Argue with them. He starts fighting. Won't a just God, a merciful God, show mercy? And so these two pillars of what he did right before the blessing and what he did right after the blessing, to me, are the 2 feet of humanity. One is, the Hebrew word is chesed, kindness, decency, loving other people, even if they're strangers, and the other one is justice. In fact, the word is the same in Hebrew as it is in Arabic, pronounced with different emphasis, but tzedakah, this idea of justice. And that's the pillars of humanity. This is one of the reasons I love you. I think you stand on those 2 feet. I've seen you for decades, man. You have this goodness and this decency. It drives your faith, but you have this ferocity of fighting for justice in our country, fighting for people, whether they're the LGBTQ community, whether it's the Muslim community, whether it's the free speech rights of people you disagree with, not to be abducted from campus steps, or whether it's people who don't have healthcare justice. What did Martin Luther King say about healthcare justice?
Yeah.
He said it was the worst of
all injustices.
Worst of all injustices. And so that's the faith traditions.
And that's the moment that we're in right now.
Yes.
That's the moment that we're in right now. And, you know, it's interesting. The question that I think we all have to ask is, are we serving with people who pray on Sunday, P-R-A-Y, and then come to Washington to prey on the American people the rest of the week, P-R-E-Y? Because it seems to me that this budget that we're dealing with right now, taking away health care, taking away nutritional assistance, going after Meals on Wheels, taking away the ability who are in harm's way to support themselves. That's preying, P-R-E-Y, on the American people. That's inconsistent with whatever faith tradition you purport to hold. And so
can we just like let you know this bill? So let's just let people understand. Even minor cuts to Medicaid. A lot of the hospitals in urban areas and rural areas especially, they have very delicate financial models that you cut 5% out and that hospital starts to tumble down in their ability to meet the demands.
That's absolutely correct. And you're talking about $880 billion in potential cuts. That is the largest cut to Medicaid or health care in the history of this great country. And so even a modest amount of that $880 billion will be devastating. Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. People will die. This is a life and death situation, which is why we're calling upon the American people to show up, stand up, speak up to your representatives, to your members of Congress. Share your stories. We'll elevate them as part of this effort to stop this reckless Republican budget from becoming law. In the same way that we were successfully able to do it in 2017, when Republicans had a much more significant majority in the House, when they went after the Affordable Care Act, and a clear majority in the Senate as well. And at that moment, and I think it's a good time to talk a little bit more about this, you decided to sit down on the other side of the Capitol on the Senate steps with the great John Lewis, who we both had an opportunity to serve with. And, you know, I want you to share some of your John Lewis experiences.
I want to hear some
I'll share some of my John Lewis experiences.
Okay, let's go toe to toe.
Amazing to
on,
serve.
on John Lewis.
But tell us about that 2017 moment and what led to you sitting down with the great John Lewis on the Senate steps, talking about what needed to happen to save healthcare in America.
Maybe I'm going to plant a seed of like, let's get to the point where it is weird when I would come over to the Congressional Black Caucus, which meets over here.
Yeah.
When I came to the Senate, I was the only black person in the Democratic caucus, so I would often come over not just to learn, but to sit in fellowship. And around that table are these lions.
Yeah.
You know, Sheila Jackson Lee of blessed memory. You know, Brother Clyburn. Like, you could just going around this table, and it gave me chills. Maxine Waters, like people.
Yeah, there's no doubt. When I walked into my first CBC meeting, CBC meets, y'all, every Wednesday at noon. I tell the team, block it out in the calendar.
Yes, and you are there. Like, I have to be honest with you. Like, I didn't expect to see you at those meetings once you got elevated to lead the whole Democratic caucus, and you have demands on your time that are. But you go there like it's a religious service.
Block it out. You know, I say block it out. I'm locked in on the CBC's foundation. It's an honor for us to stand on the shoulders of those giants. And I'm sure you had this experience when I first went to my CBC meeting as a first-term member, and I walk in, and there's Charlie Rangel,
yes,
right? Maxine Waters, Elijah Cummings,
yes,
Eddie Bernice Johnson, Maxine Waters, Barbara Lee, Benny Thompson, the great Jim Clyburn.
I mean, you were former members of the Panthers. You were former
Bobby
SCLC.
Rush.
Bobby Rush. Yes, I mean,
I'm like, how did they let Hakeem Jeffries into the room? Like, really, how does this happen? But that's the foundation, you know, part of the continuing journey. And but yeah, to be able to serve with John Lewis and the other lions and lionesses of the Congress.
So let me get that. That sets it up. I mean, so you and I have this. It's almost as humbling. You know, the baby boomer generation, which you and I would call the civil rights generation, this is their sort of last moment on the stage. Like, the baton was passed to you from the great Nancy Pelosi. This is the last baby boomer president. No matter what we say, it's the last baby boomer. There's a chapter being turned. But the great thing about that generation is they're like, as long as there is breath in my body, and blood in my veins. You see them fighting the fight and giving us tutelage and tutoring us. And around that table, it's the strangest, I didn't expect to find such fellowship.
Yeah.
Most of them from the Black church too. The CBC annual event that you have been led before, the gospel up in there, some of the performances that have been given have brought tears to people's eyes.
Prayer breakfast is one of the most powerful events that
Yes.
take place on Saturday morning.
Yes, and we're praying here on Sunday morning. This is a prayer as they have said before, praying with our feet. Okay, so this is my first experience with John Lewis. Was the first time I met him was when I get a call from Skip Gates.
Yeah.
And he says to me, I want you to be on my show, Finding Your Roots. I go, are you serious? He goes, yeah. Skip, I feel like I hit the lottery. You're going to trace my history? He goes, yeah, I think we should do an episode with an up-and-coming young person in politics. And I thought he was going to pair me with another up-and-coming person in politics, like a Hakeem Jeffries. But he said, no, we're going to balance this. We're going to put a young blood with a seasoned veteran. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, we're going to put you with John Lewis. And I'm just like, man, that's not fair. Like, my ego suddenly got humbled because the start of it is this, they tell the background of people. So you hear John Lewis, hero of the Civil Rights Movement, his biography, literally bled the Southern soil red for freedom, marched and sat in and all this stuff. And then it goes Cory Booker,
right.
Grew up in suburban New Jersey, riding his big wheel, fell off, It's this unbelievable, like, mountain and boy. But I met him, and we go to a civil rights museum in his district, and they literally have his feet in stone there, to mark the great shoes and feet of different civil rights leaders. And I just remember standing in his feet, walking then in the museum, and I've never been in a museum with somebody where they're in like most of the pictures.
Yeah, it's wild.
And so when I told you the story earlier, that when my dad died 6 days before I was elected, and it was a special election, so I got elected in October, sworn in October. My pastor's there for me on the day he dies. I lay in bed, literally for like almost a full day, just mourning my dad's loss in the middle of an election, days before an election. Then we get elected, and now we come down here, and my mom is feeling this grieving void, and she's looking for somebody to sort of be there for us as a father figure. And my mom went to Fisk. John Lewis went to Fisk. They that's how they first connected. And so John Lewis says, I'm going to be there. Come to my office first. We go to his office. Again, his office looks like that Civil Rights Museum. And again, he's in the pictures. He sets up like breakfast for us, like a spread. And then amazingly, like, he doesn't let us serve ourselves. He serves us eggs and grits and everything.
Yeah.
And
this is John Lewis.
This is John Lewis serving us. And I'm overwhelmed with this. And then he starts saying things like, you're the fourth black person popularly elected to this office. This is one of the reasons we fought. My mom starts crying. It was just beautiful the way he greeted us. We walk across the Capitol, my mom and I. She's now set on fire. Don't forget where you came from. Don't forget the people that struggled to get you here. I don't know if anybody's ever walked across this Capitol getting lectured by their mom before they get sworn in by the Senate. I'm like, Mom, I will be back. You'll have more time to talk to me. And then I go into the chamber, and when senators get sworn in, they walk down the center aisle to the vice president. At this point, it was Joe Biden. But John Lewis is standing right there in the chamber watching me get sworn in. And then I'm serving with him. And then Trump gets elected. And the thing about John Lewis is you would see him get angry. But it fueled him in righteousness.
Yeah.
It didn't burn him up. And you started seeing Trump do things that were an insult to all that he had fought for. Suddenly we started seeing the Supreme Court right across the street rolling back voting rights, which he marched the Edmund Pettus Bridge for. Rolling back.
And helped deliver.
And helped deliver.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Yeah. Insulting but he never, ever seemed to succumb to cynicism or despair. And so when Trump is elected, I still remember Cedric Richmond, then the head of the CBC, me and him all sit together to testify against his then first pick for Attorney General.
Right. It was Sessions?
Yeah, Sessions, Jeff Sessions, who I had to speak out against, breaking a little Senate tradition of of testifying against one of my colleagues because he openly wanted to go back into the drug war days of the things that caused mass incarceration, as opposed to a much more enlightened way to lower crime and elevate human potential. But I still remember I have a picture of Cedric Richmond, head of the CBC, John Lewis, and me that I treasure sitting there together. And I began to realize that for me, as a senator, the CBC was such an empowering force to help me achieve things. And so to get to the point that you asked about, that in many ways was the inspiration for us sitting here today, is when healthcare was in the balance and we didn't have the votes. And we had to find some way to appeal to the conscience of the country to activate them to come out like we really need to do right now, and appeal to the consciences of his colleagues. Because John Lewis had respect from people on both sides of the aisle.
That's right.
I called John Lewis up and I said, maybe we could do something different. These are not normal times. It demands something different. Maybe you and I could just go out to the Capitol steps and sit down and see what happens. And we opened up a live stream back then. It was Facebook Live.
And just talk to America.
Just talk to America. And what was interesting for me is I peppered him to tell more of his stories of struggle, of setback, of vicious beatings where the bus couldn't make it all the way and the bus gets bombed, of vicious beatings where you couldn't get across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and your head gets cracked open. You have to be carried back to a church for help, of vicious beatings sitting there at a sit-in, having hot coffee poured under you. He seemed to be trying to tell everybody, don't give up, don't relent, get in good trouble.
That's right.
Necessary trouble. You can redeem the soul of this country. And it was amazing that sitting down, and I'm hoping this happens today, hoping more people will see this. We're already seeing people coming out, but people just started coming. And the plaza was full of people, and the live stream was getting so many thousands of views as this man held court talking about the moral moment we were in. And those are a few of my John Lewis stories.
Yeah, and what John Lewis would always say to us, never give up, never give in, get into good trouble, necessary trouble, right? Over and over and over again, no matter what the challenge was. And of course, he had the great moral authority, who faced tremendous odds. Those civil rights heroes and foot soldiers, they had no reason to believe that they could be successful up against 100 years of Jim Crow and racial oppression. But they had the courage, the character, and the conviction. They knew what was right. They stood up for it. They spoke up. They showed up. And they were able to put America in a much better place. And it's that type of courage, that type of character, that type of conviction that I think is going to be required right now. So many different moments that we all had with John Lewis. I remember when I was a first-term member, and I had been asked by the then chair, Marcia Fudge, to preside over the CBC Special Order Hour, which is, every hour during Mondays when we were in session, the CBC would control the floor for an hour.
Really?
And we'd be able to
I didn't know this.
Yeah, we'd be able to speak to America. And,
a special order hour, they call it?
Yeah, special order hour. So, it's on the House floor once votes close.
Right.
Right? The different caucuses, or sometimes it could be an individual member, can reserve an hour of time.
A whole hour?
Whole hour of time on the House floor, not 25 hours. Whole hour of time on the House floor to speak to America. So the CBC, we would call it the hour of power.
Okay, I like that.
And so Marcia Fudge asked Stephen Horsford and I to preside during our first term.
Oh, so you actually sit up in the chair and preside?
Well, not sit up in the chair, actually anchor it from the floor.
Okay.
So we can yield to others, right, during the special order hour, but we can carry, it's really pretty much the only time that you can really yield outside of the context of a debate.
Okay.
So Stephen Horsford and I were presiding over the special order hour, and we have to decide every week what topic we're going to speak to. So you had the situation where Michael Brown is killed, right down in Ferguson, and the movement rose up to try to address that. And part of the movement, of course, was hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah.
So that case is working its way through the justice system. And we decide, as it comes to an end, and the officer who was accused of killing Michael Brown is acquitted, that we were going to speak to this issue on the House floor during the CBC hour. and Stephen Horsford and I, would alternate who was actually the lead person presiding. So on this particular occasion, it was me. So I come to the conclusion that I'm going to begin that hour by raising my hands and saying, "Hands up, don't shoot." All right, first time it was brought to the House floor. Say, "Hands up, don't shoot." And I just made the point that it's a rallying cry for people who are fighting for justice down in Missouri and across the country. Equal protection under the law, liberty, and justice for all. Hands up, don't shoot, and then we go into the debate. So, of course, the right-wing forces react to this. I was even given some criticism on MSNBC and other. How dare this first-term member bring hands up, don't shoot to the House floor, right? So, all night into the next day, there's like this avalanche of criticism. So then I see John Lewis on the House floor, and he says, "Young man, come over here." So I come up to John Lewis, and I was concerned. I didn't know what John Lewis was going to say to me.
Yeah.
And he said, "I see that you got into a lot of trouble last night with that hands up, don't shoot gesture. And you're getting criticism all over the country. A lot of trouble, young man, but don't worry, that was good trouble." And I said, if I got John Lewis's approval, I'm all good. But that's the type of man that he was. He would encourage us to show up and stand up and speak up for what we believe to be right.
And so, can you tell the story? We both know this in history, and I see
the distinguished
I see the senator from Maryland,
from the great state of Maryland.
Yes. You are. Yeah, come up here. Come up here. You're right between us. You're right between us.
Okay.
I'll come down and get it in a second.
Yes.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Perfect morning.
I want you to know that.
How you doing?
I'm doing
Yes.
wonderful.
Yeah. I want a hug too.
Good morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to know, Hakeem, that I prayed for this woman to come to the Senate.
Yes, you did. And God answered.
God answered my prayer, and it wasn't an easy road.
No,
you had
what? It was not an easy road.
No.
Yeah, but we believe in God, and He never fails.
He never fails.
Nobody told us the road would be easy.
No.
No, they did not.
Yeah.
No, they did not tell us that.
But I knew. So for those who don't know Senate history, their first black woman was elected to the Senate was Carol Moseley Braun, and then it would be many years, until the next African American woman would be a woman named Kamala Harris would ever serve. Was the second black woman, and then in the last Congress, we doubled the number. Doubled the number with you and Lisa Blunt Rochester, and for me, when you. Because I had been working Lisa for about 8 years.
Oh, really?
Well, because the Delaware congressperson is a statewide congressperson.
Yep.
And I knew that one of my dear colleagues wasn't going to sit in that seat forever, that he would, the great senator, he would eventually, Tom Carper, would eventually retire.
Yep.
And I was just worried she should be up next.
Yep.
But we know that sometimes somebody could try to cut in front of you, or self-funding because money is so important.
That was the other self-funding.
So I was always telling her, you can do this. Lisa Blunt Rochester, but you kind of came up, and once you got on the scene, I was like, I'm in.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you.
And then we prayed on you, and you came. But this is what I didn't know before. I still remember when we met. It was at the CBC. Do you remember we met? Yes. And I found out you were a Delta.
Yep.
Which I don't know. I like my mom. I don't know how Hakeem feels about that.
Yeah. My mom's an AKA.
But
it's all love.
It's all love.
Divine Nine.
Yeah. So I found out she was a Delta. My legislative director, this great African American woman, also a Delta, Leah Hill, was like, she was obsessed with you. And so before we even got there, she's just like, we got it. And so then you win, and this is what was the best thing about you coming to the Senate for me, besides the impact you've made, the legislative genius, frankly, that you're bringing, and all of this. I found out you are this woman of deep faith, like deep faith.
Yep.
And I was sitting at one of those Votaramas all night, and I'm listening to you and Lisa Blood Rochester go back and forth with your pastor. Can we drop his name here?
Oh, John K. Jenkins.
Yes.
He's my pastor from First Baptist Church of Glen Arden. But you know what you were talking about?
about?
We did the Seek
Yes.
with Pastor John, Howard John Wesley.
Yes.
Howard John Wesley.
Yeah, that's your frat
Kappa
brother.
man.
Yes,
All right, there we
he's
go.
a Kappa man, and he did the fast.
So I'm listening to these two women talk about fasting, and there's nothing to get a Christian as excited about fasting and praying. And so, like, you know, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. But the next verse people forget about, sometimes you have to fast and pray.
Yep.
And so I'm just all excited about the two of you guys. And since you're coming to the Senate, I just feel like I have a real sister in Christ. I feel like I have a real pillar that I can lean on. And Hakeem, when I called her up and said I was doing this, she's like, "Well, this is my alley."
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a few things. So, first of all, I'm so proud. I thank you all for being out here today. This is such an important time. It really is an important time. And Cory, I can say I met many, many years ago. And what I loved about you then and still do, and the same is true with Hakeem, is he never knows a stranger. You know, you didn't know who I was from a can of paint. I approached you many, many years ago, and the warmth was there. And what's so important about that for me, and there are a few things I want to say about it. You know, the Bible says in the book of John that by this you will know, they will know that you are my disciples, if you have love one for another. And the truth is, the calling card of a person of faith is love. If a person interfaces with you and they don't walk away having felt love, then you have misrepresented yourself as a follower of Jesus Christ. And so I am, you know, that's the thing I think I knew about you from the very beginning. I could see it from the very first moment. And I think we feel the same when you interface with Hakeem. If you do not feel love, then you have not had an interaction with a person of faith. And so that, I think, is so very important. But I also want to mention, you know, you talked about being here. I grew up in a family of faith. It's what I've known my whole life. It really is. In faith, but the real kind of faith. And when I say like real deep, abiding faith, it is a faith. I think about my grandmother. Her name was Leela May. Leela May was 4'11". She was a powerhouse of a woman. She lived in a part here in D.C., a place called Deanwood, which was a very working class neighborhood. My grandmother was a housekeeper. And she'd often take me with her. She would go, she'd do dental offices, people's homes. I'd sit in the car in the summer while she went in. My grandmother was like my homegirl. She would take me to buy candy, and then I'd sit in the car. So, you know, we were homegirls because I loved candy while she went to clean the houses or clean the offices or whatever it was. But then we go back to her neighborhood. And one of the clearest memories I have of her, and I have so many, is that she's the first public servant, I can tell you, I ever knew. In that she was a great cook. She was from South Carolina. So, you know, those South Carolinian women can
They do their thing.
They do their thing. So she could burn. But what she would do was cook food, and then she would have these styrofoam containers. And she would put the food in the styrofoam containers, and she would say to me, go over and find Mr. Strauss, Bill Strauss. Or there was another guy named TC, and tell him that their food is ready. Now, Bill Strauss was a veteran who suffered in the Vietnam War, and he had a number of issues. Some of them were mental health issues. And she would say, but now what stands out is she would refer to him, you know, Mr. Strauss.
Yes.
Or Mr. TC was a person in our neighborhood who was sick with alcoholism.
Yes.
And she would say, go tell them that their dinner is ready. And I'd go and get them, bring them over, and she had the food ready, and she did this for so many people, but that she referred to people in her community, and I think especially about TC, who suffered for so long with alcoholism, that it was still, he was a person who was worthy of respect. To be called by his last name has stuck with me forever, is that we respect people, but that she spent whatever resources she had helping the people very quietly. This was not something she announced.
From cleaning homes.
From cleaning homes And she was a person who still felt that it was a part of what she should do to feed people, and just, and I could just tell you like one act after the next, and it never stuck out to me as anything that was unusual. It was just what we did.
Yeah.
And I think in a moment like this, when I think about, those two concepts put together, is that, for those of us who especially are people of faith, it's like, they will know us by our love. They will know us by our love. And it is so especially important at a time like this where people are so angry. They are so angry. We're in a world full of anger right now. And like, how do we stand up? How do we show up? Like, how do we distinguish ourselves? And our voices matter. It's, I remembered I got elected in 2010 for the first time. My grandmother's brother was a pastor. And he said to me, well, Angie, as they call me Angie, if you remember who sent you, you're going to do just fine. I think it's so important for all of us.
If you remember
who sent you. Yep. If you remember who sent you.
I love that.
Yeah, you're going to do just fine. I have never forgotten who sent me. I think none of us have, right? Like, how did we get here?
Yes.
We got here, I believe, that it wasn't by accident, It wasn't, because none of these are easy, but this is
just the fact that we're sitting on these steps as the leader, minority leader,
Yep.
and 2 United States senators. I mean, it wasn't even, my mom and dad came here in 1969, and I don't think this was hard for them to believe a moment like this. Just in one generation, what we could achieve, and
And by the way, in 1969, what you had was Shirley Chisholm having just been elected in November 1968.
Yes.
And so it took all the way until 1969 until you had the first black woman to serve in the House of Representatives, of course, from Brooklyn.
And I should correct myself, we moved to New Jersey in 1969. They came here like 61, 62. And a different city that they describe here, they got their first jobs because of the activism, companies that never hired blacks before. But I want to go back to that generosity that so many people know, whether it's small rural white towns, black cities, that I still remember when I moved into Newark and I'm living in these high-rise projects, and Miss Virginia Jones, the tenant president, when we'd have a barbecue for the kids, she would always do that. She'd put little boxes together and go to 7A and 715 and give this to Mrs. So-and-so. She knew who needed a little bit of extra, and she would always put it aside. And that stands to me in stark contrast to this idea of, even the 1970s could never imagine the kind of stratospheric wealth that's been accumulated in a small amount of hands in the United States of America.
Yep.
And all 3 of us, I do think that you two, I could say, lead with love. You can't lead the people if you don't love the people. All the people, wealthy, poor, sick, healthy. And so I don't hate on people with wealth. I want people to succeed. I want there to be a Madam C.J. Walker or Oprah. I want there to be an entrepreneur who their invention changes the world. But they don't need us to be gutting money away from the families that you're talking about, the recovering alcoholic, the person with a disability. The idea that we're cutting things that help that generosity of our country, to give greater tax cuts to people that are enjoying this last 25 years, the wealth that has accrued to the top quintile of our country, is beyond the imaginations of even a generation, my parents' generation, that there should be that concentrations of wealth. And now we're going to give them the majority of our tax cuts, creating a bigger deficit. And so that's where that incongruency, right? Your faith tradition and what you're seeing now that you are in this body.
Yeah. Well, let me say, you know what? So I don't find the two to be incongruent. The idea that someone could be able to aspire to wealth, because like you, I want people to live beyond their wildest dreams. We're not here saying that we don't believe that people should live beyond. I don't want them to live on the margins. I think that all of us want the same things for our families. That's the other truth.
Yeah.
Is that all of us want the same things for our families, whether you have it right. My grandmother wanted for me what grandmothers all across America want for their grandchildren, is to live better than the generation that came before them. And I think, and so that I desire that as well for all of the people that we represent. But like you said, the truth of it is that we all want the same things. And the way that people are able to really experience the American dream very often is they start somewhere. you know, for those who, and we don't all come here, but we understand this, is that we don't all start the same leg of the race. That's just a reality. And again, this is not by way of race, it's not by way of gender. There are people all across our country right now who are struggling, but desire, like all of us, that their kids and grandchildren should be able to do better than them. I've met these people. I've met the farmers in my state who work exceedingly hard, who wake up each day, who get out and they work hard because they believe, like we do, that if you just work hard and you do the right things, that maybe your grandchildren can be sitting on these steps someday, right? But to, in this moment, you know, to look out and to disregard those who are in need. We think about those who, by the grace of God, how many of us know whether or not you'll need to be in a nursing home at some point in your life? That's what Medicaid does for so many. And
about half.
About half, yes.
Of the people in nursing homes are on Medicaid.
That's right. And whether you're on Medicaid or not, if you dramatically burn Medicaid to the ground, you're going to shut down that nursing home. That impacts everybody. Or if you shut down that hospital, that impacts everybody. I'm so thankful, Senator, that you made the point about what we all want for the American people, which I think is that, listen, if you work hard and play by the rules, here in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, you should be able to live a comfortable life, provide for your family, purchase a home, educate your children, have access to health care, go on vacation every now and then, one day retire with grace and dignity. That's not too much to ask. It's what we want to provide for everyone. But instead of leaning into that vision of bringing the American dream to life, this Republican budget is actually doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's doing the exact opposite.
Can I ask you to stay with us?
Yeah.
For a little while, because we want to bring up somebody that's just came, Becky Pringle.
Oh, there she is,
Yes.
my sister.
Let me say hi to Becky.
Yes, I'm pretty excited, and maybe she could come up. Or we. This is the first time we rose from our sit-in.
There she is.
Yes. Come on. No, you hold that mic.
Okay.
You hold that mic.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Very good to see you.
Come on, we don't break the conversation. We
They said we're going to keep. Oh, okay, we keep talking.
Come over here, Becky, President.
We're walking, we're talking. You're going to hold my hand.
I'm going to hug.
There we go. Oh, you're going to hug me, too.
I'm going to hug you, too. Well, we're all sitting down. You two sit.
Don't let me fall.
I'm not going to let you fall. I'm not going to let you fall. My stunt double just left.
We're going to bring the stunt double in a minute.
Okay.
We're going to bring the stunt double in a minute.
Okay. So we're putting people on the spot here. Okay. We didn't introduce you.
You didn't
fully.
tell me you were going to put me on the spot now. Senator.
This is early Sunday morning.
Two senators against an 8th grade science teacher.
You know what? Get on the other side of her. Let's
We're
putting you in a Senate sandwich. Put you in a Senate sandwich.
Now, you know I taught middle school students. So
We misbehaved in the Senate far worse than in the municipal class.
You got that right.
Okay, we're going to want to introduce you because you represent the people on the front lines every day of the future. They are the people that are the bridges in many ways building towards what America's going to look like tomorrow, our teachers. And I'm grateful for you. But I want to talk, because this is a faith conversation too, the intersection of faith and politics. And we've been getting a little black church up in here. And so so before we
I'm at the
talk,
right place.
I just like, what faith tradition were you raised? How did that shape your own sort of moral core, what you stand and believe in, and maybe even affected what you did with your life? Could you talk to me about that?
Absolutely. So you know, I grew up in Philly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go Birds.
The problem is I'm the northern. I'm
world
northern
champion.
Jersey.
I know.
I'm a Giants guy.
I'm the world champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
Born and raised, and I went to a small Black Baptist church in North Philly.
Okay.
And in our church, we had a practice where the kids would always have to say pieces. Easter pieces, Christmas pieces.
Yes. Hakeem and I were talking about that.
I came from a large family. My father had 12 brothers and sisters. All of his sisters thought they were.
A lot of cousins.
Oh, a lot of cousins. A lot of people. But all of his sisters, 8 of them, thought they were my mother.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So every time they came in my house, they said, Becky Sue, get up on the landing and say your piece.
Oh, wow.
My goodness. So I grew up in the church understanding that it was important to know your voice, to find your voice and how powerful your voice was. And if it was steeped in your tradition, in your faith, that there was nothing you could overcome. And as I was coming to join you, you know, it is Sunday morning. It's
Yes.
Sunday, right?
Yes.
You know, I've been
Yes.
traveling so
It's a
much.
day.
I thought, Becky, you need to take a text.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a text with you.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
all
going
right,
to frame
let's-
everything I say.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
I don't feel no ways tired.
Yeah.
You know that's from a Negro
Yes,
spiritual,
yes.
and you know the background of that spiritual is that even though we were suffering from hard times, and we certainly are suffering from hard times right now, right?
Yes.
All the hate and the division,
Yes.
all of the unjust things that are happening, even with that,
Yes.
we're not going to give up. We're not going to give up. We're going to have hope. We're going to have faith
Yes.
because we know we've come too far, right?
Love it.
Yes.
We've come too far, and
Amen.
we're not going back.
Far from where I started.
Uh-oh,
from.
come on now.
Nobody told me that the road would be easy, but I don't believe
he brought me this far to leave me.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but that is Stony, the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod. I mean, we have come through the way of the tears, the tears have been watered. I mean, this has been a hard path, and you have seen hardship and pain. And church was a place where we came together with our brokenness, and found healing, but found strength in the broken places too.
We did, and we found community. You know, that's a word we're using more now, but we knew that. We knew that we were not alone, and that in community, we were strengthened. And that's what you're seeing all over the country. And quite honestly, around the world, you saw that rally on the 5th. You saw that. Millions and millions of people saying, hands off, hands off.
Yes.
Our public schools, hands off our kids, promise of money and resources and the opportunities to succeed. So we understand the power of community through our upbringing in the church.
Yes. And so you've been fighting. Well, tell me about, why did you choose teaching? Why did you choose the profession that you so nobly represent?
I always wanted to be a teacher. Now, just sitting here reminds me, I used to make my two sisters play school on the front step of our North Philadelphia home. We had 6 steps, and if they were on the first step, if they get all the lessons right, they would graduate to the next step. That's right. And when they got to the 6th step, then if they did everything right, they would actually get promoted.
So you were the
Yes,
teacher.
I was a teacher. I don't know why my older sister put up with it, because she beat me up on a regular basis, but they did. So I can't even remember a time when I didn't want to be a teacher.
Right? And where do you think it came from?
Well, my dad, we had a couple of teachers in our family, but my dad didn't go to school, didn't have that opportunity. He had to work 3 jobs to raise his kids. And he went to school when my sister graduated from college, from high school.
Oh, wow.
And went and studied to be a teacher. So he was a history teacher. Now, I will tell you, he did not want me to follow in his footsteps, because he said, Becky Sue, you'll never make any money, and you won't get the respect that teachers deserve. And I defied him. That was not good. And I became a teacher. And I can remember when I was elected as an officer of NEA, he came to the convention and he said, I was wrong. I was wrong.
God. Yeah.
You have the opportunity to fight for kids all over this country now, and that's what we're doing.
You know, it was funny. You said I just have to share this story. You said you taught your sisters. Well, you know what I did with my sister? I would preach. So I spent all this time in church with my grandmother. And in fact, we'd go to a morning service.
So you preached to your sister, and John Lewis preached to the chickens.
Yeah, see this? Yeah, so we spend all this time in church. We go in the morning and then go to the corner store, get a little candy and everything, and we go back to the afternoon service. So when I went home with my sister, she would be the choir. She'd bring the church announcements, and then I'd bring the word. I'd come in, and I'd stand at my grandmother's house at the top of the stairs and be the person, and I would pick a scripture, and I'd be there preaching. So, you know, but so it is, the faith is what brings us all together.
But it's also
and it's so many.
But it's also a training ground, right? Like
yeah.
for future leaders. I mean, the church, you get a constant demonstration, and I've listened to all of you speak, and I'm sorry, I hear echoes of pastors preaching. We all seem to be pulling from a
Yes.
rhetorical style.
That's
Like
right.
we were taught.
Call and
preaching
response.
without a license.
We're preaching without a license, all of us.
Yeah.
Okay, so we started here 2 hours ago, and before the sun came up, Hakeem and I sat down, and we wanted
It
to
was
center.
cold, y'all.
It was cold, colder than it is now.
Colder.
But we wanted to invite people in the conversation. We're getting some more people in the plaza. We appreciate that.
good.
Yeah.
We are asking people to direct message their stories, their faith stories, their concerns about this moral urgency, how this bill that we're talking about might impact them. Because Congress is coming back from a long 2-week break.
Yep.
Tomorrow we start again. The Republican leader has said that they are going to try to get this done this work period, which means kicking the bill over to the Senate. The bill, we already know because of their assignment to various committees that they have to cut $880 billion is the assignment, and I'm not on your turf right now, the assignment to cut $180 billion, and we know the only way to do that really is to attack programs
No,
like
that's exactly right. I mean, so the budget bill sets forth all of these cuts that various committees have to make. And the $880 billion cut was assigned to the Energy and Commerce Committee. Now, the Energy and Commerce Committee has jurisdiction over Medicaid. And so every independent observer understands, despite the Republicans trying to run away from this fact, that if you say to the Energy and Commerce Committee that you've got to cut $880 billion, that means Medicaid. That's the only way to do it. And in fact, independent agencies, including the Congressional Budget Office, have affirmed that reality. So now that we're entering into the committee process, it's going to be much harder for House Republicans to run away from this fact that they are trying to visit upon the American people the largest Medicaid cut in American history, which will be devastating.
And so this is where I want to get it to you, because I always wondered, and maybe you all know this in Maryland and New York, we say to a kid, the school's going to provide you a book. It's going to provide you a desk. These are essential to learning. But one thing we don't talk about is how essential nutrition is to learning.
Yeah.
Having access to food, access to school, to lunch, to eat during it. And there's been so much evidence that shows you if you don't have proper nutrition, you can't learn and absorb.
That's right.
And so when we're talking about on that chopping block includes things like SNAP.
That's right.
Includes things like they've already cut school lunch programs. They've already gone after. And this is what gets me kind of angry as one of the voices in the Senate that's loud about things that sort of overlap a little bit with Robert Kennedy about this idea of healthy foods, access to nutritious foods. Why do we subsidize the highly processed stuff and make it harder to achieve healthy fruits and vegetables? So don't tell me you believe in MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, and then cut the funding that gets people access to the healthy, fresh food. So you're a teacher. I'm out of my depth when I talk about the House side. I'm way out of my depth when I talk in your universe. But can you talk a little bit about this absurdity of a nation that is going to send kids out to a globally competitive, knowledge-based environment and is not doing the things to make the soil nurturing for them to actually learn from?
So, yes, but I want to go back to Medicaid for just a minute because
please.
it's all connected. You know that the majority of our kids in our schools get their health care from Medicaid?
Yep, over 40%.
There are people who don't know that. Yeah. So let's start there. The kids don't have the access to health care, so we know they can't learn. So now let's go on to the meals. We worked so hard in the last administration to get elected leaders to understand that it wasn't only about making sure that we provided meals, but it was healthy meals. And so we trained educators on how to do scratch cooking. It was an incredible success. Now, some people don't, when they hear that term, they don't know what that means. But my mom actually was the head cook at the Head Start Center in one of the Head Start Centers in Philly.
Really?
Yes, yes. And she could do some. Let me tell you, my mother, what she could do with government-issued cheese would make you want to slap your mother, not mine. But I'm telling you, all of the people, all the administrators downtown Philly would find their way to my mom's Head Start Center that day before Thanksgiving, because I'm telling you, but we
Did you
knew
grow
from
up in Philly? Is that where you grew up?
Oh yeah,
All right.
yeah.
The Illadale.
Do I have to say it again? Go Birds!
A lot of Philly fans out here.
Go Birds! Come on now, don't make me start saying the chant.
Oh,
E-A-G. Okay, see. But we knew from a young age, we saw the little kids, right? It was the only meal they would get.
Yeah.
That was the meal they would get. And from our entire lives, we saw kids putting meals into their backpacks,
Yes.
eating half of their lunch. And everyone saw the light shining during the pandemic, when we would set up stations in parking lots and everything. And it wasn't just the kids coming. It was parents coming. It was whole families coming.
Yes.
So we understand how important school meals are to them. And when I saw that, Hakeem, all I could say, and this is what I keep saying, who doesn't want to feed the babies? Who doesn't want to feed the babies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to do that? Right. We know, and that's what I've been saying to folks, follow the money. You need to follow the money, because that'll tell you what you value.
Yes.
And when you're telling me you're not going to feed the children,
Yes.
we know what you do and you don't value. We know they can't learn if their stomachs are growling. And you don't need to make a case. You don't need a case study for that. Everybody knows that. Yeah. You can't focus when you're hungry. Our kids absolutely need the federal government doing its part to make sure they have everything they need to learn. And being fed, being healthy,
Yes.
all of that makes a difference in whether or not they are ready to learn every day.
And by the way, the why, I just keep wanting to reinforce the why. This bill that's being put through to my senator and my congressperson is going to achieve the benefits for who? They're cutting from this, but what are they
For the billionaires. Yeah.
It's a GOP tax scam, and it's based off of what they previously did in 2017, where they actually moved the bill through the House and the Senate. Donald Trump signs it into law during the previous administration, where they set in motion legislation where 83% of the benefits would go to the wealthiest 1%. And now they're doubling and tripling down on that approach.
83% of the benefits
That's right.
of the last Donald Trump tax plan went to the wealthiest 1%, you said?
Set in motion, those benefits going to the wealthiest 1% over that 10-year window of the bill.
Right.
And that was reckless. It did nothing to actually help everyday Americans. And what's interesting is that you've got Elon Musk talking about Social Security being a Ponzi scheme. No, Project 2025 was a Ponzi scheme, because you spent, President and others on the other side of the aisle spent all of last year saying that they were going to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans.
Yeah, right. Wasn't that
Right?
the...
Because we do need to build an affordable economy. That's what the four of us are committed to doing. And housing costs and child care costs and grocery costs, they're all too high. But all you do is promise that costs are going to go down, including saying it's going to drop on day one.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then lie about Project 2025 as if it doesn't exist. And now here's the Ponzi scheme. You spent all of this year implementing Project 2025, assaulting the economy, assaulting democracy, assaulting the rule of law, assaulting our veterans, and have done nothing to lower the high cost of living. And now you're doubling and tripling down on that extreme approach by trying to jam this budget down the throats of the American people.
Yeah, and nothing we've seen so far addresses the promise that was made, like you said. I mean, nothing about it has anything to do with working class people. It has nothing to do with how to help middle class families. None of it. Not absolutely. We haven't seen any evidence whatsoever that there's any care or concern about bringing down the cost of living for everyday hardworking people. And you know what? And the question that people are asking, and we should just go ahead and answer it, is do we have an obligation to care about the people we're talking about? Should we care about veterans? Absolutely. We know that our veterans, when we think about, for example, the people who have been fired in this federal government, a third of them are veterans who work in the federal government.
That's right.
When we think about whether or not our children can eat, you know, whether or not we have benefits for our seniors who worked for them. Social Security is not a give me. It's something that they worked for. They earned it. You know, again, we talked about Medicaid, about our children. Over 40% of the people on Medicaid are children. And the question is whether or not we are bound to care. We absolutely are bound to care. And you know what? And don't take just our faith. Go to almost any faith. Doesn't it teach that? You know, I think about Hakeem Prince. The last voice you heard at the March on Washington before Dr. King spoke at the March on Washington was a rabbi. And he said the most profound thing when he said, you know, God created us as each other's neighbors. But the concept of neighbor is not a geographic term, it's a moral one. And so that you have a moral obligation to care about how other people fare, not just these billionaires, and it's antithetical to everything that we believe as Americans. We believe that all of us have a God-given right to the fruits of this country. But, you know, and so who should we care? We absolutely must care. As Hakeem Prince, who said we're each other's neighbors. But I think about the great Malik Aziz, who is the chief of police here in Prince George's County, who said also that there's no us against them. There's only us, you know. And so in this moment, when we're asking, you know, whether we should care, we absolutely must care.
Let me read you from that speech. This is Rabbi Prince.
Yes.
Who talked about it. He said, when I was a rabbi of the Jewish community in Berlin, under the Hitler regime, I learned many things. The most important thing I learned under those tragic circumstances was that bigotry and hatred are not the most urgent problem. The most urgent problem is silence.
Yes.
A great people which had created a great civilization had become a nation of silent onlookers. They remained silent in the face of hate, in the face of brutality. America must not remain silent. Not merely black America, but all of America. It must speak up and act for the president down to the humblest of us, for the sake of the black community, but not just for the sake of the black community, but for the sake of the image, the dream, the idea, the aspiration of America itself.
Yes.
I mean, that is right now, in many ways, we got to talk about the call that we're making, because right now the four of us, the leader of the minority in the House, the senator from Maryland, the head of the NEA, the largest group of teachers, public school teachers in America, and public school professionals, and the senator from New Jersey, this is not enough. At the end of the day, we've got to get more people involved and understand the threat to our children and the urgency to act, because they have power, but the power of the people is greater than the people in power, but we got to use that power, right?
We absolutely do. And Angela, we are having a conversation.
Yes,
Madam Senator.
Yeah, no,
Angela, yes, we're on first name basis this morning.
When you were sharing that, you know, we all can quote scriptures from the Bible, and the one that I thought about, that just the very end, the greatest of these is love.
Yep.
The greatest of these is love. Dr. King talked a lot about that throughout his entire life, and we understand that if we love, then we will do what's right. And all of us have that opportunity. For us as educators, we understand that in this moment, at this time, our role is not only to teach the children, our role actually is to educate folks on what a democracy is and what you have to do to protect a democracy. You know, this is the greatest assault on public education that we've ever seen in this country.
Yeah.
The dismantling of the Department of Education, all of what's happening, taking the money, that's already happening, and students are already suffering. So let's be clear about that.
Even higher ed.
And higher ed, on all of it, the freedom to teach, the freedom to learn. We need to understand, and we take seriously our responsibility to teach people what is happening right now, because that's the first step in an authoritarian reign, is to take away the right for society to be informed, for them to make critical decisions and collaborate in their problem solving. That's what's happening right now as they are taking more and more funds from our public schools. But make no mistake, as educators, we also understand how important it is to tell real stories about real kids in real schools, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We want everyone to join us May 1st. We're going to be here in D.C. and all over this country and around the world.
That's May 1st.
Lifting up our
May
voice.
1st.
May 1st. May Day. May Day.
May Day.
May Day. Workers, to your point, workers around the country are going to be standing up and demanding dignity and respect.
Okay, before you leave me, I want to say she's got to get a plane. This is the second person coming here that changed their travel plans to come and be here on these steps to sit in with us for a little while. We hope more people will come actually and sit in or be at home. Turn this on, listen to it while you're going about your day. Keep checking in. But I just want to ask you one question before you go.
Yes.
Because we just sang a little bit, but she originated the hymn that we sang a little while ago. Do you have a favorite song that you or artist that you play when you need some righteous inspiration? Or at least not your favorite. I don't want to put that make you name the top. Just somebody that you lean on.
Somebody, I think,
or some song.
Song, yeah. What is it?
Song, a hymn. Oh my goodness. Blessed Assurance.
There you go.
Assurance, yeah.
Blessed
What a
Assurance.
foretaste of.
Yeah.
Well,
Blessed Assurance. And I know we got this.
Yes.
Together we got this, and I know we have it because our students, our babies, are depending on us to be worthy of them.
So I'm opening my wallet because this was given to me years ago. It's all wrinkled, but when you said, "Feel no ways tired," this is one of my favorite Bible verses. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength.
Yes.
They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. As you fly off,
Isaiah.
I'm going to send you, Isaiah. Yes, Isaiah. I want you to mount up with wings and fly safely. May God give you traveling mercies, and may you stay strong in the fight. You inspire me. You give me strength. You're one of those voices out in America that every time I see you, I hear you, I get more steel in my resolve.
Amen.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We
you
appreciate
all
Thank you
for
so
standing up
much.
for our
Right.
kids.
Yeah, thank you.
I know you
so
won't
much.
stop
We won't.
because we won't let you.
All right.
Yeah, we will
Just
not.
saying.
We
I
will
did
not
say I
let
was from Philly, right? Well, thank you.
Travel
Keep it up.
safely.
Did I bring anything?
Travel safely. Be careful on these stairs. Be careful on the stairs.
Yes, I will take
Keep
your
the-
hand,
You want the
ma'am.
microphone?
Yeah, I want my mic back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Don't
I
do
have
that
one
on
other thing I tell you before I go to church here.
All right.
You travel
Yeah, slide
safely,
over,
my
slide over,
sister.
Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, slide over.
All right, we got one last thing I want to just
hold
one.
right there, because we want to bring in somebody into this conversation as you tell us this last thing. We've been joined by a member of the House. We got to even this out.
We got
Ah, yeah.
He's a good friend, the congressman from the great state of Indiana.
Indiana.
My man.
All
Andre
right.
Dawson.
Good morning.
Happy birthday, Doppelganger.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
I'm his stunt double, folks.
That's right.
When things get rough in Indiana,
Yeah.
he taps me in.
Absolutely.
I go,
Good
so call
morning.
me Andre. I know you have
I'm
to
going to go on to
church.
church. Before I do, can I just share one other thing? I don't. Have you all ever read something that I thought about when we think about like why we are even in this moment and the greatest threat I think we face right now? There is a poem called "The Cold Within."
The cold
The
within.
Cold Within.
I don't know that.
It is so profound and so relevant in this moment. And it essentially talks about these 6 people who are around a fire. And they're in a perilous condition.
Okay.
Really threatened, really their lives are at risk because they're all going to freeze outside. And they each have something that is critical to the other's survival. They have an ember that they can throw in this fire. But they look around, they're so skeptical of each other in the moment.
Yeah.
There's a degree of selfishness there. And in the end, if you have a chance to go and read it, it is something that will really stir you right now. And what it says is in the end, they each have this log, and it says essentially they don't die because of the cold without. They die because of the cold within.
Come on.
Wow.
That's good.
And the
Wow.
hardening of the heart right now. And it is the most profound
They
message.
don't die because of the cold outside,
So good.
but the cold they have in their hearts that they're not
Yes.
sharing and building the fire.
Yeah, and it is, and it's. I wish I could remember it, but if you have the chance to go look at it, I think it's what we have to remind people in this moment. That is what our country cannot risk.
That's right.
I think of everything we discuss right now, it is the cold that is developing within, an indifference to the suffering of others, an indifference to the condition of others, no matter what that condition is. Because remember, we're talking now about these tax breaks and talking about taking away from the poor, but it is still, if we allow ourselves as a country to become so hardened to each other,
Yes.
I think that's what we cannot survive. So, but I want to say thank you so much to our leader and senator and Mr. Congressman. Thank you all so much for being out here. We're going to pray our way.
Well, what would you lead us in a prayer before you leave?
Oh, I would love to. Oh, Heavenly Father, we thank you, God. We thank you, Lord. We trust you, God. You are our resurrected and reigning Redeemer, God. And we just thank you, God, for your power. We thank you for your grace. We thank you, Lord, for just opening up another day to all of us. We ask, God, right now that you would be with us in our country. God, that you would not only bless every person in our country, but you bless those who lead. God, that you would just turn the hearts, God, of every leader right now and incline us toward you. Incline us, Lord, to the message that you gave us so many years ago, God, that you remind us, Lord, that they will know us, God, by our love. We believe it, Lord. We believe, God, that we are called to care not just for those who are around us, but to care for those who we don't yet know. God, the Macedonia call for justice that you spoke about, God, that talked about caring not only for those who love you, but for those who hate you, God. We call upon you, God, we just ask you to give us that kind of courage right now. And so we ask, God, that you would bless us as we continue to move forward. To give us the wisdom and the courage, Lord, to make the right decisions, to care for those who are poor and suffering, to care, God, for those who are rich and lonely. God, that you would just help us, Lord, as a country, to be all that you have called us to be, Lord, to stand, Lord, as the leader across the world, God, as an example of your love, God. And so we just pray, Lord, for all of our leaders right now, God. We believe in you. We know, God, that there is nothing too hard for you, that you, God, can do anything but fail. And so we just put it all in your hands, all in your hands. We know, Lord, that you have the final say, God, and we believe, Lord, that in all of these circumstances, God, that you are going to win, that you will prevail, Lord. If not in this moment, we know, God, that it is coming. And so we ask, God, that you would comfort those who are afraid right now. Comfort those who have lost their jobs and who are wondering, God, how they will put food on the table. Comfort those, God, who are in nursing homes, who are wondering right now, God, how these Medicaid cuts will affect them. Protect our veterans, Lord, that you would continue to provide for them. And for all of those who are afraid in this moment, who are angry, God, we ask that you would just be with us, Lord. We know it, that all of these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Senator and an evangelist.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
all right. I love you all. And thank
All
you
right,
so
love you,
much
sis.
for being out here.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you
Oh.
for being out here.
Thank you.
so much, Mr.
Give our best
Congressman.
to everybody.
All right.
Enjoy the word.
Yeah, I will. Thank you so
All
much.
right now.
All right. You're surrounded by the big, bold, and bald.
I won't add in the other B, but yes.
All right, there you go. Andre Carson in the building.
I'm happy to be with my brother. This is a boy band right here. I think
we just need to add Albie Shaw.
we got to bring the 80s back. All right, my man Al B. God bless you. Chris Williams in here and everything.
Now, this is one of my closest friends,
No doubt.
in the Congress. So I want you to tell your story.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about the different faith traditions, those that stem from Abraham, of course,
Sure.
Jewish faith tradition, the Christian faith tradition, the Muslim faith tradition.
Yeah.
You were the second Muslim American ever elected to the United
sir.
States Congress, our good brother,
You're
Keith
the
Ellison.
second?
After brother
Only
Keith
the second.
Ellison, yeah.
Yeah. Attorney General Keith Ellison before he served as AG, of course. He was elected to Congress. I think maybe came to Congress maybe about 2 or 4 years before you got here.
Probably a year and a half. We're classmates, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell us your story.
Well, I was born in Indianapolis. My wonderful mother, educated, brilliant, like my best friend, she unfortunately suffered from schizophrenia.
And can you guys hold on? If people want to sit on the steps here,
Yeah.
I feel like don't be shy if you
It's a
can't hear.
neighborhood.
Andre Carson's got a great story. I just don't know how the wind is
I don't
affecting
know.
people's ability to hear this.
Yeah,
we're going to
come
turn on the speakers
Come
soon.
closer. Come closer.
But come closer
That's
if
okay.
you want to hear. I see Maya Wireless.
Oh, hey, Professor, come on in here.
No, that's okay.
Come
Come
on.
sit with us and listen closer.
Come on.
You can get up on these steps. Come on, stand
Yeah.
lord over us, Maya.
That's right. That's right.
We know you believe in hierarchy.
Except I didn't get the memo on the black.
No, spice it up. Spice it up.
All right. And
That's
come
where
on,
red is.
come on up.
You
Come
got
on
another
up. We gotta
Delta.
get. We're gonna have all faiths represented now.
I love that.
I love it. I
Come
love
sit-
it. Good to
come
see
sit
you.
on the top tier.
Hey, Randy.
You have a real job. Get up here on the hierarchy.
How are you?
I'm good now.
How
Good to
are
see you.
you, my dear?
I'll get up for the hug.
Oh, how are you?
Good. Thank God.
Good.
Come on, sit next to Maya. We're
This
here
is
at
good.
Andre.
This
Andre,
is good.
bring it in.
This is good.
My dear.
Yes.
I love it.
Mint.
Yeah.
I see more people showing up. This is great.
This
Come,
is great.
Feel free to come
Yeah.
closer, everybody.
Come
You wanna
closer.
hear?
Come closer.
Yeah, come closer. Okay.
Yeah.
So, God, Andre, go ahead.
Born-
I did not know you were the second.
I'm the second. Yeah.
Do you know? I didn't know this until I got to Congress. We never had a Muslim judge until I nominated one to the President of the United States
That's
on
right.
the district court
You sure
From New
did.
Jersey, right?
from New Jersey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Sure did. Yeah.
Yes.
Pioneer.
Yes.
I remember Keith and I coming to visit you as mayor with some of your fellow Muslim donors and
Yes.
friends. And we had a great time. And I think you had just finished coming from the gym, but you took time out in your office. And at that time, we left you to go to a home. And Imran Khan was in that home. I didn't know who he was. I thought he looked like a Pakistani Richard Gere. He would later be the Imran Khan who is now incarcerated, who became the head of Pakistan. But it was during that same day.
Wow.
But so I was raised in Indianapolis. My wonderful mother, who was brilliant, held a doctorate. She suffered from schizophrenia, unfortunately. And she had an episode, so she and I wound up in a shelter.
How old were you?
I was 7 at the time, 6 or 7 at the time. And I was placed in a guardian home, and my grandmother got wind, so she raised me. And through that, she was a locally elected official. She lived in a very rough neighborhood, and she introduced me to community. So I was raised by the village. You know about that. And it was through that experience, I went to church with her, a Baptist church. Shout out to Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Church, the great Reverend Jonathan Bailey. Wonderful speaking style, service, very extemporaneous. But for a minute, I was in Catholic school. I was an altar boy. I was headed toward priesthood, and then puberty hit, and I said, "Well, let's rethink this thing." So, but I served under great folks like Father Kelly, Father Fitzgibbon, Father Ramos, and at a very young age, I have Muslims in my family. My great uncle's an imam. I saw the impact that Muslims had on our community, along with some of my theological queries. It really spoke to me at a very young age. And to the chagrin of my grandmother, at the age of 17, I was arrested at a mosque. The mosque was being surveilled, and they would kind of harass the Muslims. And at that time, as a juvenile...
I'm sorry. Like you surveilled by who?
Local law enforcement, local police department. Shout out to IMPD. I later became a cop, which is interesting. But I was arrested along with another young man who was...
what crime? What charges?
Well, they tried to charge us with battery on a police officer resisting arrest and fleeing. And at that time, as a juvenile, you couldn't get released on the weekends. I woke up the next morning in the juvenile facility, and I saw some guys I went to school, I played football with, and I said, "Hey, your sister told me you had moved." He said, "No, I've been here." I said, "Oh, let me get out of here, you know." And so the head of the facility said, "These folks want to make sure you're okay. They won't leave until you're okay." And so I looked out of a window, and the whole parking lot was filled up with folks from the community. You had pastors, you had Muslims, you had artists. And so they released me, and I was popular in school, even though the press wouldn't release my name because I was a juvenile. And that kind of sent me on a trajectory. I was watching my grandmother, but she was still my grandmother, involved in politics and food banks. But it was through that I became involved in community and activism. You know, you can be a revolutionary when you don't have a mortgage, you know.
When you don't have a mortgage.
And so through that and throughout high school and college, I as a young Muslim, I helped with local ministries. Dr. William Hanna, who was a pastor in town, who had the man-to-man program. But it was through that small experience as a child of having been in a shelter that I felt this sense of commitment to giving back to the people. And that looked different. Now, I'm a failed rapper. Hakeem knows this. I'm a failed MC.
I was going
did not know that.
I was going to get to this. I was going to get to
I'm
this.
learning a
I'm
lot.
a failed
man.
MC.
For years.
What was your MC name again?
I went through many names. I was the one-man posse, to give you an 80s reference.
The one
I was in a group
posse.
called the SWAT Team. I was MC Delight, but my man from Stetsasonic had that name, so I had to retract that. I was ADC. I used to be a breakdancer. But I'm most known for being the Juggernaut. I was in a group called XN and then Foothill Cypher. Met Tupac, opened up for Ice Cube, Too Short.
Are you serious?
With a group Catch 22.
That's how we get down in the house.
That's right, man. It's my love for words. I'm a failed rapper, man. I'm a failed rapper.
We do not have in
to
the
talk
Senate.
about
I will say that right
I'm a failed
now.
rapper.
It is a flavor we don't have in the Senate.
Is there a little sample?
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, just what I need. My opponents to use that. You may appreciate the bars, but you know, there are expletives in there. But I know exactly. But watching my grandmother and watching folks in the community kind of informed my sense of activism. I thought as a young man, it was outside agitation, protesting, which is critically important. But as I grew, I realized that you needed outside agitation with some instigation on the inside to produce legislation that's effective and it impacts people in a real sense. And so after college, I became a police officer, ironically. I managed a few campaigns. I ran for school board and lost. That was my first loss. And then I ran for city council. I sat on the council, and then I ran for Congress. My grandmother passed, and she didn't live to see me go to Congress. But it was through that commitment and making friends with people like Hakeem Jeffries and yourself that really reinforces my sense of duty and commitment.
And so your grandmother passed when exactly?
In 2007. I came to Congress in 2008. It took me 5 races. I mean, I ran against fellow Democrats, brilliant people, but I was called terrorist. Obama was running. Keith Ellison was in Congress. So you had 3 sleeper cells running for office, as they framed it, you know. So those were fun times, waking up every day to a blog posting or some
if you had
ad.
to say, what is one of the pieces of wisdom your grandmother left you with in how to get through tough times?
You know, she told me before she passed, she used the carrot and stick, obviously. She's from that tradition of pick out your switch.
Okay. Okay.
But she told me one thing. You know, I was kind of complaining to her. I said, you know, I wish we had a bigger family. I have a lot of cousins now, so that so do you all. But she said, you know, sweetheart, you're going to have to make the world your family the way I did.
Wow.
And I kind of operate in that way of kind of expanding, making the world my family, whether you're Jewish, Christian, Muslim, non-theist. I see the humanity in everyone. I attempt to.
And what was it about Islam? I mean, you were raised exposed to a number of faiths.
Sure.
What was it about Islam that called you?
Well, I think for me it was it calmed some of my theological questioning. Father Fitzgibbon and others at St. Rita helped with that because they were very studied. And shout out to Reverend Bailey too at Tabernacle. But to become a priest, obviously you have to be well studied and versed in theology and those kinds of things. But I think Islam, the work that I saw being done in the community, protecting communities, and of course there are different Islamic faith traditions, as you all know. And I think what spoke to me was the selflessness and the sense of community. When you go into a mosque or a masjid, you see people from all races. Everyone's on the floor. It's all equal. And I think for me, that reaffirmed my sense of community. And that sense of community and giving back to the less fortunate, that's consistent in all of our faith traditions.
Right.
And how do you see this moment right now? Because, you know, we're here on the steps of the United States Capitol with some great leaders from across the nation and the American people with us. And we're preparing to enter into a season where Republicans are trying to jam down the throats of the American people a budget that will take away health care, take away nutritional assistance, take away a lot of the supports for everyday Americans.
Absolutely.
Right? For everyday Americans that we rely upon. What's your view of the moment and what we need to do collectively to be able to get through it?
And I just want to ask you to keep the thread, though, of your faith. Why it is an affront to you, and what do you feel that drives you into this moment from your faith tradition too?
Well, one of the pillars of Islam is zakat, which is charity.
Say it again.
Zakat.
Zakat,
which means charity. I think in this moment, to the leaders' questioning, is understanding that we have an obligation as representatives and advocates. We're not here to lord over you. We're not here to be your ruler or master. We are representatives of your taxpayer interests. For my Republican friends who love to espouse their commitment to their traditions, their faith traditions, the scriptures talks about the least of these. How committed are you to the least of these? Are you so afraid and obsessed with Donald Trump playing in your districts, primarying you, that you would overlook the apparent distress, the apparent food deserts, the apparent impact and devastation that crippling SNAP programs will have on your constituents, perhaps even some of your relatives? Cutting back on Medicaid, cutting back on Medicare is not only unethical, I would say it goes against the Abrahamic traditions of taking care of the downtrodden, the unfortunate, the least of these. And so as Leader Jeffries fights, as you fight, as our advocates fight, we have to raise the point. Are we here to posture? Are we here for the pageantry? Or are we here as Republicans and Democrats to do what's right and be good stewards and caretakers over taxpayer interests?
and actually I think that many people are applauding
Andre Carson.
I'm with the best.
But can I ask you?
Yeah.
So I've had a chance to study a little Islam.
So you're from Jersey, how could you not?
Yeah, I'm from Newark. How could I
come
not?
on,
There's a mosque on my corner.
And Brooklyn, don't get me started.
Yeah, call the service. I'm
Fulton Street.
Yes.
Come on. Oh, whoa, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But they're first of all, my favorite Muslim poet was a man named Muhammad Ali.
Ooh,
and
the greatest.
that great poem, 2 words, me, we.
Woo! Woo!
But it actually reflects an ideal within Islam of the oneness of humanity.
Absolutely.
That there may be different faiths.
Sure.
But there's a oneness in humanity.
Yeah.
What you do to another, you do to me.
That's right.
That's a very big part of the faith, yes?
It is. Even in Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him's last farewell address, he mentioned that there is no superiority over the white, over the black, or the Arab, or the non-Arab. All are one. And even in the Quran, it says, we created you in tribes and nations that you may know one another. If flowers have variations in different colors, why can't human beings? The same with animals, you know. And I think that when we get past our own mythologies, when we get past our own histories, when we get past what we think makes us better than one another, we can see our commonality, we can see our humanity. And at the end of the day, we want safer communities. We want access to affordable health care. We want to feel like we have some kind of trajectory in life that gives us a great standard of living. And so our issues are universal. Our methodologies may vary.
But you cannot not care. Like if there's a whole big boat, there's a hole under your seat.
Come on.
I cannot not care about that hole.
Come on.
It doesn't affect me.
Absolutely.
Right? And so if there are children in, Indiana
Sure.
or New Jersey or New York that are suffering, to think that we live in some kind of walled area, that's not going to affect my life.
Wow.
In addition to that, the wealthiest nation on the planet,
Yeah.
the fact that we would have so much child poverty.
That's right.
And what is child poverty? It's a moral obscenity, right?
I think King said it best, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice
Woo!
everywhere.
Come on now.
So if you see injustice, and it's all throughout, this budget that we're going to have to work through
That's right.
and defeat in the next few weeks, it's important for everybody to rise up
Amen.
in defense of their constituents,
Come on
whether you
now.
have a D or a R behind your name. And I think it was also King who made the point that budgets are a reflection of your morality, your values,
Wise.
and the decisions that you make to lift people up or to tear people down.
Ooh, that's so
And
good.
the reality is of this budget that decisions are being made in what has been presented and outlined to tear people down that's immoral.
That's right.
And we need to fight against it with everything we have. And it's great to have a champion like Andre Carson, otherwise known as Juggernaut, in the United States House, the People's House.
Thank you.
To battle with us.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries.
A question though,
Yes, sir.
is there, like, I lean on history often when I think about the president.
Yes, sir.
And moments that somehow we got through. And like, for example, there's a dark moments after we won Brown versus Board of Education.
So true.
There was this massive backlash educationally all throughout the South, where they were literally, entire towns were getting rid of their public schools.
Yes.
And sending kids to private schools.
Yeah.
It was the start of the so-called choice movement.
Choice,
Yes.
that's right.
And so you had this backlash that took generations to do something about. And I think about that period where even though Donald Trump is being stopped in the courts by even 9-0 decisions,
Yes.
he's acting like a defiant George Wallace
Ooh,
that is
ooh, that's
saying,
good.
I don't care what the Supreme Court says.
Yeah.
I'm still going to be doing these things and these practices.
Wow.
He's taking back money. He's in court now, but once he destroys a program like Meals on Wheels,
Yeah.
that we in both houses, both chambers, Republicans and Democrats had funded, he's
right.
clawing that money back. That's a violation of separated powers. It reminds me again of other people that have tried to undermine. So I'm wondering if you have a moment in history that you look at and what the people did there as to inform what we should do now.
Well, there are many moments. That's a great question. I mean, I even look at ending slavery, and it wasn't just legislators who did it. You had movements on the ground. You had the abolitionist movement on the ground. You had Frederick Douglass. You had the feminist movement on the ground. You had women's lib on the ground. Even the desegregation of the military. It took movements on the ground to force Harry Truman to do the right thing. Movements on the ground to allow President Johnson to do what he had to do in terms of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. It even took movements on the ground for us to elect the first black president. Who knows? We may be sitting with the next black president. But it takes movements on the ground, and it takes a collective of people to get the job done.
And so you said Frederick Douglass, I got to quote it.
Come on, let's go.
Okay, if there is no struggle,
Woo!
There's no progress.
There's no progress. Talk to me
those
now.
who profess to favor freedom yet deprecate agitation
Yes, sir.
are like those who want the waters without the awful roar of the ocean,
That's
the
right.
rain without the thunder and the lightning.
That's right.
And so
Duality.
this understanding that you have to fight,
Yes.
you have to stand up.
Yes.
That apathy is the danger here.
Absolutely.
Indifference is the poison here.
Absolutely.
That leaders will get away with everything they can. You know, what did Frederick Douglass said, that the limits of tyranny are prescribed by the endurance of those who they want to impress.
And it's important for the American people to understand that this flood the zone strategy, the parade of horribles that is being unleashed on the American people daily, sometimes hourly, is all part of an intentional strategy to try to convince the American people that it's all inevitable.
That's right.
And that nothing can stop it. But that's the furthest thing from the truth.
That's right.
And we're seeing in the Congress, we're seeing in the courts, we're seeing in communities all across the country, people rise up in principled opposition.
Absolutely.
And that's important. We got to break through this notion that it's all inevitable, because it's not. And in fact, as you talked about, Cory, that what we've seen almost immediately, and we have Maya Wiley with us, and we look forward to talking about some of the efforts by the legal community to push back. I think at this point, and we're not even at the 100-day mark, there have been more than 200 lawsuits filed against over 100 different unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders.
That's right.
And there have been at least 100 different judicial decisions freezing in place
That's right.
the actions that Trump is trying to take through preliminary injunctions, temporary restraining orders, or decisions that get closer to finality. So the principled opposition is real, and it's happening in many different places. And this notion of inevitability is something that people who tend toward authoritarianism try to project across the society. Nothing can be further from the truth.
So can I ask, like, some brave people to come sit on these
Yeah.
two steps?
Oh, that's good.
Come on up.
That's good.
A fellow bald-headed black man.
That's right. Come on now. Come on, brother.
now.
Tribesman.
Make
Yeah.
me feel
tribe member.
Make me not look so bad. You're a little too
Salam,
skinny.
rahmatullah. Good to see you, my brother.
You're a little
How you
too
doing,
in shape.
sister? Good to see you.
But I think, come on in. Pull it in a little close. Come on. You've been giving me the best smiles out there. What's your name?
My name's Charles.
Charles, where you from?
I'm from upstate New York.
All right.
I went
Right.
to school here in D.C. at American University.
Are you guys all American University?
All right. All right.
All right.
I'm from Jersey.
You're from
Jersey's in
Jersey?
the house.
Where in Jersey?
Jackson Township in Ocean County.
Listen, who doesn't know Jackson Township? Great adventure, right? Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And where are you from?
California.
All
I mean, that's
right.
like saying I'm from like Eastern Canada. Where in California?
I'm from San Diego.
From San Diego. Okay, very
And what part of upstate New York you from?
I'm from the Catskills area,
Okay,
Congressman Josh Riley's district.
Okay, I got you.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Good new member.
Right.
Sullivan?
And there's a lot of people that are not as courageous that have not come up. There's some spots here if there's anybody that wants to come a little closer. But okay, so I don't know what the order is. We got
Yeah,
through the more
yeah.
powerful people.
Yeah. That's my
here.
cue.
Andre, you don't have to leave if you don't want to, man. You can hang out.
Well, listen, this is kind of Sesame Street-esque and being on the block in Jersey and Brooklyn. I feel good in Indiana.
Yeah,
you know?
That's right.
Yeah,
I'll bring
I'll
Ray-
pass the
you wanna
mic.
bring Ray
Yeah, just
in?
pass the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you very much for coming up.
It was so great
What
hearing
an
you.
honor. Thank you. What an honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, be
Ray,
easy.
hold on. Yeah.
You want us?
Yeah, come in the middle.
I love this. I think this is the first time I've ever sat on the steps of the
Yeah.
Capitol. Is it the first time you've sat on the steps?
Definitely.
Have you never saw the Capitol?
I've never.
I
Oh, well,
think I would have been arrested.
I've
if I
gotten
had
arrested.
sat.
Wait, no, excuse me. I've gotten arrested sitting on the steps
Well,
of
we
the
won't
Capitol.
arrest you, but
my,
I do.
my bad.
But you
But
do know the
those
song.
steps.
I'm just a bill. I'm only a bill, and I'm sitting
Here
here
on
on
Capitol Hill.
Hill. No, everybody stop. Nobody knows the rest of the
Nobody knows the
song.
rest of it.
That's how I first learned about what it takes to get a bill passed, and it seemed too hard to me back then. But you and I have worked across the aisle in partnership with these people to get some good legislation passed.
Absolutely.
But we are sitting with somebody who I as much as I love and respect her, she married up. You
Yes.
have to, you
I certainly did.
You married up. I have been in the I have been in the services. I mean, on a day that we want to talk about faith and faith traditions, you're very qualified by osmosis because you are married to a rabbi.
I mean, thank God.
Yes.
Because
Baruch Hashem. Baruch
exactly.
Hashem.
And she actually wanted me to tell you something that she's doing right now.
Oh my God.
Which is that there's a lot of people. I mean, look, all of us. Her name is Sharon, by the way, Rabbi Kleinbaum. But all of us, the four of us, look, we get to every single day do things directly to try to stop this chaos and this, cruelty.
Yes.
But a lot of people say to her, I'm a regular person, what can I do?
Yes.
And so what she's created is something called the Beacon Project, which is kind of sharing the light. And every Thursday afternoon or evening, 7 o'clock, regardless of time zone, people now go in community, as the congressman had said, and stand together with whatever signs they want to project about what they're thinking. Compassion over cruelty. We love our immigrant neighbors. My sign, which I made a few weeks ago, says protect our kids.
Wow.
And so in communities across the country, Thursday, 7 o'clock, people are standing together with these signs saying, we don't want this. This is not, whether we voted for it or stayed at home or, voted against this is not what we
And
want.
where do they stand?
And so in Teaneck, for example, there's
Teaneck, New Jersey?
Teaneck, New Jersey. They're standing in hundreds. Yes, they're standing in hundreds of different places already. And this is now still by just word of mouth. So in Teaneck, New Jersey, 4 weeks ago, it started with 3 people. This Thursday, there were 50 people there, all with their signs. And so just like we're on the steps right now, it's like we stand, when I'm home, we stand on the corner, I mean, several people do it, on the corner of Academy and Broadway.
Wow.
And, so this is now, it started in like 5 places, and last Thursday it was over 100 places. And so by word of mouth, this is now happening every Thursday from 7 to 7:30, just people gathering and saying, this is not what we want, this is what we want. And our signs say what we want. So she wanted me to make sure, when you can be there on a Thursday, we wanted to invite you to the Tea-Night gathering to make sure.
Now we brought in Randy Weingarten
Yes.
through your very incredible partner and wife and rabbi, but of course you are
Yes.
the president of the American Federation of Teachers. Have been a long-time educator, champion for our public schools and our public school children. How do you see this moment right now, and tell the people some of the things that you're working on to get us through it?
So, thank you. Thank you, the person I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and we need you to be the speaker.
I want to applaud that.
You know, we do. Because, you know, both of you bring together the righteous indignation as we make this fight. And this is Sunday, and this is church on the steps. So part of what we're doing in terms of education is that we have to fight back, but we have to fight back in a way that we bring people with us. I think a lot about King's last book, Chaos versus Community.
Right.
And because what autocrats do, and you know, look, as you both know, I'm a history teacher and lawyer by training and by avocation and love. But what autocrats do is it's not just the inevitability, but they want to create such fright and such fear and such isolation that everyone feels alone.
Yeah.
And that the chaos is about creating that fear and that isolation. And so what we need to do, first and foremost, is to recreate community. And what public schools are is that they become the center of community.
Yes.
What universities are in a campus, it's the center of a community.
Yes.
So immediately watch what they've done. Attack public schools, dismantle the Department of Education, attack universities. And yes, of course, working to fight anti-Semitism is really important, but the pretext of anti-Semitism, instead to use that as a weapon, as a cudgel, to attack every university in America and attack knowledge in America. And what do they fear? They fear critical thinking. They fear problem solving. They fear a knowledgeable citizenry, because a knowledgeable citizenry is what can actually then say, no, this budget is wrong.
Right.
No, this budget doesn't work. No, this budget helps the gazillionaires, not the people. No, you're doing wealth redistribution to those who are already mighty. And they don't want that. So the first thing they did, I mean, in the first 100 days, how do you, as a president of the United States, attack education? How do you do executive order after executive order, including a Dear Colleague letter, which, by the way, we just got 3 injunctions on Thursday. Not 1, not 2, but 3 injunctions that basically said, no, you cannot take money away from poor kids because you want us not to teach Jim Crow. Yeah. Sorry, you can't do that 3 times. And so what
where does that come from? This idea, this desire to erase our history, to sanitize it, whitewash.
Well,
American history.
I mean,
Historyify it.
it's even worse than erasing American history. It's erasing American progress.
Yes.
To answer your question in a shorter way, we're trying to actually.
You got the teacher's privilege right now.
Thank you, thank you.
Sunday morning.
Thank you. We're trying to actually build community, nurture community, make sure both kids and adults, working families feel like they're not alone. That's number 1, safe and welcoming. And then the second is how we educate, and then how we escalate, organize, mobilize, so that people are on the streets and fighting back. Because the way in which you fight back authoritarianism is that you fight back together on the streets. That is the way we can help you in Congress. That's the way. It's great that the courts are doing their job right now. But if the court of public opinion does not do its job, then we cannot just rely in this moment on the courts.
Fair to say in the tradition
Yes.
of the civil rights movement.
Exactly right. And in fact, what I've done with my members a lot is say, look, we've never been through this, frankly, as white Americans in the last 200 some odd years, but black Americans, and particularly in the South, have been through this all the time.
North, too.
The North too. But think about, and I've often looking at my, white colleagues, and I say to them, look, you're not used to somebody knocking on your door and taking you away, or punching the door in and taking you away. And you can see we have to, and we have to meet people where they are. We have to make sure they understand what's going on, but with that knowledge, also create that hope. And that's why I go back to the Beacon Project that Sharon is doing, because it has to be a combination of fighting, being part of community, fighting in the courts and the court of public opinion. And in that way, we help you in Congress do your job to do the fight to ensure that you are that Article 1 body that actually says we have to check the president. This is not what we wanted. So that's what we're trying to do.
But can I just press you on this, because your faith tradition speaks a lot to this idea of individual responsibility
Yes.
in service of the collective.
Yes.
That you stand up, even if you're just an individual, no matter what. One of my favorite parshas of all time is after Moses goes up to the mountaintop, gets the tablets, comes back down, and sees the Jewish people worshiping a golden calf, smashes the tablets. He's angry, and then God says, I will destroy these people and give you new people to lead. And then he snaps back to it and says in Hebrew, Ma cheni na mi sifreka. If you destroy these people, erase me from your book.
Yeah.
God, I want no part of you. And it was so shook me that here is the Torah celebrating somebody that told off God in defense of the people. And it's almost like saying that no matter if it's an act of nature, no matter what the injustice is, you stand up and fight.
Yes.
In that exposition. And yet you have people that do say, I'm just one person. I'm just watching at home. What can I do? And you and I were pointing both to
Exactly.
to Rabbi
Right, to
Avot.
Pirkei Avot. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's not your duty to finish the work, but neither are you at liberty to neglect it.
Exactly.
Great Jewish wisdom there that everybody has to play a role.
Everybody has to do something.
Yes.
But we have to, and this is what we do in education, we have to empower people to feel like they can. Yeah. And the agency, and part of what Trump does, and look, you know this, I was an AP Gov teacher at Clara Barton High School.
That's right.
Part of what the president does is that he says, I alone can fix it. It's the strong men.
Yes.
Part of what education does is we say to kids, to young people, have the confidence. How do we build the confidence? How do we build the agency? That's part of why, when they do a Dear Colleague letter or they do an EO and they say, I'm taking it away from you. You have no power. Only I have power. We have to, part of why I focus so much on community is that through collective action, that's what the labor movement is. Through collective action, we create power. Through doing things together.
Right.
So none of us, so that when we do things alone, they can target us. But together we can accomplish what's impossible to do alone. So it's a combination of how do we work in community? How do we support each other? How do we have some joy and some fun, like what both of you are doing today? And then also, how do we understand what they're doing and fight back in the way in which we can, so everyone feels that they are part of the tapestry?
But you just made a point that just got me all excited when you said the history of the labor movement.
Yes. The Exodus story.
Yes.
The history of
dig at that,
the
please.
history of the labor movement. I love. We just went through Passover and Easter. The history of the labor movement is the Exodus story. I mean, think about it. 400 years, Pharaoh, Egypt, slavery. What happened? People didn't give up. They figured out a way. Now, hopefully, this will not be 400 years. Hopefully, this will be a few months. But at the end of the day, what did slaves do before the Civil War? What did people do between the Civil War, between Juneteenth and the Civil Rights Movement? We create community, and we fight back in community. And then we fight back in the ways that we can, but collectively. And then when we see an opening, we do that together.
Yes.
And so that's why it's the courts for me and the court of public opinion. And when I say the court of public opinion, it's about education. It's about actually telling, having webinars to talk to people about what is authoritarianism. What can people do when somebody knocks on the door of a school, an ICE agent, and says, I want these kids. Yes. And the teachers say, no, yes. Where's your warrant? Where's your judicial warrant? So we are teaching people. A judge being arrested when she said, no, you don't have a judicial warrant.
The deportation of a 2-year-old American citizen to one of the most violent countries in the world. The cruelty absolutely is the point. You make a profound observation. Lincoln, one of our great presidents, of course, one of our greatest presidents, once made the observation that public sentiment is everything.
Exactly.
With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed.
Exactly right.
It's one of the greatest weapons we
believe
that we have to push back against the assault, right, on our way of life, the assault on the rule of law, the assault on the economy, the assault on American democracy. And we're starting to see, public sentiment shift dramatically. Talked about Trump saying, I alone can fix it. And he lied to the American people, particularly about his intentions related to the economy. I'm going to fix the economy. We all agree, we were talking about this earlier, that the cost of living in America is far too high, and we want to do something about it. We want to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. We've got to do it. But instead, he's doing the exact opposite. Not only is he not fixing it, he's unraveling it.
So let me... the one of the things that I've been, and look, as a school teacher, that I've been most concerned about is that truth is undermined at every moment. The disinformation, the misinformation. And so trust becomes really important in order to attack all of this. But we have to get back to truth. And we have to get back to people seeing that there are facts and there is fiction. But I think what's happened is that Trump, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of years ago. Think about what the framers did to try to make the president not a king. Not to have a unitary executive. And Trump is doing the exact opposite. He's using EOs, undermining Congress, using executive orders to try to make it sound like he is all-powerful. But what is now happening is the facts on the ground are showing something completely opposite. When shelves are empty in Walmart or in Costco, when the ports don't have goods, when all of a sudden you still see during Easter that eggs, are $12, $14, $15, so you can't do what you would like to do with eggs. You're seeing that kind of shift when you see that we have a unit in Highland Falls, New Mexico, a hospital where someone died because of poor storage of infectious agents, and NIOSH was doing the investigation, and then they pulled NIOSH away. They pulled health and safety away. Look at what's happening where in Social Security, where people need to go to an office and people need to actually make, to get their Social Security, and all of a sudden somebody finds out they have been deadened. So I think what's happening is then deadened.
I didn't even know that.
I mean, so people are starting to see it and feel it, but this is that moment that we have to connect the dots. Yeah. And you connect the dots, I think, not simply, I mean, I think people understand that this is Trump's economy, and he has taken what was a strong economy, not one that helped everyone, but a strong economy that needed to be strengthened, and put it into a ditch. But our job, I think, and I think this is the advocate's job, not just the congressional job, our job is to help both tell that story, meet people where they are, and again, work in community, which is the antidote to the strongman.
So people criticized King for being a rabble rouser, and he would, and you're disturbing the peace. And he used to say that the absence of violence is not the presence of justice, and that sometimes you have to comfort the disturbed, but disturb the comfortable using creative tension, creative nonviolent protests.
I mean, look at both King and Gandhi. Look at the Salt March. The nonviolent protest is going to be look, April 5th was formidable. We need more nonviolent protest in terms of the fight to show that the people are with the two of you. Right. The people are with the righteous. We learned a lot from King. We learned a lot from Gandhi. We need to be out on the streets in a nonviolent way to say, this is not what I voted for if somebody voted for Trump, and this is not what America is if somebody didn't.
And so let me take you to a historic moment. And first of all, I want to invite.
I think we're getting word that
yeah.
Randy's got to run.
Yep.
Okay,
let's give it up for Randy
Weingarten.
Let's give it up for Randy Weingarten.
I know you're catching a plane.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for preaching the righteous.
Thank you.
Randy,
Right.
where's the TNF protest? I'm not TNF watch.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, in the boarding park?
Yeah.
All right, so I want to say a couple things to the people that are watching. Come down to the Capitol if you're able. We're seeing more and more people gather here. Some joggers have stopped. Thank you for stopping to the joggers. I hate to mess up your cardio scores for the day, but we're grateful that it's worth it. Where are you all from? Where are you from? Every person run club. If every person can run club, every person can run down here and join what we're doing. But you don't have to. If you're watching online, please also think about DMing us. This is the one time you can sneak up into somebody's DM without feeling guilty about it. We want to hear your stories. We want to hear what you have to say. Randy Weingarten's leaving, but I wanted to tell you guys one of my favorite. I think she was the first female cabinet member, labor secretary for FDR, Frances Perkins. The American University students are shaking their heads up and down. She was the first female cabinet secretary. Yes. Yes. Some other people are saying yes. But the story I know about her that I love is the story I know about her that I love is that the Shirtwaist Factory fire. This horrific fire where the working conditions were horrible in our country. They literally sealed off the exits because they didn't want the women to possibly leave and take a break. And a fire broke out and they had no exit, and it was this horrific people dying. And she said she stood there on the pavement watching people jump to their deaths. These women who were in these sweatshops having to jump to their deaths to try to escape and flee the fires. And it so shook her that she saw that my not speaking up about the working conditions, about what people were suffering, my silence was complicit in the injustices that were going on, and that I had to figure out ways to step forward. Even though I was just an individual, I had to get more active. And so the question is what are we being silent about right now as people are threatened to lose their health care? How are we being silent when people, beautiful Americans with disabilities, will lose their systems of support? How can we remain silent at a time that women who are giving birth, so many of them who rely on Medicaid, are going to lose their support and yet again threaten to drive up our maternal mortality rates? Already shamefully in this country, we have the worst of any developed nations. These are the things that we have to ask ourselves: which side of history do I want to stand on? Am I standing on the side of silence and complicity and apathy, or am I going to say that this is a moral moment when the very character of my country is in the breach? I'm going to stand in that breach. I'm going to speak up. This is not normal, so I'm not going to act like this is normal. I'm going to do something different, leave my comfort zone, sit on the Capitol steps, speak up, join a march, join a demonstration. Because could you repeat that powerful quote by Lincoln? I think we should repeat it every hour on the hour. Hakeem, we have now been out here. For 3 hours since sunup. We've now been out here. What's the Lincoln quote?
So Lincoln was very clear at the end of the day that public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed.
You're not doing your inside voice.
That's right. Public sentiment is everything.
Public sentiment is everything.
Public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. John Lewis told us all the time, never give up, never give in. Show up, stand up, speak up, right? Get into necessary trouble, good trouble. That was all in service of shaping the hearts and minds of the American people. And that's what we have to continue to do, right? Because it's an all hands on deck effort. It's an all hands on deck effort in the Congress, an all hands on deck effort in the courts, which we're going to talk about with Maya.
But I'm going to quote, you're going to quote Lincoln. I'm quoting Ella Baker. Come on, let me take a little Ella Baker for you. We are the leaders that we've been looking for. That this is a moment where we need more people to recognize not who's going to stop this, but I'm going to stand up and do something to stop it.
At the end of the day, right, it's the American people, above all else, who will rise up, make it clear this is not normal, this is not acceptable, and together we're going to end this national nightmare.
Amen. So who do we have between us, man?
Well, we've got the great Maya Wiley.
Yes.
I say that not only because she lives in Brooklyn.
Oh.
But we appreciate
We're
that.
Brooklyn at.
Oh my gosh. I feel the Hudson River suddenly slide in here,
we rock with
separating us.
But Maya, tell us about yourself. You're one of the great civil rights leaders in the nation.
Truly.
Tell us your story, and you have a very powerful story. You know, your parents, the journey that you were on, and what's led you to this moment.
And what is your faith traditions of your parents? What gave you your moral kind of upbringings?
How much time do we have? All right. Y'all just said a lot, and I'm not going to do all that you just said because we'll be here all day. But I do want to start by saying, one, I'm very proud to be president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, which is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights coalition, 75 years old today. And I'm saying that proudly because several of the leaders you've just heard from are our members. Randy Weingarten, Becky Pringle, I think Minnie was here earlier, yes. Minnie Timaraju, and Rabbi Jonah Pesner told me, shout out my rabbis I sent down there from the rack. So do I have our rabbis?
Did not hear yet.
They're not here yet. Okay, Jonah, I did shout them out, Jonah.
Yes, but the rabbinical crew is coming. Send all the rabbis, right. Please.
But I share that because the civil rights tradition that I'm so proud to play a small part in is a majority of this country. It does look like America. And that is the tradition I was raised in. I mean, I grew up with parents who were active in the civil rights movement. My mother was a white woman from West Texas who was raised in the Southern Baptist Church and went to Union Theological Seminary as soon as she could because she recognized that the teachings of the leaders were not consistent with the teachings of Jesus Christ, her Lord. Wow. And that she realized she had to follow the teachings and not the people who were professing to be the teachers.
Wow, I do want to stop for that.
And I say that because I believe that's a moment that we still find ourselves in. But meeting my father, who was a professor of chemistry at Syracuse as a black man in the 1950s, who
When you say meeting your father, help me understand that.
they met.
Oh, they met, the two of them
At Syracuse.
At
Sorry.
Syracuse.
It
Okay,
wasn't
got
that
it.
deep a statement.
Okay.
What was deep was that it was not lawful for them to get married in many states in the Union at the time they got married because he was black and she was white. And that they started organizing in Syracuse because they wanted to show that civil rights violations were as dire in the North as they were in the South, that the struggle for civil rights was not something that existed only in one part of the country, but was necessary in all parts of the country. And they very much believed and understood that if we were to end poverty, that we could not do it without rights, but that our rights must lead to the end of poverty. And I say, right? Amen. And I say that sitting, I mean, Hakeem, if today, last Sunday, I was in a church that is in Hakeem Jeffries' district, Bethany Baptist Church, which is a storied civil rights church. Reverend Adolphus Lacey is not watching this because he's probably preparing a sermon right now. But I say that because...
I said to Reverend Lacey, I'm not in church because I'm on the Capitol steps right now.
Church is not for
Me too, Reverend Lacey. But this is a day the Lord has made.
Hallelujah.
Okay. But the reason I say that is because the civil rights movement always fought to make sure the hungry got fed. Always fought to make sure people could have housing that was decent and affordable. Always fought. Operation Breadbasket came out of the civil rights movement. In fact, if Randy Weingarten, who was just here, would be able to say this as well, the reason we have federal dollars to support schools with high levels of kids who need more support to learn, to get the things they deserve, is because the civil rights movement demanded it. It led to Title I. The very things we are sitting on these steps today in order to be united around, to tell this building and our leaders, no, you can't. Take from us what we fought for every single child. And no one in the civil rights movement asked what the color of the child would be. We didn't. Nobody in the civil rights movement asked what the religion of the recipient would be. Nobody asked what zip code it would benefit. The fight has always been for everyone, and that was the tradition of my parents. That was their belief, not just only in their marriage, but in their views of faith, but also in the faith they had that if we fought, we would win. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Let the church say amen at this point.
Can we just stick with your parents for a second?
Because it's a fascinating story.
I do. I want to know, so they raised you to be this strident, unapologetic activist. Like by the time you were...
Yes, they did.
Okay. But what were you like going into high school? Like, was this...
I was a nightmare. Because they raised me to be strident, and then they regretted it a little bit.
And where'd you go to college?
So, first of all, let me just say this, because I grew up here in D.C., because while I was born in Syracuse, I do have two homes, but they moved here because my father felt like we had to do more for people who are poor in this country, which, by the way, the majority of white people who are poor were white. We forget these things, right? And this will go back to a little bit of that chaos that you were talking about, Hakeem. But the reality is they came here because my father thought we actually have to figure out how to fight for people here, where people who make decisions are, and connect the people who are in communities, who are organizing in communities, to here, to the power here. Right. So they came, and my mother went to work to pay the bills, so my father could found the National Welfare Rights Organization. Wow. Who said, you know who's going to save us? Well, okay, he said black women.
Did he really say that?
Basically. Because he made the board of directors the women who themselves were on welfare, who were black. And he also believed that these were also the women who would bridge the divides the country was intentionally driving, to drive wedges between white women and black women, between black women and Latinas, between everybody who all needed the same things, but have long been told that we are not in this together. And so that's what he did, and that's why I grew up here. I mean, but part of what my parents did that was so important is because they believed in public schools. They put me in the neighborhood public school, which was a segregated public school. It was a public school where I was one of the only students who was not getting a free lunch. It was a school where my classroom was overcrowded and where I was 2 years behind grade level by the second grade with her because the teacher had 35 kids in the classroom. But these are the things we're sitting here today for. My parents made decisions that despite their opportunities showed me personally what it was like for everyone who did not have, because they didn't think they were better. So when we're sitting here, when you, Leader Jeffries, and you, Senator Booker, are doing what you're doing here, when Randy Weingarten is doing what she's doing in communities, what her wife Sharon is doing, what Becky is doing, what everyone here is doing, is we're recognizing that when you say that we should give $314,000 back to billionaires in a year, we won't give $2,500 for a program to serve a whole bunch of people. That's what we're talking about, and that is
You're talking about these interconnections, and I want to pull one thread that we haven't talked about at all on the steps yet, which is environmental injustice and how it impacts often communities, rural and urban, from the lead paint problems to the water problems to the air quality. And the reason I bring that up is because I know a lot of the civil rights movement talked about that, and now we have a president that is cutting back on the people that are enforcing environmental justice laws and allowing polluters to literally pollute more toxin, removing the restraints from that, and the impact that has on kids in trying to learn. Asthma rates are off the charts, but lead poisoning is off the charts. Did you experience that as you were coming up a little bit? And I know Hakeem, you may want to add to that too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, you know, in Brooklyn we have a corridor. So in Brooklyn, and it's not just Brooklyn, it's everywhere. We have these corridors where people are in conditions where they're getting all of the pollution because of the truckers, where they're getting all of the pollution because of where industrial is happening. And they're living there because that's where they can afford housing. And that's usually where those, we call them environmental insults, but get located, right? It's not, there's been studies that show people don't go to environmentally dangerous places. The environmentally dangerous places get placed where people have less power. Okay. But the reason I say that is, you know, we've got whole schools where you have high rates of kids who have asthma, not because they have some other reason they have asthma, but because they're living in a place where their air is constantly poisoned. Sometimes their school buildings have asbestos or lead. Yes. Where they're in apartment buildings. I represented a client when I was at the Legal Defense Fund when we were trying to stop a hospital from closing down maternal and child care beds in Harlem. St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital when it was merging. but my client who had children who were lead poisoned because the apartment building they lived in, the landlord never made it better. And they just had shipping lead paint in their apartment. And they were in the same schools that didn't have the resources to give them all the supports they needed. And their hospital was being relocated. And several of the kids had asthma as well. I mean, we often see these things going together. But the problem is that we're seeing problems, and rather than seeing the solutions, like making sure we have public, accountable, transparent ways of making sure people aren't being treated badly. That's all government is. We're attacking the people who are paid to help us stay safe. We are firing people who are not only workers, but their day job is to protect our health. We're pulling down data because we don't want to know who's being harmed where, because if we knew, people would demand we do something about it. So what Randy was talking about was how we have an administration trying to poke both fingers in our eyes so we can't see, slap some tape across our mouths so that we can't speak, and then tell us, including our not-for-profit sectors who go out and make sure that government, that leaders are paying attention to the problems that people are raising in their communities, get called terrorists. Have our federal dollars cut, have the grants programs that pay for community groups to do the services like test water quality, like go into schools and teach kids, like my brother did in Brooklyn, to teach kids how they can test their air quality. Because when government fails, it's because they're not paying attention. And we got to wake it up.
So you lead the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, which is an umbrella organization of all the legacy civil rights groups, as well as newer civil rights groups and organizations that have emerged in defense of freedom and democracy for the people in this great country.
Fuzzy mic too.
Yeah. And so tell me, still trying to think. This fuzzy mic thing.
Fuzzy mics are dead.
Fuzzy mics are dead now?
Yeah, we're good. Senators are always late to the dance. And so, tell us what the Leadership Conference is doing right now, what the civil rights community is doing right now to push back against, the assault on the American way of life, the assault on the rule of law, all of the parade of horribles.
If you could do a little, we said this is going to be a bit of teach-in as well. So could you just start from us, and explain to us what's happening in the legal picture to answer the question? I just want to make sure that we understand that for people watching, I get text messages from you giving me these alerts like 5 Alarm Fire, call me, let's talk. They just said, but I think we need to build the case, prosecutor. Okay?
I would do that, but I would be remiss if I didn't start this by saying the Leadership Conference, which is over 240 national organizations, as I said, every state, almost every faith, we look like America, we are America, that's what civil rights are, that's what we do. But we do it well because we have allies here on the Hill. And one, Leader Jeffries, you've been such an important voice, but I don't know if you all know this, Leader Jeffries, have you been in 4 countries in 5 days?
Yes.
Okay.
Just flew in yesterday.
I don't think you've slept in 5 days.
No.
Was in Copenhagen yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
And he's sitting here today.
On his 4th hour.
On his 4th hour, because this is a leader who leads and shows up. And Senator Booker, what you did with 25 hours.
Wow.
Saying what needed to be said. And not only saying it, saying Strom Thurmond's record of segregation, of racial hate, of denial will not stand as the record that is going to stand as long as we have allies.
I just want to get, first of all, you are the best, and we're going to give it back to you. But I just want to ask some of the folks over here, especially that bald brother over there, if you guys want to come sit up here. You got the youngest person here. He is too cute not to be in the camera. The future leader that he is. If he doesn't want to come up, he doesn't have to. I don't know what your sweatshirt says to the young leader. William and Mary. Come on up and sit behind us. My law school classmate, who I haven't seen in so long, Tom, come on the steps, man. I know you worked for the federal government at one point, and so come on up, sit right here, brother.
They haven't laid me off yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, the statute of limitations is up. I copied your notes in class. I love you. I'm just going to give you a hug.
Birthday hug. Birthday.
Okay. And anybody else who wants to come up? Sir, what's your name?
I'm Emmanuel. I'm good friends of your cousin Pam.
Emmanuel is friends with my cousin Pam, who sat there for the whole 25 hours. Wow. 25 hours. Pam, why don't you sit behind me now? Why are you sitting so far away? Now you're suddenly shy? Dr. Pamela Bailey, he's an emergency room doctor.
Yeah.
And who's the young man? The young man. Introduce him.
Moises.
Give it up for Moises. Right, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for being here.
We both work at the State Department.
You work at the State Department. Thank you for being out here today.
Right, thank you for your service.
Okay, now we can get back to our teaching.
So the way they try to take our power is they start with a pen. And on January 20th, the pen started writing that we didn't have the right to citizenship even if we were born here. That we didn't have the right to learn our history if it said race, if it said diversity. That government should not function if we care about inclusion. These were all executive orders. I won't even go through all of them because there were too many to go through. Because chaos is not a cause. But chaos had a cause. And it started with these executive orders. But the lawsuits started immediately. This is what you have to understand, and I think people know. The lawsuits started immediately because our first tool in the toolbox, in addition to our voice, is our ability to have lawyers who go to court and say, this is unconstitutional. And actually, Mr. President, you don't have the power of the pen, Congress does. Because the founders gave the pen to these people. These people. The only reason these people have the pen is because we gave it to them as the people. So that litigation started winning, by the way. We won. There have been lawsuits that have won temporary orders. Temporary, they're ongoing. From Trump appointees. This is the other thing. It is not about a court system that has an ideology when we have the right judges on the bench. Another thing we fight for is making sure we have the right judges on the bench. The right judges aren't about what party they're affiliated with. The right judges are about whether their positions are principled on the law and on the facts. And so we have had Trump-appointed judges saying, oh, you can't do that. But we've had that because we've had lawyers that went into court. So then what happens? There are executive orders attacking lawyers for even representing clients and going to court and saying, we'll use our pen to say, oh, Perkins Coie and others, you can't go in these buildings, which means you can't represent your clients, which means we're telling your clients not to hire you as law firms. By the way, these are private businesses. Yes. Last I heard, the Republican Party actually liked free market system and the private sector. We're talking about the private sector. We're also talking about public attorneys eventually, because we'll get to the not-for-profit attacks. But the point is, once you see the power of the ability to have rights and to have legal representation, we see an administration attack it. And then we see some law firms capitulate. But then we see some other law firms that stand up and go to court and say, it is unlawful for you to tell us that we can't represent our clients, to block us from public buildings, to represent our clients who have a legal right to be represented and a right to choose us. So they are litigating now in courts. But then let's go back to what we're seeing that Hakeem, you just called out. We are seeing people with rights, like Gilmar Abrego Garcia, who was protected with an order from the United States government that he could not be sent back to El Salvador because his life would be endangered. And this case, let's be clear, is not just about Kilmar. It's about the fact that even when the government said, oh, we were wrong, that was an error. Oops. Literally, oops. And no, we won't go back and ask a dictator to return a person we should have never sent. And we know about all the other people, young men, Venezuelan, sent to El Salvador. First of all, Venezuelan, sent to El Salvador. That is not normal, people. Sent to El Salvador intentionally because it is a rights-abusing prison. And so we are seeing our American Civil Liberties Union as a member organization litigating to say, no, you can't. And many of these cases, there are restraining orders being entered against the government, and this administration saying, what exactly? What order? What order? Again, not normal. Not normal that this Supreme Court, which many of us would call a captured court, a court that has sadly lost a lot of public trust for ignoring its own case precedents. Even this court said, wait, no, we don't think you are abiding sufficiently to protect the rights of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So the courts, so this is the next line of attack, and we're seeing this moving now, is taking power away from the courts to be able to issue those orders that say, yeah, no, you can't do this. That if it's a nationwide injunction, that just means that a judge can say, you're going to hurt people everywhere. We think you don't have the right to do this. We are going to say you have to stop until we finish this litigation. We don't know how it's going to come out, but we think there's a strong enough case. There's enough likelihood you're going to hurt people all over the country that we're going to say you have to hold on that. That's all that means. And yet now we have elected officials trying to take the power from the courts to protect us from the harm of an administration that thinks chaos is a cause.
Explain that, what's going on.
Yeah, and well, I think to go back to the foundational point, which then leads us to this moment, is that, this in many ways, what we are navigating through right now was the worst nightmare of the framers of the Constitution. We've talked about the fact they were not perfect. They certainly had flaws, but they tried to set us on a march toward a more perfect union. And at that Constitutional Convention that took place in Philadelphia, 1787, historians have assessed that the word that was used the most during the Constitutional Convention certainly wasn't what I may have thought that word would be. My first guess probably would have been democracy. Now, democracy was in heavy rotation. That's my music terminology. It was in heavy rotation, but it wasn't the word that was used the most. Probably would have said, well, what about liberty? It's also used frequently, but it wasn't the word that was used the most by the assessment of historians. Third guess, I probably would have said freedom. Also in heavy rotation, but was not the word that was used the most. The word that was used the most during the Constitutional Convention, when the framers were trying to construct this republic that we've now inherited, was demagogue.
Wow.
It was demagogue. Think about it. They were trying to break free from a world where kings dominated.
Wow.
And so they were trying to construct a system that would be resilient enough to prevent the emergence of a singular figure like a king. And that was the whole premise behind separate and co-equal branches of government. It's interesting because Alexander Hamilton apparently used the word the most, by some calculations, 13 or 14 different times during the Constitutional Convention. And he said his greatest fear for the future of this country that was being built was that one day a demagogue might get elected and over a 4-year period of time try to turn into a tyrant. It was the framers' worst fear and nightmare. And now we're confronting someone who's acting like a king as opposed to trying to govern like the president. But the thing is, we were given the tools to push back against it. That was the whole premise of separate and co-equal branches of government, which is why here in the Congress, as we sit here getting ready to enter into weeks of debate around this reckless, dangerous, un-American budget that they're trying to jam down our throats, is that we don't work for a president. We don't have a monarch. We don't have a dictator. In America, we have a democracy. The people of the House and the Senate who serve in the House and the Senate need to recognize that we work for the American people. And we've got to serve the interests of the American people. That's the system that we inherited. And that's also why you've got judges who were given lifetime appointments so that they would be free of the political pressure that might otherwise accompany someone trying to act like a king who has the power to appoint but to get rid of a judge, or, as in some instances, having a judge that has to seek re-election. That doesn't exist in our system, and that's why we've seen some of the resilience, I think, at this moment.
What are they doing in the House about this impeaching of judges? Can you mention that for a second?
Well, I think they've tried to move legislation to reduce the power of judges to be able to make the independent decisions that they are making right now, or the reach of those decisions, precisely because lawyers like Maya and others have had such success. We talked about this earlier. At this point, more than 200 different lawsuits have been filed. There's been a flood, the zone approach, right, with all of this unconstitutional and unlawful action and executive orders, but that's been met with a flood, an avalanche of righteous litigation. And the American people are winning in court, not losing. And because the American people are winning, Republicans in the House are trying to now change the rules, strip judges of jurisdiction. But let's be clear, we are not going to let it happen.
So let me add, I mean, that is so phenomenal. So let me add, here, and this is why Maya's incredible presence here is such an important reminder that there are areas we have to fight. So the first thing is, you said immediately when he started pushing illegal executive orders, you all tied them up in court. And this is the amazing thing. Trump appointed judges. Obama appointed judges. Bush appointed judges. All across the board, you're seeing the judges step up and stop them, right? That's correct. These cases, and sometimes it's injunctions, but sometimes we're winning. Even the Supreme Court, which is 3 people on that court he put in place, have come out and have been stopping him from doing some of the things. The other arena is what you and I have to do. It is legislative, procedural, in every way possible. It's one of the reasons why I stood for 25 hours to say, what can I do to do things in this body with the levers we have, even though we're in the minority, in the levers we have. But the other arena we have to fight for is what you have said over and over again, is the power of the public. Because the power of the people in a democracy is greater than the people in power. And it is what our founders got right when they broke with the formation of governments all throughout history. This is not going to be because we all pray the same. We're not a theocracy. It's not going to be defined right of kings and queens because people are being this idea that we surrender our rights to a monarchy. It's not even going to be the power of the sword where people, through military strength, oppress the people, autocracies. We are going to form a democracy. And the debates at the time, powerfully written in the Federalist Papers, the arguments were that we were not going to concentrate power in any individual, but we were going to have three branches of co-equal branches of government. And what you see from President Trump so far is his willingness to immediately try to attack the powers of the other two branches. One, by saying, I'm going to move through the complicity of other Republicans in the House and do things that are not going to be questioned. Your job as Article I branch of the government, Congress, is to provide oversight. There's going to be no hearings. Do not have a hearing about Elon Musk scraping data from people's personal data, their Social Security data, their tax data. Not one hearing about this unelected billionaire that's causing all this havoc. When we have scandals like Signalgate, not one hearing about whether this is the pattern and practice, which we're finding out that Hegseth is doing. We're going to eviscerate the power of the Article I branch to provide a check. And then, God forbid, if Article III branch is going to try to check my power, now I'm going to start threatening judges. Now I'm going to start saying things on my platforms that literally have had threats on judges increase over 100%. Literally, there's a judge in New Jersey who years ago, Judge Solis, years ago, she had someone come to her house trying to murder her and instead murders her son and shoots and wounds her husband. Her son's name was Daniel Anderall. And then what he does, what's happening now through this whipping up of hate against people, judges, Republican-appointed judges, who are standing against the Trump administration, what's happening to now is now they are getting threatened as well. Literally, they're getting pizza sent to their private homes in the name of the murdered son of Judge Solis, that Daniel Anderall just sent you a pizza to show, as if to threaten them, we know where you live. And so we're creating a context where democracies erode, is when our norms and traditions begin to reduce and threats of violence rise. I've seen what they've done to some of my Senate colleagues, Republican colleagues, who had dared to even question, should we be confirming Hegseth, the most unqualified Secretary of Defense? Just by mentioning or questioning it, you're suddenly seeing them be dragged and threatened. And so what you see right now is the surrendering of power of checks and balances from the Article I branch of government. We are not doing an oversight authority. We're not holding hearings. We're not allowing a legislation that we've passed with the power of the pen, the power of the purse. That's being taken back by the executive with no accountability, no checks. And now they're attacking the Article III branch of government. This is a sign of autocracies, times of authoritarian leadership, not signs of democracies. This is the kind of things that are at stake right now. And the reason why we're asking people to come down here if you have the time, the day's gotten warm now, it's not as freezing as it was 6 o'clock in the morning when you and I were shaking trying to look tough. We're not shaking anymore. The sun is climbing to its apex. It's almost midday. We've been out here. We're in our 4th hour of sitting here. We're thankful for the joggers have come and sat with us. Just running through the plaza, they've decided to stop and stay. I'm so grateful for the runners making me feel guilty. Run home at the end of this, whatever time we stop. There are a lot of people out here on the plaza stopping. If you want to come down, come and join us in this conversation. Come and join us. We're grounding ourselves in who are we? That question, the moral underpinnings. I saw a man with a collar. Hello, sir. Father, how are you? Pastor, it's good to see you. What's your name? Reverend. Then come sit behind us, Rev. Rev, come on, sit behind us, because you're going to bring us back to the faith traditions. We're talking about the moral underpinnings of this country. The founders were all about public virtue. They pulled from the great philosophers of the day about what it takes to build a good society. That's what's under assault. But the biggest immediacy that's under assault, that we want people who are watching this and streaming to go into the DMs, sneak up into Hakeem's DMs, sneak up. It's okay today to sneak. It's for religious purposes only. Sneak up into Hakeem's DMs. Sneak up into my DMs if you'd like to, and tell us your story. Tell us what motivates you. What's urgency? What are you afraid of? I see these women with these beautiful babies. Thank you for being here. Come on up here and sit there. We need more cuteness with Hakeem and I here. We need more cuteness. Come on, sit right here in front of me. This is how politicians look good. Is put babies in the picture. But we want to hear from you today We're going to sit here. We don't know how long we're going to sit here, but I imagine it's going to be as long as it's warm. The sun's going up, rising in the east, coming up above the Capitol. Come here, hi, hi. But this is about our democracy. But the most urgency thing, and I think the thing that Hakeem, that you and I talked about, why we're sitting here, is the urgency of a 2-week break. Congress has been out and about. They've been holding town halls. They've been traveling the world. They've been going to El Salvador. We've seen heroic actions by Congress people all around. But now they're coming back. And the Republican leadership of this side of the Capitol, not the higher side. I think this is on an angle up there in the Senate, right? That's the higher side. What is the immediate threat?
Don't push me here. I'm from Brooklyn.
Close to the edge?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. That was Grandmaster Flash. He's actually from the Bronx. But I think we face this moment, as Cory indicated, where we will come back into session tomorrow, and we'll be faced with an existential struggle to defeat a Republican effort to try to jam a very reckless budget down the throats of the American people, which is totally inconsistent with the approach that many of them spent all last year talking about, which was that they were going to try to drive down the high cost of living in the United States of America. They promised to lower costs. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. And we believe we have to build an affordable economy. That's what we should be working on, right, to make life better for everyday Americans. But instead, we got a budget that's in front of us that is trying to enact the largest Medicaid cut in American history. It will hurt children, hurt families, hurt women, hurt seniors, hurt people with disabilities, close hospitals, close nursing homes. People will die if this budget is successful. That's how urgent the fight is. And we're going to stand on the side of the health care of the American people. And we need the American people to join us in this righteous struggle, because this budget is unacceptable, it's unconscionable, it's un-American, and we're going to do everything we need to bury it in the ground, never to rise again.
Go Brooklyn.
Brooklyn stole my Nets. I want them back in Newark.
Hey, you stole the WNBA from us for a while, so I just want to reinforce both what Senator Booker and what our leader Jeffries have said. But I want to tell you, I want to say one thing about the attacks, because in addition to the attacks on ignoring Congress, on coming for the powers of the court, the attacks that we are seeing on the ability to organize people outside of government, to have a voice, or to provide services to people outside of government. Nonprofit organizations are under attack by this administration. You say Doge, I say Vera Institute, which is doing public safety programs and supporting public safety programs in community, not only had their federal grants snatched, Doge showed up at their doors demanding their information unlawfully. A not-for-profit. They are not going to stop with Vera Institute. They are using and abusing the positions they are in to threaten the very people who are not even in government, just trying to help somebody. And that is what's happening. And the cuts, when we're talking about cuts, people bleed. And we should put names behind them. You know, Sarah in South Dakota had a son who has seizures 1 to 5 times a day. Had to quit her job to try to save her son. It is Medicaid that helps pay for her health care to do that. Or Jasmine in Alabama, in Tuscaloosa, with 2 kids, who was taking care of other people's children when she fell and became disabled, and it's Medicaid that was taking care of her. And by the way, farm country, when our leader says We can't let this hurt people. Farmers are eligible for Medicaid. The people delivering our food are eligible. The same with hunger. We have farmers who are hungry, and they get food stamps. We have teachers. We have public servants. We have people who do all kinds of work. So this is who we're talking about. But it is the civil rights community has a pact because they are trying to make us all fearful. They're trying to make judges afraid. They're trying to make legislators afraid. They're also trying to make us afraid. And we have signed not only a letter to the American public that says we will not be silent. You cannot threaten us into silence when it comes to people like Sarah or Jasmine or anybody else. But we also ask you to sign that pledge because the only way they win is when they try to take our voice and our power. Go to civilrights.org and please sign the pledge. But when you are there at civilrights.org, you will see a link where you can send a message to your senator or your member of Congress saying, do not cut our health care. Do not cut food for the hungry. Do not take dollars out of our classrooms and away from our kids to put that money in the pockets of billionaires who don't need it. Their kids in private school, y'all, they don't need it. The people who need it, that's our money, by the way. You paid for that. So you should get it back. So please do that. And the other thing I will say is we will not be silent. We will be at the National Press Club on Wednesday with Vera Institute, with Planned Parenthood, with representatives. They're even trying to threaten our funders. People have the power to decide they want to give us money. Our funders will be there. And universities and colleges, because they're trying to tell us we can't learn. They're trying to tell us our children can't stand up and have a voice if they don't want to be attacked. So all I am saying to you is we will not be silent. We have leaders who will not be silent. And we are all leaders. So we ask you, do not be silent. Use your voice because you have power.
Let's give it up for Maya Wiley.
And so we want you all to understand, and I know we've got, Pastor, come on down and sit next to me, please. We want everybody to understand that we started this with an understanding that it is a Sunday morning. It's the last day before Congress returns to session. They've been away for 2 weeks. And we wanted to have a different kind of conversation. We can't keep doing things like business as usual. We have to think of creative, new things to do. And so Hakeem and I thought, let's sit on the steps of the Capitol, open up a live feed right before the sun rises, and begin a conversation. The first things we talked about were our faith traditions. This nation is undergirded by people who were imperfect like us all, but sought to create here on this soil a grand experiment, an experiment that has influenced the world over, as more and more people have looked towards our constitutional principles and tried to instill them. When Europe was being overcome with totalitarianism, what they began to look towards is the democratic ideals that were advanced by the United States of America. Our ideals have fundamental values. In fact, Pastor, this is where we're going to lead into you. It is this, the founders in that Declaration of Independence, these imperfect geniuses, they laid out this idea of our democracy, but then they said the thing to make it work, they ended the Declaration of Independence with a Declaration of Interdependence. The last words of the Declaration of Independence are all about the obligations we hold to one another, the urgencies that we see within one another, brothers and sisters, and it was almost like a command to every generation of what the standard should be in how we treat one another, how we work for one another, how we pledge each other to each other's well-being. They basically said after the Declaration of Independence, which they literally knew that signing that Declaration of Independence put their necks in a guillotine. They were breaking, they were rebellious, they were breaking with the course of human events and declaring independence from an authoritarian government at that time, England. And they said, in order to make this work, to thrive, to survive, as if a message to future generations, they said, we must mutually pledge to one another, we must mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. That's what we owe each other. That's the kind of commitment it takes to make this experiment happen. We must mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. We, today in America, how often are we living up to that idea of sacred honor? That word sacred speaks to something that is deeper, that is not material, that's not in a bank account. It is something deeper than that. Calling to this idea of sacred honor is calling to something spiritual. The Constitution is a piece of paper with ink. If it does not live, the spirit of the Constitution, the spirit of our founding ideals, do not live on our hearts, they can't exist other places. And undergirding all of that was philosophy, was faith traditions about what it takes to create a more beloved community. And so today we're talking about that. Hakeem and I wanted to sit here and talk about those traditions that undergird in the shadow of this building here, where they are going to be pushing in a matter of hours a bill that will cut food from the hungry, medicine from the sick, care for the elderly, support for the disabled. Is that pledging lives and fortunes and sacred honor? No. It is all to cut money out of that and give tax cuts that will disproportionately accrue to the wealthiest in America, who are the wealthiest in the world. That is a violation of the very words that were put onto the paper of our founders that mean nothing if they're not living in our hearts. And so I love what Martin Luther did at a time where he saw the corruption of the church in violating its values. He walked up to the wall of the church and he pounded in a statement of honor, and he said, "Here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God." That put his neck in the noose, his defiance. We're not asking people to give their lives. We're not called to get on freedom rides knowing that our buses will be bombed. We're not called to march over the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a bridge named for an arch leader of the KKK. We're not called to storm beaches in Normandy or to stand in front of bullets for our nation. But in this moral moment, when people's health care is at stake, when people's lives are at stake, when the food for our children is at stake, the question is what will you do? And so I want you to introduce yourself, Pastor. I want you to speak to this moral moment. I want you to tell us from your faith tradition why it is so important as we learn from our faith, our shared faith, that faith without works is dead.
Thank you very much, Senator. Let's really applaud what he has just said. I'm Reverend Jimmy Hawkins. I'm with the Presbyterian Church, and I am the advocacy director for our Washington office right across the street.
I love that building. You guys caused some good trouble
yes,
over in that building.
Exactly, in
right
the United Methodist building.
Court.
And also for our ministry at the United Nations. Also, I'm the tri-chair for the Washington Interfaith Religious Committee. So I'm here to talk about how this is a spiritual moment. And this has to be a spiritual movement that we are embarking upon. Because this budget, any budget that hurts people is against who we are as people of faith. Any budget that cuts food stamps, SNAP benefits, any budget that cuts health care, any budget that takes away from those who are the neediest in society, This has nothing to do with a faith movement. And one of the things that really hurts my heart is that many of the individuals who are supporting and endorsing this budget will say things like, well, I'm going to pray for you. You're in my thoughts and prayers. And yet will vote for budgets that will injure those who need help the most. So I've got a few statements that I want to read. This proposed budget would impact the communities that I serve in the Presbyterian Church. While many of them are not directly impoverished, we have ministries in the church that feed hungry people. We endorse advocacy for health care benefits and to see that they are increased. And we also have food pantries like churches all around this country, and it's going to really challenge the resources that we have. But also, this budget does not reflect the needs of the nation. And currently, there are there are millions of people living in poverty in this nation. The federal poverty level for a family of four is only $32,000. Family of four. In what state, in what city can a family of four live in under $32,000? And for a single individual, $15,000.
I can. When you say the poverty level, we have one of the highest child poverty levels of any developed nation. We were able to cut that in half under Biden for the 1 year when we expanded the child tax credit, but we were one vote shy for making it permanent. So what it basically has said is that child poverty is not an inevitable conclusion in our country, but a policy choice. Who are we giving tax breaks to? Struggling families that can get more back from their tax dollars, more back, a refundable tax credit, or the billionaires? And the wealth of our country is not in the bank accounts of millionaires and billionaires. The wealth of any nation, especially in a global knowledge-based economy, is the genius and well-being of the children. Okay, go ahead.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And mostly this budget does not reflect the heart of the American people, and especially people of faith. We do not want to see anyone hungry, especially a child, an elderly person, someone with disability, someone in need. There are charges of corruption that we're already putting too much money into these programs, but most of the recipients of benefits are not young, they're not healthy, they're not able to work. There are individuals who are mostly children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and mental illness. They are struggling to meet the needs of their families, and many of them without reliable transportation or child care. As a minister of the gospel of Christ Jesus, I am called to be compassionate, caring, generous, and responsible, a steward of all that I own, and we're called to be responsible stewards of all that we own, recognizing that everything that we have comes from a generous God, and we are to be cheerful givers to those who are without. Jesus told a multitude of parables, charging those with wealth to be responsible and generous. The parable of the rich old fool and the rich man and Lazarus issue a warning to the wealthiest nation in the history of the world that the failure to utilize our resources on behalf of the poor is a sin against God. Matthew 25 has Jesus saying, I was hungry and you fed me. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was sick and you ministered unto me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. This one statement addresses our current responses to hunger, health care, immigration, and poverty. If we are going to proclaim that America is the greatest nation in the world, then we must ask ourselves, by what standards? Are we great in compassion? Are we great in mercy? Are we great in generosity? Are we great in setting an example of what it means to be a democracy that allows everyone to have opportunity, a voice, and a vote? Or do we prefer to be the greatest in accumulating wealth held by the few and the greatest military with the capability of destroying the world several times over? Let us be great in our response to a God of love, a God who asks us the question, what does the Lord require of you? But to do justice, to love mercy, to walk humbly with your God. Let us be great in caring for children of this nation and around the world by generating budgets that meet the needs of those whose lives would improve with just a little bit of help, and they can go on and make contributions to the well-being of others. Let us be a spiritual nation that walks and talks by our faith, not just saying words of empty rhetoric, saying that we believe in God and that we will pray for you, but by doing things in order to make real, as James said, that faith without works is dead.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We are now, we're going to stay in church this morning. We've had Muslim leaders, rabbis, but we're going to stay in church right now because one of the men who has been a true deep source, I think I can speak for Hakeem, and I'm going to pass the microphone to him to give the final introduction. But one of the men that has been such a source of strength to me, an inspiration of a moral light, in like a North Star, as well as an anchor, keeping those in high positions grounded and anchored with the people, is here with us right now. He is at the bottom of the steps, and we are going to walk this mic down. Is that the plan? I'm going to give it to you, and you're going to walk it down. But I want to let Hakeem say a word about Reverend Barber, and then we'll get the mic down to him.
Well, throughout the day, I think we're on hour 4 now on the steps of the Capitol, and we have been hearing from a variety of different leaders, civil rights leaders, educators, of course, men and women of faith, of all faiths, Christian leaders, Jewish leaders, Muslim leaders. Andre Carson was here with us just a little while ago. But it's an honor for us to be joined. So thankful that he's graced our presence, one of the mighty men of God in the country who leans in to his faith to make life better for the least of us, for the least, the lost, and the left behind, the poor, the sick, and the afflicted. And so we're thankful that Reverend Barber has joined us. He had initiated Moral Mondays, and hopefully he'll talk to us a little bit about what Moral Mondays was all about down in North Carolina. But we're so thankful for his presence, and let's give it up for Reverend Barber.
They can come that way. See those
Yeah,
folks
so
back up.
you can see the Capitol behind him. If you can come this way. Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank Senator Booker and our leader, Jeffries, for, on a Sunday, convening this public gathering conversation. And I want to thank your staff for making provisions for those of us that have ADA issues. You know, because when you care, you got to care all the way around. And I want to thank you for that. I want to encourage y'all to come down a little bit closer to the ground so that folks at ADA, because some folks, even in this crowd, can't move up. And we need everybody on the field for this one. And we need everybody's face and everybody's body. I was thinking yesterday, Senator Booker, when I got this call from Jeffries about coming, and how in 2016 we did a national call for moral revival in 2016. And in that 2016, we said then that, and I almost got arrested saying this in Kentucky, in the Kentucky State Legislature, when the extremists were controlling the governor's office. When they asked us why were we there, were you Republican or Democrat, we said no, some things are not Republican and Democrat, they're not liberal versus conservative, but they're right versus wrong. They're right versus wrong. And when I heard Senator Booker lift that the other day on the floor of the Senate, if we can get that right and get that clarity about why we're here, we may be elected in parties, but once we get elected, we have to have a principle bigger than even a party. Because actually in 2018,
we found out we had 140 million poor and low-wage people in this country, 2018. And we've not raised the minimum wage in this country since 2009. 2009. So this is a moment. Moral moments don't just go after any one group. What moral moments do, moral moments speak to those who are trying to go backwards. But moral moments also say to those that want to go forward, it's time to push harder and deeper and stronger. Moral moments cut both ways. The Bible says that, my friend Jimmy Hawkins was quoting scripture, that the word of God is like a double-edged sword. It cutteth both ways. And I thought about today, 98 years ago today, Coretta Scott King was born. Today. In Alabama. When she spoke on the other side of this building, at Solidarity Day, June 19, 1968, her husband had been murdered, and yet she gathered the strength to do 3 speeches, one about Vietnam, and then she came to Solidarity Day when poor people and others came, over 50,000 of them. And Coretta Scott King first sung a song on that when she came. And you know what the song was? And I think all of the representatives and senators need to learn it and go sing it on the floor of the Senate. Come by here, my Lord. Come by here. Come by here, my Lord. Come by here. Somebody needs you, Lord. Come by here. Oh, Lord. Come by here. She called out because she recognized something was wrong. And then she said these words. I'm going to give them to Senator Jeffries and say them to the folk in the Congress. She said, in this society, violence against poor people and minority groups is routine. I remind you that starving a child is violence. Suppressing a culture and taking people's history is violence. Neglecting school children and undermining their education, violence. Punishing a mother and her child, violence. Discrimination against a working man or woman and not making sure that they have a wage that's out of poverty, violence. Ghetto housing, violence. Ignoring medical needs and health care, violence. A contempt for poverty as though poor people are somehow on a glorified vacation and not being affected by structural reality, violence. But this is this last line. Even the lack of willpower to help humanity is a sick and sinister form of violence, especially when you have the power to make a difference. Wow. That's correct. So when we talk about this budget and what's going on today, we literally are talking about policy violence. 57 years ago, the night before he died, Dr. King said, nothing would be more tragic than for us to turn back now. And they were reaching into their faith when they were talking. Jesus said before he was crucified, he knew he was going to die. You're going to listen to people when they know they're going to die. Because they get real truthful. Yes. And he said, I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty. You gave me something to drink. Watch this. I was an immigrant. Well, yes. And you invited me in. Yes. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. He didn't say you took my health care. And he said, inasmuch as you do unto the least of these. And it's interesting, Senator Booker, if I might exegete, since we're in church, if I might exegete the text, he did not say that to individuals. He says, and the king will say to the nation. It does. See, we've taken this text and made it about individual piety. You know, a little food on Thanksgiving, a little food Christmas, feeding a few poor. That's all right, but that's not what Jesus was talking about. And that's not what got him killed. He said to the nations. And then Isaiah, way before him, said this in Isaiah 10. I wish a lot of the people that claim that they're all about religion would really read it. In Isaiah 10, it says, Woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights and make women and children pray. Not P-R-A-Y, but P-R-E-Y, which means if you pray at the opening session of the Senate or the House, but then after you pray P-R-A-Y, you pass a budget that prays P-R-E-Y-S on people that are vulnerable, then you just canceled out your P-R-A-Y.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
So, and then our Constitution says that we are to establish justice. I think what that means, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just guessing here, that the preamble of the Constitution in a sense says every policy we pass, it ought to be like a grid on top of it. And we ought to ask this question: does this policy establish justice? Does it provide for the common defense? Does it promote the general welfare? Does it ensure domestic tranquility? And then later on, does it provide equal protection under law? And if the policy doesn't meet that standard, then it is constitutionally inconsistent, morally indefensible, and economically insane. And so when Trump and Musk and Johnson and them are signing unconstitutional executive order and illegally firing people and trying to pass this great big ugly bill. Great big ugly bill. Ugly bill. We have to speak up, and we have to speak up. I'm talking about for the family. In fact, not only do we need to speak up, we need to bring them here. We need to come here. We need to put a face on who we're talking about. The family that lives not too far from here, who watched agents of the government snatch their father and disappear him. Sick people in South Africa who showed up one morning to get medicine and keep them alive, and they were told they couldn't receive them no more because USAID is gone. So that's who we're talking about. We're talking about the folk, even before all of this, 800 people were dying a day from poverty. 800 people, 295,000 people a year, already dying from poverty. 140 million people in poverty and low wage. Not just poverty, poverty and low wage. Now what you're talking about there is 51% of all our children, 43% of the adults. You're talking about 26 million black people, 66 million white people, 68% Latinos, so forth and so on. That was already happening. They're already poor and hurting. We're talking about those people that this budget would only exacerbate the suffering. This one big ugly bill is destructive and it's deadly. Because policies are not benign. Now, policy don't kill you quick, but they kill you over time. That's why you can measure now how many people actually die from poverty, and there's all kinds of research on it, because over time, constant neglect is a form of violence and political abuse. So this budget says, this budget, if it were to pass, what we've researched says that $800-some billion for Medicaid, that's 36 million Americans who will lose Medicaid. Policy violence. That's talking about somebody's mama, somebody's daddy, somebody's child. That's talking about rural hospitals. That's talking about people like me with disability. That's talking about people trying to make it. 15 million children that could go hungry because you're pulling back SNAP. You're talking about communities that are going to lose federal housing assistance. And we need to say it clear, and I'm going to ask Congress to do this. Make sure that when every time you mention these numbers, y'all got these good researchers up here, that you disaggregate it by race so that they don't think, we're not even talking about black folk. Or brown. In fact, they're talking about majority white folk, and then in the South, sure enough, majority. And we're talking about places where if this assistance wasn't here, people, that's why there's such a rise now in the country, because people thought, oh, it's just going to hurt them. And that's why we cannot allow this budget to go untalked about. There are forces that would wish that this budget was untalked about, that nobody knew what was going on. They don't want you to target this. But we have to target this. We're talking about a foolish budget plan that aims to make laws across the whole government. We're talking about cutting departments. We're talking about empowering the ability to deport people by putting $86 billion more in the defense budget that the Pentagon doesn't even want, didn't even ask for. And what we have to say in this moment, say all of us. All of us, take your hands off our Medicaid, take your hands off our Medicare, take your hands off our voting rights, take your hands off our living wages, take your hands off our public education, and take your hands off of our lives and let us live. Because in this country, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is supposed to be what not only is thought about, but policies allow it to actually happen. To actually happen. And we need to join as black, white, brown, Asian, native, gay, straight, whoever you are, young, old, rural. We have to say we're not going anywhere. We are America, and we're not going anywhere. And when you have lastly these greedy technocrats with a supremacy foundation who want to rule the country and believe in things like apocalyptic fascism and technocratic feudalism, you know, where you want to destroy something and then say, I told you it was going to fall apart. Well, you made it fall apart. That's what apocalyptic is. And they want to get it by quick, move it. We cannot allow that. We have to come by time. That's why tomorrow, in the nation's capital, actually this evening, we're doing a sermon right over at the Supreme Court. But tomorrow, hundreds and hundreds of clergy are coming, and Senator, we're coming in full vestments.
Yes.
And bringing impact to people. And we've done research. We've got a research, and we're going to give it to every member of Congress, showing the high moral stakes and negative reality of this budget. And we're going to talk about we're bringing impact to people, and we're coming in to deliver it. And we're coming to the rotunda, and we're coming in full vestments. The reason why we put on full vestments is because there's a story that says in South Africa one time, Bishop Tutu and some other clergy got together and they put on full vestments and went into a courtroom. And one of the courts told that one of the judges said, why are they here like that? And the other one said, I don't know, but I know apartheid is over now. And he said, no, it's not. We're in power. He said, yeah, but the clergy have decided that this is a part of their ministry now. That means that they've decided that this is holy work, that this is not something they can choose not to do. So tomorrow, we're coming to say this is something we cannot choose not to do. That we, every pulpit, we've been talking to over 9,000 clergy and growing across this country, that we have to have pulpits that are on fire and people of all different faiths that will come and say, in this moment, the only way a wannabe king gets to be king, or wannabe dictators, or wannabe people that want to just control everything get to do that, is if we bow. And somebody has to come and say, our DNA won't let us bow. We bow only to God, we bow only to that which we see as ultimate reality, but we cannot and we will not bow. This is bigger than a party issue. This is an outright battle for civilization itself. It is an outright battle for democracy itself, and we must declare that we will not bow. And every now and then you need to look at a neighbor and say, neighbor, I just can't do it. I just can't bow. I cannot bow when I see people hurting sick people. I cannot bow when I see people taking people's wages. I cannot bow when I see people who ought to be lifted up being torn down. I cannot bow when I see billionaires wanting to hurt the poor. I cannot bow when people in this building raise their salary but keep everybody else's salary and poverty and wages. I can't bow. I can't bow. I just can't. They may not change right now. I may not have the vote, but I can't bow. Moral dissent means you have to have a moral dissent until such time as you have the political power. But the moral thing. And so maybe it's time to stand tall. And maybe it's time to mobilize our rights. No, not maybe. It is time.
Yes.
Yes.
It's time, I think, to have mass pray-ins. It's time, when election comes, to have a labor strike day so that everybody on the election can surely go and vote. It's time to mobilize the biggest potential voting bloc in this country, which is poor and low-wage infrequent voters. It's over 30 million of them, and there's not a state in this country there's not a state in this country that poor people don't make up at least 30% of the electorate, and in so-called battleground states, over 43% of the electorate. And the number one reason they don't vote is they say nobody talks to us anymore. Nobody. Well, we have to stop that. We have to talk to them. So Linda Lake has said that is the place in most of the battleground states. If you just register 10%, well, no, you don't even have to register because many of them are already registered. If just 10% of poor and low-wage people were mobilized around an agenda, not even around a party, around an agenda, they could fundamentally shift. And we can no longer have people say, well, these infrequent voters, we don't have time to mobilize them. If you don't have time to mobilize them, you don't have time to save this democracy. Because God makes it so. Every now and then, Senator Booker, every now and then, Congressman Jeffries, you never heard anything else this old country preacher said. Every now and then, God makes it so the stones that the builders rejected are the only ones that can build a new society. Psalm 118 says, the stones that the builders rejected have now become the chief cornerstone. And so that means that all the rejected folk, the sick folk, the handicapped folk, the poor folk, from Mississippi to Montana, from New York to Nevada, from California to the Carolinas, that is the hope of this nation. If we mobilize the poor and low wages, and then they connect with people of conscience, people of wealth with conscience and others, that is the power. The stones that the builders have rejected. Any of y'all know what it's like to be rejected? Yes. How about rejected because of who you love? Raise your hand. Rejected because of where you come from. You know some folks that have been rejected? Raise your hand. Because of denial of health care. Or rejected because of their poverty. If all the rejected folk come together, the scriptures say that they produce a power. And this is what it says finally. When they come together and they shift the foundations of society, this is the last part of that verse. This is the day that the Lord has made. Amen. When we all get together and lift every child, when we all get together and make sure the sick are taken care of, when we all get together and make sure people are paid a decent and a living and a loving wage, when we all get together and stop injustice and push for justice, when we all get together, this is the day that the Lord has made.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
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 We're not sitting in the congregation right now, but Reverend Barber just took us to church.
Yeah.
And we're thankful. Let's give it up for Reverend Barber. For his moral, principled, powerful, prophetic leadership.
We're going back to our seats. Anybody can come up to the steps, join us.
You are amazing, Cory. You are amazing. You are amazing. You are amazing. Honey?
What's that? Yes. Oh, yeah, yes.
Citizens sitting out. I love that. I love that.
Senator! Hello. Come on down here. Give me a hug. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course. You got a minute to do a little spiel?
I don't. We got to get back to our program. Unfortunately, we got the next speaker here.
Okay.
So forgive me.
Let's do a self-contained.
Sit.
Yes. Hi, I got my kids. We're going to join you. That one. You guys want to say hi? This is Leader Jeffries.
All right, people, we're getting back to the steps. We thank Reverend Barber. One more round of applause for the Reverend. And I'm going to let Leader Jeffries help you sit down. I'm just going to remind people why we are here. Senator Jeffries and I, Congressman Jeffries, Leader Jeffries and I started over, we're reeling in our 5th hour here. We sat down here before the sun came up. And we said we're going to do an old-fashioned sit-in on a Sunday and talk about the moral underpinnings of our nation, the values that bring us together, that hold us together. We're going to harken back to the people that the founders drew on to do this great experiment, the commitments we have to one another, the arc of the moral universe that this nation, every generation, has grabbed hold of it and bent it more towards justice, liberty and justice for all, that ideal. and how that after 2 weeks on recess, Congress comes back tomorrow. And when they get back to this House, Republican leadership has said they're going to be pushing this bill that cuts billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars from services and support to Americans in order to give tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. As Leader Jeffries said, renewing these tax cuts from the Trump years, over 80% accrue to the top 1%. And what they're doing in the shadow of the moral might of America and our religious traditions is that they're cutting food from the hungry, health care from the sick, support services for the elderly, resources for the disabled, and so much more. From Meals on Wheels to public education under assault, under attack. And the question is not what they are trying to do. The question is, who are we as a people? Will we sit idly by, or will we rise up, speak up, stand up? And with our nonviolent heart and creative action, can we take this moral moment and ensure that we protect our fellow Americans? That is where we are. And Leader Jeffries and I said we would come out here and sit for a good long time. As I said, we're rolling into our 5th hour soon. And invite people to join us physically. If you're watching online, this plaza is beginning to fill up. We have more and more people sitting down. God bless American University. You all are stalwarts. You were here in the cold hours. You were here when it was chilly. Now it's warm and easy. Come on out. But we're also asking people who are watching online to DM us messages from you. Our team is going to collect them all. We're going to start reading some of them. Maya, who was out here, was reading the names of people, speaking people's names, speaking to the experience of Americans who are struggling right now and face real challenge. And so we're inviting different speakers to come out. On my left is another senator. We're keeping count. There might be a little bit of a rivalry between the House and the Senate. I think the score right now is senators outnumbering House members, and there's only 100 of us. But maybe you can do your rebuttal. You can reclaim your time, and then introduce our guest.
Let's be clear, we're on the House side of the Capitol right now.
That's true.
This is the people's house. Now, Reverend Barber mentioned that this is a time for us to put principles over party. Principles over party. It reminds me, I think that's a powerful moment for us. Reminds me of the letter that Ulysses Grant was said to have sent at the start of the Civil War. Of course, the great general who subsequently became president. And at that moment of great turmoil in the country literally tearing itself apart, Grant wrote that whatever my prior political positions have been, my prior opinions have been up until this point, I have but only one objective now. And Grant then said, we have a government and laws and a flag, and they must all be sustained. A government, laws, and a flag, and they must all be sustained. And then he said something even deeper than that, because at that time in American history, there were multiple parties. We're in a two-party system right now, but there were multiple parties. And what Grant said is, there are but two parties in America right now, patriots and traitors. And at this moment, when Reverend Barber talked about the need for us to put principle over party, we're calling upon our Republican colleagues as we approach this budget to put the American people first, to center the American people, and the principle of making life better for everybody. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, this is an American moment, and we need the American people to show up and stand up and speak up and partner with us, and we're going to get through this moment. We're going to end this national nightmare, and we're going to make sure America can become the best version of herself. That's what all of you represent right now on the
Yes. Of the People's House. And so we've been joined by a great advocate, a great leader, someone who actually does trace her roots to the House of Representatives in terms of her career. So we put that on the house tag, Cory.
You got it. I got it. You get to take
Minnie
credit.
Timaraju has been a long-time champion for reproductive freedom. Thankful that she's joined us here with her two children, who I think she'll introduce. But right now she is the president of Reproductive Freedom for All, a great champion, a powerful voice, and an American leader. Thank you, Minnie, for joining us.
Thank you, Leader. And thank you, Senators. You want to say hi? He thought about it. He thought about giving his speech. This is my thank you, Senator Shops. It's great to see you. Thank you, Senator Booker. Can I keep going? Oh, okay. Thank you. This is Krishna, and this is Satya, and they are my twin boys. And you know they wanted to come to the Capitol today. Krishna, I'm going to ask you to let me finish. No, we're gonna let me finish. Thanks, babe. I wanted them to come to the Capitol today because I wanted to talk about Medicaid. And one of the things that's the most shocking, and I think you've been talking about it already today, about the proposed cuts to this budget, which frankly could only be found in Medicaid, that there's no way to do what they're talking about doing without gutting Medicaid, would have a dramatic impact on our nation's kids, disturbingly so. And I think there's an untold story about Medicaid and how important it is for reproductive freedom. You know, I was just in Arizona with your colleague, Ruben Gallego, and we did a Medicaid town hall in a congressional district that I think we have some interest in. And we were talking to a lot of moms who, because they had Medicaid coverage, and Medicaid covers almost 50% of births in Arizona, 50%, and now has recently been expanded to cover postpartum, they've had a dramatic decrease in maternal mortality rates in Arizona because of Medicaid. I think it's so important to tell that story, especially when we have a maternal health crisis for Black and brown moms, right? So it's so critical that we protect this program. The other thing I wanted to say about Medicaid is how many family planning services are covered by Medicaid across the country. So STI testing, birth control, cancer screenings, cancer treatments. And when you think about losses and cuts to Medicaid, I want you to think about two things. I want you to think about clinics in your community. I want you to think about Planned Parenthood. We know the extreme right's been going after Planned Parenthood, trying to shut down Planned Parenthood. We know Donald Trump knows how deeply unpopular that is. But they can do it through Medicaid. They can shut down the nation's safety net family planning programs, including your Planned Parenthood clinic, the most trusted provider of care in this country. Most Americans got their first health care out of Planned Parenthood. They can shut it down through these Medicaid cuts. And when they shut down these clinics, even if you never had to have Medicaid, you might need it one day, but even if you didn't have to have it, the impact it's going to have on the critical care infrastructure in your state could mean you don't have care anymore. So that's what we've been running around the country talking about with a lot of your colleagues, and we're going to keep fighting.
And I want Leader Jeffries to talk about why we are confident that this what they have referred to the Energy and Commerce Committee creates a conclusion, not from us as Democrats, but from the Congressional Budget Office. I want you to discuss that. But I just want to say that what you're spelling out here is that so many of the providers, the frontline providers of care in America, are providing services at margins that don't exist.
That's right.
That if the reimbursement rates do not cover the services that people are now providing, and so people like Planned Parenthood and others often have to rely on donations just to fill the gap. And so if you cut Medicaid, forget what Leader Jeffries is going to describe to the extent that they're talking about cutting, but a 5 or 10% cut endangers health care for millions of Americans. But even worse than that is a lot of the hospitals in the most remote areas in our rural counties already operate at a serious deficit.
Yes.
that they will face closures from rural areas in New Jersey, all throughout the Midwest. We are already hearing stories of what this will mean, because to pull out one of the financial rebars of what hospitals use to sustain the architecture of their total services. So even if you don't rely on Medicaid, you can still be affected by those cuts, by the very hospital you rely on. And remember, this comes in the wake of a president who is taking away Social Security offices. This relies on a president who is attacking veterans' care and veterans' services. We are seeing them taking away the kind of services we rely on, and the question we ask again is why? Why are you doing this? Why? Well, we know why. Because they want to give greater tax cuts that will overwhelmingly accrue to the wealthiest Americans. How do we know? It's because that is the 2017 tax cuts that they are trying to renew and even add on top of. They gave tax cuts to the wealthiest corporations, who have seen historic profits even before those tax cuts, and to the wealthiest Americans, who for the last quarter century have seen a growth in wealth that has been stratospheric. Cutting services to hundreds of millions of Americans while giving the wealthiest 1% tax cuts is immoral, and that's again why we're sitting here on the Sunday before this work period saying we're just going to sit down, open up a live feed, and have a moral discussion. And I'm going to hand it over to my partner in this, Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank you, Reverend Booker. But we're so thankful for all of you, the American people, who've come out at a critical moment, and we'll hear from our senator momentarily, who has joined us. But we're on the cusp of entering into an intense period where we're working hard to stop this reckless Republican budget. It only takes 4 Republicans on the House side and 4 Republicans on the Senate side to join us. And we can stop this reckless effort to enact the largest Medicaid cut in American history. Now, as Cory indicated, despite what they've tried to say up until this point, and they're going to try to deceive the American people, I think maybe in early to mid-February, after they had already frozen Medicaid disbursements across the country. Actually, this was the January Office of Management and Budget unconstitutional freeze. They froze it. American people rose up. We were able to fight to get that rescinded. And then what happened is Trump goes into the Oval Office and he has the nerve to say that we're going to love and cherish Medicaid. They are going to destroy and undermine Medicaid. That's the truth. Now they're claiming, to be the last point, we'll go to the next speaker, they're claiming that this is all about waste, fraud, and abuse. Now we believe that government can of course be more efficient, nonprofits can be more efficient, the private sector can be more efficient. We're all about trying to make sure we have the most efficient and effective government, the use of your taxpayer dollars as possible. But we know their excuse is phony because they, for instance, have spent time, Elon Musk has spent time targeting allegedly waste, fraud, and abuse in Social Security, your earned benefit. The average Social Security recipient lives on $65 a day.
Exactly.
Elon Musk right now has contracts with the federal government that make about $8 million a day.
Exactly.
If you want to go after waste, fraud, and abuse,
Yes.
start right there.
Yes.
Start right there. So this is not about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's about them taking your money and your health care so they can enact massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors. Let's thank
Yes, Minnie.
Thank you, Minnie.
You want to close out one more thing?
Close out.
Thanks, guys, and thank you guys for your patience. I promised some ice cream after this, so we're going to go. Can I finish? Yes, I can. It's going to be really short. So in the wake of the Dobbs decision, I just wanted to connect the dots for so many folks, right? You were in the streets, you were marching, You know, our leaders here have been incredible champions for fixing this crisis. 21 states with abortion bans and restrictions. 21 states where women can barely get access to care. And then we're going to compound the crisis with these cuts. So I want you to put it in context that we are already in a massive crisis for reproductive health and freedom in this country.
Yes.
And I know Ruth's going to speak in a minute about how it's impacting moms, but it's all connected. We can't be a nation where we've taken away people's fundamental freedoms and bodily autonomy and we're forcing birth, and then we're going to deny them prenatal and postpartum care, and we're going to be sentencing women to death. Disabled. I want to just underscore it. It's not too extreme to say we're sentencing women to die, and we're sentencing children who are sick to lives without their parents. So thank you all for being here. I'm so grateful for your leadership. I'm so grateful.
I want to give it up for me one more time. A frontline, a foot soldier of justice, and these extraordinary sons of hers. I'm happy they got a chance to see that, and I'm happy that they stole all the handsomeness for themselves, left Hakeem and I with none of it. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. All right, as Ruth Martin is going to center herself when Minnie leaves, I want to let him, I'm going to ask him to stay for a little longer, but I want to say right over my shoulder, a man with greater seniority. That's why he's sitting on the higher step. He's holding it down on the northern side of the Capitol. Is Senator Brian Schatz from the great state of Hawaii. And Brian is a man of great humility and a man of deep conviction. He is a moral man, and I'm grateful he's here. We're going to hear from Moms Rising real quick. Not real quick, take your time. Hakeem and I didn't put a back end on this. We are going to stay here. That's why we hope more people will come. The sun is climbing. We're almost at our 5th hour. We're going to stay as speakers come, and we hope that more of our colleagues will join us. But I just want to say real quick before Moms Rising speaks, Ruth, as a way of introduction to you, I just want you to know I saw something myself in the power of women organizing. It is what sustains my city in Newark. We have so many women who don't think of motherhood as biology, but think of it as a spiritual bond. Most every community in Newark has somebody that they call mom as an honorific title because they love so strong, they love so mighty. The woman that is one of the most influential in my life is a woman named Miss Virginia Morton. Miss Virginia Jones. Mom Morton was another great mother in my community. Miss Virginia Jones was a tenant president of some high-rise projects called Brick Towers. And she showed me the power of organizing, the power of strength. And what folks know this is often when public like this, you see our public faces but not our private pain. Everybody on these steps I know has grief or hurt or worry or fear or trauma in their lives. And Miss Jones, I didn't know it as I got to know this woman we call the mother of our city. I didn't know until later that her son was murdered in the building, one of the 2 buildings in the 1980s. And it shook me because she remained tenant president of those buildings. She never left. She held that community together with the ferocity of her love. She was a mighty, mighty great leader. But I asked her one day, I said, why do you still live here? I know where you work. I know you could move into another neighborhood. Why didn't you ever leave? And she goes, Cory, why am I still in these buildings? I said, yes, Miss Jones. She goes, why am I still in apartment 5A? I go, yes, Miss Jones, why? She looks at me and she goes, why am I still the tenant president since these buildings were built in 1969? I go, that's electoral longevity. Yeah, why? And she looked at me and she goes, because I am in charge of Homeland Security. And then she smiled and I smiled. She didn't need a cabinet position. She didn't need a title. She didn't need a high position and a salary. She was the mother of that community because she knew where power really comes from. It comes from the courage to stand and the strength to love. And so you have an organization that represents mothers like that who are not content to stay on the sidelines or to stay in the stands. They know that democracy is not a spectator sport. It is a full court participatory endeavor. And I just want to thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Moms are pretty amazing, yeah? They're pretty good. They're very strong. We want to thank you, moms across the country. Moms Rising has over 1 million members across the country, and many, many of them are watching right now and are excited to see both of you standing up and championing what our families really need. We're sitting down. Standing up, sitting down, on the floor. It's story time. It's actually what I brought, a couple of storybooks from our members who have taken the time to share their experiences and what this horrible budget could do to our families. How we need more people like you all to put families over billionaires. And so, as Minnie was saying before, just moments before, it's just incredibly important to our families. All of these cuts that are on the table are going to decimate our families. They're trying to undermine our public education, take away our access to health care. It's just SNAP benefits, all these things that we need to make sure that our families are thriving are in jeopardy. Why? For the sake of billionaires? It just doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense, right? It's just awful. So I'm really happy to be here today representing Moms Rising members, and I brought my daughter Beatrix to be here with me too, because while she can't yet vote, we've got several more years before that happens. Obviously, everything that happens here has an impact on her future. And Minnie's kids and kids I see down here and all of our kids. So, we're happy to be here. And these stories from our members are pretty heartbreaking. And I know you guys have been here for 5 hours now. Yeah? All right. I will. So I'm going to read you Amber's story from Ohio. Streetsboro, Ohio. Amber says, I go to school to afford a child on my own. As of now, we barely survive. With SNAP and Medicaid and the current wages most days I don't eat the meals I cook so that my child can have leftovers the next day. I have faced homelessness for 8 months now, waiting for a home on the Section 8 list. I have relied on federal programs and churches to get me through this far. If those programs do not exist, I would have been homeless for a year waiting for Section 8. I have no family to fall back on. It's me and my daughter alone. If they cut SNAP and Medicaid and other federal programs, it would guarantee not only not me being able to feed myself, but I won't be able to feed my child either. I can only work part-time while going to school full-time and being a full-time single mom with no help from her father. To take from an already struggling family to give to a millionaire and billionaires and corporations is absolutely absurd and will very much hurt families like mine. Oh, another one. Okay, great. Sure. This one is from Melissa in Pennsylvania. The cost of living is high while unemployment wages have been stagnant. Healthcare premiums take a big chunk of that wage. I have 2 adult children with autism who still live at home. Rent is incredibly expensive. My daughter would rather save her money to buy a house than waste it on rent. She's also paying her college loan and healthcare premiums through the Pennsylvania Exchange. My son with autism receives a partial SSI payment, Medicaid, and SNAP. Without it, that would be much more difficult for us to afford groceries for a family of 4. I stopped working full-time so I could spend more time helping my son become more independent and emotionally stable. I always carried the benefits for the family since my husband works in his family's small business. COVID ended my long-term job of 22 years, and since then we have to purchase insurance through the Pennsylvania marketplace. Although I am grateful it's available to us, even the lowest premiums with a premium tax credit are almost $900 a month. I was diagnosed with breast cancer last year. Biopsy, surgery, and radiation therapy cured me, but I ended up owing the hospital over $13,000. I pay them more per month than I pay for my car. They have threatened to send us to collections if we don't pay the full amount. My husband does not want to risk our credit rating, and I have to make these payments for 2 more years. We have a middle-income family, and we have worked hard, and we have paid our taxes our entire adult lives and may have to work until we die because of decisions made by this administration. Awful.
Thank you so much for your leadership and for presenting these stories, and it's going to be important for us to continue to lift up and elevate stories. We've been spending a lot of time on the Capitol steps talking about Medicaid, But Medicaid is not the only thing that is under threat. And you've done a great job in documenting that reality. In addition to the proposed efforts to try to cut health care from the American people, what they're trying to do in this budget is to cut potentially supplemental nutritional assistance by as much as $230 billion. That literally will take food out of the mouths of babies, families, children, veterans, and seniors. And you've had a lot of folks share their stories. I'll read one. This is Kat Cottonwood from Arizona. I received SNAP benefits. I had to reapply recently because I stopped receiving alimony, and I don't earn enough to make ends meet in the rural area where I live. I have a daughter in college. My daughter comes home, there is no adjustment for the added grocery bill. It will be home almost 4 months this summer, but I receive no additional benefits now that they're trying to cut. I receive no additional benefits because she lives in another state most of the year. And then she makes a profound observation: college students eat a lot. But at the end of the day, the effort literally to cut nutritional assistance is a moral outrage. And we're here sitting down on the Capitol steps urging the American people to stand up, and together we will stop this from happening.
Please stay, because I know we're now running behind because we have some speakers lining up, but the stories you have in here are so important, and everybody's not going to be able to get this. I want to read one more from a state that unfortunately sits in the shadow of New Jersey. It's called New York, if anybody hasn't heard of it. I'm sorry, we've got some sibling rivalry here, but this is from Bethany, from Jackson Heights, New York. And again, the reason why I want to read this is what you said. Is like there's an irony that we are talking about Medicaid, but there's so many other things that are being cut. Support for children with disabilities. But the absurdity that this letter points out, and you'll hear her in her own voice, but this is the absurdity in our nation right now. We have a president and Elon Musk and others talk about we want to have more babies. We want to see more babies being born. But they have no intention of supporting moms who struggle in America, struggle in the areas that other countries, their mothers don't worry about. The cost of child care in America is more expensive in about half of our states than tuition at a college. The stress that a mother is put under financially is outrageous, and this woman is going to talk about it. Bethany writes, with my first child, I had to go back to work starting at 6 weeks because we don't have adequate paid family leave or maternal leave in this country. With my first child, I had to go back to work starting at 6 weeks. She was born with a birth defect and required extra, more specialized care, and none of the daycares could provide that level of support. But beyond that, none of the daycares would even take 6-week-old children. We couldn't afford a full-time nanny. I'm a preschool teacher, so we hired a nanny for part-time while my mom came down to the city a few days a week to help care for the baby. This lasted until she was able to attend preschool where I teach. I just recently had another baby while my husband and I were not allowed to have 12 weeks leave, thanks NYS. Finding a nearby daycare that we could both afford and had openings proved to be almost impossible again. This whole process is insane. We are on multiple wait lists and still have not received any spots. We are lucky in many respects because my work hours are short and my husband works from home, so we are able to get by with another part-time nanny share situation for now. But it also means we are spending a huge chunk of our income on childcare. The system is totally broken. What we should be doing is not cutting programs to support mothers, but investing more, because there's no better return on investment than investing in mothers and children in America. We want to say thank you very much for being. Thank you so much, and we're grateful. And please, I hope there's a lot of moms watching this. Continue to tune in, share the link, share your stories. We're going to be recording them, go into DMs, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I know we have, Brian Schatz is still here. You okay to wait for a little while longer? You're okay to wait. So we are now going to bring up Lindsay Latham. Oh, we're going to go down to Lindsay. Everybody else stay put. We're going to weave down to Lindsay. And she is a parent advocate. Her husband, Toby, her son, Calvin, is here. And daughter, Lucy. I see you, Lucy. Lucy, I'm coming. Right. Thank you very much, Lucy's mom.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. I'm Lindsay Latham, and this is, do you want to introduce yourself on your talker? No? Okay. This is Calvin, age 11. No? And Lucy, age 6.
Their dad.
So our journey has started about 10 years ago when Calvin was about 1 years old. He was diagnosed with a rare brain malformation called polymicrogyria. And because insurance is insurance, we went down the road of learning about the Medicaid waiver. We're in the state of Virginia. And currently in the state of Virginia, I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you, Calvin. Currently in the state of Virginia, there are two types of waivers. So he is eligible for Medicaid based on his disability, and he also receives attendant care. So on top of actually getting additional medical services, he receives attendants who come to our home and assist with bathing, feeding, drinking, toileting. He is weak on his right side, so he requires a lot of assistance, day-to-day assistance, hands-on assistance, and we were here in 2017 when they wanted to roll back the ACA, and we're here now because we are facing this existential crisis to not only people with disabilities, but families and women and children. And it is unconscionable to think that we are back here fighting for people to have the ability to live their lives and live their lives in a healthy manner. To get Calvin ready for his day, he requires anti-seizure medicines. He takes 4 in the morning and 4 at night, including drooling medication. And Calvin has 3 insurances. His third insurance is Medicaid. If we didn't have Medicaid, we would have out-of-pocket expenses for all 4 of his medications on a monthly basis, hundreds of dollars a month. Both my husband and I work full-time. We have good jobs. We worked really hard to get where we are, and we would be devastated. Our family would be bankrupt if we lost Medicaid.
Some of the things that Medicaid paid for just to get here this morning, after taking the morning medications, Calvin has to get in the car. The car seat that he has is specially made for him. Went through both private insurance companies, which denied it because it wasn't medically necessary. And do you know who picked it up? Medicaid. And then that chair that he uses as a mobility aid for when he's fatigued, not medically necessary by his private insurance companies. You know who picked it up? Medicaid. His talker, that's $6,500 off the shelf. 2 private insurance companies said it's not medically necessary for our kid who can't communicate without it. You know who picked it up? Medicaid. So to say that Medicaid isn't going to affect families, they're not luxury items. They're not for Calvin. They're what he needs in the classroom. We brought pictures of him this year. We're also advocates in the special education space where there's going to be cuts and impacts based on what this administration is doing. Absolutely. So Calvin and I, Calvin and Lucy, Lindsay, all of us, this is a picture of Calvin this year. It was 2 years ago. We were in this tough discussion with the school district about moving him exclusively to a classroom for kids with intellectual disabilities because he could not communicate what he was learning. But we knew that he was picking up subject matter in the classroom, and he had quote-unquote behaviors. And they also wanted to move him out of the gen ed classroom because of the behaviors that he was exhibiting. But we were confident that he was exhibiting the behaviors because he couldn't communicate what he was learning in the classroom like his peers were. So we pushed and pushed and pushed for the supports for him to stay in his gen ed classroom. And that's him acing his first test in his gen ed class, subject matter class, because he got the supports that he needed to use that system of communication to tell his teachers what he was learning in the classroom. Well, there's a gap in the funding. We talk about year after year when the IDEA and its predecessor were passed, Congress promises 40%, and we're going to keep coming asking for that 40%, and it's currently at 13, I believe, in funding. But there's also resources that people don't know about or don't think about when they talk about cuts to the ed department, which is the research and the best practices, which we as parents can go to and go back to our school systems and say, hey, there's this research backing classroom use of communication devices and effective communication regulations, which allow us as parent advocates to go back to the school system and say, until you're supporting our child and using his mode of communication, we're not moving him out of this gen ed classroom. Because that's the deal we struck with our school district. Like, you do this effectively, and we show that he's not picking up the subject matter, then we'll talk about moving out of the gen ed classroom. But until you do this well, see, he just said he heard a fire engine somewhere. So the Department of Ed cuts in staffing and in the research and the supports, in addition to the Medicaid, it's a whole holistic system of supports that we get from the federal government that people do not think about.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we wanted to be here on the Capitol steps was to give the American people an opportunity to tell their stories, because a budget is just not cold numbers on a piece of paper. It represents our values, and it has deep implications for the American people. And this particular budget will hurt children, it will hurt families, it will hurt veterans. And so we want to thank you for elevating these stories. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for your presence. Some of my colleagues who serve in this Capitol talk a lot about family values. But that's rhetoric. That's rhetoric if at the same time you're talking about family values, you're undermining American families, and we're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for it. So we really appreciate your presence. I don't know if you have any concluding words.
I would just say that all of this is intersectional. We have funding from Medicaid that goes to the schools across this country that help occupational therapists, speech therapists, physical therapists. That doesn't only affect kids with severe disabilities like Calvin. That affects everyday kids. There might be interventions that are required. Our paraprofessionals, some of them are paid through Medicaid, and it is incredibly important to understand the intersectionality between our schools and our community-based services. The idea that HHS is cutting the budget for people to live in their communities and have supports. The disability community has fought for decades to be in their community, to live in their community. And it has only been 30 years since Olmsted. Not even 30 years since Olmsted. So you're seeing more people in your community. Oh, I'm sorry. Olmsted is a Supreme Court decision, and I'm not the attorney in the family. Toby is.
So going back even further, it's not even since 1975 that kids have been required to be in the school buildings with their peers. 1990 we got the ADA. So all of these laws on the books you want me to hold it closer, have gotten people with disabilities in our community, so we're seeing them more often, and people are still getting accustomed to it. But Olmstead was a decision in 1999 where the Supreme Court said that under the ADA, folks have rights to have their services and supports provided in the community so they're not segregated. And so for people who are thinking, you know, I didn't see this in my day, it's because you didn't, right? And it's a good thing that's happening, and there are growing pains that go along with it. But we all, as a community, can go through those growing pains together to make sure that kids like Calvin, because that's why we advocate the way we do. I'm an introvert. I don't want to be out here. I'll be dead the rest of the day. My energy will be gone. But we get out here because Calvin is Medicaid. And it's not this myth of this huge group of folks defrauding the government to suck away funds that were paid by taxpayers. No, it's Calvin. Calvin's Medicaid. People like Calvin are Medicaid. And it's, our message is always about community. Lindsay grew up in Baltimore. I grew up in Norfolk, Virginia. We weren't well-to-do families. We made it out because of support from the federal government. I'm a veteran. I did service in the feds with the National Labor Relations Board, trying to protect workers' rights. And through public service, we are now able to advocate and have the time and resources to do it. And we would pay more in taxes if necessary to make sure kids like Calvin could stay in their community, because that's important to us and it should be important to everybody else.
And thank you for your service to this country. You got an administration that is firing veterans. We should be cherishing our veterans and standing by our veterans and supporting our veterans and their families.
And then we just have a book for each of you called A Day with No Words by Tiffany Hammond. It is a really beautiful experience of a family who are AAC users. This is an AAC. And specifically the autistic community. And we need to lift that voice right now because they in particular are under attack. So we so very much appreciate your leadership and your support and your voice, because a lot of us feel distressed and scared and angry, and it really brings so much hope as we are talking about religion and the week after Easter and what that means in terms of hope. This brings hope, and we are just so thankful that there are voices. So thank you.
This is what it means. This is what it means to be a beloved community. We love one another. We look out for one another. We stand for one another. What courage it takes to come out here and sit with your family and bear your personal story. But why is the poverty that most threatens our nation the poverty of empathy? The poverty of understanding, the poverty of love. We are the wealthiest nation on the world. Families shouldn't have to come every 4 years and beg to preserve programs that should be fundamental to a nation this great. We are a loving society. And I'll be damned, we are going to fight to protect these programs. We are going to fight to protect these services. We are Americans. We stand for each other. We love each other, and we will continue to work together. Thank you all for being out here. Thank you. Leader Hakeem, can you walk that microphone up to Brian Schatz? Ladies and gentlemen, the senator from Hawaii.
And we've got a congressman who has joined us.
Balance the scales here.
That's right.
But I mean, because us senators outnumbering you, man, and there's only 100.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Congressman Gil Cisneros from California.
Yes.
Who served this country in uniform.
I think we should defer to the House member first.
We'll go to Schatz.
No. I think you said okay.
Come on, let's go to Schatz.
Come on, let's all walk upstairs. Let's all walk up.
I'm struck not just by the growing crowd, but the extent to which I see this as a kind of metaphor for the movement and Cory and Hakeem's role in that. And everybody understands what Cory did a couple of weeks ago to take the floor I got to say, doing 25 hours is one thing. Doing 25 hours when the last hour is as good or better than the first hour is another thing. But it's honestly more than that, because the metaphor for the movement is everybody, all of us, even those of us in power, are trying to wake up every morning and try to figure out, what is it that I can do? And the real answer is, whatever you can do is what you should do. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. And so one thing I want to do is, for those of you who are not capturing this in a live stream and you're just watching this from the bottom of the steps, you are welcome to join up on the steps, because the way I see this is people watch it online. Some people can show up in 3 dimensions. Some people go to the base of the steps, and that's as much comfort as they have. Some people want to step and sit next to the great Cory Booker and the great Hakeem Jeffries and his colleague Brian. And the reason I think this is so...
Don't forget the great Gil Cisneros.
And the great Gil Cisneros. And the reason I think this is such a powerful moment is there is this recognition. Maybe all I have to do is what I can do. Maybe I don't have to fit into some grand strategy, because maybe a movement is faith in strangers. Maybe a movement is about what Cory did, which he stepped out onto the United States Senate floor and said, I don't know when I'm going to have to use the bathroom. I don't know how bad my headache is going to go. And by the way, one of the things that Cory told me in advance was, I don't know if my knees are going to hold up. I don't know if my feet are going to hold up. He is not 38 anymore. He is fit. He is strong. But, man, that's a long time. And he's 39. But the point is, he took a risk, because he didn't know if it was going to look goofy. He didn't know if anyone was going to care. And they did the same thing this morning. Why don't we just sit at the Capitol steps, because the leader, Jeffries, has access to the Capitol steps, and see who's interested. So now we've got 25,000 people watching this on just one platform, and those numbers are going up. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of the highlights of my career in the United States Senate, which was, we were over there in the other chamber on the steps, Cory and I, on Facebook Live, back when Facebook Live was the main platform, and suddenly John Lewis is sitting next to me, and I'm thinking, I'm like floating out of my body going, is that John Lewis sitting next to me, and we're talking about the Affordable Care Act? And this is the important thing that Hakeem mentioned, but this is the message for today. All we need is 4. All we need is 4 House members. All we need is 4 senators on the Republican side to say, I refuse to shut down rural hospitals. I refuse to punish the sick and the disabled and children and the elderly and people who need a little help with their groceries. I refuse to do that. And last time, when we were fighting over the Affordable Care Act, it did feel unwinnable. We had 2 no's, and we needed a 3rd, and everybody understands that John McCain moment. That is not some historical incident that we can all read about like it was not something we participated in. We won that fight because we fought that fight. But these fights do not magically line up with vote counts, and we observe them like we're watching our fantasy football team and just rooting our team on. Politics is not a spectator sport. Democracy is not what we have. It's what we do. And so as this movement builds for a pluralistic, fair democracy, we need to understand we're all going to have to take some risks. They took a risk this morning. I want to see everybody online and in person having their back, not because their egos are so dependent on our support of them, but because they're fighting for all of us. They are fighting for the poor and the sick and the disabled and the rural hospitals and the urban hospitals and the kids who need special education and all of us together. This is no longer a partisan question. This is a question of who we are as a country. Are we really going to rob families who are struggling and shovel all that money to the wealthiest people who have ever walked this planet? And so join us on the steps. And if you can't physically join us on the steps, do your online thing and understand that this is the kickoff to one of the most important policy fights that we will see in many, many decades.
Senator Brian Schatz.
Senator Brian Schatz.
Thank you. And we thank you for once again anchoring us in the spirit of John Lewis, because that really is the shoulders that we're standing on at this moment when Cory and I talked about heading into this legislative work period and the battles that will be in front of us. We, of course, centered our own experiences with the great John Lewis, and we had the opportunity, along with Gil and Robin Kelly, we've been joined by Congresswoman Robin Kelly from Illinois. Thank you.
And I got to try to keep the Senate score going higher and higher. We're also joined by the great Senator Amy Klobuchar. Come on up.
As you can see, this is a sibling rivalry.
It is a sibling rivalry. The lines that divide us, like the Hudson River, is not as strong as the ties that bind us.
It's great to see Amy joining us, and we'll hear from Amy momentarily. But just to again recenter sort of the spirit of John Lewis and why we all are so inspired by him, our opportunity to serve with him, the lessons that we learned from him. You know, I recall, Cory, the first time that I met John Lewis was on the floor of the House of Representatives, and I see him, he sees me, and he calls me over, and he says, "Are you the new guy?" I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis." He said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You can call me John." I said, "Okay, Mr. Lewis." Because he's an American hero. And then he said, "You from Brooklyn, right?" Now, I got to admit, Amy, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house. But instead I said, "Yes, Mr. Lewis." And then he said something to me that was interesting. He said, "Well, I'm hearing some good things about you from your predecessor, but Washington, D.C. can be a tough place, So I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble."
Yes.
And we're here to get into some good trouble on behalf of the American people.
Yes.
On behalf of the American people.
Necessary trouble.
Necessary trouble. And so let me yield to one of my colleagues, Gil Cisneros, from the great state of California, who served this country in the Navy, wore the uniform, and now is serving this country in the United States House of Representatives. Give it up for Gil Cisneros, joining us all the way from California.
I gotta say, the crowd, like the senator said, the crowd is getting much better. Just don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know anything, and it's just all chaos. And as we're talking to the colleges, as we're talking to the school districts, they're taking our money away. They're taking the funding, the programs. I worked at the Pentagon, and I was the first ever Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer the Pentagon ever had at the Department of Defense. Where we did a lot to ensure that we were, taking care of our people of color, the officers, to give them that chance to rise up through the ranks, whether they were as I said, people of color, or they were women, or they belonged to the LGBTQ plus community, to ensure that they had an equal opportunity to go and succeed, just like everybody else. And that's what DEI is about, right? Yeah. Diversity, equity, inclusion is about giving individuals an opportunity, taking those rocks and shining them up to become diamonds in the rough, to allow them to show their skills, who may not have known, just like people like me. I had no idea getting out of college what I was going to, or when I graduated from high school, what I was going to do. College, this was not something in my family that people went and did. They didn't have that opportunity. But I got lucky. I joined the Navy out of high school. I saw a chief petty officer who met me and said, I think you should apply for a program. And I have no shame in saying that it was Navy's affirmative action program that allowed me to succeed and gave me the educational opportunity. And whether I succeeded or failed, after that, it was always based on my merit. And that's what it is. And that's what DEI does, right? It allows people to succeed and give them a chance. But right now, what they are doing, this administration, they're taking books out of schools. And I don't know when the book burners have ever been on the right side. Never, right? Never. But that's what they're doing. They're taking books about history. They are taking books out about people of color. They don't want to allow people to succeed. They don't want to allow people to educate themselves. But that is not what we can't allow them to do that, and we're not going to allow them to do that. We need to make sure that we keep fighting for health care. I'm proud to be a veteran. I'm proud to have worked, as I said, at the Pentagon. Federal employees that work their ass off every day to keep this country running, that are overtasked, constantly overtasked, but get the job done and continue to get the job done. And they want to get rid of these hardworking individuals. They want to get rid of our veterans. 30% of federal employees are veterans. They want to get rid of them. We can't allow that to happen because, again, they are hardworking. They serve their country in uniform. They are continuing to serve their country as federal employees. And we need to keep fighting. We need to keep fighting that they're getting their health care. Yes. Right? Yes. My dad, my father, a veteran, Vietnam veteran, exposed to Agent Orange, is getting his health care through the VA, but they want to go and they want to cut those resources. Yes, they want to take money away from the PACT Act that is out there. One of the great bills that this Congress passed over the last 5 years to make sure that we take care of our veterans. And they want to stop that. And we can't allow that to happen. 40% of the people in my district use Medicaid. But yet they want to do that and they want to get rid of that. And we can't allow that to happen. But the movement, and we all know this, the movement has to start with the people. So you all showing up out here today, you all raising your voices, you all coming out. We need to keep that momentum going. We need to keep it going, right? Are we going to keep it going? Yeah. Are we going to keep fighting? Yeah. Are we going to let them know they're not going to take our country? Yeah. All right. We got to do it. You are the momentum that's going to keep us going. So let them know and let them hear you. And thank you all for coming out. And thank you, Senator Booker, and thank you, Leader Jeffries, for continuing to fight and showing your leadership. Thank you very much.
All right. Revival here, folks. So this is exactly what I wanted. The crowd is growing. We have speakers coming up. On deck, not next, but on deck is Amy Klobuchar, who I want you all to know, as a college football player, you go to the Midwest, you fight against some really tough, big people. It wasn't until I got to the Senate that I think the toughest person from the Midwest is definitely Amy Klobuchar. But there might be a contender. There might be a contender, and Robin, Congresswoman Kelly, is after that. But before we do that, we want to keep recentering to how we began almost 6 hours ago. Almost 6 hours ago,
Just two of us on the Capitol.
just as two of us, Hakeem and I came out there when it was cold. It was about 45 degrees, and we sat down here. We opened up the live stream, and we said that tomorrow, after a 2-week recess, Congress is convening back in these buildings to begin
as the Republicans want to do to get a bill done that would cut health care from Americans, that would cut support for our seniors, that would cut resources for the disabled, and would cut food from the hungry. And we said that that violates the fundamental moral underpinnings of our nation. Our nation has many faith traditions, but from Jain, Baha'i, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, throughout the board, every one of our faith traditions talks about loving the neighbor, supporting the poor, providing health care for the sick, every single one. We started talking about our faith journeys growing up in the black church and how Chris Coons was our first guest, sat here and said over 2,000 times the Bible talks about the obligations to be there and to do for the poor. The character of our country is lying in the balance. And that would be wrong enough to cut programs that support millions of Americans. That would be enough. But to do it in order to give tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires is wrong and immoral. This is not left or right. This is right or wrong. And so we not only invited members here and members of the clergy here. We've had some incredible people speak. But we wanted to have the authentic voices of the foot soldiers for the very hope and idea of America. That we are a nation, the wealthiest in the world, but our wealth isn't just judged by stockbrokers' accounts or bank accounts, but our wealth is shown by how we elevate human potential, how we love one another, how we make sure that everyone has the fundamental basics to stand upon to reach for their American dream. So right now we have a number of people that are going to pass the mic. I'm going to start with LaMonica Jones from DC Hunger Solutions, which is an anti-hunger program. We're going to also let the mic be passed to Sal Valencia, New Jersey, that great NJ. Oh, you have a Mets shirt on. Well, don't worry, most New York sports teams play in Jersey anyway. The Giants and the Jets, that is. Sal Valencia, thank you for being here from the New Jersey School Nutrition Association. And then, of course, Eric Mitchell, president of the Alliance to End Hunger. And then we are grateful that Crystal Fitzsimmons is here, FRAC president. I want you to introduce yourself. Feel free to talk about your own faith journey, why you do the work you're doing, and what your influences are, and then the urgency of this moral moment as it affects the people you serve.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator Booker and Leader Jeffries, for one more time.
One more time.
Whatever gets the job done. Thank you again, Senator Booker, Leader Jeffries, for having us all here this morning and for setting an example. We are all privileged and honored to have you lead us here as anti-hunger advocates. Again, my name is LaMonica Jones. I am the Director of State Initiatives for the Food Research and Action Center, more commonly known as FRAC. What that means to most folks, I oversee our work with DC Hunger Solutions, Maryland Hunger Solutions, as well as within New Jersey for New Jersey Food Security Initiative. Every day I hear from district residents, from Maryland residents, as well as from the families and households that we work with in New Jersey about the impacts to SNAP. The district here, we have the highest rate of older adult hunger in the entire nation. The majority of our older adults here are struggling with hunger. These are the individuals that have dedicated their life to work. And when we communicate with them, when we have conversations with them every day, they're struggling to figure out how is it that I can only afford basic necessities. I always say the rent eats first. And so after they've paid their mortgage, after they've paid their rent, they're struggling to figure out how can I afford groceries? How is it that I can afford transportation? How is it I can afford my health care cost? And so when we're having these conversations with individuals, we're working closely in the district to try to figure out how is it that we can make sure that we have the funds allocated to support our households. It's also the same in Maryland. We were dealing with a major deficit, budget deficit in Maryland, a $3 billion deficit, which we advocated really closely with our legislators in order to find means so that we can support our SNAP households. Over 600,000 residents in Maryland are dependent upon SNAP. And so when we look at what those cuts look like from the federal level, we're looking at a large number of individuals that are not going to know how are they going to make their ends meet. How is it that I'm going to feed my family? How is it that I'm going to make sure that my children are able to have healthy school meals every single day? And so, you know, our fight it's hard and it's long, but something has to be done. When we think about the potential impacts for states to take on these costs for our federal programs, it's detrimental. DC has a nuanced situation that they're dealing with on top of potential cuts. We're heading into what should be budget season here in the district with our local dollars, and we have $1 billion that's being withheld of DC dollars. That's being withheld. That's not allowing us to do what we need to do within the district.
And before you pass the microphone, let me ask you, when you hear them say work requirements for SNAP, what does that mean to you in your program?
So when we talk about work requirements for SNAP, you know, that is flexibilities for our individuals to, where we have high numbers or high percentage of individuals that have to find employment. You know, we have the 3-month requirement that says that after 3 months you have to secure employment. But if you're in a position where you're unable to do so, even after trying, you're going to strip those benefits from someone. I've done everything that I can. I'm trying to find a job. I'm trying to find employment, but you're stripping these benefits from me even after I've done absolutely everything that I can. It's unfair. It's
and it also
unjust.
creates a layer of bureaucracy for you that's
it does.
additive and costly.
It does. There's so many steps and hoops that individuals have to jump through in order to just feed themselves, just to nourish themselves. And it's challenging when we talk to our SNAP clients and we're working with them on their SNAP application process, and they're saying, I've done all that I can do. What else do you need me to do? But there's these layers that they have to jump through to say that they need to apply for just our basic necessity. Food is a basic necessity that we all deserve. We all wake up and we all ate today, and it's something that we all should be able to do automatically.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Good.
Over there. Thank you. My name is Sal Valenza. I've been providing food that is delicious and healthy to students that are hungry for over 30 years. When you think about that, students that are hungry can't learn. It's one of the things that I just saw recently. It said, hunger steals dreams, school meals bring them back. And to look at those programs and talk about taking funding away from them, to me is just a terrible thing that people talk about. When you talk about cutting Medicaid access, people need to understand that Medicaid access being cut cuts access to school meals for those people as well. Because those students, when they get Medicaid, are directly certified to receive school meals. So these are things that are super important when we look at the budget and need to understand that we're affecting the health of our future. We need to make sure that these students are heard and that we take care of them. One of the things that I talk about a lot when I talk about what we do in schools is that we tend to do things to and for kids and not with them. And I'm just going to throw this back to Senator Booker. I handed you those quotes. Those are all from students that are in your district, and these were collected from Health Corps. So we asked kids what they thought about lunch and why it was important. And these are what kids said. Lunch helps students and families. A lot of kids only get one meal per day. Think about that. How many of you out there get one meal a day? Doesn't happen. How many people there that we're talking about giving tax cuts to get one meal a day? None of them. Students should get free meals because their families may not be able to afford to pay. To make parents decide between whether they're going to feed their kids or pay their rent isn't something that we should ever do. That school meal could be the only school meal that kid next to me eats. You never know what someone else is going through. All right, this is a kid from Newark, and it's just simple. Every child should be nourished. And I'm going to end on that because I think that when we look at what we do with school meals, we're not just nourishing them with food. We're giving them the ability to learn, grow, and have a great life.
We're going to hear from two more advocates. We want to thank them for their powerful testimony. I think it's important to make a point that, America
is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Yet it's estimated that there are as many as 50 million Americans who are hungry or food insecure, and millions of children. That's a stain on our society. It's a stain on our society. And this budget goes in the exact opposite direction of where we should be headed. Here in America, it's our view that we shouldn't have a single hungry child, a single hungry veteran, or a single hungry family. And that's the direction that we need to go in the United States of America, not cutting nutritional assistance. So we thank the four of you for your advocacy and look forward to your continued testimony.
Just want to foremost just thank Leader Jeffries and Senator Booker for bringing us here this morning. I woke up a little over before 8 o'clock this morning, logged on. It literally was only 3 of y'all up on stage. So to come down to D.C., I live in Montgomery County, and to come down here and to see this crowd, it's just heartwarming. It just lets us know that this really is a movement of people who really care about these issues. Quick introduction of myself. My name is Eric Mitchell. I'm blessed to lead a coalition of over 100 national organizations across many sectors, businesses, universities, nonprofits, international organizations in the fight to end hunger in the U.S. and around the world. The Alliance End Hunger, we are a young organization, relatively speaking, less than 25 years old, but we believe in the collective action, the collective power in building the movement towards the goals of ending hunger. Just to kind of give you a stark reality, globally, there's over 750 million people in the world who are suffering from food insecurity in many forms, including children. Over half of the kids who die in the world die as a result of malnutrition. We're blessed here in this country to have a safety net program of federal nutrition programs to ensure that we do not fall deeper into hunger. But in that perspective, our federal nutrition programs like SNAP only serve 40 million Americans in this country. So as you know, as Leader Jeffries just said, even with what we have right now, it doesn't cover everyone who falls under the threat of food insecurity. And so this program is essential to ensure that we do have the ability for families to be able to make ends meet. It covers across every congressional district, every state in this country, every race. Many of us who go to church, we have folks in our communities and in our congregations who use these programs. We have people who work with us, people who go to our schools, who at any given day wake up in the morning not understanding how they're going to feed themselves and their family. I think the stark reality of how important these critical nutrition programs are is when, a few years ago, when we were dealing with COVID and our food banks numbers were swelling because families were literally on the cusp of one paycheck away for not being able to take care of themselves and their families. And so this is critical for us. We need to ensure that we have a budget that puts ending hunger first. This is not a partisan issue. I know we have many Democrats here today, but this is historically has been an issue that's been supported by Democrats, Republicans across the board. A few years ago, Congress passed a bill to make ending hunger a national priority. That was led by Congressman Jim McGovern and the late Congresswoman Janet Walorski from Indiana, a Republican. These are issues that we continue to fight in a way to make sure that there is bipartisan solutions to this. This SNAP program alone, it doesn't just benefit the end user. It serves as an economic engine for this country. Farmers, grocery stores, rural communities all benefit from these programs to the point that over $15 billion is put back into the economy when SNAP benefits are used.
Say that again.
$15 billion. And so if you want to make America stronger, more prosperous, more secure, you don't do that by ripping the very fabric of this country and taking away the ability to have families who need it the most to be able to feed themselves and their families. So I want to thank y'all for this opportunity. Thank y'all for the leadership.
We want to thank you for speaking truth to power, being here in this sacred civic space to talk about the moral obscenity of poverty in our country and the challenges. We've got one more speaker Why don't you pass it on there? It is truly a moral obscenity that we have so many children in poverty. What it does to the development of our children, as we had earlier here, one of our great pastors, one of the leaders of the Moral Mondays, Reverend Barber, who talked very pointedly that poverty amongst children is violence. It is violence. And to not stand up and protect our children. But the investment part is key. That $15 billion is a return in measurable financial means. But what does it do? How can you measure the impact on a child and its development and her abilities in the future by having good, nutritious meals? The unlocking of their potential, the opening up of their artistry, the incredibleness of their invention. We don't know how many children we have lost out for because in this rich country they have been malnourished and not getting the food that they need to develop. So please, last of this great coalition, this great quartet, you guys can sing a gospel hymnal before you leave. We need some music up on here. And if you guys are up there and want to sit, there's still some spaces behind us. As long as you're in front of those chains, we are good if you want to come up and join and sit with us. We're happy to see this crowd gathering, but go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Booker. Thank you, Speaker Jeffries. And I also want to thank Senator Klobuchar, who is our ranking member on the Senate Agriculture Committee and helping
Yes,
my
chairwoman.
I'm, again, Crystal Fitzsimons. I'm the interim president for the Food Research and Action Center, and at FRAC, we're working to build a nation free from hunger. We have about 47 million people in this country, that includes kids, who are struggling to put food on the table. And SNAP is a critical resource that helps make sure that families across the country are not going hungry. For every one meal that the charitable sector provides, SNAP provides 9 meals. So we cannot cut the SNAP program. If you cut SNAP, you will actually be creating hunger. You're taking food off the table of families across the country. We know that SNAP is an incredible program. It improves health outcomes. It reduces healthcare costs by an average of about $1,400 per person. It improves mental health outcomes. It improves birth outcomes. We know that it's just an incredible, amazing program, and the benefits are actually too low. When people talk about cutting the SNAP benefits, currently they're about $6.20 on average, and what they're talking about taking us back to would be $4.80. Can you imagine trying to feed your family for $6.20 per person per day, and going back to less than $5 is just shocking. All of the proposals that are on the table would either cut benefits, take people off benefits, or make the program harder for states to serve. Cutting the program by $230 billion, I can't even believe that they're talking about cutting it by $230 billion, is going to increase hunger across the country and have devastating effects. We do a lot of story collections from families, and we've gotten lots of stories from veterans, from seniors, from families with kids who are struggling. And the common theme is that this will be devastating to them. They're struggling to make ends meet. We are seeing families really struggle to cover the costs of high food inflation, to cover their rent, and this will just make it even harder for families. So we really need Congress, when they come back tomorrow, to all come together and recommit to ending hunger in the United States. That is a core value for us. If we want kids in this country to thrive, if we want to have a productive workforce, if we want to be safe, if we want to give older Americans and veterans and people with disabilities what they need, we need to end hunger in the United States, and we need to not cut SNAP or any of the other federal nutrition programs.
Thank you very much. Please give it up for these 4 incredible foot soldiers in the fight against hunger in America.
Fabulous 4.
Fabulous 4. We know that this administration has already cut Meals on Wheels to our seniors, vital food programs going to our seniors. We know they've already attacked school lunch programs. But we are seeing in this next work period, they're going to begin to go after SNAP. One of the great champions of the fight for SNAP, who knows, as was said so eloquently, that we shouldn't be cutting benefits, we should be investing more in nutrition programs for our children. The highest ranking Senate Democrat on
the Agricultural Committee that oversees SNAP, one of my friends and truly one of our great champions in America, Amy Klobuchar. Amy.
Thanks, Cory. I love that this, I'm losing my voice out here. You'd think I was out here at 6 a.m., but I love that this started with 2 people, and then 3 people, and then 5 people, and now all of you, and it's only going to grow during the day, because that's what organizing is about. And I want to thank Cory, I want to thank Hakeem, and all the members that are out here, but I mostly want to thank the people that just turned on their stream in the morning, saw it, and decided to come out here. Because what's going on in this country right now is going to take everyone to stand up. There's a reason it's sunny on this day, because we need that sunshine to go right into this Capitol. We need this sunshine to be showing what these guys are doing right now and the horror of what is happening in our country. So I just spent, which is why I lost my voice, I went on a 19-county tour in our own state. And the people that showed up there maybe aren't on this live stream right now. They are people that just finally realized what was happening to them. Because what's happening right now is not just happening in our urban areas. It is happening in our rural areas in a big way. They are dependent on these food programs and SNAP. And the farmers that produce the food that goes to the schools, that goes to the school lunches, that goes to the SNAP programs are just hanging on an edge. And you know what? The big guys can handle this, okay? The big guys, whether it's in agriculture or whether it's CEOs going to the White House or whether it's investment bankers having people in, the little guys, the little farmers, the soybean farmer I met with in rural Minnesota, the woman who runs a little company called Busy Babies, they aren't invited to those rooms. They don't know how to deal with this. So when their mom can't get into assisted living because they're cutting Medicaid, or when there's the tariffs, these across-the-board tariffs that are affecting their businesses, they don't have any margin to rely on. So that's why this is a social justice issue. This is an economic issue. And when you look at what's happening right now in farm country, they're waking up. I was one of our smaller town halls, and a woman was there, maybe would have been one of you, holding a sign that said, "This is not normal." And the farmer sitting next to her has never been to one of these things. He looks at her and goes, "I'm normal." And she goes, no, that's not what I mean. She's like, "This is not normal what's happening right now, but there's a lot of normal people, whoever you are, that are affected." He goes, "Okay, I get it. Those quiet voices that don't always talk, they're rising up right now. They're rising up right now, and they're showing up. So the people that are watching on the live stream, I want you to make sure you talk to someone that doesn't always go to these things and talk to them about hunger and what we're seeing in our country. Tell them what's the truth. Costs are up. Chaos is up. Corruption is up under this administration. And that's why these sit-ins and people coming out and getting out of their shells and having the hope that we can have a better world is so important right now. And I want, when people say, "What are you doing to fight?" you got to ask yourself, what am I doing to fight? And a lot of you are standing out here right now and will join us. But I can tell you right now, we are fighting this in the courts, right? We're fighting it in the courts, where 90 judges, Republican-appointed judges, Democrat-appointed judges, are standing up and saying, no, this is unconstitutional. We are fighting it in Congress, where all it takes, as Hakeem and Cory know, to have 4 Republicans stand up in the House, 4 Republicans stand up in the Senate and say, no, we're not going to do these tariffs. We're not going to cut Medicaid. We're not going to take lunches away from kids. Remember that number. 4 Republicans is all it takes. And then finally, we are fighting it with our constituents by our side. And that is all of you. So I want to thank you for turning out today. I hope you talk as much as I did, so I lost my voice. But I hope you do it so you share it with everyone else. Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Hakeem. Keep up the great work. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Senator Amy Klobuchar. We're so thankful
for the senator, the great senator from the great state of Minnesota. You know, when we stand up for SNAP, we're standing up for rural America and urban America and suburban America and small town America and the heartland of America. We're standing up for families and we're standing up for farmers. We want to make that clear. Families and farmers. That's who we're out here standing up for all across America. We're now going to hear from two members of the United States House of Representatives.
We had one. You wanted to make one last comment.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Just packages what Senator Klobuchar just said. Yeah, I'm a House alum as well. I used to work for Congressman John Lewis.
That's why he's allowed to do this.
And he'll often say, you know, we got to get in the way and get in good trouble. And this is what example of what this is. But y'all who are online and are out here in the crowd, what I urge y'all to do is go back to your congressional leaders, your members of Congress, and tell them, repeat just exactly, that you will not allow them or want them to support any legislation that cuts these drastically cuts these programs. Put the pressure on our elected officials. That's what they need to do. They need to hear from y'all. They need to hear from y'all back at home, not just here in D.C., but back at home in your communities. Tell them what these programs do to your lives and how it will impact you and their constituencies. That's how we put the pressure on to make sure that policy moves in the right direction. Thank y'all again.
Yeah, so just to drive Eric's point home, we want to actually flood the emails for all the members of Congress as they come back to Monday, because they're all returning from recess tomorrow. We want all of their inboxes to be flooded. If you go to frac.org, frac.org, and go to our Action Network, you can actually find an email that you can easily send and tailor however you want to go to your members of Congress, to your representatives, and your senators. So I encourage you to do that, because the only way we are going to make this happen and push back on these proposals is for people to hear, for our elected officials to hear what a big deal this is, and that people are paying attention and that they care.
Sorry about that. So we also really need to let the USDA know that we need our local food for schools money back. They took that away. That's hurting the farmers. That's hurting the kids. We need local food for schools money back.
All right, now I'm going to yield to a good friend of mine, my big sister in the United States House of Representatives from the great state of Illinois, but she was born in New York, Congresswoman Robin Kelly.
I just want y'all to know I came the furthest. I started off in Boston watching you. Yes, yes, yes. And I flew in because I'm going to the Victory Fund to support our LGBTQ plus community. But I just wanted to thank Senator Booker and my little brother, my fantastic leader in the House, for what you are doing today and how you have gathered all of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It takes leadership, and you two are great leaders, along with Senator Klobuchar. In my district is urban, suburban, and rural. I start on the south side of Chicago through the suburbs, and I have 4,500 little farms in my district. 4,500. The girl from Harlem. 4,500 farms in my district. So I hear all the sides. And my parents had a mom and pop grocery store. So I know, as the gentleman said, how it's all connected. If people can't buy food, the grocery stores, you know, don't hire as many people. They can't buy as much from my farmers. Illinois is #1 in soybeans. Their #1 customer is China. So you don't think the tariffs are hurting my farmers? You know, cutting USAID is hurting farmers across the country. Then if you cut SNAP, that adds, you know, insult to injury. But I really want to thank, like the senator and my leader and my other colleagues have said, thank all of you, because as Martin Luther King said, the day comes to an end when good people don't speak up. And we are fighting with one arm tied behind our back, maybe two arms, but we're going to start kicking if it's necessary. But we need you to be there with us. We are partners in this struggle. We are partners in this struggle. We are all in this together. So don't forget that your voices really do count. So we do need you to call your representatives, not even the federal ones, on every level, to let them know that you are watching and that you vote. And I just want to say, last but not least, in my district, if Medicaid is cut, I have 753,000 people in my district. 300,000 people will be affected. 190,000 people will be affected by SNAP. That's just my district alone. If they continue with the Department of Education, almost 7,000 teachers will lose their jobs. So I need you. I need you fighting with me, and I've been fighting, and the leader puts us to work. I've had town hall meetings, tele-town hall meetings, meeting with my school superintendents, every single thing that I can do to encourage everybody to speak up. So thank you for being here. Thank you guys for your leadership. You are the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Kelly.
Thank you, Robin, from Boston all the way down here. We thank her. Thank you, Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you, Amy.
All right.
Robin.
You can come up to the Capitol steps if you want to sit here. I know the crowd's getting big, but I want to thank little Catherine. How old is Catherine? 4 years old. She came out here and delivered me this gift of a picture. Thank you, Catherine. We love your picture. I'm saving this from the day. Who's next up?
So next up, we've been joined by another distinguished member of the United States House of Representatives, one of our newer members, but he's off to a tremendous start. He represents the great state of Rhode Island, and in fact, I believe is the first Ghanaian American ever elected to the House of Representatives, Congressmember Gabe Amo.
Thank you, Leader. All right. I'm so grateful for your leadership, Senator. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you really to everybody who's out here. I spent the last couple weeks having a lot of conversations with people at home, and they're afraid. They're scared. They're not scared because of, the craziness of these cuts. They're scared because of what it means to our values. Our values. What do we stand for? So, you hear government programs all the time. Medicaid can be abstract. To me, it means dignity for those with disabilities. For me, it means that the nursing homes that care for so many people are well funded. For me, it means that those women who are about to have babies have the certainty that they will have coverage. For me, it means so many things, and we have to continue to speak to those values. What do we stand for? A budget. A budget is a symbol of our values. So I sit on the Budget Committee in the House of Representatives and heard from Republican after Republican say, we're not going to make these cuts, but yet vote against amendments that would simply state that they shared our values, the values of Democrats, the values of Americans to protect those who need our help the most. And over again, they have said the opposite. And they have done the opposite of what the American people want from them. So in Rhode Island, when I think about this, I think about Al, who came to one of my town halls and said to me, Gabe, I'm scared. And everybody has someone in their life who will be affected by draconian cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. But they aren't just government programs. They are about our values. And so there is no better day than Sunday to reflect on values. Values that we have taught across our faith traditions in our households, that we get from the sacred documents that form this nation. Values. And so over and over and over again, I will ask this week when I see Republican colleagues, where are your values? Who do you stand for? Billionaires or Social Security recipients? Do you stand with big corporations, or do you stand with those children who need health care in your district? Because the choices are clear, so I implore them, to have backbone, to have courage, to reflect the actual will of their constituents, because I know I know that across this country, people have that fear. But I will always hold on to hope, because this is an example of how powerful we are collectively. They want us to feel powerless. There is nothing stronger than demonstrations like these happening over and over and over again, and we won't rest. Will we rest? No. Will we stand by and let the will of the billionaires overtake the will of the people? No. Will we fight? Yes. Will we keep going? Yes. Will we keep pushing? Yes. Let us do that, because the chaos and confusion is the point. They want to distract us, but we are not distracted. We have no fear. We will move strongly against their actions. We will find those four. We will keep fighting for people, because that is what we are all supposed to do. So I'm grateful to be here. Senator, leader, thank you for your work, your leadership in organizing us. And let's keep fighting. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep going.
Thank you so much, Congressman Gabe Amo.
And Gabe represents, I just want to say something, Leader Hakeem. Gabe represents something that's powerful that's happening in America, is the next generations are rising. Millennials and Gen Z are starting to say, I'm not waiting for permission. I'm not waiting for my term. I'm going to run for office at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level. I'm going to organize. I'm going to march. I'm going to protest, because it's my future. It is my country. It is our destiny, and I will not stand for what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are trying to do right now. So I want to thank the next generation rising. I want to thank Gabe for his incredible leadership.
Gabe Amo, 30-something representative. We're so thankful for him, the next generation. And again, we want to reiterate to the American people that all it takes are 4 Republicans in the House and 4 Republicans in the Senate, and we can stop this madness. We can stop this extreme budget, to stand up for the people that they represent. Because in America, we don't have a king, right? We don't have a monarch. We don't have a dictator. We have a democracy. And we want to make that clear. And in a democracy, we don't work for the executive branch in the United States Congress. We don't work for Donald Trump. We work for the American people. And that's why we're here, sitting down. And we sat down very early in the morning. It was cold. It was just the 2 of us.
How long ago, my friend?
We didn't know how long we would be out here, and now we have passed our 6th hour with all of you. And we're not going anywhere.
Not going. I'm feeling strong. How are you feeling?
Feeling strong. And so we've got a distinguished public servant with us. So many things that are under assault right now in the United States of America. The economy is under assault. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time, driving us toward a recession. Healthcare under assault. Nutritional assistance under assault. Rule of law under assault. We also know Social Security is under assault. But I'm thankful for the voice of the next person that we're going to hear, a distinguished public servant. He was the mayor of Baltimore. Then he was the governor, shout out to Charm City, Baltimore, mayor of Baltimore, then the governor of the great state of Maryland, 2-term Democratic governor, got big things done for the people of Maryland, and then was asked by President Joe Biden to help lead a turnaround as the administrator of the Social Security Administration, which he did, and now he's fighting to preserve this earned benefit. Governor, Administrator Martin O'Malley.
All right. Now, hold on. He said government administrator. I got to go a little bit further back, because this man and I have known each other for a long time when our hair wasn't gray.
That's right.
But
we were married together.
yes, and you need to know something. I solved my gray problem by just shaving it off. But let me tell you something about this incredible leader here. I became mayor of New Jersey's largest city, and I looked around to try to figure out who my mentor mayors were going to be. And one guy that we literally sent a management team to go down and learn from was the then mayor of Baltimore, Gabe. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you very much. We sent a delegation down to learn from you. But this is the amazing thing you were doing, is when you want to talk about government efficiency, you had this system that didn't just take a battle axe or a chainsaw. You didn't stand in front of the cameras waving a chainsaw. You found creative ways to make your government dramatically more efficient and became the gold standard in America for mayors that created efficiencies that stretched tax dollars so much further. We copied your system. I never gave you credit till now. And this is the last time, too. But we copied your system and found an extraordinary way under unbelievable budget constraints to not only live within our budget, but to do more for the taxpayer. You are a great leader. And when the President of the United States, Joe Biden, tapped you to bring reform and efficiency to Social Security, you didn't do what this president's doing, start to cut services to seniors, start to threaten the technology they rely on, like being able to call or close, literally close in rural places, Social Security places. You actually found a different way to go that was creating more efficiency and more effectiveness. We're just grateful to hear from you today to talk about everything. And the one thing we're challenging people, it's Sunday, man. We came out here to go to church a little bit. So if you could talk, I'm curious, maybe you can start with, how were you raised? Is there a faith tradition that you're a member of? And how did it inform your decision to go into public life?
Sure. I'm glad I wore the right attire today, too.
Yeah,
I mean, I looked on live stream and said, well, the Capitol looks very Baltimore. These guys in their black hoodies sitting on the stoops. And so, yeah, my faith tradition, look, I went to high school right down here on North Capitol. In fact, I'll be going to Mass later at Gonzaga. And we were taught to be, it was an all-boys school, we were taught to be men for others, to believe that our highest purpose here in the short time we have on the planet is to actually serve others, that the measure of a life well lived is not how much wealth you accumulate or how many homes you own, it's how many people's lives you affect and that you touch. And so that's how I was raised. I was one of 6 kids. A small Irish Catholic family at the time, only 6 kids. At Our Lady of Lourdes, they thought we might be Lutheran spies. We only had 6 kids. And so I was honored when President Biden asked me to go to Social Security, and the White House was straight up. They said it's not because it's doing well. It's because after 9 steady years of House Republicans cutting their staffing was at a 50-year low, and the number of customers, because of baby boomers of my generation, I know you guys are much younger than me, but baby boomers of my generation, customer base at an all-time high, staffing at a 50-year low. But I was so heartened. You know, you talk about that system we use called CityStat that you and so many other really effective mayors used all over the country, which I borrowed and took from New York and CompStat. Timely, accurate information shared by all, rapid deployment of resources, creating a scoreboard, really, in a winnable game. And I watched those folks at Social Security, what used to be one of your most highly skilled executive services in any federal agency, literally sprint up that downward moving escalator, and they turned around almost every, not every, but almost every service metric. I'll give you just one of them when I'm talking service metric, like the time it takes to get through on the 800 number. When you've worked your whole life to earn your benefits, but you need to set up an appointment to effectuate those, the average wait when I walked in there was 42.5 minutes. That's average. So you could wait an hour and a half if you had called at the wrong times. They got that down. We got that down to just 12.8 minute speed to answer come October. And there's a few other metrics, like the time it takes to get initial disability decision, defectuation for the retiree benefits. You apply for Medicare through Social Security. All of those things we got moving in a better direction, and all of them are now going in the wrong direction fast, real fast. Because Elon Musk and his Doge team and Donald Trump, they came in with a chainsaw. They gutted Social Security. They have driven more people out in a shorter period of time than ever before in the history of this storied agency that never missed a single monthly payment in 90 years. Through world wars, through the pandemic, they came in and they took your money and paid your understaffed agency employees to quit and to leave. So far, they've driven out 7,000 people. They put their own puppet acting commissioner up front in charge, who's opened that whole database to the Doge people. They are committing crime after crime by falsely putting onto a federal Social Security record information they know to be false. And that information is that you're dead. They are marking people as dead when they know they're not. And they say, oh, we're just kind of cleaning up the database. They are on their way to marking 10 million records as dead, and they've already sent out a memo to the field offices that says, if you can believe this, hey, if somebody shows up and they're alive after we've marked them dead, this is how you go about resurrecting them. But it's a mess. You lose your bank account, you lose your ability to function financially. So anyway, what does that mean for this moment right now? I want to thank both of you for being the leaders that you are for our country. Leader Jeffries. Leader Jeffries and the House Democrats, I've gotten to know a lot of your members very well. I've gotten to know their districts very well. I've been doing more town halls as a former commissioner than I ever did as the commissioner. And Cory,
we appreciate that because Republicans have been running away from town halls. Democrats are leaning into town halls because we know who we work for, and it's the American people. And we thank you for joining us all across the country.
Yeah, it's been my honor. And Cory Booker, thank you for letting the nation know that we can all do something and for doing it so eloquently in that phenomenal filibuster that you did. I truly believe that because of your efforts, the democracy is very much awake. I believe that people are focused in, and we may talk about the nuances and differences between how Medicaid works in one state and another. And yes, we've relabeled, some of the Medicaid programs as Badger Care or Apple Care, so that can, make people ask a few questions. But anybody who gets Social Security gets Social Security. And it's 73 million individuals. By the way, many of them children. Most of us don't think that Social Security of a child's program, but actually Social Security lifts more kids out of poverty than any other program with the exception of, I think, the child care tax credit. And so the public is very much woken up. I understand there have been millions of calls to members of Congress, and that's what we need to do. I was with Emmanuel Cleaver in Kansas City the other day for a town hall there. And you're from Missouri?
Yes.
Where in Missouri?
Hannibal, Palmyra, Missouri.
Hannibal, Palmyra, Missouri. Y'all can afford two names for a town in Missouri?
Well, they're two different towns.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, one mayor, two mayors?
Huh? One mayor, two mayors. One.
Okay, well, that's efficiency in government. So where was I going with this? People are waking up. People are calling. And that's what we really need to do. Emmanuel Cleaver said, do you know how many Congress people were standing with Dr. King on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial? 0. So we have a lot more Congress people than that helping us now. We've got Leader Jeffries. We've got Emmanuel Cleaver, Tom Suozzi. And this program is actually I think, the antithesis of what Elon Musk is all about. This is a guy who, he believes that people who are disabled, who can't work, who are elderly and can't work, he believes that people that don't work in the economy that's made him so wildly wealthy are by their nature useless, wasteful, inefficiencies. He even said that he believes that empathy is the greatest weakness in the Western mind. We believe differently. We believe we're all in this together. We need each other. We have to help each other if we're going to succeed. And so here we are. Never had a more pivotal moment in the history of Social Security than right here and now. And it is an issue that cuts across all party lines. All party lines. 80% of Americans believe that Social Security should be strengthened and made better, not dismantled. So you guys have been at this a while, huh? Did they give you comfy pillows or anything? You just been sitting here on this hard step since dawn's early light.
Right. For the people.
Of the people.
Let me ask you one question, because one of the ways in which the extremists are going after Social Security, and they've been doing that for a long time, they've been at this for a while, is to claim that Social Security is an entitlement program. It's not an entitlement program. They call it an entitlement program because they think they're entitled to destroy it. It's not an entitlement program. It's an earned benefit. The American people have earned this benefit, paid into this benefit, and we're going to protect this benefit.
Yeah.
Could you speak a little bit about?
Sure. Yeah, here. Absolutely. It's an earned benefit. Everybody's and these cats at Social Security, they have collected a lot of data for a lot of years. All of our very first, when we first had a summer job or had a W-2, all of that data is in there. And they've done a phenomenally good job over the years. And they keep that data because it is exactly that earned benefit. You have to work 40 quarters, roughly 10 years, in order to earn the benefit. It's like an insurance company. So you become insured against living in poverty in your golden years, or living in poverty if you get disabled, or having your kids living on the street if you should die before they're old enough to earn a living for themselves. So that's you earn your way into it. It is nothing that it is nothing given to you. It is something that we, the people, do for each other in the here and now, and as a promise over the generations. You've heard Elon Musk say it's a Ponzi scheme. Not a Ponzi scheme. It is a pay-as-you-go program. In other words, the dollars that get paid in by Americans working in the economy are the same dollars that get paid out for the benefits. So it is a pay-as-you-go program, not a Ponzi scheme. Now, Bitcoin, that might be a Ponzi scheme, but not Social Security. And the way to keep it going, I see a lot of younger people here, which is awesome, because sometimes at the town halls, all right, next gen, let's hear you, next gen. Next gen in the house, all right. I'll tell you something. When I was a senior in high school, it was right before Congress. Congress has to make an adjustment to Social Security every 30 or 40 years, because it operates on a 75-year forecast. How many of you young people operate on a 75-year forecast? None of you? I can tell you this 62-year-old guy doesn't operate on a 75-year forecast. But Congress was right on the brink of it. They had to make an adjustment so that Social Security would get back on that 75-year healthy financial future forecast. And all of us were saying in high school, it'll never be there for us. We just pay for the old people. It'll never be there for us. Well, it's there for me now. And it's going to be there for you if we defend it, because it's a promise over the generations. But listen up. Tell your friends, would you, when they kind of tune out because it's Social Security and they're not near retirement age, the people that stand to lose the most, if they should succeed in liquidating it, and maybe doing lump sum payments for people already in pay status, the people that would hurt the most were all of you who worked the 10 years, you put your money in, you earned it, and you'll never get it back unless we continue it into the future. Yeah, so not going to let them take it from us. Absolutely. Should we blow up some other big lies about Social Security? Man, as long as I'm here. I'm here, and by the way, I'm here all week. Take care of your bartenders and waitresses. And so we already handled the Ponzi scheme thing, right? Not a Ponzi scheme. You've heard people say also, oh, it's going bankrupt, it's going bankrupt, it's going bankrupt. Not true. Not going bankrupt. It is true that the big surplus that Congress built up since 1982 to cover the lifespan of baby boomers like me and my generation, that's being depleted sooner than they thought in 1982, but that's a solvable problem. You know why it's being depleted sooner than they thought? Income inequality. So income inequality push dollars that should have been had a percentage of them paid into Social Security, pushed it out of Social Security. Why? Because somebody driving a bus or working at McDonald's pays all through the calendar year. up to the first 170,000. Every person we pay in Social Security for the first 170,000 that we earn, which means that while that bus driver person at McDonald's pays in all year, Elon Musk or Warren Buffett stop paying 2 seconds after the ball drops on Times Square. And so most Americans believe it would be fair to ask those higher earners to start kicking in at a certain point back to Social Security. So not going bankrupt. Let me blow up another big lie about the bankruptcy thing, because the cliff, so-called, the dip, is a 17% reduction. But if you had a family-owned business and your sister that does your accounting told you that by 2035, sis, we're going to have a 17% reduction in income, you wouldn't immediately run out and plaster a going bankrupt out of business sign on your business, would you? You'd make the adjustment. So it's a pay-as-you-go program. The year before I came in, I think we paid in, Americans paid in $1.3 trillion. We paid out $1.4 trillion in benefits, and the difference came from that built-up surplus reserve that Donald Trump and Elon Musk would take from you to make their own for some nefarious purpose. Other big lie. There is a zombie apocalypse taking place all across America. The Walking Dead have checks spewing out of their cadaverous pockets, and it's your money, and they're taking it. Not true. There's automatic alerts from all 50 states and the territories. We also get alerted by Medicare. If somebody over the age, I think, of 80 suddenly stops billing to Medicare, could be a miracle, but it's probably evidence of something else. So that doesn't happen. It's been reviewed year in and year out. Not 20 million people. Well, how many people in New York? What's the size of New York now? Is that like 20 million?
20 million.
20 million?
20 million.
So if Donald Trump said to Congress, he says there's 20 million people walking around dead and taking their checks. That's the size of New York. It's ludicrous. It's outrageous. It's not true. The other big lie, illegal immigrants are milking the system and bankrupting Social Security. Not true. Illegal immigrants, so-called people working here outside of legal status, actually are prohibited by law from receiving any dollars from Social Security, any benefits ever, but they pay in $25 billion to all the rest of us. So there's other big lies out there. You need to confront them. And thank you, gentlemen, for everything that you're doing to lead our country. I really, really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Gov. I'm gonna walk you out. All right, but we're so thankful for Governor O'Malley, Administrator O'Malley, and the work that he's doing. Mayor O'Malley as well, and Councilman. Is that right? Beforehand, got a lot of jobs, bro. All in service of the American people. So we're thankful for your service.
All right, how are we doing out there? We're not tired, are we? We're past 6 hours. We're closing in on 7 now. We're going strong. I want to center this for everybody before I walk down and talk to one of the most extraordinary set of lobbyists I have ever met. That's usually a dirty word in Washington, but this is the most righteous lobbyist I've ever heard. I'm going to walk down in a minute, but I want to recenter us really quick. At about 6 a.m., before the sun came up, Hakeem and I came out here and sat down. Why? Why? Because these are not normal times. These are not normal times. Gutting food programs is not normal. A society gutting the health care for families is not normal. The society's gutting services that give dignity to our seniors, not normal. Our society taking away support for people with disabilities, not normal. Our society cutting science research, not normal. Our society attacking institutions of higher learning, not normal. Therefore, we, the people, cannot treat this like normal times. So Hakeem and I, at 6 o'clock in the morning, one of many things we want to start doing in honor of the shoulders upon which we all stand, we wanted to cause some good trouble, some necessary trouble. Get in the way. Congress comes back here tomorrow after a 2-week recess to start consideration of a bill that Donald Trump calls the big, beautiful bill. I think it is a petty, cruel, ugly bill. And we have to find some way as a people, not to condemn congressional Republicans, but call to their conscience, call to their morals, like we did in 2017 when 3 senators changed their vote, Murkowski, Collins, and then the famous John McCain, and saved health care for tens of millions of Americans. So we wanted to have a conversation. We opened up our live stream and invited people to come to us. And if you couldn't come to us, we're going to read them later. We wanted people to start texting us or DMing us through the platforms what their stories are. We need to center American people. Donald Trump is not the center of this story. What he does to us does not define us. How we respond is how we are defined. There have been people who've tried to turn our democracy into a dictatorship before. There have been demagogues before. There have been people who've exploited hatred and fault lines to try to crumble our traditions before. But what has made this country survive, persevere, and yes, we shall, has helped this nation overcome, has been our collective determination not to let powerful people in powerful places win. We have shown generation after generation that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. And this is a time where we need powerful people. And so for closing in on 7 hours now, we've been sitting in. We've been sitting down, and I'm so happy that folks are joining us out here. Some of y'all, like these American University folks, you've been out here for about 5 of those hours. I love it. I love it, the stamina of these young people. But before I go down to talk to the greatest lobbyist I've ever met, this brother right here, what's your name, sir?
My name is Michael Walensky. I'm an emergency resident down in North Carolina. These cuts...
Hold on. I'm going to set you up for the comment you want to make. There is Washington math and there is real math. Some people think that when they gouge these programs, it's saving money for taxpayers and for society. I believe you can find ways to create more effective, more efficient government. We just heard from Martin O'Malley talking about what he did. But when you go to the core of programs, you're not saving money. You're pushing the costs out there to other people. You're pushing the costs to local governments. You're pushing the costs to state governments. You're pushing the cost to the moral conscience of a country. What does it cost us when we take food away from children who need nourishment to learn? What does it cost us when we take away health care? Well, I know this as a mayor. When you cut care for people, primary care for people, when you cut prenatal care for people, they end up getting their care in the emergency rooms where it's far more costly. The young man to my left comes up and tells me that if this bill goes through, it's going to cost us more, and the real math of America. Speak to that for a minute.
How many of you have been to an emergency room, a family member to an emergency room? You know the wait times. You know how long it takes to be seen for sometimes the most rudimentary of things, sometimes for serious trauma, gunshot wounds, loss of a pregnancy. You've been there, you've seen it, you've felt it, you know it. Cutting preventative care to get out ahead of these problems in the emergency room will only burden the emergency room that much more. Volumes will go up, wait times will go even longer, and you may not get seen in a timely fashion. I don't think we deserve that in this country.
No. And the most expensive care, it's far more costly for America. It's far more, not costly, it's far more wise, fiduciarily wise, to give people access to preventative care than it is to deal with them later. Now, I'm going to walk down these steps to just bring us to one of the most extraordinary things I remember from the healthcare fight in 2017 was the people that came to lobby, Congress people and senators. And they called themselves the little lobbyists. They were beautiful children who happened to have disabilities. But truly their superpower was their courage. I watched them in their wheelchairs. I watched them move around and go right up to senators and speak truth to power. Go right up to people and not with hate in their voice, but with a heart of redemption and grace. Please do not cut the services that I rely on. They were the most effective lobbyists there are. I'd like to say that we changed John McCain's vote by the persuasiveness of the voices of his fellow senators, but it wasn't the case. It was the people telling their stories, and none more powerful people than the little lobbyists here. And I don't know who I'm giving the microphone to, but I think I'm giving it to you. Would you introduce yourself?
Elena Hogg. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're talking about 2017, and I just want to give a shout out. I see so many of you from 2017 who are here fighting for health care. I see you. I thank you. And those of you who are joining us in 2025, we have been waiting for you. So I just want to introduce us real quick. We are the Little Lobbyists. We are a family-led organization for children with complex medical needs and disabilities. And in 2017, I was watching the news like everybody else, but I wasn't hearing my story being told. And I kept thinking, who's going to tell my story? Who's going to tell my story? And then I thought, oh, I'll tell my story, right? So our story is 10 years ago, I had an amazing birth. And then 15 minutes later, my baby was rushed to the neonatal intensive care unit, where she remained for the next 5 months of her life. She was diagnosed with a number of serious medical conditions affecting her airway, lungs, heart, and kidneys. She uses a tracheostomy to breathe and a ventilator for additional respiratory support, a feeding tube for all of her nutrition, and a wheelchair to get around. I am so pleased to tell you that Xiomara, the joy of my life, is thriving today. She's thriving. She's 10 years old, double digits club, and in the 4th grade, and she is just the joy of my life. And she is thriving, and I want to be very clear, in great part because of the access to health care, and specifically because of Medicaid. So, and families like mine wanted to share our story. Children with complex, oh, hi! 2017, right there. Wanted to tell our stories that children with complex medical needs and disabilities rely on Medicaid to live at home, to go to school, to be in the community. You know, it wasn't that long ago that a child like mine would have been automatically institutionalized. Automatically. For being disabled, for needing a ventilator. Children with ventilators didn't come home. But thanks to Medicaid, Xiomara gets to grow up at home, gets to grow up with her big brother. So that's what Medicaid means. And I want to take the opportunity to introduce you to some of our little lobbyist family. We have families across the country, and some of them came to D.C. in 2017, and 18, and 19, and 20, and, right? And the thing that we share, we have experienced the joys and challenges of raising disabled children. We know what is possible because we see it. We live it every day. Thanks to Medicaid, we know what is possible. Which means we also know what is at stake. We know what we might lose. We are so close to losing it, and that's why we're here. This is my very, very dear friend, Jamie Davis-Smith, who we have roamed the halls of Congress together many, many times. And I am so honored that you're here, and I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Thanks. Well, I can't believe we have to be here again. As Elena said, Little Lobbyists started in 2017 when a group of parents who didn't really know what we were doing decided to come walk the halls of Congress and tell our own stories and how much our disabled children rely on Medicaid and the joy they bring to our lives and how happy they are, how happy we are to have them at home. And this is my daughter, Claire. She's a very happy young adult now who loves her daddy very much. And thanks to Medicaid and the home and community-based supports that we've been able to access, Claire has been able to thrive, not just survive, but thrive at home with her siblings, go to the playground with them, go to movies, just be a part of our family, go to school. Medicaid has helped pay for her wheelchair, which needs to be replaced periodically as she grows, special equipment she needs at home to be able to sit at the dinner table with us and attend school with her peers. And we can't let that go. It's what Claire deserves. It's what we all deserve. And so we really need to save Medicaid. Families like ours all across the country deserve it. And I wanted to briefly tell the story of a dear friend of mine in Pennsylvania who couldn't be here today, but she grew her family through adoption, and she adopted two wonderful children, four total, but two wonderful children with disabilities who she adopted out of foster care. And the reason she was able to do that is because of Medicaid. She could take care of these children and commit to caring for them because she knew Medicaid would help with their medical care. And Medicaid is really what's enabled her to really care for her family and these children in the way they deserve to be cared for. And in her adoption and foster care communities, there's a lot of talk about how without Medicaid, a lot of these children will just continue to languish in foster care because families won't have the resources that they need to care for these children who are currently in foster care. And that's a travesty. That's not who we are as Americans. We need to take care of the most vulnerable members of our society, including our disabled children. So thank you all for being here, and I think Claire's dad wants to say something.
Well, I would just add that many Americans, I suspect, were probably like I was. You know, before Claire was born, I didn't really know much about what Medicaid was, what Medicaid did. And, you know, if you told me about kind of the program that Elena just spoke about, which is a kind of initiative by Ronald Reagan to help people like our daughters and our children stay at home with us instead of being institutionalized, I wouldn't have known the first thing about it. But I also didn't realize that the health insurance that I had was woefully inadequate to kind of cover the needs that my family would have when Claire was born. I had, at that time, the health insurance plan that was most prevalent, most common in the metropolitan area where I'm from. So it wasn't some weird plan. When, you know, Claire didn't walk until age 3. When we needed physical therapy so she could learn how to walk, the plan said, well, we don't cover that. We cover rehabilitative physical therapy, not habilitative physical therapy. And because she's never known how to walk, we won't pay for that. That was a surprise and nothing I expected. When Claire needed genetic testing, you know, as was recommended by the genetics clinic at the Children's Hospital that we had, you know, where Claire sees, you know, many doctors, the answer was, well, we're not sure how that's going to help treat her. That just seems like some curiosity you have as to what the genetic condition you have that your daughter has because you haven't been able to identify it through means other than genetic testing. And, you know, many of you probably think that if you need to buy a wheelchair, that your health insurance will cover that as well. You may be surprised by just how much durable medical equipment it costs and how low your benefit is. And so you're kind of talking about, you know, for us, we have health insurance. I never thought that Medicaid was for people who have health insurance, but as it turns out, it is. I've never been more grateful of kind of my fellow Americans and the federal government than I have been since I've received Medicaid, and the incredible amounts of money that it's provided. Claire has thoughts on this too. I love you too, baby. The incredible amount of resources that have been dedicated to my daughter to make sure that she can be as happy as she can and frankly be alive today. And I just think that oftentimes there are a lot of programs out there, and I don't think Medicaid's the only one, that we don't realize it actually covers all Americans, not just uninsured Americans, Americans with insurance. Yeah. And I don't really think that most Americans actually want to stop services. I don't think they realize that they're covered by Medicaid. When they're going to be in a tough situation, it'll be there for them. I don't know that they realize it covers, special education services to our schools. Your schools will be underfunded if Medicaid is cut. All I can say is myself and Adam, we're both very, very grateful for everything everyone's doing today to fight to save Medicaid. We're very optimistic because we think Medicaid's an important program for all Americans, and we think we're going to come together and, leadership in the House and the Senate, and hopefully a change of heart maybe in the executive branch. We think we're going to be able to turn this thing around.
Thank you for being here, the family. I'm sorry that you have to come down here and fight for what should be basic in a country like ours. To hear that there are children in foster care that their parents and their families want them, but they just don't have the resources to take care of them. And so for you to do this, as I said earlier, the biggest, most costly, most threatening poverty in America is a poverty of empathy, is people not understanding what their fellow Americans are struggling with, and not because we can't afford it, not because we're not the richest nation on the planet, but because we're not prioritizing. And the reason why Hakeem and I came out here nearly 7 hours ago was to try to center stories like yours, open up a live stream, and hope that more Americans, tens of thousands of Americans, will watch and hear these stories and understand what we're fighting for, and ultimately do what this courageous little lobbyist is doing. Is to say, if this little lobbyist can come down to Congress, can fight, then I can come down and talk to my congressperson, talk to my senator, let my voice be heard. You do not stand alone. You are not alone. We love you, we see you, and we will fight for you. Now, Cole, I've heard about you, sir. I am so happy that you are here. I am so grateful for you as one of the great little lobbyists, and I see your T-shirt. Look at that great T-shirt with the American flag here. Can I say hello to you? Can I shake your hand? Do you want to say hello to everybody?
Hi.
Thank you. And maybe I'll let you speak for a minute. Would you like to say something?
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Victoria, and as you just heard, this is my son, Cole. You want to say hello? Okay. He is 8 years old, and he was born with mitochondrial disease. He spent most of the first few years of his life in the hospital, and if it weren't for Medicaid, we would be in big trouble. He hit a lifetime cap within the first 4 months of his life, and we would not be here today if it weren't for him having access to Medicaid. He also requires 20 hours a day of skilled nursing, and the only insurance that pays for private home care nursing is Medicaid. Without Medicaid's involvement, he wouldn't be able to go to school with his peers. He wouldn't be able to access his community the way that he does. And he would be in an institution, which is just crazy to me. He is so full of joy and hope and life, and all of our children are, and that's the thing that I think a lot of people forget when we're talking about children with disabilities. They are still children, they are still people, they have hopes and dreams and joy, and Medicaid is one of the resources that allows them to chase those dreams. And Cole has big dreams of being a video game designer, and a plumber. He's having 2 jobs, right? No? Okay. You don't know which one yet, and that's okay. You have time. But Medicaid has been such an important resource for our family. It allows me to be a mother to him and not just a full-time 24/7 caregiver around the clock. I get to experience life with him, and it has been such a blessing. And we're so grateful to be here today to share our story and lend our voice to hopefully making some change.
We're so thankful for our little lobbyists who are here standing up in defense of the best of America and the health care of the American people. And, you know, I was struck. We mentioned earlier, as Cory and I started this, standing on the shoulders of so many civil rights heroes and great patriotic Americans of every race, of every religion, fighting for what the best of America is, but, of course, inspired by our experiences serving with the great John Lewis. Several of us, the great John Lewis, had the opportunity to work alongside him. Many of us were down in Selma just last month for the annual Civil Rights Pilgrimage to mark the 60th anniversary commemoration of Bloody Sunday. John Lewis and Hosea Williams and those civil rights Okay. So we're here, of course, Cole. We're here in the spirit of John Lewis, who always urged us to get into good trouble. And there's that iconic moment of John Lewis standing at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, knowing that as they were preparing to cross it, there was great uncertainty, danger on the other side that was waiting for them, sent by George Wallace and Sheriff Jim Clark. But there was this iconic photograph of them standing together. And one of the things that has always struck me was that you have John Lewis, and he has his backpack on him that he always took with him. And when I was looking at Cole and his spirit and his fight, I said, what an amazing thing. 60 years later, he's standing as a little lobbyist for the best of America with his backpack on him, just like John Lewis. Just like John Lewis. Cole, we appreciate you, and we appreciate the little lobbyists.
All right, sit down for a second. We have our next speaker. We're going to come down. You can go wherever you want, Cole. This is your capital. This is your house. This is your house. Anywhere you want to go, man. So I want to just tell one quick story, then we're going to go down to talk to Eddie Unidos. But I just want to preview one of the great leaders in America. He was a great leader in the House of Representatives, but then in the draft, we drafted him over to the Senate. And there's a little tension. You can see there's a little space between these two men because he abandoned him in the House, East Coast, West Coast rapper kind of thing. But we're after we go down and talk to the president of Unidos, we're gonna come back and introduce the great Adam Schiff. But I want to keep recentering us to you. I want to keep recentering us to the purpose here. The purpose is that tomorrow Congress is back in session. And they are saying they're going to push a very big bill. Thank you. Thank you. I'm embarrassed that I need reading glasses, but thank you for them. Congress is back in session. They are going to be pushing a piece of legislation that will cut food for the hungry, cut health care for the sick, cut services for our seniors, support for the disabled, programs to support the little lobbyists, future leaders of our country, not future, current leaders of our country. And so I want to, we said today that we would talk a lot about John Lewis. So before I come down to talk to one of the best, a much better president than the one that sits in the Oval Office, the president of Unidos, I just want to share that moment where you're with the backpack and the raincoat on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. That day, March 7th, 1965, there was a guy at home, white guy on a couch in New Jersey watching TV. Most of America that night, we only had 3 TV stations. I know some of the young people, what hardship, I know. And here's also the hardship. This is why people were so in shape back then, is that you had to get up to go change the channel. That exercise alone was a lot. Well, this guy on the couch was watching a movie called, talk about moral moments, watching Judgment at Nuremberg. And they cut away that night to show that incident on the bridge. Breaking news. And he watched what was happening. And here's this guy in New Jersey, and this white guy who was so disturbed, morally disturbed, that his first instinct was, I got to go to Alabama and help. And then he slumped back on his couch and he realized he had just started his law firm, that he could barely afford the cost of his family, he couldn't afford a plane ticket, and he kind of slumped down on the couch. But then he realized something that is a great American tradition. I don't have to do everything. I just need to do something. And I'm not going to allow my inability to do everything to undermine my determination to do something. I'm going to do the best I can with what I have where I am. And he decided, it sounds meager, but that he could afford one more hour of pro bono work than he was already doing. He was already a committed guy. And he found a small group in New Jersey called the Fair Housing Council, called them up, and they said, we need some help because we're trying to break the housing discrimination in New Jersey. And amazingly, they go to work and they create a sting operation where they send black couples to look at houses in all white areas, and when they're told the house is sold or a house is off the market, they would send the white couple to see if it was real. And indeed, it often was lies, and they exposed it. And they got good at it, bringing it into the newspaper, putting pressure. And then about 4 years later, he gets this case file from a family coming up from the South that kept getting turned away. And they said, okay, well, we'll do the sting operation. They sent them to go look at a home. They fell in love with the home, but the real estate agent said, I'm sorry, this home is sold. So they leave, and the white couple comes and finds out the house is still for sale. They put a bid on the house for the black family, and the white couple's bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up, and on the day of the closing, at the real estate agent's office, the white couple did not show up. The lawyer did, volunteer lawyer, and the black man from the family. And they walk into the real estate agent's office and confront the real estate agent. You told this family that the house was sold. It wasn't. Produced the contract for the white family. Now we want to, but the guy didn't even let them finish. The real estate agent gets up and punches the lawyer in the face and sigs a Doberman pinscher on the black guy. Fight breaks out. Things get broken. They're able to get out there, not too messed up, and they start writing legal letters, alerting the press. The owners of the home, the good people that owned the home, were so embarrassed when they heard what was happening, they agreed to sell the family, the black family, the home directly. And the black family moved in. They integrated this area of New Jersey. But that's not the end of the story. 43 years later, the baby, just 4 months old at that time, of that black family, gets elected as the 4th black person ever elected to the United States Senate. Me. I am here because one American who was sitting on the couch said, these are not normal times. This is a moral moment. I have to do something different than I'm doing now. Do not underestimate your power to make a difference. Nobody standing up in a righteous cause to defend health care, to defend services for the disabled, to defend food for the hungry. No one standing up in the cause of our country does so in vain. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to walk down the steps one more time to introduce
Does she have a microphone already? Is a mic coming? Oh, this is wonderful.
We got a mic, and as we introduce Janet, I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by 3 members of Congress, House of Representatives.
Yes.
Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland from the great state of Washington.
Yes. Is that Washington, D.C. or Washington?
Great state of Washington.
State of Washington.
Washington State.
I know.
Congressman Greg Landsman from the great state of Ohio.
Woo!
And of course, we got Congresswoman Maxine Dexter from the great state of Oregon.
Yes! We got the Pacific Northwest in the house.
Pacific Northwest. Oh, okay. Oh, Congresswoman Delaney from the great state of Maryland.
Woo!
We're about to have a House Democratic Caucus meeting right here on the steps of the House.
We got some good speakers on deck, but no better than El Presidente of one of our oldest, strongest civil rights organizations in the United States of America, Unidos US.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say how much I admire this senator, because I think history will tell a story about this moment in time when one senator stood up for 25 hours to voice what we as all Americans wanted to be heard, and stood there in his official capacity in our Senate and represented the voice of millions, a turning point for our country. Thank you. And I think today, with the leadership of Leader Hakeem Jeffries and in partnership with Senator Booker, I think people are going to look back at this moment and say this was the day that the people stood up, stand down, and we fought for the future of this country that we want. Thank you, Leader Jeffries. I'm proud to be the leader of the largest Latino civil rights and advocacy organization in the United States. Proud to represent over 300 community-based organizations serving millions of families every day across this country. And we understand firsthand the threats that we're facing today and the opportunity that we have to fight back and to see that vision of the future America we want to see. The Latino community has been a core part of the contributions and the economic engine for this country. And we need to continue to see that strengthen across other communities so that we can have a strong economy that represents the values. You know, I was fortunate. I'm hearing the competition between the Senate and the House here a little bit going on. I'm a House alum, a former member of the committee staff for the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I saw the real workings of the Congress when it came to establishing Medicaid and what the challenges are, but how we can make sure that it's fully serving everyone. And I see directly today the threats to dismantle Medicaid, a core safety net for Latinos and everyone. We need this program. And right now we're seeing a budget. And I remember long enough to also know that I worked in the House of Representatives alongside Congressman John Lewis. And it was John Lewis who said, when you show me your budget, you are showing me who you are. When you show me your budget, you are showing me your values. And when you show me your budget, you are telling me what I need to do to make sure we're lifting up the values of this great nation. So today, when I see cuts ordered in the proposal that's about to be taken up in this Congress starting tomorrow, in this budget reconciliation bill process, I reject this notion that we can stand idly by while they propose an $880 billion cut in Medicaid. No, we will not accept that. 70 million Americans rely on that. 20 million Latino families. This would eviscerate the very needs of our community. And right now, our communities, all of us, we're focused on the economics. And we're hearing and remembering what the president in the White House said, that on day one, he would fix the economy. Well, we're 100 days into this economy, and guess what? We're worse off than we were a year ago, and many people believe right now, including Latinos, that we're going to continue to be worse off if we let this go. So what is the key? We need to be about solutions. And ultimately, what these leaders represent here right now, we're counting as a Latino community and others to mobilize, because congressional accountability is what is going to get us to the other side. We need to hold members of Congress for every vote they take. And we need to make sure we're communicating that in every language possible, that no se va a aceptar estos presupuestos. We are not going to accept these budgets. We are going to make sure they represent our values and the future that we know can make things better for this country. I'm proud that my team was down in McAllen, Texas last night in a town hall with Congressman Hakeem Castro. And we heard story after story of how folks are concerned. And they showed up. At least 200 folks showed up with short notice to make sure that we could hear and that we could communicate to Congressman Castro. And we're going to be doing this. The concerns around health costs, housing costs, jobs, the ability to buy essential goods, to not have to make the tough choices between rents and health care and food. You heard from all of my partners previously. We partner with FRAC and so many of the other organizations. There is a real threat to hunger in America. And it is going to get worse if we see this budget reconciliation package. Every day, all of us need to say, presente. We are here, and we're going to communicate to every member of Congress. We're going to show up in town halls. We're going to write letters. We're going to make phone calls. Y no vamos a hacer todo lo posible. Vamos a hacer todo lo posible para avanzar. ¿Sí se puede? Sí se puede. ¿Sí se puede? Sí se puede. Adelante. Siempre adelante.
All right. Oh, no, we're not done with you yet, because you have to translate for me, okay? All right. Tengo fe y esperanza.
I have faith and hope.
Que la gente unido.
That a united community.
Vamos a tener éxito.
Will have success.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
One last thing. When Senator Booker spoke to our crowd at one of the last events, he ended on one note. And that note was ánimo, ánimo, ánimo. And that means hope, spirit, and yes, we can. So muchas gracias.
Yes. Con ánimo, vamos a subir.
You want to say something?
So we're going to, thank you, Jane. What an extraordinary leader. Give it up. What an extraordinary leader. And we're going to transition now. We've got Senator Schiff, and we got several members of the House of Representatives. And as we transition, just again to recenter us, we began today at around 6 a.m. It was just two of us sitting on the Capitol steps. And now, hours later, hundreds have showed up on behalf of the American people, representing millions of the American people who have said, enough, this is not America, we are better than this. And you know, we weren't exactly sure, Cory and I, how many people were going to tune in. And so we started, and I said, well, Cory, we can at least be confident that we will have some viewership. His mother and my mother. But now people are watching all across America and the world to stand up against this Republican budget.
We are very blessed today, all the way from the great state of California, one of our most fearsome fighters, sharpest legal minds, most courageous hearts, one of the people that even though I'm a couple inches taller than him, he is a giant in the Senate, and I look up to him. Everybody give it up for Senator Adam Schiff.
Thank you, my friend. Happy birthday, pal. Happy birthday. Well, Cory and Hakeem, thank you for bringing us together today. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership in the Congress of the United States. We're so blessed to have you both. And thank you all for coming today. Thank you to those that have witnessed and spoken out, particularly the young people. I was so impressed listening to Cole. It brought back wonderful memories when he said that he wanted to be a video game programmer or a plumber. When my daughter was a similar age, she wanted to be a hospital doctor and help people or make fusilli at the California Pizza Kitchen. But it brought back to mind, too, our own family experience with health care and just what's at stake in the debate over this reconciliation package. When my daughter was around 4 or 5, and this story pales in comparison to the families you've already heard, she had her tonsils taken out, and I remember the doctor telling my wife and myself that there's a very small chance, less than 0.5%, that 10 days to 2 weeks after you have your tonsils out, you could begin bleeding profusely from the mouth, and you could die from that. It's never going to happen to your child. Don't worry about it. It's never going to happen. So sure enough, 10 days to 2 weeks out, at about 1 or 2 in the morning, our daughter comes into our bedroom bleeding profusely from the mouth. And we are terrified. And we scoop her up and we take her to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, great, great hospital. And they take wonderful care of her, and she's fine. And thank God there was such great medical care near where we lived, and great practitioners who knew what to do and could take care of our daughter. Now, we have private insurance. But the thing is, but for Medicaid, that hospital probably wouldn't be there. Wouldn't be there for us, wouldn't be there for anyone. If you eviscerate Medicaid, we're going to see hospitals all over this country shutting down. Hospitals are going to close, clinics are going to close, and people are going to die because they can't get the care that they need when they need it. It will be utterly catastrophic. Hospitals and clinics are already on the razor's edge of keeping their doors open. We've already seen so many hospitals close, particularly in rural areas. We've seen labor and delivery vanish from different communities. We've seen emergencies disappear. We've seen people die because it takes longer to get to an emergency room. So this affects all of us. This affects all of us. It most keenly affects those who are lowest income and disabled. And so this is a life or death issue, what happens here. Life or death. And I'm so heartened to see all of you here today, but also to see the mobilization all over the United States of America. Millions of people taking to the streets to say, we're not as hell, we're not going to put up with it. We're a better country than this. We're going to fight back. We're going to stand up. We're going to defend our democracy, our rule of law, our hospitals, our people, our immigrants, our citizens. We're going to defend the best of America. And that gives me hope, and it should give you hope, too. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thanks for bringing us together. Senator Adam Schiff. Woo!
A variety of different organizations have joined us today, and certainly I want to express our thanks to Win with Black Women, who have been here with us almost from the very beginning, for all that you do. And now I want to yield to one of 4 members of Congress who have joined us here on the Capitol steps, Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland.
All right.
Well, hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. Well, it's my honor to be here with you today on the steps of the Capitol, the place where we take an oath of office. And when I heard that this event was about faith and this upcoming budget, I thought about the definition of faith. I think about the fact that my parents were people of faith, devout churchgoers. Their daughter, Marilyn, maybe not so much. But here's the deal. The number of hours you spend in a building does not indicate your closeness with faith and doing the right thing. And as a proud member of the 92% of black women who made the right choice in the last election, there is something very important. My colleagues have already talked about this. This budget that is being proposed is the opposite of being someone of faith. You can't take food away from children and say you care about families. You can't take health care away from people, including families who are working hard, and say you are a person of faith. You cannot say to America that we're going to make your life better and do everything that says the opposite. But as we think of what is in front of us, I want you all to understand, faith is about belief. Faith is about understanding that things can and should always get better. And I'm going to share my family story with you, because a lot of you don't know this. So my father was from rural Georgia, a young black man born in 1920, and he joined the Army to serve his country and to send money home to his family. For a lot of African American families, the military is one path to the middle class. He was stationed in Korea, where he met my mother in Min Kim. They got married. I was born. We came to the States when I was 1.5 years old. And we ended up in the state of Virginia in the 60s. My father wearing his uniform and my mother dressed up, holding their baby daughter, Marilyn, went from motel room to motel room in the middle of the night, and no one would rent a room to them. And finally, a woman working at a front desk took mercy on us and let us stay there. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that their daughter would be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. But I want you to understand something. As a family that was served by the military and members of the military, we got access to health care. We got a food allowance. We got a housing allowance. We got our basic needs met. My parents always said to me, you have to go to school and get an education. So I am a beneficiary of a public school system. And as we... And as we think about this unadulterated assault on the middle class and opportunities for people, we must stand up and use our voices and say, no, this is not tolerable. And here's something I want you all to think about as far as what we can all do together. 90 million people did not vote in the last election. And I guarantee you, we all know some of those people. And I'm not here to shame anyone. I'm not here to say we're here because of y'all. There are a whole host of reasons. But we can do better. So when we show up and we vote and use our sacred duty that John Lewis fought for his entire career, when we say to ourselves, this America is our America, and regardless of your background, you have claim to this country, we can show up, we can use our voices, we can tell our stories. But when we go back into session, I guarantee you, we are saying no to cruelty, we are saying no to hurting people, and we are saying no to the opposite of what faith is supposed to mean. So let us rise together. Let's look upon the people who are here today and say to ourselves, this is a reflection of America. This is who we are. We can always do better, but we have to take action together. So thank you for letting me be here today, and let's go out and let's handle our business.
Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland. What a powerful story. We're going to go next to second-term member of Congress. We've had Christian leaders, we've had Jewish leaders, we've had Muslim leaders and others throughout the day. We heard from Congressman Andre Carson a couple of hours ago. It's what a wonderful thing that we've been joined by so many diverse members of the House Democratic Caucus, diverse leaders from across the country of different faith traditions. And it's now my honor to yield to Congressman Greg Landsman from the great state of Ohio.
Happy birthday. Who does this on their birthday? Who gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning on their birthday and says, you know what, I'm going to go find my friend Hakeem Jeffries, and I'm going to spend the whole day in the sun. You got to get more sunscreen on. I got to get sunscreen on. Hakeem, I know, I saw it. I was like, okay, Cory's got it. He's got his sunscreen. But you do this if you care deeply, deeply about your country and the people that we serve and the number of people. That's right. So smart. I'm next. Trust me. And there are very few people who care more than Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries. And just a round of applause for them and their spirit and their commitment and their fight. Just incredible leaders. So I represent Southwest Ohio. And I grew up in Butler County. I mention this because J.D. Vance also grew up in Butler County. We grew up just a few minutes from one another, and he is my constituent. He lives in Cincinnati, where I represent. Yeah, I like to say I'm J.D.'s member of Congress. I'm his. But I want you all to know, because Marilyn and Hakeem and I and others were overseas for the last couple of days. We were in Europe, the Middle East, and in addition to the global issues that our partners are dealing with, Russia and China, the issue of terrorism, the migration and climate change, all of a sudden they've got a new issue. And that's Trump and J.D. Vance. Now they're wrestling with this chaos and mayhem. And I want to make sure that you all know that while J.D. says what he says and believes what he believes, which is incredibly dangerous, and always take him seriously, he does not represent the values of Southwest Ohio. He does not. We believe in our democracy. We believe in our freedoms. We believe in our economies. We believe in our workers. We believe in people's health care. We believe in Social Security. We believe in our public workers. We believe that the best way to keep America safe is through global partnerships, the rule of law. But since we were flying home yesterday, we were on I don't know how. Also, it's Cory's birthday, and you could be doing a lot of things. I mean, really anything else. But Hakeem, we've been flying all over the place. Could have slept in, man. Like Marilyn and I did. But anyway, we had this long flight.
I had a birthday date with Cory Booker.
Yeah. we had a long flight. And I decided, as we were approaching 100 days of this mayhem, of this chaos, of this corruption, of the cruelty, that I would make a list of the top 10 things. Yeah. The top 10 things that have gone horribly wrong in the last 100 days. I know. It isn't a happy one, but it's important for us to take stock. And as you're thinking, as you're going through this with me, think about what you think are the worst, right? Because these are our fights. These are the big fights ahead. Number one, they have indiscriminately fired tens of thousands of public employees, hundreds of thousands of public employees. Please, for all those public employees who've had their lives upended, give them a round of applause. Tell them that we support them, that we love them, that we care about them, that we know how important they are, and that we are going to do everything in our power to get them back to work. They are actively creating unemployment. First time ever an administration actively creating unemployment. Number two, withholding hundreds of billions of dollars from us, from our communities, from science, from food assistance, from Head Start. They are denying. I have Head Start partners who provide early childhood care for thousands and thousands of children, and they can't get their money. They can't get their money. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Think about what that does to our local economies. Food assistance. Our food banks are drying up. Number three, the lawless removal of people. And while Abrego Garcia rightfully got our attention, because if they can remove somebody with zero process like Abrego Garcia, they can remove you. They can remove me. None of us are safe. But the stories yesterday of the removal of toddlers, some with cancer, American children, the removal of toddlers, is so lawless and cruel, and it's not keeping any of us safe. Number four, he launched this costly, unnecessary global trade war. I mean, and this may be the offense that has gotten him to an approval rating of 40%. 60% of people now say no. And it was I don't think it's just because he took people's money, but he has crushed people's retirement accounts. He has raised prices all over the country. He is crashing our economy. Number five, ignoring a Supreme Court order. Unbelievable. Number six, and this is profoundly disturbing, and one of the things we heard loud and clear on our trip is that this is a man who switched sides during a war. He has decided, and I don't know, Hakeem, if you said this already, because it's been many hours since 6 a.m., but Hakeem has been talking about how this is a Chamberlain versus Churchill moment. And as a Jewish American, somebody who was raised with the history of the Holocaust, and who got to spend the day in Israel on Holocaust Remembrance Day, we know what happens when you appease dictators. And Chamberlain tried to appease Hitler in the late 30s, right? He ended up invading Poland anyway. And what do you think is going to happen as Putin gets appeased by Trump? He's going to invade Poland anyway. We need all of us to be the Churchills. As Hakeem has said, that the United States Congress, if he's going to be Chamberlain, we're going to be the Churchills. Number seven, the Defense Department mayhem. I mean, look, it's one thing to have a Secretary of Health and Human Services that, no, it's not. It's not, it's just, look, I said loyalty to Trump when I heard about RFK doesn't mean we all should be getting measles, but that's where we are, right? This man is going to lead to an outbreak and a deadly virus. The Defense Department mayhem is going to get people killed. It is going to get people killed. And the clock is ticking on this administration to fire Pete Hegseth, to keep us safe. Now, the last three have everything to do with this budget. They are going to spend five now, it keeps going up, $5 trillion on tax cuts, most of which will benefit the wealthiest people in this country. They are going to destroy Social Security to do so. They are going to try to take health care away from tens of millions of Americans, almost $1 trillion in health care cuts, and they're going to add trillions of dollars to our debt. Now, I just want to make sure that as we take on this fight, and I assure you that we are ready for this fight. I mean, I assure you, we may not have been ready for RFK or Pete Hegseth or the fact that he might trade sides in a war, though we know he might have. We knew it was possible, but we are ready for this fight on this budget. I can assure you that both in the Senate and in the House, I'm on the Energy and Commerce Committee, we are going to fight back on these health care cuts. We will keep them in the room as long as we have to. We'll pull a Cory Booker. Although we'll let people drink water, but, you know, if it means that we have to hold them in that room until they say, look, and this is a math thing, and then I'll yield the mic. This is a math thing. You could do, and this is what we support, you could do tax relief for all the people who need it. Working people, middle-class families, farmers, and small businesses. Paid for by the people who make the most in this country, the uber wealthy and the big corporations, and you wouldn't have to cut a single dollar in Social Security, you wouldn't have to take health care away from anybody, and you wouldn't add a dollar to the national debt. That is the better way. But as we fight this health care fight, remember this. It may be Medicaid, but Medicaid is a program. It's health care. Okay? It is health care. And it's nearly $1 trillion in health care that they're going to take out of a system that is already struggling. Rural hospitals will close. Doctors' offices will shut their doors. People who have nothing to do with Medicaid will lose their coverage. You are talking about the fact that when all of these people lose, millions, tens of millions of people will lose their health insurance. Children will die. And that is one of the things that we will repeat over and over, not because we're hyperbolic or we're exaggerating or because we do care, but because it's true. Don't do this. Don't pass this budget. Back away. Back away from this budget because children will die. And as we take on this fight, just know that we will stand up for our federal employees because of the core services they deliver. We will keep hammering on this administration to release every one of the dollars that this Congress appropriated for our communities. That we will fight back against all the lawless removals, whether they're toddlers and U.S. citizens or not. That we will take back our tariff authority and end this global trade war that is costing Americans millions and their jobs. That we will hold these folks accountable for ignoring the Supreme Court. That we will not let this country switch sides in a war, that we will support our allies in Europe. That we will keep calling for the end of the mayhem at the Defense Department and the firing of Pete Hegseth. That we will make sure that nobody loses their health insurance, that nobody loses Social Security, and they don't add a single dollar to the national debt. We will fix this country together. God bless you all. Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Hakeem. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Congressman Greg Landsman, give it up for him once more. And thank you for recentering the fight that we're in. We made the decision to gather here because over the next few weeks, we'll be pushing back against the Republican efforts to jam this far-right extreme budget down the throats of the American people. And we wanted to make sure that heading into that fight, we were very clear with our Republican colleagues. There will not be a single Democratic vote to take away the health care of the American people. Not a single Democratic vote. And so that means, as Cory and I have been saying, all it takes is 4 Republicans in the House or 4 Republicans in the Senate to do the right thing and come to the conclusion that you don't work for Donald Trump. You don't work for Elon Musk. You don't work for far-right extremists. You work for the American people.
But the start of this, before we go to the next congressperson, we have to remember how we got here. I was moved by your story. In one generation, what seemed impossible was possible. How did we get here? The great Congresswoman mentioned the Civil Rights Act of 64, Voting Rights Act of 65, Fair Housing Act of 68. How did those things happen? Do you think we got here because a bunch of senators over there one day got together on the Senate floor and Strom Thurmond pulled everybody together and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have the right to vote. That's not how it happened. Do you think we got suffrage in America? The right to vote for women because a bunch of men on the House floor got together and said, hey, fellas, put it in right here, okay, on the count of three. On the count of three, women get the right to vote. Ready? 1, 2, 3, wait. No, that's not how it happened. What happened first before Obergefell? And they actually decided to let people marry who they love. Did it happen at the Supreme Court first? Or did it start at Stonewall? Did it start with Harvey Milk? We've got to remember how we got here, from Selma to Seneca Falls. We are here because of the power of the people. Change does not come from Washington. It comes to Washington. Power concedes nothing without a demand. Without a demand. And so we came out here today to start with our grounding, our foundation. Below these buildings, constructed, some of it with slave labor. The bedrock of our nation is not the people who are presidents or vice presidents or senators or congresspeople. The bedrock of this nation was seen in those dark days, hiding out in barns, when black folk and white folk got together and plotted the greatest infrastructure project America has ever known, the Underground Railroad. We got here because of individual Americans, like a little girl named Ruby Bridges, that when all the forces of hate were allied against her, she still stood up and said, I deserve the right to a free public education. We got here because amidst hatred and bigotry, a black woman named Fannie Lou Hamer stood up and said, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. We got here because the first ever protest before one of our federal buildings, the first time anybody stood in protest in front of the White House, was a woman named Alice Paul, a great suffrage leader. We are here because of American activism. People who are not elected or selected, not anointed or appointed, that took it upon themselves, that said, I am the leader that this nation needs. I am the change. I am the one. I may be only one, but I am one. And so we began almost 8 hours ago, sitting right here, before the sun came up, opening up a live stream. John Lewis, when he organized in the 60s, didn't have live streams. Fred Shuttlesworth didn't have a live stream. But they had a moral imagination to challenge a nation. And so humble as we are, we serve with people like John Lewis. Hakeem and I may have big titles, but we know we're broken men. We came out here to start with our faith. We know that everyone deserves mercy. Everyone deserves redemption. We know as leaders, we haven't always lived up to the expectations of our constituencies. We know as a party, we have helped to pave the way to this moment. But we know that we got up early one morning, sat here right here 8 hours ago, and said, well, let's try to do something different and show that leadership is not a title, it is not a position,
it is an action, and it is a service. All of us have to lead right now. If you're watching at home, you have to lead right now. If you can hear my voice, you have to be the leader. It's time for us all to lead.
And one of the leaders that we've been joined with, another member of the House of Representatives, who just a few days ago was down in El Salvador, standing up for the rule of law and the United States Constitution, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter from the great state of Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't really express the honor that I feel to sit on these steps with all these people led by the two of you and the vision that you have for a better future for our country. It is such an honor to be here. Thank you. So I'm going to start with why I was in El Salvador. And it is exactly for the reasons that Senator Booker was just speaking to. The people that I lead in the great state of Oregon, Portland, Oregon, who has been, we have received a lot of attention and not of it all positive over the years. But it is because the people of Portland stand up and they won't back down, and they demanded that I do the same. Since we started disappearing people in March, the people have been calling, emailing, stopping me in the grocery store, wanting me to know that they wanted me to fight back and show up for due process and for the right to free speech in this country. I am honored and privileged to have two children, 18 and 21, who are both on college campuses, and they are terrified. They have friends who have international visas who aren't sure that they can leave the country and get back in. They are concerned that they are not being heard or represented, and the people that I represent are saying the same. So last Sunday, almost exactly 7 days ago, or it is 7 days ago, but almost exactly at this time 7 days ago, I boarded a plane with 3 other members of Congress to make sure that people understand the importance of this moment. That if people can be taken from our nation with no due process and be disappeared, it can happen to anyone. It makes absolutely no difference in the eyes of our Constitution who you are, what you've done. You are entitled to your day in court. So I was honored to go to El Salvador and speak with, I think most movingly, the human rights organizations who have been organizing for 3 years since the country of El Salvador's constitution was waived and put under effectively what we would consider martial law. They've lost their rights, and they have been disappearing people in El Salvador for 3 years. And understanding that this is not new to them, and hearing the playbook that President Bukele has used is extremely, eerily familiar to what we are feeling today. I am a critical care physician, and the only reason that I am is because I had a community that was resilient and invested in its children. I am the first in my family to go to college. In 5th grade, I had a public school teacher who asked me where I wanted to go to college. I didn't know what it was. I'd never heard of it. We didn't have books in my home. My family was not, we were a union family, but we were not a family that aspired to college. We were just working, trying to get by. But we could, and we did. And my 5th grade teacher inspired me to be a physician, and I stuck with that and was able to do it because of a well-funded public school system, affordable higher education, and a union job that afforded me the wages and the health care that I needed to get through. So when I started seeing patients who had to make impossible decisions about whether they would pay for their prescription that I was recommending, or their rent, or whether their child could get child care, or they could come back for the appointment for a procedure I was recommending, I knew that what I could do in the exam room was not enough. I had to run for office and make an impact and pay that opportunity door that was open for me forward to my community.
Yes.
And so
Yes. Yes.
the last thing that I want to say is a budget document is a statement of your values. And it'll be excruciating, it will be extraordinarily immoral, and it will be devastating to our healthcare system if we pass the budget with a gut to Medicaid that we mathematically have to make the budget balance with the structure that's been passed. I came here to fight for my community, and my community, not just the poor people on Medicaid, not just the disabled people on Medicaid, not just the children who have needed Medicaid with disabilities and others. It is every single one of us that is dependent on Medicaid, because without Medicaid, we all are less healthy. So I went to El Salvador because of the people calling my office and stopping me in the grocery store. Each and every one of you, I hope that you will continue to make sure that your voices are heard by people like us. We need your power to speak for you with the audacity to hope for a better future for our country and our children. And without your voices behind us, it can't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. And now I want to yield to another tremendous new member of the House of Representatives, represents a district in Maryland, including a lot of employees, hardworking employees of the federal government who serve this nation and have not been treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. But she's been a tremendous champion on their behalf, on behalf of the rural parts of the district that she represents. Congresswoman April Delaney.
Like I am blessed to be here as the 119th member of Congress freshman, and I have to say it's a beautiful Sunday, but when I saw Senator Booker and Leader Jeffries here on a Sunday talking about their values and what it means to be members of Congress, but as Americans and what we as, I had to come and I didn't realize it was your birthday. It's my daughter Gracie's birthday this weekend as well, but we got it, but happy birthday. But I had to come and show up, and in my family, John and I always say you can't fake showing up. And these two show up, but we all have to show up. We have to show up across this country. It's not just about the 535 members of Congress, but across this country we have to show up and change the court of public opinion. So, although I was raised a farmer's daughter in Idaho by the power of scholarship and blessing, I went to Georgetown Law Center. And I am now a member of Congress from Maryland's 6th District, which goes from Up County, Montgomery County, all the way to West Virginia and Pennsylvania. It's a lot of rural parts, suburban parts, urban parts, but I guess I want to speak to something that is very near and dear to my heart with respect to this budget and what it means about our values. And I, as a farmer's daughter, sit on the Agriculture Committee. And we are dealing with a farm bill that has not been dealt with since 2018. And part of that farm deal deals with SNAP. And that supplemental nutrition really deals with a lot of the food insecurity in this country. And in the 6th District, 1 in 10 families depend on SNAP. And 30% of the kids in Western Maryland in the schools have free and reduced lunch. And it's a big deal because I don't care who you are or where you come from, no child in this country should go to bed hungry. It's not who we are, and it's not who we are in our faith. But there is under this continuing resolution bill, this budget reconciliation, $230 billion have to come from the Ag Committee. And I voted against it. I said, there's no way that that adds up, and that some of that comes from SNAP. And so I started talking about this. They said, no, it doesn't, but it has to. And the problem is that not only is it immoral, and we should, a lot of the people they say with work requirements, a lot of them are working. A lot of them are farmers. A lot of them are people who are single mothers who are working long jobs, and they need that additional food assistance. But the interesting thing is, this administration is really penny foolish and pound foolish, because these cuts are silly in that they actually help us economically, and they help us, our security and well-being. So for every dollar of SNAP, you know what? We get $1.50 back in economic benefits. Our farmers are able to sell their crops. Our small businesses. So it makes sense on an economic basis. But more importantly, there's a lot of healthcare costs. Kids can learn, and they can actually not go to school hungry, that their cognitive skills are developing, and less healthcare costs for those who go to work. So as I sit there, are we going to allow across this country for them to cut SNAP and for us to? Absolutely not. And something I really am pushing so much and leaning into. The other big thing is, in my district, I represent 35,000 government workers. And these are incredible agencies. I represent NIST, which is esteemed around the world as an innovation and powerhouse of research. NIH, National Institute of Cancer. Fort Detrick, those are deathly pathogens, and keeping our country safe with Ebola. And our fire academy. Our fire academy, we had classes cut for our firefighters and our first responders. Does that make any sense at all? No. So I really am a big believer in the value of research. And I think that that research dollars is how we make sound business decisions, sound government decisions, but also powers U.S. innovation and supports our national security. But these cuts have been senseless, and a lot of these government workers have been either laid off or on probation. But the good thing is the courts are holding. We've got a lot of pushback from the courts, and a lot of those workers are being reinstated. But we have to realize that research, that leaning into SNAP and all of these senseless, like Greg Landsman said, like Maxine, like our dear leaders here, but it is really important that we make our voices heard. So I've had 3 town halls, and let me tell you, independent, Republican, or Democrat, everyone is feeling the impacts of these issues and these cuts. And so I often hear, they say, April, what can you do? What more can we do? And I say, help us find 4 GOP members to cross the line. And I hear someone say, do we want angry Trump or angry voters? Well, I think the angry voters are getting angrier and angrier and louder and louder. And so going across, does it make a difference that we have these town halls? You bet. But it makes a difference that we all have a voice. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I was blessed to go to Georgetown Law Center by the power of scholarship and ended up staying here. But as members of Congress, we take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And part of that is making sure that in this administration that independent third branch holds, and that there is a respective rule of law, and that there's integrity of the judicial system. So we have to make sure that our judges are able to render, on precedent. And earlier today, they were talking about this issue. So it's not only our judges, but that everyone has their day in court. And that means that people who have issues like unlawful terminations, immigration issues, injury. You know, I had a Social Security, a couple say, we didn't get our Social Security check because I don't know why, but we can't pay our mortgage. Where do we go? What do we do? And as I look at this, you have to have your day in court and be able to go to court. But what if the top 9 most powerful law firms in the country are providing pro bono law services to this administration? And one of the biggest issues to me is also that while I feel very sympathetic to a lot of these law firms, they have been coerced and targeted by executive order, that they won't even be able to go into public buildings or to have security clearances, and it really impacts their ability to lift up and be able to represent these different litigants. And so Congressman Min and I last week uplifted a letter and asked all those 9 law firms to stand back and to revoke their agreements with this administration, because we believe that there can be conflict of interest. There can be an inability for them to vigorously defend other litigants against this administration. But more importantly, we need to keep the integrity of the whole judicial system writ large. So I just have to say, I came down here to support these 2 incredible leaders, but it's the power of the people. I so agree. It is the power of the people that have to rise up, and to rise up with great voice and great passion. Because, in my faith, we talk about the fruits of the Spirit coming from the Holy Spirit. And you talk about joy and faithfulness and gentleness and mercy and self-control. I'm not seeing a lot of those from President Trump. I'm seeing some, and we need to think about how we take our faith, we lift it up, and we provide and have a brighter, more prosperous, more equitable future for all of our children and our grandchildren. And that's what we do, and we are supposed to do, coming together in this great institution called the United States Congress.
Yes.
So thank you both. Happy birthday. I really appreciate it, and thank you. I had to come here to support you all.
I love that, April. Thank you. That is tremendous. One more round of applause for the Congresswoman. 2 people have to leave before we get to our next speaker real quick. I just want to say thank you. This young lady has been out here for literally 8 hours since we began at 6 a.m. And I just wanted to let you say, we said we're going to be jazz, entrepreneurialism, but just say a quick word before you go.
All I wanted to say to the senator before I left was, I saw you all on live stream at 6:15 a.m. when I woke up. I ran from my apartment here. I'm type 1 diabetic. I take insulin in order to live. If I didn't have it, I would die. That is just a fact. I was diagnosed when I was 6, and that there are millions of Americans that are like me, and that their health care is being threatened right now. That's why I'm here. I'm so excited to see everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you've got to go. Truly
so much.
the 8-hour club. All right, Marilyn, you have to go too, real quick.
Yep. So, 2 things I want to say, and this is very important. You keep hearing about the number 4. All we need are 4 Republicans to cross the line. But I want to make sure you all understand something. We want to hear from you, but we cannot let our Republican colleagues not hear from you either. And this is important for 2 reasons. Just because you can't vote for them does not mean that they don't take votes that affect you. And I tell folks, I'm not here to shame anyone for who you voted for president, but as a member of Congress, I have a duty to remind you that they are lying to you, they're stealing from you, and they don't care about you. So let's show up together, let's use our voices, and let's hold every member of Congress accountable. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here.
Thank you. All right, everybody. We began this by talking about our faith traditions. He said it first. It's been quoted many times. Faith without works is? Dead. I can't hear you. Faith without works is? Dead. We know that it's not enough to have faith. You need to do the work.
And so I am very grateful for somebody who is truly a foot soldier for justice, who understands that Christianity or church is not about four walls. It is about what you do in the community. If you want to say that you're a Christian, I know the old hymnal, they will know we are Christians by our love, by our love. They'll know we are Christians by our love. We are proud to have here from the Council of Churches USA, Reverend Dr. More titles than the Congressional Library, Reverend Dr. Leslie Copeland Thune.
Amen, amen. Good afternoon. This is the day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. I am so happy glad, as we sometimes say in my Baptist tradition, to see all of you out here, to be amongst you, to be standing in public witness to justice and to peace. I believe in my heart and in the work that I do, working for the National Council of Churches. We have 37 member denominations in about 100,000 congregations across the country. And we believe that we have a responsibility to our neighbor, that the work that we do, faith without works is dead, and that we're supposed to show up, we're supposed to speak out, we're supposed to stand up. I have been looking at this budget. Budgets are moral documents. And with this budget, I wouldn't just say no, I would say hell no. Yes! And hell is a biblical word. It's a biblical word. And I would say that, I grew up in New York, so I would say that we have to stand up against this budget. What they're trying to do, it seems to me that the cruelty is the point. Why would you take food from children, school lunches, SNAP from people who are hungry in the richest country in the world? Why would you do that? It has to be the cruelty. Why would you want people to be sick and sicker and not be able to get the health care that they need? And so Proverbs 22:22 says, do not rob the poor because they are poor. And it also talks about what God's response is to people who rob the poor because they are poor. And so what we're going to do is we're going to call our members. We're going to knock on their doors in district and out. We're going to call our family members, our church members, and our friends, and we're going to tell them to call Congress and tell them no to this budget. 4 is not that much on either side. 4 is not that much. But what we need from Congress is moral courage. We've been out on Wednesdays, amen, talking about moral courage. There's so many scriptures in the Bible that talk about fear not, do not be afraid. And if you are an elected member of Congress, you ought not be more concerned about your job than about being faithful to not only the Constitution, but to your faith. So we say to them, pull up your big person, you know, and have some moral courage so that we can make sure that our seniors and our children and our veterans and the differently abled and everybody who is vulnerable has what they need to not just survive, but to thrive in this country. Yeah. So it's up to us to light a fire under them and to get others to do the same. So let's get ready and let's go do the work.
All right, amen, amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much for your...
Church, get an amen.
Amen.
All right.
Amen. So we started out at 6 a.m. this morning. We made the decision humbly as public servants that we were going to sit down to encourage the American people to stand up. Stand up for an economy that works for everyday Americans, not the MAGA billionaires. Stand up for health care. This is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Health care is not a privilege, it is a right. And that's what we're standing up for. Stand up for Social Security. It's not an entitlement. It's an earned benefit. Stand up for the American way of life. Stand up for our democracy. Are you ready to stand up?
Yes.
Are you ready to show up?
Yes.
Are you ready to speak up?
Yes.
We got one of the great leaders here who embodies the good trouble, the necessary trouble that John Lewis would always encourage us to get into. He's the youngest member of the United States Congress, a great champion for democracy and justice and an economy that works for everyday Americans, Congressman Maxwell Frost.
All right.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Show me what a badass looks like.
This is what a badass looks like.
It's a blessing to be here with everybody today. I'm gonna share with y'all something that's on my heart right now and that I've been thinking a lot about. You know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in school.
Hello?
And it's interesting because I come from the gun violence prevention movement, a movement where the times when the most people cared about what we had to say directly correlated to when somebody would walk into a school and kill a bunch of kids and students. And you know, we're in this moment now, and I think we're in the moment that calls for all of us to be organizers. Because the true testament of an organizer is what you do when nobody's paying attention, but the true testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now, and watching all of us. And I'll tell you, like Senator Booker and Speaker Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, Speaker Jeffries soon, yes, speaking to existence, I've been traveling the country a lot, specifically going to districts currently held by Republican members. And I'll tell you, the top thing I hear about from people in these districts, especially Republicans, is they're asking, where the hell is my representative? Where is my representative? Because here's the thing, they're working to cut benefits and things that working people have earned, not just our entire lives, but for generations. And the reason they want to do this is to give billionaires and mega corporations a tax cut. To do the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and working class to those who don't need anything else. But that's horrible, but here's the worst part, is they don't have the guts to front their constituents. Because this isn't about Democrats versus Republicans, it's about the people versus the problem. The people versus the problem. And to get through this, of course, it's going to take leaders in Congress stepping up, and we're here and thinking outside the box, because these aren't normal political times right now. But it also requires the people, and the people to do what the people do best. And whether it's protesting, whether it's showing up to these town halls, whether you're an artist and it's using your art to bridge the gap between cool and consciousness, whatever it is, this is how we're going to win. Bridging that gap between culture and advocacy. And so I'm proud to be here today. We know this is about defending Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, defending food assistance, defending our veterans. But it's not just about defending. It's about defending and then showing the country what we want to do. Because what we want to do is see the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and create a country that has true freedom. Freedom of economic prosperity, the freedom to go to church, to go to school without the fear of being gunned down. That's what it is. And I've been saying this in a lot of these districts that, you know, for us, this isn't about shaming people about past decisions they've made, about who they voted for, or political decisions they made. Now's the time for courage. And our movement, it's more than a party, it's a coalition. It's a movement that looks at people and says, this isn't about, you know, shame on you for voting for a certain person. It's about saying, I'm sorry you were lied to. I'm sorry you were lied to. So either way, I'm proud to be a member of the House Democratic Caucus, members that are standing up across the country. God bless, and let's keep fighting.
Hold on one second.
Cory, do you see how we do it in the House of Representatives?
Listen, It would take 3 Maxwells to add up to the average age of the Senate right now. But we still know how to get down on our side of the Capitol, too. This is a South Side versus North Side of the Capitol, little rivalry. But I do want to ask the youngest person, not just in the House of Representatives, the youngest person in all of Congress right now. I want to ask you, because I see lots of people talking down to Gen Z. Literally, they say they don't care, and I've seen some young people. How many hours have you been out now? About 8 a.m. Since 8 a.m. Okay, so you're at the 6-hour club. Okay, and you go to American University. Yes, we got some American gentlemen right here. How long have you been out here? Since 9 a.m. Okay, so I think it's insulting when I hear people talk down to young people who I watch. From some of the people that were leading in the gun violence movement, from Parkland to some of the young brothers in Chicago standing up and leading. I see them leading in reproductive rights around coast to coast. I see young people leading. Now, there's many people from all ages that are surrendering to cynicism. They think they don't have power. They don't think they can make a change. They're giving up on the American dream. But I see leaders in your generation say, nah, Like Langston Hughes said, there's a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save the dream for one, I'm going to save the dream for all. They say, America never was America to me, but I swear this oath America will be. I see people saying, in our generation, you may have sullied the dream. You may have failed to live up to the dream, but my generation, we will redeem the dream. And so I'm from a Gen Xer, from 2 Gen Xers who sat down in honor of the baby boomers. And why
you giving away my age, bro?
Okay, 1 Gen Xer, 1 millennial. I got the heart of a millennial. Come on. Could you say a word about this idea of what young people can do, of what the power that young people have? You may be the youngest in Congress, but the leadership is not a title. It's not a position. Yep. It is an example, and it is an action. Can you talk about that for a minute?
No, I really appreciate bringing this up because it's about the power that young people have, but it's also about where that power stems from and the fact that we have bore witness and been a part of so many tragedies. I mean, I think about when I first got to Congress, right here on these Capitol steps. I remember the night before, my first elementary school for my district was coming up here, and I was so excited to talk with everyone at the front of the Capitol steps, inspire all these kids to get involved in politics. They were 6, 7 years old. And the question I was excited to ask was, if you could pass one law, what would it be? I'm like, they're going to say, ice cream for dinner, no homework, soda in the water fountain. And so I asked this question, and a little girl raises her hand, and I point to her, and she says, I would ban assault weapons so I don't get shot in school. I picked another one, another kid. He says, I would make sure that we can save our planet. And the reason I bring this up is because the young generation is stepping up because many times, actually I'd say all the time, the people closest to the problem are going to be closest to the solution. And so many young Americans are seeing the failures of so many leaders in our system who don't have the backbone to stand up. And being young isn't just about being the leader of tomorrow, it's about being the leader of today. Leaders of now. And so we know that most of the successful mass public movements in this country, you've seen who's been at the center or helping to lead it, and it's been young people. And it's because we carry that fierce urgency of now, that we can't wait to end gun violence, we can't wait for voting rights, we can't wait for economic justice, we can't wait to fight the climate crisis, we can't wait for any of this because people are suffering now. And I think that urgency is what's needed in this moment and what we're seeing in this moment. So if you're a young person, of course you're out there protesting, voting, run for office too, state and local office, school board, city council, run for office. I'll tell you, we have a lot of these Republicans in these districts where people are rising up. They need to be challenged. Maybe it's you that should challenge them.
Yeah, so either way, I'm proud to be here.
You're good. When I was coming up, there was a time that we were the young people, and we used to have a saying, not about us, without us. You know, that you can't be making decisions that are going to affect my ability to get a public education, my ability to go to college, my ability to get health care, my ability to retire with security. You're not going to make these decisions about us, without us. And this is the moment we want to make sure folks are heard. But this tradition goes way back, because John Lewis was a young man.
Absolutely. We came into Congress, Cory and I, together, and I remember, those days, and some folks, generous folks, would say, well, maybe Cory, maybe Hakeem, and others might represent the future of the Democratic Party, a breath of fresh air. And then Maxwell Frost shows up, and he's being called the future of the Democratic Party, as he is, rising star in the Democratic Party. And Cory and I started to have a midlife crisis, y'all. But I think what's important, as Cory was indicating, in movements all across the centuries in this great country, young people have been at the forefront. John Lewis, of course, just in his mid-20s, when he stood on that Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. Dr. King was just 26 years old when the Montgomery bus boycott started. And so in that great tradition, we're thankful to have an incredible, talented young leader like Maxwell Frost. Thank you, Maxwell.
And just because the late, great John Lewis was brought up, I just have to say I'm proud to be his brother, because he is a man of Phi Beta Sigma, Fraternity Incorporated. Go Mob.
You said you had a question about our faith traditions.
I did have a question, but now I got to make it clear. I'm a member of the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
We're about to see a divine nine break out here.
We're all divine nine.
We're about to see a divine nine. Oh, Delta! A Delta! My mama's a Delta!
And we got a Delta Sigma
I'm a
Theta.
Delta family, okay?
All right. Maxwell, you done started something. So, that's a good Reverend Doctor, because, we started at 6 a.m. this morning, and we anchored, this action in faith, right? The faith traditions that we've all grown up in can be faith in Almighty God, faith, of course, in the Constitution, faith in the goodness of America. But we know that many of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers were women and men of deep faith. Of course, that included Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Can you speak a little bit about how their faith helped to fuel their resilience to combat Jim Crow and the racial oppression that had fallen upon the land?
Thank you for that question. I see signs that say good trouble, and I think about John Lewis. I think about Dr. Martin Luther King. I think about Fannie Lou Hamer and Dorothy Height, all of whom really were grounded in their faith. And I know as I do this work, as this work of justice, I do it because I believe that that is who God has called us to be. That not only is faith without works dead, but what you do to the least of these, is what Jesus said, is what you have done to me. And I think it gives us, when we let it, it gives us courage, it gives us strength, it gives us fortitude. It helps us to run on, as they say in the black church, run on to see what the end is going to be, because we know that we're not doing it of ourselves. We're doing it for a higher and a better purpose. And I hope, even regardless of your faith tradition, that will empower you to know that we should not cower down in this moment. We should not stand back. We should not bow down. But we need to stand up and be fearless, because we are not just acting on our behalf, but we're acting for the greater and the common good. I think about that. I have said this budget is a sin and a shame. And when there is no shame, there has to be accountability. And we're the ones who will take the accountability to members of Congress and let them know, not on our watch.
Not on our watch.
Not on our watch.
This budget, is an attack, on the poor and the sick and the afflicted, on veterans, on people who are food insecure, on the health care of the American people. One of the things that Cory and I talked about when we started out today
was that this, in many ways, as we fight this reckless Republican budget that they're trying to jam down the throats of the American people, this is a Matthew 25 moment. It's a Matthew 25 moment. Can you speak a little bit about the gospel of Matthew and Matthew 25?
Yeah, it's Jesus is telling the people that what you do when you see someone who's hungry, you need to feed them. When you see somebody who doesn't have clothes, when you see someone who needs something to drink, that we are supposed to stand in the gap for those people. We are supposed to give them clothes and food and something to drink. And when you do it, it's as if you're doing it to him. And when you don't do it, it's as if you have done it to him. And so it is a call for us to respond to our neighbors' needs by making sure they have what they need. In a democracy, in a place like America, that happens through legislation. It happens in benevolence, right? Churches have benevolence ministries, but benevolence ministry does not replace what the budget is supposed to do, what the federal budget is supposed to do. And so for Christians, it really is a mandate that we would respond this way. And sometimes I really, I know everybody has their faith, but I just wonder sometimes what Bible they're reading, and where they're getting some of this, these cuts from, that they are so, in my understanding of biblical texts, they are counter to what Jesus would want us to do. And so up there in Matthew 23, it also talks about woe unto you who would do these things to those who are the most vulnerable. And so it is a call for us to respond. And we're here, I think, because we're ready to do it. And I'm just looking forward to us tearing it down, making sure that Congress knows, not on our watch. We're Matthew 20. We're going to walk in the strength of Matthew 25 and do this.
Thank you so much. Every single Democrat, when the initial Republican budget resolution came to the floor, voted against that reckless Republican budget because of the harm that it would do to health care and the American people. In fact, it was so important for there to be strong Democratic opposition, because budgets are statements of values, that we had one member, Kevin Mullen, who literally got out of the hospital, got on a plane, he was in California, flew across the country with his wife so that she could administer the IV to him on the plane. But he made it, and he stood up, and he voted for the American people by voting against this reckless Republican budget. That's the kind of resilience that we need. And we have Brittany Pedersen, who had just given birth to her beautiful son, Sam. And the House Republicans aren't permitting new mothers to vote virtually, even though the technology exists to do it. So she packed up, took Sam with her, flew from Colorado across the country to make it clear that no matter what it takes, Democrats in the House and in the Senate are going to stand up to defeat this budget and stand up for the American people.
Amen.
No matter what it takes.
Amen. And I want to add that in order to win this fight, we've talked about the ingredients. We need the power of the people. We need people that, as the great Frederick Douglass says, I worked for years, prayed for years for my freedom, and I was still a slave. It wasn't until I started praying with my hands and praying with my feet that I found my salvation. So for the freedom, we need people to march. We need people to talk. We need people to stand up. We need people to show the courage of the little lobbyists we had here about 2 hours ago, that even though their voices shook, they still spoke to United States senators at 10 and 12 years of age, beautiful children with disabilities. Fear is okay. Fear is a necessary precondition to courage. You cannot have great courage unless you face down great fear. But the other thing to remember in this fight is that we cannot become what we're trying to replace. We need to understand
and a lesson. We've been sharing John Lewis stories since 6 a.m. But one of the most powerful experiences of my life is when we heard about a president that was getting ill down in Plains, Georgia. And he got out of the hospital and went right back to teaching Sunday school in Plains, Georgia. That president's name was Jimmy Carter. And so I want to tell this to everybody. Sometimes you just got to ask, because ask and
You shall receive.
Come on now, Pastor. That was a setup. That wasn't a quiz. You looked at me like, why are you quizzing me, young man? I know the Bible 10 times better than you. Ask and you shall receive. So I decided to do what I wanted, a selfish ambition. I wanted to go on the road trip of my life, so I called up John Lewis in Atlanta, Georgia, and I said, Congressman, I'm not sure how much longer Jimmy Carter will teach Sunday school, but I'd like to fly into Atlanta, and maybe you and I could drive down together. And he said yes. And so I flew into Atlanta, jumped into a car for one of the best road trips I have ever had. And I poor John Lewis. I'm like that person you sit next to on the plane that won't shut up. I just asked him every question I could think of, all the way down for hours and all the way back. But one of the things that made me tear up was when he told a story about one of the men that beat him viciously. I think it was on a freedom ride. Beat him viciously. That when he got to be a congressman one day, that man showed up, an elderly man, with his grandchild. And he came to John Lewis's office and asked for an audience, and John Lewis sat down with him and his grandchild. And the man asked him, I am so sorry. I was so wrong. I was so full of hate. Would you please forgive me? Now, I don't know about everybody here who've been wronged, who carry hurt and trauma, who still bear the scars of how you might have been done wrong. But John Lewis told me he looked at this man and said, I forgive you. Every one of us deserves mercy. Every one of us should be given a pathway to redemption. And he hugged the man, and they wept together. They wept together. And so I want to tell you right now, we can't win this bill with Democratic votes alone. We've been saying all day that we need 4. I had a chance to get to know a man early in my Senate career. I went to him humbly. His staff said, you're a new senator. He's busy. You've got 15 minutes. He spent over an hour and a half with me. Sitting in his office, his name was John McCain. And John McCain and I sat, and he told me stories, then started pulling out files, picture of his lifeless body being pulled out of a pond or a lake after his plane crashed right before he was thrown into a prison camp for years and years and years. And even when he was given a chance to be released from that prison camp, they found out who his father was, and they wanted to give him dispensation. There is a rule in the military that you don't leave others behind under your command. And he even gave up the chance to go. And here I found myself in the healthcare fight on the other side of the issue of John McCain. I didn't know how he was going to vote, but I didn't want to make the mistake of casting with a broad brush with language that was unsuiting of my faith to talk about Republicans, to cast judgment. I would appeal to them. I would beseech them. I would stand strongly my ground. But I would always leave a path to the hope that God or the universe or the little lobbyist could change somebody's mind. And I'll never forget that day. Rarely do we have drama on the Senate floor where you don't know the outcome of the vote often before it starts. But the chamber was full on that day. We had picked up 2 Republicans. We did not know what John McCain would do. And he came to the Senate floor, millions of Americans watching, millions praying and hoping, their health care in the balance. And he walked before the presiding officer and the parliamentarian. And somehow,
the Lord guided him to vote no. We need 4. We need 4. And I'm telling you right now, we need to appeal to them. Show them up. I'm not saying don't make folk feel uncomfortable. We need to comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. We need to make them understand that there's consequences for your vote, and they'll be at the election, they'll be at the polling place in November. There's consequences in a democracy. If you fear Donald Trump more than you fear the people you represent, there's consequences. When the people fear government, there's tyranny. This is Jefferson now. When the people fear government, there's tyranny. When the government fears its people, there's liberty. And so, if there is ever an organization in America that knows the people united will never be defeated, if there is a group in America that understands wave after wave of immigrants that fought to organize them, Irish immigrants and Polish immigrants and Italian immigrants, Vietnamese immigrants, Mexican immigrants, black folks who immigrated from the South up to the North. My grandfather found a job coming from the South on an assembly line for Ford Motor Company and joined the UAW.
Yes.
If there is a power in this nation that has brought us things we now take for granted, the 5-day work week, the minimum wage, sick leave. There are ideas here that we take for granted that don't know that people fought for them, they sweat for them, they bled for them, and some in the labor movement even died for the things now that we take for granted. And today, one of the presidents of the greatest union in all of America, the AFL-CIO, is here today. I bring you one of the greatest presidents now in all of Washington, the president of the AFL-CIO, Liz Schuler, everybody.
Wow, that's quite an introduction. Thank you so much. Wow, I'm going to try to live up to that introduction. I don't know. Well, I'm just so honored to be here. What a special day this is, because Senator Booker, as you were telling those stories, I thought we need more of this. We need more of this feeling of community and, you know, developing that narrative and that storytelling about what matters. Because I think when you talk about, you know, there's this perception about how divided the country is. We're actually more united on the things that matter. That's what we should be focusing on. And that's right. And Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for bringing us together. The AFL-CIO, as the Senator said, is the federation of 63 unions across this country, 15 million working people in every type of job. And you think about, as the Senator said, the things we take for granted today, those are the things that our working people are delivering, right? The roads that we drive on, the health care that is being provided to us. Every time you go to a store, right, the grocery store, those shelves are being stocked by our members. And so every single aspect of our lives is being handled or delivered or cared for by a working person. And so I would say every person here, thank you, because you're a part of a fabric that keeps this country moving. And this budget, this horrendous budget, is going to destroy that. That's their aim. That is Donald Trump's aim, and Elon Musk don't give a damn about what working people think or how they're going to be affected. Because working people's voices were not included at the table when they put this budget together. And that's just the way they want it, because they want to divide us. They want to make us feel like we're numbers on a spreadsheet. And it couldn't be further from the truth. And so the labor movement has been out across this country organizing
And we are doing listening sessions with working people, with communities. Last week we did a session in Davenport, Iowa, where small business people and farmers and workers all came together, because these cuts are affecting not just workers, but the services that we rely on. And so if DOJ is out there trying to make these cuts now and stop spending money, this budget, that's right, this budget is going to actually bring to life our worst fears. And that is to ripple across communities and make our clean water and our food safety and our airplane safety and our veterans' health all at risk. And so what we're saying is we need to come together more powerfully than ever before, because as the senator said, the people united will never be defeated. And the labor movement stands strong with our communities, with all the activists across this country who are rising up, making our voices heard. And so we are making a change. I can feel it. I don't know if you can feel it. We're turning the corner. We're seeing those numbers shift. We're seeing Tesla stock prices going down. And we're seeing all across this country in places we never expected people coming together and making their voices heard. So I'm so honored to be a part of it.
I was hoping that maybe you could talk a little bit about immigration. He said he was going to go after the criminals and the people that are dangerous, but it is affecting America's economics. It's affecting people that do the jobs that we called during the pandemic. We called them essential workers, and now we're calling them criminals. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Free Kilmar. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And of course, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a union member. He is an apprentice UA member who is pursuing his American dream, coming here and working through an apprenticeship, as we know, which is a pathway to the middle class, with a union, and his union and our labor movement are going to bring him home. We are working with allies and partners to make sure that our immigrant workers in this country are treated with respect. And this notion that we are blaming the workers who are just seeking a better life instead of blaming the corporations who are creating a shadow economy, trying to pay people less and lower the standards and dehumanize people is unacceptable. And so, shame. That is why the labor movement stands strong with our communities. We're working, of course, I saw Janet Murguia here earlier and other organizations to make sure that our rights are protected, that we have due process. Remember that? Due process for all. Because our economy will not function if we're not enabling our workforce to earn good wages, to make sure we all have high quality jobs. And so that's what we're fighting for. And so I think this is just a symbol of the out and out corporate greed that we're seeing that is dictating a lot of these policies. It doesn't make any sense that these billionaires need more tax cuts. That's what's driving this budget reconciliation bill, right? And it's bullshit. That's right. That's what I agree. Sorry, Reverend. I know.
That word is not in the Bible.
We're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep it PG here. But that's why it's more important than ever that we organize together, of course, with our immigrant brothers and sisters, but to make sure that working people see the solidarity, see that an injury to one is an injury to all, and that we all need to come together to protect the all-out takeover of our budget and our government and our democracy.
Let me thank
Amen.
Liz and just say we're so delighted that you were able to join us, one of the great labor leaders in the country, Liz Shuler, and I know this is very personal. The Cory is personal to me. I grew up in a union household. Both of my parents were members of organized labor, public employees. In fact, when they got married, it was in 1967. At the time, they were both members of the Social Service Employees Union at the time. And shortly after they got married, SSEU, there was a strike, and they were newlyweds. And, you know, they had a decision to make because they didn't have much money, and if they were to go out on strike, it wasn't clear how they could pay the rent or put food on the table, provide for basic needs. So I learned about this later on, and I struck up the courage to ask the question, well, what did you do? Did you go and cross that picket line because of thinking about short-term interest, understandable short-term interest, not knowing where the next rent check would come from or how you would actually survive? Or did you stand with your union brothers and sisters? I was so proud to learn when my mom told me, no, we stood from day one until it was over with our union brothers and sisters on that picket line. And here's the thing. Here's why the work that you do, Liz, is so important. My younger brother, Dr. Hakeem Jeffries, when he was born, he's in good shape now, but he had a difficult heart condition in the 1970s. But it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult time. And then, when my parents bought their first and only home, the home that we grew up in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, during a difficult time, working class neighborhood, they were able to do that, notwithstanding their modest salary, Liz, because it was a union negotiated salary that gave them the ability to pay off the mortgage eventually and get a piece of the American dream. And then when it was time finally, for me to go off to school and my younger brother to go off to school, and we graduated and we were able to make it through. I went upstate New York, Binghamton University. My brother went to Morehouse College. And, again, parents, modest living, working class living, but somehow we were able to graduate without any debt. And I was confused by this until I asked Mom and Dad, and they said, well, we just made a decision to borrow against our union negotiated pension so that our two sons could make it through college. So I just want to say to you, Liz, you don't ever have to worry about whether we're going to stand up for organized labor, because organized labor has always stood up for me and has always stood up for the American people. Amen. So we appreciate you.
We appreciate you. We see you. We love you. We see your workers. We love your workers. And we know that they're in. Now listen, Pastor. Hakeem and I need some absolution for past sins. But before you get to that, I want to bring up a serious topic. So when I went back to Newark about a month or so ago, after being on the road a little bit, I was talking to some of the police officers in my community who are all up in arms because they rely on the immigrant community for tips, for people to report crimes, for people to come forward and let them know, for victims of violence, sexual violence, to be comfortable to come to them so that they can bring about justice. So somebody who burglars or robs an immigrant walking home from dishwashing or walking home, that person is a dangerous person to everybody in the community. And they said the chill in our community is so great that people are not coming forward and reporting crimes. That this is actually making us less safe than more safe. And the fact that they have started to do ICE raids in places that used to be sacrosanct. I saw a leader in the LA County school system talking about how he could not be silent, knowing that he was
This superintendent of schools was at one time an undocumented immigrant and now has found a pathway to be a major leader and citizen of the United States. I just want you to say, because you whispered this to me, about the chill that it's having that's affecting everyone.
Thank you. There are many churches that have now gone online instead of meeting and worshiping in person because they're afraid that ICE will come to church and to round up and deport people. And it is a shame. It is a shame. It's, you know, we think of schools, we think of churches certainly as sacred and sacrosanct, and it's just really the fact that we're here is just really heartbreaking, honestly, that you can't touch and agree, right? You can't gather with other people of your faith tradition because you're afraid that you're going to be rounded up and deported. Should make us all mad and should make us all ready to do what we have to do to make sure this changes.
And when they come for the due process rights of anyone, it is a threat to the due process rights of everyone. As soon as you can disappear somebody, and again, I know the Supreme Court knows, Anton Scalia says you cannot violate the due process of anybody in our country. It is fundamental. The Constitution says it plainly. It's not citizens in the United States. It is anyone in the United States. But Hakeem, if it's okay with you, I want to tell a story unless you had something to
I was just going to say, because I was inspired by what the pastor had to say, and you know, one of the reasons why we decided to come out, we recognize that this is not a normal moment. It's not an ordinary moment, so it requires extraordinary acts. And there's a lot, you know, of turbulence that, you know, the attacks on everything that we care about, the assault on the American way of life, the flood in the zone with extremism, hourly and daily, weekly, monthly. It's going to require a level of commitment amongst all of us, not just House members and Senate members, amongst all of us, which is why we're so thankful to see all of you, the American people, out here on the steps of the Capitol. This is your Capitol. I was going to say, so we know there's trouble. The Apostle Paul writes in 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter, that's 2 Corinthians, not 2 Corinthians. If you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible.
Wow. Wow.
If you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible. So in 2 Corinthians, 4th chapter, 8th verse, the Apostle Paul says, we are troubled on every side, but not distressed. Perplexed, but never in despair. And I think that's the moment that we're in. We know we're troubled on every side. Trouble in the Congress, trouble in the White House, trouble with the cabinet, trouble with Elon Musk, but we're not in despair because of our faith in Almighty God, our faith in the Constitution, our faith in the goodness of the American people, our faith that getting into good trouble will get us into a better situation. And so, inspired by the Apostle Paul, that's one of my favorite scriptures. I just want to make it clear that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and House Republicans, they're trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw in the context of this budget to Medicaid. But the American people, no matter what it takes, we're going to take a chainsaw to Project 2025 and get us back to a better America.
So Pastor, I want to share with you all. This came about by two brothers. Before you were the leader and future speaker, I'm claiming that in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name, the speaker in about 18 months. Before you were in this position, before I was a senator, we were young guys coming up on opposite sides of the Hudson, the dark side and the light side. I'm sorry, the New York side and the New Jersey side. You're from New York? I'm outnumbered here.
Senator, you got to remember, you're on the steps on the House side of the Capitol. So watch it.
Okay.
Watch it.
I am. I know you got a home court advantage. You got a home court advantage, and I'm not going to use any basketball metaphors because you stole New Jersey's team, the Nets. Okay. Anyway, we Pastor, you got to break some peace between the sides. You know, Cain and Abel here, and I'm not sure who's who, so I'm afraid.
A lot of New York envy going on right now.
Wow. Moving along, Jersey pride. Okay, moving up, Jersey strong. So we knew when we talked about doing this, we knew we wanted to do something different. But we knew this wasn't going to be formal, that we actually wanted to be informal. We didn't want to do something in our offices or in any place formal. We wanted to dress down and sit on the Capitol steps. And we knew, we said, this isn't going to be, there's not going to be a sort of order of speakers. This is going to be improvisational. It's going to be more jazz, as he said, than classical music, and we're going to let things happen. But I don't know if you know this story, but I want to tell the story. You were there for part of it. That there was one time that we were together that's very meaningful to me, and it's a part of a story that I want to share. And this was when we were invited, the African-American leaders of Congress were invited to the Oval Office to meet with the president and vice president, then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And if you could picture this meeting, it's Hakeem and I going in, but we also had some pretty extraordinary things. On the right on the side of the president of the United States was, of course, the great Congressman Clyburn, right? And then you have Hakeem Jeffries, the future Speaker of the United States of America, the House of Representatives. But you then have Joe Neguse. You then have Horsford. You then have, God rest her soul, Sheila Jackson Lee. From the Senate, you have the just like you, more titles in the Congressional Library. You have the Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock. And I'm sitting right next to the Vice President of the United States. Now, there's 3 black senators in the room, one former, it's about a third of all the black people that have served in the Senate. And it was an amazing meeting where we talked about a lot of the things that we had accomplished, things that didn't necessarily make headlines, like getting lead pipes out of the ground, things that might not make headlines, but expanding Medicaid past the 60 days to deal with maternal mortality. We were checking off a list of the things that you, through your leadership and the Senate side, have helped usher through that make a real difference. And here's the thing about African-American victories. Whenever black folk make a victory, expanding Medicaid, it's a victory for all of America. Clean drinking water, a victory for all of America. And so this was a moving meeting for me, and I'm looking at you and very excited. And then something happens is we get up, we have a lot of joy, and then the President of the United States comes over to me and puts his arm around me and goes, "Cory." And I go, "Yes, Mr. President." He goes, "I got my State of the Union address next week." And I go, I know that, sir. and he goes, "Well, I'm going to go to Camp David to work on my speech over the weekend. If I need some help, will you call me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, right. Sure. You got an army of speechwriters. You don't need my help." And the weekend came and went, and he didn't call me. Now, on the day of the speech, we're in the Senate chamber, a quick vote that I was going to go back to the Hart building right there to my offices and then come back. But I'm walking out from the vote down the brighter side of the Capitol, the northern side of the Capitol. And I'm walking down the steps.
Y'all got to understand, there's a real sibling rivalry going on right now between the House and Senate.
I'm walking down. Come on, sit down, my brother. We know you're speaking next. Come on down. Come on, we love you and we need you here. All right. I'm walking down the steps of the Capitol, and thank you, Liz. Thank you. Give it up for Liz before she leaves.
Liz Sula. Todd.
I'm walking down the steps of the Capitol over on that side, and my phone rings. And I answer my phone, and it begins with the stupidest question in America. That sounds rude, but I'm going to ask you, Pastor, is this a dumb question or not? I answer my phone. I keep putting you on the spot. It's terrible. Lord, forgive me. Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. She's going to go home and say, "I had a great time at the rally." But that Cory Booker. But tell me honestly, is this a dumb question? I'm walking down the steps. I'm standing where Bill stood. I'm just a Bill sitting here on couch. I'm standing there, and my phone rings. I answer the phone, and the question I get asked is, "Hi, this is the White House operator. Will you hold for the President of the United States?" Pastor, who says no to that question? Nobody says no to that question. I think they should just say, "Hold for the President." And so I say, "Of course I'll hold." And the next thing I hear is, "Cory." And I go, "Yes, Mr. President." Hour before his State of the Union speech, he goes to me, "I'm working on my speech still." And I'm all of a sudden, all the guilt I carried with me, all the guilt I've carried with me for waiting to the last minute in college to get my speeches done, suddenly I feel absolved from all of that guilt. And I suddenly say, "Mr. President, what do you need?" And what he says to me is simply this. He goes, "I want to read to you a part of my speech to see if I can get your help." And he reads to me the part of the speech, and he asks me, "What do you think?" Now, when you get that question from somebody you love, maybe they put an outfit on and say, "What do you think?" You have a choice to make. Do you tell them what they might want to hear, or do you tell them the truth? But if you love them, you tell them the truth. And I said, "Mr. President, I gave him some input." And he said, "Thank you very much," hung up real quick. And I'm just dazzled. I'm standing on the steps. I can't believe it. So I go back. We do that walk where we leave our chamber and go to your chamber. It's an amazing walk through history. You walk through past the old Senate chamber. You pass the old, where the House used to meet, under the dome, and then we walk in. And I love that moment, Democrat-Republican president, where the person walks in and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America." Everybody stands up. Whether you voted for the president or not, you respect the office. It's an amazing moment in the chamber. So then he gets going with his speech. And you know this is an aerobic exercise because you got to stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. I do squats for weeks beforehand preparing for it all. And then he gets to the section of the speech that he called me on. And amazingly, I hear my input incorporated in his speech. And you know, Hakeem Jeffries, I was the first person in the chamber to stand up for that part. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Question is, were you the only one to stand up?
For a little while, but then you joined me, brother. We stand together, my friend. We stand together. And then hold on a second. I go home then, Pastor. I go home that night, and I'm sitting there, and my phone lights up on my nightstand. I look at the phone, and it's a number I don't recognize from a New York City area code, 917. I usually ignore that. No, I'm joking. But I answer it, and I open the text message, and it says this, Pastor. It says, Senator Booker, this is John Meacham, the great historian, John Meacham. And he says, "Thank you for helping the president with his speech. You made more of a difference than you'll ever know." Now, John Meacham made a mistake because he gave me his cell phone number. I trolled the man, the historian, for weeks until he showed up in my office. And this is the point I want to make. When this great American historian came in and gave me the moment of his time, what did I say to him? I told him that I was very worried about America, that I was worried about the times we were living in, the divisions, the challenges, the frustrations I had 1 year for the child tax credit, not permanent, that cut child poverty in half. Why just 1 year? And I dumped on him. And then he looked at me and he said, "Cory, nothing about what's going on right now is unprecedented. Everything is precedented." And then he started giving me a tour de force of other moral moments in America, crises that we had, from the Civil War to the Great Depression, to Nazis rallying in Madison Square Garden, filling it up, to a military general in the Depression saying we need an authoritarian takeover for our country, just a little bit until we usher through this period. He told me about Father Conklin, not just the #1 radio show in America, but the majority of Americans listened to him with his anti-Semitic screeds. He took a whole swath of American history, all of these moments where we were at a crossroads and it was a moral moment. And then he asked me what had us at those crossroads choosing the right direction. And I paused and didn't answer. He goes, "Well, let me tell you. It was not the person in the White House. It was not the people in Congress, the Senate or the House. Every time our country came to a moral crossroads, it was the soul of America, the conscience of the people, the action and the activism. Whether it was the Vietnam War or the Civil Rights Movement or the suffrage movement, or the abolitionist movement, or the labor movement, or the LGBTQ movement. Every time it was the power of the people. In a moral moment, people stood up. In a moral moment, people spoke up. In a moral moment, people rose up and said, this is my country. It is we the people. We the people. We're going to stand up. We're going to stand up. We're going to stand up. We are in a moral moment now. This is that moment. This is that time. It's not the Congress. It's not the president. It's not the Supreme Court. This is our country. This is our nation. And it's time for us to let them know that the people united will never be defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. All right. So I am so happy that our traditions run deep. There has always been the movement of the people, but there's also been people fighting in the courts. One of our great historic organizations that has achieved so much success is the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, now the Legal Defense Fund. And I'm happy that the associate director and counsel, we may have to get Hakeem out of jail. If they're coming for judges, they might come for the next speaker. Remember this, if they're coming to arrest judges, they may be arresting the speaker, okay? So we may need you. Would you please, we're going to sit down again. This is a sit-in, although we just had a little stand-up. We just had a little stand-up. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Todd Cox.
Thank you so much. And I feel a little set up here after following Senator Booker. But I want to reassure Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries that I lived both in Brooklyn, New York for a number of years, as well as several cities in New Jersey.
Which ones did you like better?
I have 2 children. I love them equally. I apply that principle to New Jersey and New York equally. Well, thank you so much for inviting LDF to be involved with this and for bringing us all together and allowing us to shine a light on the president's budget. You know, we are in a period of history that we haven't seen for a generation. Our civil rights laws, our human rights norms are under vicious attack. We have an administration pushing the envelope on the rule of law, taxing our courts, really bringing us to the precipice of a constitutional crisis, if not already crossing that line. We have strategies being applied right out of the authoritarian playbook. Oh, sorry. And so it's more important than ever for us to hold this administration accountable, to make sure that they are applying policies and a budget, which, by the way, yes, does reflect values, does reflect what's important to you, making sure that we're holding them accountable to make sure they are being consistent with American laws and American values. Now, this administration has famously said they want to put America first. But if you look at this budget, it puts the American people dead last. So let's talk about that for a minute. We have a budget that strips away funding for a plethora of anti-poverty programs. We have a budget from a president who says that he's interested in education and advancing education, and yet it strips away lots and lots of resources from the budget targeting Head Start, a program designed to lift up the most vulnerable children in our country. We have a president who says they want to have affordable housing, and yet they're removing billions of dollars from HUD that are targeting the very programs that would permit Americans to access affordable housing, to rent
affordable housing. So at this moment, we really urge and we want to work with our partners in Congress to turn this budget process into an opportunity to express our values, an opportunity to, if I dare say, defund the authoritarian playbook that's being applied in this country.
Yes.
We would like Congress to make sure that they do not continue a budgetary process that funds the very harms that LDF and many other civil rights organizations were designed and built to combat. 85 years ago, LDF was formed, and we lived those lessons throughout our lives as lawyers, organizers, researchers. We have a lot of experience dealing with authoritarians. Black people have experienced this for centuries in this country. I stand on the shoulders of parents and grandparents who fled authoritarian regimes in the South, migrated to Cincinnati, Ohio. Wish they had migrated a bit farther, but they migrated to Cincinnati, Ohio. No shade on Cincinnati. They got great union jobs, created opportunity for their families, and yet confronted many of the challenges that we see today involving exclusion based on race. So we've had a long history of dealing with this in this country. Our community and stakeholders are very familiar with the playbook, and I'm guardedly optimistic because of that. We know the lessons. We know how to fight back. The budget's an important part of that. The last thing I'll say is, at LDF we say we got to defend what we got, disrupt, that's what this is all about, but we can't forget to dream. And when we dream about people, we think about people. The number one, couldn't envision that I'd be sitting here today, that Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries would be sitting there. They couldn't imagine it, and yet they fought hard to make sure they created an infrastructure of laws, movements to make sure it happened. That's why I'm optimistic, because I know I'm building the shoulder power for others to stand on so they can take the fight forward in the short term and in the long term.
Yes.
So we're ready to do battle. We're ready to make sure this budget reflects American values, what we all hold true to the core meaning, what it means to be an American, and our human rights and our civil rights. Thank you so much again for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Todd. Thank you so much, Todd, and thank you for talking about the importance of dreaming. And it takes teamwork to make the dream work, and of course there is no I in team, which is why we're so thankful that all of you are here with us. We started out this morning around 6 a.m. It's cold. Sun hadn't come up, just the two of us. But we sat down hoping that we could encourage the American people to stand up, and your presence here today makes that clear, that the American people have been standing up, will continue to stand up today, stand up tomorrow, stand up this week, stand up next week, stand up this month, stand up next month, stand up this year, stand up next year, stand up until we end this national nightmare and make this country the best version of itself.
Yes.
And dreaming is going to be an important part of that. We're going to hear from another one of our great NAACP leaders. I did want to make, thank you, Pastor.
We love you, Pastor. Thank you. Thank you. Todd, thank you, brother.
We've heard from, thank you, Todd. We're hearing from some powerful people. We're about to hear from another one. I want to acknowledge that Congresswoman Emily Randall is here. Where's Congresswoman Emily Randall? We need her to come up. She's a new member of Congress. You know, you're a member of Congress. You can come over here right now.
Come on up here. Come on, Congresswoman. Come on. And
we'll hear from, come on, we'll hear from Congresswoman Emily Randall shortly. But her presence here today, and of course what Carmel Henry represents, I now have the privilege of serving a district in Brooklyn, a district that was largely once represented by Shirley Chisholm. And she got elected. This is all about dreaming. She got elected in 1968, became the first black woman ever to serve in the United States Congress. But there were a lot of people, Cory, in the institution, in the House, a lot of segregationists and others who were made very uncomfortable by her presence. And one in particular, a gentleman apparently was, from the Deep South, represented formerly the Jim Crow South. And whenever Shirley Chisholm would come on the floor, Shirley Chisholm tells his story, he would say, I can't believe that this little lady is here in the Congress making $44,500. That was the salary at the time. Whenever she would come on the floor, Shirley Chisholm, I can't believe he said it in a loud and obnoxious way, that this little lady is here in the Congress with the rest of us making $44,500. And finally, Shirley Chisholm had enough, and she went over to him and decided that she was going to formally introduce herself. Said, I'm Shirley Chisholm. I represent the people of Brooklyn. I'm unbought, and I'm unbossed. And you're just going to have to get used to the fact that I'm serving in the United States Congress, making $44,500. That's the tradition upon which we stand. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. I want to thank you because not only do you represent the NAACP as one of our leaders in the nation, you represent the D.C. chapter of the NAACP.
Yes.
And so there's something I have to tell you that you may not know. But I was born in this city, the only one of the 100 senators actually born in D.C. My parents came here after college, 2 HBCUs, one from Fisk, one from North Carolina Central, met here, and the NAACP and other individuals, white and black, were putting big pressure on corporations in the D.C. area that never hired black people. And because of the NAACP and those other groups, they put pressure. My father got jobs where black people had never been before and then was hired as IBM's first black salesman in the entire D.C., Virginia area. So if there was no NAACP, there'd be no me. But if there was no D.C. NAACP, there certainly wouldn't have been justice for my daddy. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. So I know everything's been going on, and the first thing we need to do when the House opens, when everything happens, we need to push for them to pass the D.C. Local Funds Act. D.C. budget needs to be passed. We all know D.C. has passed a balanced budget for nearly 2 decades. Congress approved D.C.'s budget. There is no reason that the House has not approved it. The Senate has already approved it, and we think the senators. So we encourage everyone, not just those in the district, those in Maryland, those in Virginia, those across the nation, to contact your representatives to make sure that our speaker brings it to the vote. We need to make sure that that happens sooner rather than later. We know that in D.C., there's a lot of things happening in D.C. And as a federal government, as a House majority attempts to cut the federal dollars, we need to be concerned about our most vulnerable, especially those impacted by SNAP. In the District of Columbia, there are over 135,000 residents who receive SNAP benefits. I want you to think about that. D.C., there are over roughly 700,000 people, and 135,000 receive SNAP benefits. So I want you to think and take that into consideration. Not only does food, we talk about food insecurity,
We talk about your health and nutrition. It impacts more than just that. It impacts education. It impacts health care. It impacts our future and how our students will be able to do in school. So we want to make sure that we are pushing our representatives, our members of Congress, this administration. We're holding them accountable. You cannot say that you are Christians. You cannot say that you are children of God when at the end of the day you are striking your neighbor.
Yes.
And so as we continue this fight, and we know it's going to be a long journey, but regardless, we will continue. We will continue. We will continue to push. The NAACP has been around for over a century. This fight is not new to us. It is not new, and it will continue. But we need the help of every single person. Everyone needs to stay encouraged. Everyone needs to stay involved. Everyone needs to hold their members of Congress accountable. Amen.
Amen.
So we're taking it back. Remember, we started here at a little after 6 a.m. before the sun came up. We centered the conversation with humility before the greatness of God. Hakeem and I share a faith tradition. And we understood that this may seem like an impossible challenge, but we both were raised to know that all things, not some things, but all things are possible. And so we wanted to open up a live stream and have a conversation because we know the moral underpinnings of the United States of America are being violated by a threatening bill, already a president who has cut Meals on Wheels, who's cut services for our seniors, attacked services for our veterans. But the bill that they're going to be working on as Congress comes back from a 2-week recess in this building, the one that they're going to be pushing is the one that Donald Trump calls a big, beautiful bill, but that is not what it is. It is a bill that cuts food from the hungry, health care from the sick, services for our seniors, support for our disabled. And it is an assault not on the traditions of Democrat or Republican, but the traditions of all of our moral traditions and all of our religious traditions that talk specifically. In the Bible, there are thousands of references, at least 2,000 references to the poor. This is the challenge, though, and this is why people of faith, and I'm going to introduce the bishop in a moment, but this is one of those moments. Now, I want to take everybody to another moral moment. It was a speech that was given during an attack on a union. There was deaths of a sanitation worker, 2 sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee. And there were people marching, and King came down there to fight for the workers' rights, for economic justice. And he was tired that night, and they were having a rally in the church, but one of his lieutenants called him and said, "You got to come. The people need to hear from you." And he came to the church, and he gave a speech that we all know as the mountaintop speech, where King said, "I have been to the mountaintop, and I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not make it with you." He predicted his own death, but we as a people will make it to the promised land. His last words were prophetic for the future. He said, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord." And then he went back to the Lorraine Motel, went to bed that night, woke up the next morning and went out in the balcony, and an assassin's bullet slay him. Now that balcony in that hotel is now a civil rights museum. You could go there. It's one of my favorite places to go if I'm in Memphis. And I tell you, Hakeem, the last time I went as a senator, they asked me if I wanted to go out on that balcony. I was with my friend who's here, a man named Kevin Batts, and we went out to that balcony. Immediately, Kevin fell to his knees. He knew this was when a king was slain. But what was important to me was not just to go to the balcony, but was to look over the balcony. Because over the balcony, you will see that they have in the pavement the line of the bullet that took King's life. But right there at the base, looking straight down at the site of King's murder, there is a slab there that the forefathers and mothers and fathers who came before us of that community chose one Bible verse to put there. It comes from the Torah. It It's in the Quran. It's the words of Joseph's brothers, who see Joseph coming in the distance with his coat of many colors, jealous and hateful. They proclaimed these words that now are at that site at the Lorraine Motel. What they said, and Pastor knows this, "Behold, here cometh the dreamer. Let us slay him and see what becomes of his dream." They put that there, I believe, because they wanted to call the question. They slay the king, Martin Luther King, but the question remains for us to answer. What will become of his dream? We are in one of those moments where there are a lot of people losing faith in the dream. There are a lot of people who are in hardship and pain and feel, like King said, that even though the promissory note was written, the note has come back insufficient funds. Where a body like this has members that say that your family may dream of financial security, your family may dream of having food to feed the hearts, minds, and bodies of your children. Your family may dream that if they get sick or have an illness or a disability that they might have health care. They may dream of those things, but we are going to cut them. This is a moral moment. The dream is in the balance. And the call for all of us right now is to redeem the dream. And what King would say is it's time for this generation to stand up for the dream, to march for the dream, for this generation to sit in for the dream, to fight for the dream. That generation passed the Voting Rights Act. That generation passed the Civil Rights Act. That generation passed the Fair Housing Act. What will our generation do? They may have position, but we have the power. We need to redeem the dream. This generation needs to dream America anew. I want to bring to you the great bishop who leads the American Council of Churches. Bishop, would you say a few words and maybe take us to church?
Congressman Jeffries and Senator Booker, thank you for calling the meeting to order and calling the meeting to order publicly so that people are able to come forward together and express ourselves, that this is a defining moment in America, that we will either fulfill the dream or we'll be cast into chaos and darkness. But as you started talking about Joseph and the dream and what shall become of his dream, you remember that after a while, Joseph became the most powerful person next to Pharaoh in Egypt and saved Egypt from an economic holocaust. And when those same brothers that sold him into slavery came looking for help because now they were in trouble, he said, what others meant for evil, God turned it to good. And so evil may have its day, but evil never has the final say. God has the final say. So the question that I ask, do we have the courage to see? Do we have the courage to see what $880 million from this budget will do to Americans, all Americans? Do we have the courage to see what will happen since that Head Start is being shut down? Do we have the courage to see what it means for the proverbial rug for being pulled out from underneath of our seniors who worked all of their lives and paid into Social Security and paid their taxes and are citizens of America? Do we have the courage to see that American citizens are being deported? Do we have the courage to see that after they come for them, they're coming for us and they're coming for you? Do you have the courage to see that our children are going to start school this next school year without a school lunch? Do we have the courage to see that the policies on the table will extend poverty, will hurt families, not just one or two segments of the population, but all of Americans? And if we have the courage to see, and I believe we do, the next question is, do you have the courage to do something about what you see? Do we have the courage to hold each congressman and each senator for every vote they take? Do you have the courage to speak up where you live locally? Huh? Because what's happening now just didn't happen here. It started locally. And so you must work in your local communities and government against the evil that is trying to dismantle the United States of America. We must do something to be sure that our children and our children's children have free air, clean water, and clean soil. We must not be the last generation to have clean air, clean water, and clean soil. We must have the courage to see and do something about what we see. We have to hold leadership accountable. Yes? Oh, y'all got real quiet. When you get quiet, all preachers get nervous. We must hold our elected leadership accountable and our appointed leadership accountable. And if they will not be held accountable, then we must put new leadership in position. And so, my brothers and sisters of faith, wherever you stand in the faith equation, wherever you stand, we must remember that the truth will not hurt us, but the truth will always set us free. That if we stand together, if we speak up for those who cannot be here and have not yet found their voice, if we link arms and we link hands together, then we become a mighty force to contend with. Please do not fall into the trap that you are helpless. You are not helpless. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Come on, church. Where's the church? Where's the church? Where's the church? The weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but are spiritual, to pulling down the strongholds of the enemy. We have the power of prayer. Every morning from your knees, you have the power to pray hell back to hell and scare the living hell out of hell. That's on your knees. And when you get up off your knees, you have the power in your mouth. You can declare and decree. You can bind and loose. We are not helpless. We have power. So come on, my brothers and sisters. Don't sit this one out. Don't be silent. But lift your voice wherever you are, in the classroom, in business, in corporation, wherever you are. Wherever you work, in your eating, meeting, greeting club, raise your voice. Let your voice be heard. Do not sit this one out. This is where we take our stand. And we shall not be moved.
We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Pastor, I want to ask you, the budget bill is what motivated us to sit down here, but there's so much going on in the country. And the Bible, the Quran, the Torah say so much about the stranger in a strange land. Could you maybe give a message on that, as well as your thoughts on the morality of disappearing people from our streets, this assault on the due process, what that means, that even the church isn't sanctuary anymore, that ICE agents can raid people and pull people out of church and their places of worship?
The Bible is absolutely clear that we are to welcome the stranger. When Jesus was in the synagogue and he picked up the scroll and he began to read, and he said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to preach good news to the poor and set free the captives. So we have a biblical mandate. When did we see you hungry? That's in Bible, Matthew 25. When did we see you hungry? When did we see you thirsty? When did we see you in prison? And Jesus says, as you have done it unto the least of these, you have done it unto me. We have a biblical mandate. This is in the Bible, how can you say you love God that you haven't seen, and hate the ones that you do see? We have a biblical mandate. And so as Americans, we have a right of free assembly, and we have a right to worship. And we have a right to worship without intrusion. We have a right to worship without fear. And when you just give carte blanche for any organization to come in and disrupt our worship, you are violating our rights. We are to worship free without intimidation. Hello, somebody.
And so the next thing that we need to understand is that when you try to erode education, erode our education, erode, erase black history out of the curriculum, Latino history out of the curriculum, Asian history out of it's not that it didn't happen, it did happen. And just because you erase it doesn't change the fact of history. And so my brothers and my sisters, there may be a Pharaoh who arose that did not know Joseph, but Joseph and all the Josephites who helped build this country, we will not be erased, and our children will not be denied the free education. Sitting in the pews right now, you have people who are afraid that their churches will be intruded upon by outside organizations. You have parents who are afraid that their children will not get the quality education that their taxes are paying for. God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And if God didn't give it to us, then we ain't taking it. But we will take what God gave us. That is power, love, and a sound mind. Let the church say amen. Amen. Let the church say amen again. Amen.
So thankful for Bishop Vashti McKenzie. She's a powerful, profound, prophetic woman of God. And we appreciate you and the power of what you have had to say here today. And thank you. We're going to hear from 2 members of Congress, 2 additional members of the House who have joined us. We're thankful that you elevated the story of Joseph. It's one of my favorite stories in the Bible, and in many ways, and of course, it's also told in the Torah, Old Testament of the Bible. We're joined by Reverend Dr. Senator Raphael Warnock. Right on time. Right on time, and of course, I hesitate to talk about the story of Joseph with all these pastors who are here, but growing up, as I mentioned, the Cornerstone Baptist Church, and in many ways, this is a Joseph moment. We know that Joseph had to deal with the pit. He was beat up and left for dead by his brothers. Rescued, then found himself in Potiphar's house, where he was lied upon in Potiphar's house and sent to prison. Then he had to deal with being in prison unjustly. So he went from the pit where he was jammed up to Potiphar's house where he was jammed up, then the prison where he was jammed up. But we know that God works in mysterious ways. And so in the prison, wound up meeting some folks who were connected up with Pharaoh, and when Pharaoh was looking for someone who could interpret some of the dreams that he was having, they said, well, there's this fella who's in the prison that we met named Joseph. Did I get that right, Rev? I'm doing all right? And so Joseph, of course, was summoned to Pharaoh's palace, and as a result of that, eventually emerged to become the prime minister of the land. So watch this. He went from the pit to Potiphar's house to the prison, had to deal with all of those setbacks. But we know in our great faith traditions that a setback is nothing more than a setup for a comeback. And so this is a Joseph moment. And if we continue to show up and stand up and speak up for what we know is right, we're going to bring about the great American comeback here in the United States. That's what this is all about. A Joseph-like comeback for the United States of America and for the free world. We've got 2 additional members of Congress, and then, of course, we're going to yield. Cory will yield to his colleague, the great senator from the great state of Georgia. But we've been joined by Emily Randall, a new member of Congress from the great state of Washington. And we're thankful for her spirit, thankful for her fight, and thankful for her presence. Give it up for Emily Randall.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have been hearing a lot of stories of resiliency and love, and that is what inspires me right now as we are fighting for the future of our country, for the future of our democracy, for our neighbors, for the real people who live alongside us. And I learned a lot of stories of resiliency and love from my family, from my community, my grandparents who moved my dad and his siblings from Utah to Washington because they were facing housing and workplace discrimination because they're Chicano. And my grandpa who had joined the Marines and survived heavy combat in the Korean War but wanted to be part of building a better community for his neighbors. And my grandma who was a hospital housekeeper and moonlighted as an interpreter because the Spanish-speaking patients weren't entitled to interpreter services when she was working there. I watched people in my family, in my community, look after each other when a house burned down or when someone was born with a illness or disability like my sister. When Olivia was born, her doctors didn't know if she would live. She had what's called microcephaly, which means her brain was really small. And I was 7, but I got to see that not only did our neighbors up and down the street, from church, from school, help my family take care of Olivia, but the Washington State Legislature expanded Medicaid, which meant that even though we had previously made just too much money to get coverage, we could now get those benefits for Olivia so that every piece of equipment she needed and the health care she needed and the surgery she needed were covered. And there are so many neighbors in my community who tell me their Medicaid stories every day. They tell me about the appeals that they have to file for, but then finally the coverage that they get so that their loved ones or themselves can be cared for. And we talk a lot about the numbers here, in this building, about what the budget looks like. They talk about the $880 billion of efficiency that they're somehow going to find in a system that is some of the most cost-effective delivery of health care in the country. In Washington State, it's like 0.0002% false payments. That's better a success rate than I think anything you could ask for. But it's real people's lives. It's our real neighbors who are in a rural community who need to get somewhere. It's real doctors who are trying to keep their independent practices open so that they can serve people without getting Medicaid torn away and having to close their doors. And in our communities everywhere, people rely on health care and Head Start and a system of government that kicks in when neighbors just can't take care of neighbors on their own. But here today, we are all neighbors, and across the country, we're all neighbors, and we are standing up and using our voices to take care of each other and assure that we preserve our democracy and our systems of government long into the future. So I'm proud to be a regular person with this really important job right now and to fight alongside you for better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Emily Randall. We also have another new member who has joined us, who I'm going to yield to, but I want to acknowledge the presence of a former member of the House, but a new member of the Senate from the great state of Delaware, my sister, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester. I'm glad a couple of senators show up because we were making y'all look bad. No, it's been a great representation of members from the Senate, great representation of members from the House. I want to yield to distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Maryland, a new member of Congress, off to a tremendous start, Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank you, Mr. Leader and Senator Booker, and more importantly, thank you to each and every one of you who are spending your Sunday having these important conversations and standing up but also sitting down for the things that matter most in our communities. And Mr. Leader, you asked us to do a lot of town halls during the last recess. I had 12 town halls in the last 100 days. But this is my first sit-in, so it's really exciting. No, I just want to say, I know you've been talking about the importance of Medicaid all day, and we've been talking about it, Emily and I, as we're back in our districts these last 2 weeks, having those town halls, having those important conversations with folks. I know that you know the amount of children in this nation who've received their health coverage because of Medicaid. I know that you know that 62% of seniors in assisted living have health care because of Medicaid, because Medicare does not cover that. You know how essential it is, but I want to tell a story like Emily did about what we were able to achieve in Maryland when we expanded Medicaid. Now, we are not alone, even though we're in Maryland, one of the wealthiest states in the wealthiest nation, but we have a shameful secret, and that women are dying giving birth, and black and brown women at disproportionate levels dying giving birth. It's shameful in this nation. And we knew that, and so we did something about it in Maryland, and the best thing we did was expand Medicaid pre-birth, prenatal, but also post-natal, recognizing how essential prenatal, postnatal, early childhood health care is, not just to mother and baby in that moment, but to the lifetime of health outcomes for mother and child by that expansion. And so when our colleagues talk about, well, they don't really want to cut Medicaid, just want to get back to the basics, they're forgetting all of the advancements that we have made across this country, whether it was for Emily's sister or my constituents who are about to give birth. Those expansions are progress. Those expansions have saved countless lives in this nation. Now, I'm sure you all saw the news. The president wants us to have more babies, which is bonkers. But I don't know how he expects us to do that when we're not covering prenatal health care, when we're not covering postnatal health care or early childhood education or SNAP benefits or Head Start. And so thank you for being here today and giving voice to your neighbors. I know the senator and the leader have asked you for a couple of things today, how important your presence here is, but I'm also going to ask you something else, something I've been asking my constituents these last 2 weeks, which is I appreciate them coming out to a town hall. I appreciate y'all coming out here today, but we need to have conversations with people who don't always agree with us. I don't know about you, Easter was a little awkward for me. My parents voted for the president, so that was a fun Sunday dinner, but we were raised in this country to not talk about politics or religion at the dinner table. And I think that's left us in a place where we can't have the conversations about our community and our values that we need to have. And so I'm going to ask you to pick up the phone when you leave here and call somebody, a friend or a family member who lives in a district that doesn't look like yours and is represented by a member of Congress or a member of the Senate who doesn't vote the way that the folks here are voting. And just have that conversation about your values and your priorities and ask them to engage, because we cannot do this alone. We're 535 human beings. So you being here is exactly what our founders wanted. It's what they intended, that your voices be heard. And I'm so grateful to spend a little bit of my Sunday with all here. Thank you.
Congresswoman, wow. I'm very humbled by what the Congresswoman said. I'm very grateful for those last words, and I want to put a highlight and exclamation point on it. I always say in organizing, if everybody in your coalition agrees with you on everything, then your coalition isn't big enough. The reality is, I don't know if there are people here, there are Democrats, Republicans, there's thousands and thousands watching. It doesn't matter. This is not a left or right issue. This is a right or wrong issue. Which means we've got to find ways to talk to people, because the Democrats don't have the votes. They have to do it. Getting 4 House members or 4 senators like we did in 2017 with Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and John McCain. We have to change the hearts or move people to the deeper understanding of what the people are demanding. Now, I want to say this. I have this I have many thoughts about how to keep yourself mentally together. I lose myself every once in a while, but one of the lessons I've learned over the years, number one, is I don't have to attend every argument I'm invited to. That sometimes, no matter what I say to this person, I'm not going to change their heart or change their mind. But there are a lot of people that you can find ways to start a conversation. And my example of this, Congresswoman, I don't know if you'll like this story, but I'm on a plane, and when I'm on a plane, I get recognized, as some of the Congress people do as well, and you know, I get recognized. Sometimes that's good. People say nice things. And sometimes I think that people next month should send me a Mother's Day card because I get looked at and called, you mother. Bishop, I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm on a plane now, and I sit down next to a mother and daughter, 80 and 60 years old. And they turn to me, the mother, and she says, who are you? Are you famous? Are you a professional athlete? Now, I'm a big black guy, and a lot of times people make that assumption. There's a part of me that feels like I should be insulted, but my ego is such that I look at her and I think to myself, well, I could have been. I mean, the highlight reels of my Stanford days are out there. So I smile at her and I go, no, ma'am, I am a United States Senator. And immediately, all of us probably in this time of too much tribalism, as soon as you meet a congressperson out in the wild, and one of the first questions you get, Congress people shaking their head, are you a Democrat or Republican? Are you on their team or my team? That's the awful tribalism of today. Before they want to listen to your ideas, ask you about yourself, people want to know which side you're on. That's wrong. So I look at her, I take a deep breath, and I go, ma'am, I'm a Democrat. And she crosses her arms, looks at me sour, shifts her body away from me facing her daughter in the window and says over her shoulder, I should have brought my Trump hat. Now, that's a song we know. I know that tune. And sadly, it does visit tables for Thanksgiving and Easter and the like. I'm not dancing to that tune. I got a long flight with this family. I'm going to find a way to scratch that record. And Hakeem knows this because he worked with me. He led on the bill, frankly. I shouldn't say worked with me. He helped write the bill. I look at her and go, oh, my God. Donald Trump in his term signed two of the biggest bills I've ever written into law, helped write into law. And I said to her about the First Step Act that liberated tens of thousands of people from unjust incarceration, and another bill called Opportunity Zones that got billions of dollars invested in low-income areas. Now, she heard me say something like that. She looked downright confused. And she shifted her seat back, and now she wants to try to understand. Next thing I know, we're starting to talk. And by the time we landed, we're laughing and joking and affirming our common humanity. We have got to find a way to break through these artificial walls, because I'm going to tell you this right now, what you already know. There are big corporations that profit off of our division, that want to pit us against each other. One of my favorite people, not to be confused as a bald black guy with me or the Reverend, but one of my favorite friends from my days in law school was a man named Van Jones. Van Jones was invited onto a show called Crossfire. And it was with Newt Gingrich. Oh, my gosh, right? Newt Gingrich. But Brene Brown says something when she writes. She says, it's hard to hate up close, so pull people in. And she sits down. Van Jones says he sits down with them, and, of course, they have lots of things they disagree with, but they find out that, number one, they like each other. They can joke. Then they find out that there's some things they agree on, and then they go to the producers of the show and say, we'd like to do the last segment, there's usually 3 segments, and call it Ceasefire and talk about where Democrats and Republicans agree. And the producers say, go ahead and do it. Well, next thing you know, the producers come back and say, stop, can't do it anymore. And they're like, why? And they go, because ratings are going down. The corporations that control these things, that want to keep our eyes on the screen, they have figured out that they can profit more from division, from divide. We've got to, in humanity, find ways of breaking through that. Because this moral moment demands us to be bigger than partisanship. This is not about party, it's about patriotism. It's not about party, it's about people. Now, I know a man named Raphael. I knew this man before he even thought about becoming a United States Senator. He made the mistake of inviting me to church. Bishop, I'll never make this mistake again. I went to his church and I gave a sermon so long, I just finished yesterday. And this was 10 years ago. He was so generous and forgiving with me. He goes, we got to still take a collection. Can you wrap this up? So he and I have been friends for a long time. He's the only senator I know, it may be the only senator in American history, that got arrested in this building protesting for people's health care during Donald Trump's first term. Arrested this man, took him to jail. He is a convict. I know. Bible's full of people who have been thrown in jail. We just were talking about Joseph. But let me tell you this, because I don't want to, the last thing you do is step on a pastor's sermon. He's got to take me to church for a second. But I have to tell you, nobody ever has walked into the United States Senate like this man before me right now. Nobody has ever. And I just knew when he came in that when he got into the pulpit, i.e. the Senate floor, and he spoke, he would speak with a moral strength that would make people on both sides of the aisle listen. And his maiden speech in the Senate was, what America are we going to be? A January 5th America or a January 6th America? Now, I sit in the back. But I moved up to be close to him when he gave this speech, and then the man made me tear up on the floor. Because he said basically on January 5th, the state of Georgia, one of the cradles of the Confederacy in years ago, elected a black man and a Jewish man to the United States Senate. It was a testimony to the truth of our country, that no matter what your faith, color, or creed, if you stand for the people, you can serve the people. He lives this credo. You can't lead the people if you don't love the people. And they got elected. And he told me, I think if I remember the story correct or the speech correct, he was on January 6th, because they hadn't been sworn in yet. He was on one of these afternoon chew-in chats. He might have been sitting with Whoopi. I don't remember exactly. But then he sees what's happening on January 6th here, where people are storming this Capitol, carrying flags of the Confederacy, T-shirts that say Camp Auschwitz. They're beating police officers. One of those police officers from New Jersey would die and succumb to his wounds, Brian Sicknick. And so here was this man in his maiden speech. He didn't speak politics. In his maiden speech, he didn't speak partisanship. He brought his moral character to the Senate floor and called a larger question: who are we as a country? Are we a January 5th America? Or are we a January 6th America? Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of great people in the United States Senate today and in many years past. But truly one of the greatest people ever to walk into that chamber is my friend, my brother, Pastor Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. All right, I was about to call Cory Booker my friend, but the job of a real friend is to lower your expectations. You failed miserably. But join me, and I'm sure this has already been done today, but will you join me in saying happy birthday, Cory Booker? Cory Booker and I have some things in common. We're both bald-headed black men, and we are born in the same year. But I'm glad to say he's older than me. We've been friends a long time. So very, very grateful for his leadership, for the leadership of Leader Jeffries. And the next Speaker of the House. Give a round of applause to the next Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries. So glad to be here with all of my colleagues, and in my case, colleagues in Congress and colleagues in ministry, the great Bishop Vashti McKenzie and so many others. Come on, give her a great big round of applause. So, those of you who know something about my tradition may have figured out that I just got back from church. In fact, my host pastor is in the audience this afternoon. I preached this morning twice. So this is my third sermon. I'm going to make it short. I preached the 44th church anniversary of the Mount Enon Baptist Church in Clinton, Maryland, and that incredible pastor, who is an activist in his own right, tackling issues around poverty, healthcare, a whole range of issues. Morehouse man had to say that. Reverend Dr. Delman Coates, raise your hand. Give him a great big round of applause. Reverend Dr. Coates. Come on up here, Dr. Coates. Come on. So, he and I are both Morehouse men and both pastors, because I still lead my church. Did y'all know that? I still return to Ebenezer every Sunday unless I'm preaching for somebody else. And the reason I do that is my incredible colleagues who are here notwithstanding, I don't want to spend all my time talking to politicians. I'm afraid I might accidentally become one. And my hope is that somehow I can wade in the waters of politics and public policy and still be much more servant leader who has to put up with politics because it allows me every now and then to get something incredible done. That's why we put up with this, right? I put up with this job because every now and then you get to do something amazing. 3 months after I got here, we passed the expanded child tax credit as a part of the American Rescue Plan. That is a tax cut for poor people. It's a tax cut for middle-class families, for working-class families. And when we did that in 2021, it cut child poverty by nearly 50%. Now, if you say, well, I didn't feel that, nearly 50%, where? Here's why you didn't feel it. We did it for 6 months. And we could not get our colleagues to extend it. But from June of 2021 to December 2021, I promise you, you know people in your neighborhood, people in your community, people in your church, in your house of worship, people who owe you money and they didn't tell you because you were going to ask for it back. They got $200-300 checks per child per month. Now, that's a tax cut I can get behind. That's much better than a tax cut for Elon Musk. I think he's doing all right financially. But I come to this work, as Senator Booker has already said, from the prophetic tradition of the black church. And let me hasten to say that when we say the black church, we have never, ever meant anything racially exclusive about that. We're talking about the fact that there needed to be a witness in America that said that slavery and Christianity are incompatible. That said segregation and Christian faith are incompatible. And so the only reason we had to create something called the black church is because even communion was segregated, and we felt that that was a heresy that we could not bear. So we established our own independent churches so that we could say that of one blood God has made all nations to dwell upon the face of the earth. And out of that independent church witness came the Harriet Tubmans of the world, who was an AME Zion. Came so many of our voices. Came Fannie Lou Hamer, who was filled with the Spirit. Came Martin Luther King Jr. It was that independent witness, and so that's the tradition out of which I've come. And so, yes, when I came here in 2017, I came not as a senator, I came as an activist preacher. And we gathered in the rotunda, and they were debating the Farm Bill. And in the Farm Bill, you have both benefits for farmers and agriculture, but you also have nutrition benefits for food insecure people. 1 in 5 children, by the way, in our country, 1 in 5 children is food insecure, don't know where their next meal is coming from. I think for that to be the case in the wealthiest nation, not only on the planet, but in the history of humankind, is a sin. And I don't understand folks who are so obsessed with what people are doing in their bedroom that they don't pay attention to what's happening in the boardroom. What happens in this building, that's what sin looks like. Micah makes it plain. He has shown your mortal what is good and what does the Lord require, but that you do justice and love kindness and walk humbly with your God. In his very first sermon, Jesus said he came to preach good news to the poor. And so when I hear Christian folk talk so badly about immigrants, when most immigrants do not commit crimes, most immigrants do not live on the dole of our government, most immigrants look nothing like Elon Musk. When I hear people beat up on the stranger, the Bible has a lot to say about how you treat the stranger. When I hear people attack poor people and act like it's a crime to be poor rather than to recognize that it is criminal for so many people to be poor. And they do all of this in the name of the one in whom I preach and believe every Sunday. Can I tell you something? Jesus is the biggest victim of identity theft in the United States of America. They cry, Lord, Lord, but he doesn't know what they're talking about. And so I decided that I'm going to stand on the side of the people that he talked about. The poor, the marginalized, the folk that other folk won't touch. And so I came here in that spirit in 2017. They were trying to pass the Farm Bill. They were cutting nutrition benefits from children. They were passing the first Trump tax cuts for the richest of the rich. And I gathered with an ecumenical gathering of clergy, not just Christian, but Muslim and Jewish and Hindu and others. And we were singing and praying in the rotunda of the building, and folks said, you can't sing in the rotunda. It's against the rules. You can't sing and pray in the rotunda. And I thought somebody needs to sing and pray in the rotunda. So I want to thank you, Cory Booker, and I want to thank you, Bishop Hakeem Jeffries. Did y'all hear him preach earlier? For holding this vigil out here on the steps of the Capitol. This feels like a prayer meeting to me. This is my kind of prayer meeting. They said to us, if you don't disperse, we're going to arrest you. What they didn't understand is that I had already been arrested. My imagination had been arrested by the grand idea that in the wealthiest country on the planet, we can make sure that every child has food for their body and books for their brain and culture and music for their hearts. And health care for their bodies. My mind and my imagination had already been arrested. And I didn't know, I had no idea that when I was getting arrested in this building in 2017 over the Farm Bill, that a few years later I'd be a member of the United States Senate writing the Farm Bill. We might need to go get arrested again. But I promise you we're going to do the work. And I promise you that we are doing the work, sometimes in ways you don't see. But don't doubt for a minute that we're standing up. We're standing up against these cuts against Medicaid, $800 billion out of Medicaid. Here's why you know they're lying. And I know Cory told me to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. But, you know, prophets, you know, I'm in that tradition. You know, there's a certain kind of cussing that prophets have to do. Here's why you know they're not telling the truth. I offered up a bill on the Senate floor as they were passing the budget resolution that said, won't we commit as a Senate body that we will not cut anybody's coverage from Medicaid. If they were really going after waste and fraud and abuse and were committed to not cutting people's coverage, they would have voted yes on my amendment. They voted my amendment down because they know that the math ain't mathin'. So we'll continue to stand up and fight on behalf of all the people of our country. Because here's the truth. We need somehow to learn to look into other children's eyes, the eyes of other people's children, and see our own. Because they are all our children. I say that as a dad. They're all our children. And so, my beloved, as I close, and nobody believes a preacher when he says as I close, because I'm the pastor of Ebenezer Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. served, and because I live in Atlanta, one of the wonderful things about my life, Bishop, is I've spent the last 20 years as pastor of Ebenezer Church, came there as a young pastor. I get to hang out all the time with giants, like the late, great Joseph Lowry, who's left us, like my parishioner, whose service I presided over, John Lewis, the great John Lewis, like Zernola Clayton and so many others, like Andy Young. And Andy Young told me a story once that I think is so relevant for this moment, because everywhere I go, people are grabbing me in the airport too, Cory, and we can't even we can't get down the street. And there's a kind of angst in the air. And literally, I was at a parade in Savannah, Georgia, my hometown, and walking in the parade, and people were pulling on me while I was in the parade, and they were looking at me with fear in their eyes, and they were literally saying, "Save us. Fight for us. Stand up for us." Well, I'm committed to doing that. But Andy Young said that after they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, they went to see President Johnson. And Martin Luther King Jr. said to President Johnson, "I need you to pass a voting rights law." President Johnson said, "I know we need voting rights. I agree with you, Martin. But don't you know I just passed the Civil Rights Bill? I don't have the political capital to do it. There's no way I'll get it through the Congress. I do it, but I don't have the power." And so they left that meeting. The staff was feeling all discouraged and all dejected. And they said to Dr. King, "Dr. King, what are we going to do now?" Andy and others said to him, "What are we going to do?" The president said he doesn't have the power. Martin Luther King Jr. straightened his back without even missing a beat. He said, "Well, I guess we're going to have to get the president some power. I love that story because it reminds us that it's not about the people in power, it's about the power that's in the people. And so we're going to fight. But you cannot take change and give it to somebody else. You can't outsource transformation. You can't outsource civic responsibility. We're going to be fighting inside this building. We're going to fight inside the suites, but we need some of y'all to fight on the streets. We need you to make some noise. We need you to create the context for the change that you want to see. Are you ready to get it done? All right, let's stand together and get it done.
All right, hold on. Well, Bishop, actually, you can go. I'm not saying you have license to leave. You've passed the sermon, but I just can't, before I bring on the one of the great influences. I was going to just ask Reverend Coates. I know he's parading around like a Marylander, but where did you preach when we met? Metropolitan Baptist Church in Newark, New Jersey. My church. I knew you when. Would you just say one quick word before we go to the Congress people?
What do we want? Change. When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Change.
When do we want it?
Now.
It is such a joy to be here today and to see my good friend and brother, Congressman Cory Booker. I knew Cory before Cory was Cory, and we are thankful for his incredible leadership. And to Leader Jeffries, amen, I was at Morehouse with your brother and Hassan Jeffries. He was a few years older than me, so thank you so much for your leadership. And to all of the members of Congress here today, it's incredible to see how Reverend Dr. Senator Warnock is on his third sermon today. We're all here today because we care. We care about the state of our country. We care about the future of our country. We care about the ways in which those in power are unnecessarily dividing our people. We have more that unites us than that divides us. And so we know that we're in a crisis. But the one thing that we're not in a crisis for is we're not in a crisis for resources. That is the myth. That is the lie. Because for some reason, whenever there's money necessary for wars, to bail out banks, to respond to a global health pandemic, some kind of way money just kind of falls from the sky. But whenever money's needed for health care, so that people don't have to die or go bankrupt because they get sick, or whenever money is necessary for jobs, so for quality schools, all of a sudden, where the money is going to come from becomes a challenge. And I think this is a critical moment for us because we need a movement of Americans who understand the importance of re-legitimizing the role of government for the people. Because too many in power delegitimize the role of government for us, but they harness the power of public supports for the rich, for them. And so this is a critical moment, and we cannot give up the fight. Tell your neighbor, we cannot give up the fight. We can't give up the fight. And as I give the mic back to Leader Jeffries, when I think about the fight that we're in, I'm reminded of an experience that I had some time ago with my two daughters. I was driving them around, and they were in the back seat eating a candy. And they were so, they enjoyed this candy so much that I wanted some myself. And so I asked them to give me this candy. It was hard, and when I put it in my mouth, it was very bitter. And so as I began to attempt to chew it, Cory, as I was beginning to take it out of my mouth, my daughters, Leah and Ava, they said, "Daddy, don't take it out. Don't stop. I know it's hard. I know it's bitter. But you got to keep chewing till you get to the sweet part. I know there's a lot of difficult days in front of us right now, but we cannot give up. We've got to keep fighting. We've got to keep voting. We've got to keep insisting. We've got to keep chewing until we get to the sweet spot. There's jobs up ahead, health care up ahead, and the future is ours. Thank you so much for inviting us to come out today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. We've been joined by Imam Sharif. Imam Sharif, come on up.
Come on up. Sit with us, brother. Sit with
us.
Assalamu alaikum.
We're going to hear from our senator, brother. Good to see you. We're going to hear from our senator right now, but I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by several members of Congress. We got Suhas Subramaniam from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Suhas. Representative Stephen Horsford from the great state of Nevada, past chair of the CBC. Representative Tom Swazi from the great state of New York, a man of faith.
Yes, almost New Jersey.
He just returned from the Vatican. Representative Sarah McBride, who's doing a tremendous job. All right. Sarah McBride. Of course, Representative Sidney Kamlaga Dove from the great state of California. Now, Representative Kamlaga Dove does something on social media that you may have followed. Is this shit legal?
To the imam and the pastors present, we apologize.
We apologize for that. But I think there's some Republicans asking that question right now. And we don't care what the answer is because we're standing up for the American people.
Amen, amen, amen.
Right here. And by the way, it's absolutely legal because this is the People's House of Representatives. It belongs to you, the American people. It belongs to you, the American people. And of course, last but certainly not least, joined by Representative Laura Friedman from the great state of California, who's doing a great job. Cory, we came out here at 6 a.m., which means that we are now over 10 hours.
Sitting in right
10
here.
hours.
10 hours.
And we still got some time left in us. We sat down, it was the two of us, and as I mentioned earlier, we weren't sure who would respond, who would reach out. So appreciative that all of you have come out. We knew that we had at least some kind of guaranteed viewership. Cory's mother and my mother. But I'm thankful as a result of you and you showing up and all the voices that we've heard from. We're told now that millions of people have watched this in America and throughout the world. And we're going to continue to stand up and show up and speak up to stop this Republican budget.
Amen. I want to thank the people at home. We're going to read some of the people that have been DMing. We've been getting tens of thousands of DMs. Over 5 million people have liked this broadcast right now. And we've been out here for 10 hours sitting down. And we are going to continue because the next lineup, as I see, is pretty extraordinary. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to go to my sister I'm going to introduce in a second. Then we're going to go to the imam, inshallah, and hear some preaching from my brother, bringing us back to the moral moment that we're in. And then we're going to go to the backbone of the House members that are here as well. But I just want to say to folks, sometimes the best blessing is unanswered prayers. But sometimes when your prayers are answered, you just want to just fall to your knees and thank Jesus. I started praying about 8 years ago that one day Lisa Blunt Rochester would be my colleague. Now this is true, she can justify or testify. I started bugging her many Congresses ago. Not that I didn't like, Delaware had 2 great Congress people, but I knew one day they had to retire. And I wanted to make sure the Congresswoman for the whole state, am I telling the truth? There's only one Congressperson for the state of Delaware. And I thought she was up next. And at that point, we only had, we only had 2 black women that ever served in the United States Senate.
And so I was blessed by that because she was my colleague in the CBC. But since she has come to the Senate, she has already, in her short period of time, transformed that body. She has brought a moral voice, a voice of clarity, a voice of focus, a voice of strength. She goes in that tradition of being unbought and unbossed. She is now in the room where it happens. And what do they say? Shirley Chisholm say, if they don't invite you to the table, bring a folding chair. Well, now she's a senator, so she's got a fancy chair at the table, and she's moving up. But this is the last personal thing I want to say before I hand you the microphone. So I have to say, when I was on the floor on March 31st, getting ready to stand for as long as I was physically able, the last thing that happened to me before my time was that Lisa Blunt Rochester came over to me, checked in on me, and then, Imam, Reverend, she said, can we pray? And she prayed over me and brought tears to my eyes. And I am telling you right now, she was there for hours and hours and hours. As in so many ways, my prayer warrior, my faith sister, and someone that has given me more strength than I anticipated even when I was praying that she would come to the Senate. She is a great political leader, but in my opinion, she is a child of God first and foremost, and she has brought such soul strength to the United States Senate. I give you my sister, Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Cory. Thank you, Mr. Birthday Man. It is good to be with you. Yes, giving all honor and glory to God, who is the head of my life. That's how I'm going to start this. I am so humbled to be on these steps. As you can see, America, my friends and my beautiful brothers and sisters here, I did not come dressed up today. There is no form, no fashion. There are chucks, and there is a shirt that says, "Love never fails." Love never fails. And so as I was sitting here thinking about my good brother Raphael Warnock and the great sermon that he just gave and all of the incredible speakers, I thought, what would I say? What could I even add to this moment? And my daughter drove me here, and she texted me as I was sitting on the steps. And she said, "You made it to the sit-in. Mission accomplished. The rest is just icing on the cake." So I also, in my spirit, I felt a hum. And I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but particularly in our churches, you will hear older mothers just go, like a hum of sadness, a hum of anxiousness, a hum of anger, a hum of love. Right now, this country is facing a pivotal moment. What road will we choose to pick? People say we're better than this. No, we are this. Do we want to be better than this? What this sit-in is about is power. It is the power of prayer, it is the power of persuasion, and it is the power of the people. And why are we sitting in? We are sitting in because a major piece of legislation is coming down the pike. And God can only heal what is exposed. So today we are shining a light on the harms that are about to beset and befall us if we let this go. We know there are only 4 senators we need, and Republicans, and 4 Republicans in the House. And so we need you to pray if you pray, hum if you hum, meditate if you meditate, or just look up at the sky if that's what you do to get some joy. But we need you to pray. We need you to persuade people, not just the people you like. That's not what this is about. Love is not just about the people you like. Love is hard and radical and real. So you need to persuade people, maybe with your own story. A gentleman in Delaware said to me, he's a wheelchair user, he said, Lisa, if they pull the thread of Medicaid out of my life, it will unravel. Share your stories. Tell those legislators. It is the power of prayer, persuasion, and lastly, you, the people. That's what it's all about, whether you are young, old, black, white, gay, straight, wherever you are, because we run this. The people run this. We run this. So I will end by saying I am so glad to be here with Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I'm so glad to be here with my bestie. Okay, don't tell some of my other besties. In the Senate, Cory Booker, and with my other colleagues and my incredible Congresswoman from the great state of Delaware, Sarah McBride. And I just want you to remember, where does the power come from? Where does the power come from? Where does the power come from? Let's make sure we let them know.
All right. We got some power here. Now, we said we were anchoring ourselves in the moral traditions. When we came out here over 10 hours ago, Hakeem and I said this is a bigger moment than politics. This is a moral moment in America, and we were going to sit here for a long time. I didn't know we'd be sitting for 10 hours, but it's 10 hours and we're still going, and we got some great people here. But the moral traditions of our country are what's important. Before this nation was founded, the Muslim faith was here shaping the culture of our country. Before this nation was founded, Muslims were fighting for this country. Every battle, every war we have fought, Muslim Americans were there. They have faced discrimination, allegation. They have faced challenges and bigotry. And yet we have seen some of our most great heroes throughout American history being Muslim Americans who stood for this nation. We are lucky right now to have a man who knows how to stand for what is right. A man who knows how to stand up for the greatest of all values from the great faith of Islam. A man who stands for what the prophet spoke of. Peace and love. Peace and love. I am very grateful to bring now to the microphone Imam Sharif.
Thank you, Senator. Greatly appreciate you. We're sitting, but you have already shown us how to stand. Thank you, our House leader. We appreciate you as well. We always give praise to Almighty God. We call upon Almighty God, and we're talking about the same God for all of us who created us all and cares about us all equally. The same God that's mentioned in that Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all are created equal and endowed by their Creator. The same God that's mentioned in our pledge of allegiance, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The same God that's written on the walls in this building, it says, "In God we trust." That's in the walls of these buildings. We are in a moment right now, and this is a moment of truth, a moment of trust. Who has honored the trust and who is betraying the trust? We are here with our leaders. They are the ones who are honoring the trust, and they are up against those who are betraying the trust. God calls all those who are leaders to have the entrustment of the people in them. And any time that you have laws, tax laws or other laws that favor the wealthy or the rich over the majority, over the masses, over the poor, then they have failed God's justice. It's an imperative that we're here. And we want to take our leaders. We're having this is called a sit-in, but our resolve, the resolve has already stood. And the resolve continues to stand. And we need all of us to maximize that resolve for change. Change for the better. It's an imperative that we are experiencing what we're experiencing now. Because God is trying to do something. That God that we held up. You know, I spent 30 years in the United States Air Force on active duty. Yes. It's an honor. It's an honor. You're welcome. I participated in 6 military campaigns. My life was on the line. I gave it for those 30 years. It was postured to be given. And one of the reasons I'm here is because when I came in 2010, one of our congressmen, the first Muslim congressman, was being accused of not being loyal. Steve Ellison at the time. And of course, I was brought here as one who has had their life on the line that represented so many others. I am a descendant of those that our beloved Senator Booker spoke about that was here in the beginning and that was beginning to fight, and we are still fighting. And we cannot stop fighting. God put this on us to pressure us. You know, we speak about the soul of America. It does have a soul. And God is trying to bring out the good potential in the soul. And that's in the majority of the people. The right-minded people, the good conscious people, the ones that we are here sitting with and appealing to. God is putting pressure. So it's an imperative that we do. As our sister said, if you can't end up with him, it tells us, say, first of all, when we see injustice, when we see something wrong, we see something that brings about oppression, we have an obligation to do something first with our hands. And if we can't do it with our hands, then you have to at least speak out. And if you can't speak out, then hate it in your heart. If you don't do one of those three, and the thing is, for all those who are listening, you're not supposed to go to the least when you can do the most. If you can speak, don't just keep it in your heart. If you can do something, stand, march, pocket, go see your son, then you do that first. But don't go to the least when you can do more. God has put this moment on us to bring the best of us together. All of us. Look, we look at America as overcome. We have changed. It's not where it was. It has changed. And it's time for change again. To see how bad do we want it. How bad do we want to stay the course that God has put it on. And again, we say, we put that in our, when I took my oath, I said, so help me God. Did you say, so help me God?
I did.
So help me God? So help me God. I know they're trying to change that for some, but majority say they end that statement with, so help me God. That's a part of the equation. That's a dynamic part of who we are. We are invisible and we're visible. Abstract and concrete. You can see me, but you can't really see the me. But the one that's speaking is the one that's inside. You see the visible. That tells us that what's inside, the spiritual, that's more important. That's bigger. Because when that soul leaves this body that is in, that's as a gift to, this body going to go right back to the earth. It's going to start breaking down. That's to tell us that the higher power is where we should always keep our sights on. We should never fail to keep our trust. In God we trust. That's a statement of unity. We say united we stand. But if we're seeing institutions starting to come apart and fall, that tells us that somebody is not upon the united we stand. Because that is divided we fall. So that's saying there's some division going on that's bringing the house down. We are not going to stand for the house falling. So let's say it here, united we stand. 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 We the people. We
the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
We the people.
We the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
We the people.
We the people.
Have the power.
Have the power.
And we're going to exercise that power.
And we're going to exercise that power.
Right on. For your great spiritual leadership. And we thank you for serving this country in the Air Force. My father was an Air Force veteran, Cold War veteran, served in Germany. We appreciate you. We came out today to make it clear that we're going to stand up for the health care of the American people, stand up to protect Medicaid, stand up to protect nutritional assistance, stand up to protect the American way of life, but also stand up for our veterans. This administration is firing veterans. That is a disgrace.
Shame!
That's a disgrace. And we're going to make sure that we treat veterans in this country who have served this country, sacrificed for this country, with the dignity and respect that you deserve. So thank you. Thank you. We're going to go now to Representative Suhas Subramaniam, followed by Representative Stephen Horsford, followed by Representative Tom Swazi, in that order.
Thank you.
Suhas.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. Thank you all for being here today. First of all, big hand to our leader, Jeffries, for doing an amazing job. It's not easy trying to keep more than 200 Democrats in Congress united. We fight all the time with each other, but he's the guy who does it. And one of the best things we can do for our country in the next couple of years is make him Speaker of the House. Happy birthday, Senator Booker. Thank you. I brought you a little present, actually. You and me have something in common. We're both vegans, actually. So I brought you some vegan chicken wings for your birthday. Figured you'd be hungry, yeah. There's 3 in there. There used to be 5, but I ate a couple. But thank you for your leadership, too. You're going to have to share with your neighbor here. But I thank you all for being here. I just want to talk about one thing, and it's our kids in America today and how they're going to be suffering under some of these policies that are trying to be pushed. I've got 2 girls at home. They're 3 and 5, Maya and Nina. I'm one of the lucky ones. I get to drive home after work every night because I represent Northern Virginia. And, yelling at Republicans, that's easy, but putting my 2 girls to sleep is the hardest part of my day because they're excited to see me and they want to stay up all night. But I'll tell you that I've met a lot of parents over the past couple of months who are really scared right now because some of these cuts to Medicaid, for instance, that's really going to hurt our kids and really hurt future generations. We're talking about kids who are on disability. Medicaid is a lifesaver for them. Without Medicaid, they can't afford the treatment that they need. We're talking about the cuts to cancer research and cancer trials. That's going to hurt our kids with cancer. We're going to talking about the cuts to SNAP. That's how a lot of our kids get their school lunches and are able to get through the school day. And the cuts to our education, the Department of Education, that's going to hurt our schools, every one of our schools. And that means our kids can't get the education that they need. Everything that's happening is not just affecting us, it's affecting our kids and families all across America. If you're truly pro-life, why are you cutting education? If you're truly pro-life, why are you cutting health care for kids? Why don't you support paid family leave? So we need to demand that our lawmakers and Republicans in Congress actually support families and actually support kids, because what's happening right now does not help our kids. It hurts them a lot. And they don't always have a voice, right? Our kids don't vote. They're not able to vote until they're 18. So we have to make sure that we give them a voice. And we have to make sure we secure their future. We have to make sure that we leave this country better than we found it, because that's our responsibility in Congress. That's why we're here. Because if we're not going to do that, if we're not going to legislate for the next 10, 20, 30 years, then what are we doing here, right? What are we doing here? And so I want to ask y'all, are y'all with me? Are we going to fight for our kids? Are we going to stand up for our kids? Because much for being here. Thank you.
So Steve Horsford let me go ahead of him. I'm Tom Swazi from New York. And I first want to say, this is the day the Lord has made. This is a beautiful group, and I start by thanking God for the great gifts we have. Thank God for all of you, and thank God for these two great leaders that we have here, Cory and Hakeem. We're blessed by you. So I just got back from Rome literally an hour ago. Went to the Pope's funeral. And what did Pope Francis tell us? He said we have to love each other. We have to forgive each other. We shouldn't judge each other. We have to look for God in each other's faces. We have to look for God in the poor. Look for God in the homeless. Look for God in the immigrants. Look for God in each other. And when this all comes down to the basic what's right and wrong, we've got to think about what do we really stand for? What are we doing to express that love for each other? Because a budget may be a cold financial document, but it represents our values. What do we stand for? So our country is founded on two great systems, capitalism and democracy. Capitalism says the stronger you are, the smarter you are, the harder worker you are, the bigger risk taker you are, the luckier you are, the better you're going to do. It's based on competition. But some people are not great competitors. Little babies are not great competitors. Senior citizens who are getting frail and elderly and their kids have moved away are not necessarily great competitors. You get hit by a car and your legs get broken. You're not necessarily a great competitor. You have cancer, mental health, some sort of disability. You're not necessarily a great competitor. But we don't want to relegate you to a life of misery because you are not a great competitor. So capitalism has lifted a lot of people out of poverty, created a lot of great innovation, created a lot of wealth all over the world. But we got another system called democracy. It says all men and women are created equal. Just because you're not the greatest competitor, we don't want to relegate you to this life of misery. That's why we have Medicaid. That's why we have Medicare. That's why we have Social Security. So we can make sure that we protect people. And we have to do everything we can to find a balance between that system of competition and the need to treat human beings like human beings. And in our country, we're losing a balance. Everybody's either, you're one of those, no, you're one of those. We have to find a balance to try and find the way forward, to keep the economic engine going, but to treat people like human beings that are all created equal. God bless all of you, and thank you for being out here today. Let's hear it for the great Steve Horsford.
Well, look, this is what democracy looks like. You are the people, and we are the leaders we have been waiting for. I am so honored to join with all of you. First, my leader of the House Democratic Caucus, Hakeem Jeffries. And I share birthday week with Senator Cory Booker. So again, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. And when I look out into the faces and the eyes of the people who are here and the people that I represent back in Nevada that I spent the last couple of weeks listening to, I understand that the decisions that we make over the next few weeks matter to real people. As Senator Booker said when he was holding the floor for 25 hours, this is not about left versus right. It's not about one party versus the other. This is about right versus wrong. And John Lewis would always remind us to be on the right side of history. So I'm here to join with all of you to be on the right side of history. To be on the right side of history for our children and their future. To be on the right side of history for America and this democracy that we hold dear. To be on the right side of history to protect public education, to be on the right side of history to keep our promise to our veterans and to our seniors. When I was just 3 weeks old, my grandmother had a severe stroke. She went into coma. And when she came out of coma, she was paralyzed on the left side of her body. At that time, she needed around-the-clock care. She was in her 50s. My mother was just a teenager, and I was just 3 weeks old. As I grew up, I visited my grandmother virtually every week in a nursing home. I know what the smell of good care smells like, whether or not it's adequately staffed. I know what bed sores look like, and whether or not someone is properly cared for. What I did not know growing up as a child visiting my grandmother is that it was Medicaid and her disability and Social Security that kept my grandmother and the quality of life that she received for 27 years. I never planned to be in Congress or elected to any public office, but I remember sitting by my grandmother's side and promising her that one day I would be in a position to help her. And we're in that position now. All of us are in that position now. The question is, what will we do with the position that we're in? Will we fight for the people? Or for the billionaires and the big corporations? The irony is they want to balance the budget on the backs of the American people.
Shame!
On people like my grandmother. On people all across this country. They want to balance it on the backs of our children by taking away nutrition programs.
Shame!
By cutting the social safety net for our families.
Shame!
By making Social Security and veterans weaker.
Shame!
And all to give tax breaks, permanent tax breaks, to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Well, I say give tax breaks, permanent tax breaks, to moms and dads, not Bezos and Musk. Let's lift up the child tax credit. Let's help our small businesses. Let's create an economy that actually works for all of us and not just some of us.
Right on!
While they're taking away the tools of opportunity, we're working to build them up. But ultimately, this all comes down to you. And there is something that every single one of us can do in this moment. We are not powerless. We need 3 Republicans in the House. We need 4 Republicans in the Senate. It's time for them to do their damn jobs. Do your job. And to vote in the best interest of their constituents, just like I am for mine. This isn't easy. This is not easy. These decisions that we make affect real people. And that's why I'm proud to be here with so many of my colleagues, but all of you, because when we keep the people at the center of the policy, there is nothing that we can't do. And we can do it together. So let's get out there and do it together, because this is what democracy looks like.
Thankful so much for Representative Stephen Horsford, one of my good friends in the Congress. We've been joined by a few other members of Congress. Representative Mark Takano from the great state of California. And another one of my good friends, Representative Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands. And we'll hear from them. We'll hear from one member of Congress, and then we're going to go to one of our special guests, and then we'll go back to several members of Congress. But first of all, I'm just thankful as we look out at all of the young people who are here. They are the future of the United States of America. The future is now. And we know the future will be bright because of them. I'm thankful for all of these members of Congress here to defend Medicaid and a fair and just budget, because they recognize that here, the Senate, the House of Representatives, we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for Elon Musk. We don't work for far-right extremists. We work for the American people. And when we stand up for Medicaid, we're standing up for the American people. And we need 4 Republicans in the House and 4 Republicans in the Senate to do their job. And now it's my honor to yield to a great new member of Congress representing the state of Delaware, Representative Sarah McBride.
I just want to say, Sarah, before I can't make Delaware jokes anymore because I love Lisa Blunt Rochester too much. But Rehoboth Beach is great, but Jersey Shore. So before I trash talk, I just want you to know my last podcast I listened to was the podcast you just did with Pod Save America. And my staff will know this. I sent this around to all my friends because the way you talked about how to build coalitions, the way you talked about how we've made mistakes as a Democratic Party by trying to cancel people who agree with us on 90% of the things, but just because they don't agree with us 10%, I thought it was one of the most beautiful articulations of how to build a successful movement. So you taught me this week, and I want to say thank you to you before you speak.
Well, thank you, Senator Booker. What you just said completely made up for the Delaware comments that you just made. Happy birthday, and thank you to both you, Senator Booker, and our fierce leader in the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, for bringing us today. I am humbled to be here, filling the big shoes of Lisa Blunt Rochester in the House of Representatives, representing more than 1 million Delawareans. You know, I ran for Congress. I ran for public office after my own experience as a caregiver to the person who would become my husband, Andy, during his battle with cancer. I met Andy when I was fresh out of college, fresh out of American University. And we quickly fell in love. About 2 years into our relationship, Andy was diagnosed with cancer. And for anyone here who has ever been diagnosed with cancer or who has had a loved one who's diagnosed with cancer, you know it is like a punch in the gut unlike anything you've ever experienced. Feels like the world is coming crashing in on you. But from the first moment after Andy was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 25, he knew how lucky he was. He knew how lucky he was to have health insurance that would allow him to get care that would hopefully save his life. And both of us knew how lucky we were to have flexibilities with our jobs that allowed Andy to focus on the full-time job of getting care and me to focus on the full-time job of being there by his side to care for him, to love him, to support him. And when he found out that his cancer was terminal, to be there by his side, to marry him, and to walk him to his passing. And up until his last breath, Andy knew how lucky he was. And I decided to run for Congress because I do not believe that in the wealthiest, most developed nation on earth, that time and that ability to get care should be a matter of luck. I believe it should be the law of the land. Now, I hoped to be entering a Congress that was expanding access
to every American. I hoped to be entering a Congress that was passing paid family and medical leave for every worker. I hoped to be entering a Congress that was providing child care to every family. But that's not the Congress that I've entered. This is a Congress that is hell-bent on passing a heartless budget that would result in the largest cut in Medicaid in American history. All to partially, just partially pay for tax cuts for Donald Trump's billionaire best friends. Every day that Senator Blunt Rochester, Senator Coons, who I know was here earlier, and I are back in Delaware, we hear from the nearly 1 in 5 Delawareans who rely on Medicaid for health coverage, that nearly 40% of Delaware kids who get life-saving care covered by Medicaid. People struggling through cancer treatment, new moms trying to survive childbirth, seniors and people with disabilities who need a little bit of help to get through the day. Medicaid is a lifeline that this Republican majority is trying to rip away from millions of Americans.
Shame!
And we are here because we will not let them. We will not let them get away with policies that are a matter of life and death for our constituents. And if you are someone who voted against this president in the last election, we're here to fight for you. If you're someone who didn't show up in the last election because you believe that politics couldn't work for you, we're here to fight for you. And if you are someone who voted for this president in the last election and you don't like what you are seeing, we are here to fight for you. Because what is clear is that Republicans in Congress and this administration don't care about anyone but billionaires that fund their campaigns. They are willing to hurt everyone. People who voted against them, and yes, people who voted for them. All to help the wealthiest among us.
Shame!
But we are here because we know, as Senator Booker reminded us, that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. We are here because we have hope. We have hope. And I know that is a word we don't talk about in politics anymore. Hope sort of seems out of fashion. Cynicism is so in vogue right now. But cynicism is corrosive. It's corrosive to our spirits and our souls, and it is corrosive to our politics and our democracy. I get that this moment in our politics feels different than 15 or 20 years ago, when it felt like if we simply worked for it, if we voted and volunteered and told our stories, that change was inevitable. That with hard work, we could inevitably bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice. And it doesn't feel that way anymore. We can't quite see the light at the end of the tunnel. We don't know that if we do all the things we think we need to do, that change will come. But as we sit here on the steps of a part of this Capitol that was built just before the Civil War, as I join with my colleagues on the floor of the House of Representatives, where they passed the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, where women got the right to vote, where the New Deal was passed, where Medicaid and Medicare were created, as we sit in the chairs where people sat when they voted to pass the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, and as we step into the shoes of not only our predecessors, but the advocates, activists, and everyday Americans in those moments who fought for that change. When you step out of the hindsight of history that views that change as inevitable, you cannot tell me that the reasons for hopelessness now are greater than the reasons for hopelessness then. An enslaved person in the 1850s had no reason to believe that an Emancipation Proclamation was on the horizon. Unemployed workers during the early days of the Great Depression had never heard of a New Deal. Patrons at the Stonewall Inn never knew of an America where they could live openly and authentically as themselves without violating the law. They had every reason to give up hope. They had every reason to believe that change may change the world. And I am hopeful that if we persevere, if we summon our hope, then we will find the light and we will turn this moment into what a friend from Florida once called a slingshot moment. Where yes, we are pulled backwards, but the tension and pressure of being pulled backwards ultimately propels us to destinations that we've not yet done. Thank you all very much.
And what a way to bring us into our 11th hour here on the steps of the House of Representatives. We've got a very special guest that Cory's going to introduce, and then we will hear from Representative Kamlaga Dove, Representative Laura Friedman, Representative Takano.
Can I actually do some shuffling? Can those congresspeople sit where Jeffries and I are sitting? And we're going to move down here. We want to center you guys. I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to sit at your feet because we're going to introduce you. Okay, come on down. Come on, center yourself. All right, before I introduce this extraordinary speaker we have, because of what she does, I just want to tell a quick story. If Hakeem Jeffries will give me license, he keeps reminding me that we're on the House side. I have no jurisdiction over here. Over there, I got jurisdiction. So I've been told the truth. But I have to tell him that if he wants to watch the Jets or the Giants play, he has to come to my jurisdiction of New Jersey. But I'm sorry, I don't want to go back to the divisions between us. I just want to tell a quick story to set up this important part. So right back there is a former detective of the Newark Police Department named Kevin Batts. He's trying to look like he's in obscure, but he's one of my closest. He's like family to me, Kevin. He grew up in the projects in Newark, went off and served in the military, came back from the military, joined the Newark Police Department, and that's when I met him when I was a city council person. He became a part of my detail in 2006 when I became mayor. So we've been driving around in a car for close to 20 years. Now, the reason why I bring him up as an introduction is because Kevin and I have this power between us where we don't have to speak that much. I get back in the car, and I'm working, returning phone calls and all of that. And the power that Kevin has is he just looks in the rearview mirror, and he can read my mind. And it's pretty amazing. And so one day I'm home in Newark, and about 3 blocks from where I live, there's this place. I don't know if they have them in Delaware. I don't know if you all know of these places. It's called McDonald's. And McDonald's is about 3 blocks from where I live. And Imam, I hope you can give me some dispensation for this, because as we're driving, Kevin looks in the rearview mirror and immediately turns into the McDonald's drive-thru because he saw weakness. He saw weakness in my eyes. Now I am so, the flesh is weak, Imam, the flesh is weak. Now we know somebody just gave me some vegan food. So let me tell you this. I thought back then that McDonald's French fries were vegan. They are not. Not vegan. They dip them in some kind of meat juice. I know that now. But it is meat juice. It is meat juice. I don't know what it is. It's not vegan, though. Right? Right, it's not vegan. Okay, either way, we digress. We digress. We go into the McDonald's drive-thru, and I order 2 large fries. And they hand them to me, and it's a long day. I'm tired. I want to get home. And I hold these fries like they're the most precious thing ever. I'm like, hold my precious, my precious. and then we start driving, but Kevin puts on the brakes and stops because right there's a man in a trash can rooting around, and he knows me, so he stops. He sees me, and I roll down the window, and I say, hey, man, what's up? And he sort of waves me off, and I realize my tone was not correct. I didn't respect our equal dignity, and I softened my tone. I said, excuse me, sir, is there anything, do you need anything? Is there any way I can help you? And he turns around and he says, well, I'm hungry. Now, we've been talking and grounding this 11 hours in faith, and I think a lot of the faith traditions say something about this. In fact, I know Jesus said something about, like, if you have 2 McDonald's French fries and your neighbor has none, I think it was a sermon on the McMount. The sermon on the McMount. And so I know what Jesus wants of me when it comes to McDonald's French fries. Okay? I reach in and I give him one of my McDonald's French fries. he looks happy and takes the McDonald's French fries. And now I turn to Kevin to drive, but just as Kevin's about to put it in drive, he puts it in drive but doesn't put the gas because the man goes, "Excuse me," taps my window and says, "Do you have any socks?" And many of us who've worked with people who are experiencing homelessness know that could be something really precious. But I don't carry extra socks in my car, so I vainly looked around and looked at him and I said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I don't have any socks." I was disappointed I didn't have them. He seemed disappointed but grateful for the fries. Now I turn to look at Kevin and with more of a sense of urgency, because there's nothing as bad as cold McDonald's French fries. And so I said, "Get me home. All I want to do is get on my couch, watch the British baking show, unbuckle my pants, the whole thing." And so somebody knows what I'm talking about. Unbuckle the pants. You got to unbuckle the pants. Okay? Thank you very much. My staff hates when But Kevin, 20 years in the car, doesn't read my mind, doesn't do what I'm looking at him to do. Instead, the guy over there puts the car in park, reaches between his legs, kicks off the shoes he's wearing, takes off his socks, and hands them through the window. And the man receives them like it was a bar of gold, precious to him. And then Kevin drives me home. And home for me is I got socks in my drawer that I haven't opened yet. And the reason why I say this in introducing you, because we are at a moment where what we're suffering for is a lack of moral imagination. A lack of moral imagination. We should be audacious enough, as you said, to believe that we can be a nation where no one goes hungry. We should be audacious enough to believe that the moral obscenity in this nation of child poverty can be eradicated.
Right on.
We should be audacious enough to believe that every American can have access to affordable health care.
Right on.
We should be audacious enough to believe that if you work hard all your life, you can retire with security and safety. We should be audacious enough to believe that every child should have a great public school. We should be audacious enough to believe that this should be the nation that is a light unto all nations. And so what I am grateful for is right now we have Ms. Bigelow here, who is from the Georgetown Center for Poverty and Inequality.
Hoya Saxa.
Yes.
Hoya Saxa.
Yes. And I am grateful because the one thing I can say in compliment to this incredible person to my right is that she is a woman audacious enough to believe.
Thank you, Senator Booker. That's very nice. So first of all, I should say that my birthday was on Friday, so I want to associate myself with all the April birthdays. I had a very nice time celebrating over the weekend. I hope you guys... The bull. Yeah, the Taurus. So I'm from the Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality, and we are a think tank. So I'll say right now, this is a little bit of the nerd out moment, a little bit. So it's research, but it's going to be fun, hence the nose cards, okay? So like the senator said, poverty is not inevitable. The mic isn't on. Hello?
All right. I want to repeat some of that. Start with the nerding out.
Yes.
We're a bunch of nerds.
Well, we got to start with the most important part, which was my birthday was on Friday. I'm from the Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality, and we are a think tank at the Georgetown Law School. And this is what I was telling everybody earlier, was that this is the nerd out moment. I'm going to talk a little bit about research, and so that's why I have the note cards. But it's going to be fun. It won't feel like school, I promise. And like so many of the speakers before me, I think it's really important to say that poverty is not inevitable. It is the result of deliberate policy choices. And this week, all day long, we have been talking about the choices that are facing members of Congress this week. The choice to cut programs that keeps families fed, housed, healthy, and free. And so here at the center, we do a lot of research and data, and Reverend Barber earlier today, I know, mentioned about the importance of research and data. And I can tell you right now that the research and data say that when we invest in people, When we provide income support, when we provide health care, housing, paid leave, and child care, poverty falls. Families thrive and communities grow stronger. Research shows that we should be spending more money on these programs, not cutting them. We have the proof, and therefore we have the power. So our vision at the center is one where everybody has economic well-being, dignity, and real opportunity. And the reason why I'm here today is because tomorrow we're actually releasing some new research that talks about the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. So over the past couple of months, you've probably heard about Medicaid alone or SNAP alone, but there's a unique set of people that get both programs. And I'm talking about seniors and children. Millions of families rely on both programs together because food security and health care are deeply connected. So 60% of SNAP recipients rely on Medicaid, and 40% of Medicaid participants also depend on SNAP. That's 15 million children and more than 5 million seniors. If they cut these programs, our children will grow hungrier and our seniors will grow sicker. The research is crystal clear that cutting SNAP and Medicaid means higher medical bills, skipped prescriptions, missed preventative care, and deeper food insecurity. It means aging adults pushed out of their homes because they can't afford the long-term care services that Medicaid provides. And for children, okay. So the research is crystal clear that when SNAP benefits are cut, child hunger spikes. When Medicaid is stripped away, kids lose their doctors and their vaccinations, their dental care, their vision screenings, all the basics they need to grow and succeed. Children who grow up hungry and without health care face greater obstacles for the rest of their lives in school, in jobs, and in health. Cuts today are scars for tomorrow. So I hope that you will go on georgetownpoverty.org to look at this research tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. When the Congress people speak, we got to come down right here. So who's up next?
Representative Kamala Dove.
All right, come on down. Come on down.
Two microphones, I love it. I just want to give, well, first of all, good afternoon, America. How are you? And can you hear me? All right, good. I want to just give thanks and praise, actually, to our bad brother from Brooklyn, Leader Jeffries. He is the leader of our caucus. He will be the Speaker of the House very soon. I also want to give thanks and praise to Senator Booker, who shows us what courage looks like. He did it 11 hours sitting down. He did it 25 hours standing up. He reminds us to live in this moral moment and to not let a moment like this go. I remember after he concluded this historic 25-hour sermon of love to the American people, I hugged him and I told him how he inspired my heart. And I had to say it a couple of times because elected officials like to talk, and we can all talk for long periods of time. But to actually listen to someone feed your heart, reminding you how powerful you are, and all the tools of love and courage that you have at your disposal is a wonderful thing. Yes, it is. We are in a moment where this administration is trying to divide us by race so they can separate us by class. This is an administration that wants to divide us by race so they can separate us by class. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you see an administration that is deporting immigrants, undocumented and U.S. citizen immigrants, If you see an administration that is arresting and silencing and trying to deport students and faculty members and anyone trying to exercise their First Amendment rights, if you see an administration that is trying to get rid of books and museums and libraries and take the history and the culture out of them to erase something that they're obviously ashamed of, that is division by race. Because the coding of those actions is that those people are bad, and you don't want to be those people. So that you are distracted by, unfocused on how they are separating us by class. And they are doing that by making these cuts, these cruel and heartless cuts, to somehow justify for their heartless and shameful tax cuts that they are giving to folks who don't need them. And these people will tell you, I'm rich, I don't need this. But they're trying to justify those cuts by cutting SNAP and WIC and Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. Before I came to Congress, I worked at a child care organization. We helped parents find and pay for child care so that they could go to school and work. And you're telling me that it's okay to cut baby formula and food stamps and WIC and child care? Child care that keeps the economy going, it grows the economy, it keeps parents working, it allows them to pay taxes, it allows child care providers to have businesses that employ other folks in our communities. That math doesn't math. And you're going to justify this class separation by cutting Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, by making up stories, lies, untruths about who is getting the Social Security payments. We each have stories of real people that we know who rely on Social Security. They're on a fixed income. There are elders. They earned that payment. How you gonna justify cutting that? Give me a break. I'm in Los Angeles. I represent Los Angeles. Amen, LA. Go Dodgers. And a lot of people, when they think about Los Angeles, they think about all the flossy, glossy parts of LA. But in my district, I have the fourth highest Medicaid enrollment numbers in the country in glossy, flossy Los Angeles. So when I'm in my district, I'm talking to folks all the time who are yanking me and saying, please, A, fight for my Constitution, and B, fight for my Medicaid. And when I am listening to them, I am thinking about my aunt, who in her 30s was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. She was falling at odd times when she was going to work or hanging out with her friends. We didn't know what was going on. We eventually took her to the doctor and she got diagnosed, and we wondered, what is MS? Because no one else in the family has it. And it is a degenerative disease. And over time, she was not able to walk. She couldn't use a walker. She was in a wheelchair, and then she was bedridden. And I, too, would go to her nursing care facility to visit her. And I, too, witnessed what it's like when someone is not given proper care and they contract bed sores. I, too, know what it's like to have to call my mother to get the news about how she had to get up in somebody's behind about not taking care of my aunt, or checking to see about an ombudsman program that is used for folks who have Medicaid, so that there is someone who is advocating for those in our families who are in these facilities who might not have a loved one to check on them every single day, but they still need an advocate. And those folks are on the chopping block because Speaker Johnson and the person on your side and Donald Trump want to cut these critical services. She would not have been alive as long as she was if she did not have Medicaid. And some of you might say, well, great story, but I'm not on Medicaid. But let me tell you something. You're able to get care because someone else is on Medicaid. I have gone to hospitals. I have talked to the doctors. I have visited my community clinics. And they all say the same thing. My doors stay open because I have patients who are on Medicaid. You, with your healthy, private insurance, middle-class self, are not earning enough to keep me, community clinic, open just on your own. And I am open to help you when you get sick because of all of the folks who are on Medicaid who come to see me. And trust, maybe you say, well, we don't have Medicaid where I'm from. It's another name in your state, but it's still the same. It is care. It is care. It is access to health care. And we all deserve that kind of access. So we've been talking a lot about power. But these folks, they want the power without the responsibility. And we're not interested in irresponsible leaders. We are not interested in inhumane leaders. We are not interested in untruthful leaders. And we are not interested in folks who are going to try and gaslight and bamboozle us and divide us to justify their heartless, their cruel, their non-adding up tax cut schemes that will do nothing but hurt us and kill us and divide us and cripple us economically. So, Leader Jeffries, Senator Booker, America, I am so glad that I am here with you today.
Representative Comrade Dove. And we've got 3 more members of Congress that we'll hear from, but we want to get to some stories that need to be told on behalf of the American people. So I'm going to yield briefly to Representative Laura Friedman from California, Representative Mark Takano from California, and Representative Stacey Plaskett from the Virgin Islands.
Hey everyone, I'm Laura Friedman, also from California. I want to first thank our bright lights, Leader Jeffries and Senator Booker, for having us all here today so that we can stand up by sitting down for a little while. And I want to thank them for centering today's rally around faith, because it gives me a chance to mention one of my favorite dictates from God in my tradition. God told the people, justice, justice shall you pursue. And God didn't say that because it was easy. God felt that this had to be called out as a commandment to the people, because God knew that justice was something that you have to work on day after day, year after year, and decade after decade. It is a holy, holy commandment from God. So what does justice look like? To me, justice looks like a country where anyone who's arrested has due process and legal rights. The very basis of justice. Justice looks like a country where working people who pick our crops, who work in the stores, who cook our food, who take care of us when we're sick and old, that those people can afford to put food on the table and pay their rent. That's what justice looks like. Justice looks like veterans who put their lives on the line for our country, have the services that they need and the support they need, and don't have to worry about whether they can access help if they're having trouble with mental health or with medication. That's what justice looks like. Justice looks like our senior citizens who spend their lives raising children and working, who pay into our system, know that they can access Medicaid and Social Security when they need it and live out their lives in dignity. That's what justice looks like. Now there's a saying that if you show me your budget, I will tell you your values. So what does this administration's budget look like? It looks like a failure of morals and justice. Because this budget that this administration has put on the table and ran through Congress shifts money away from supporting working people, away from supporting our medical system, away from supporting children who need a safe place to spend their days, away from public education, something that we're all entitled to, away from a country where anyone who works hard in school can go to college without crippling debt. It moves money away from all of those ways of seeking justice to do the most unjust thing, which is shift money to our largest corporations and into the pockets of billionaires who don't need any more money. But we know how to get justice, because we know that when we fight, we win. When we shine the light of transparency on government, we win. We win. When we call for justice, we win. When we go to the courts, we have been winning. We have been winning. And with all of you, and this, what we're doing today is being replicated every weekend all around this country. Because the people, when they stand up, they win. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Takano from the great state of California. I'll make excuses for being overdressed for this event, but I was at the Victory Gay and Lesbian Victory Fund brunch today. And you know, when you have to dress up for the tribe, they say. You can see my green socks matching my green outfit. But the green socks remind me of Senator Booker's story about how his friend Kevin took his own socks off to give to the homeless man. And it reminds me about feet and a certain pope named Pope Francis who washed the feet of 12 women in a prison. And how I wish the news media would have focused on how the Pope washed the feet of people in prison, washed the feet of migrants as our president went to mourn his death. And that is the spirit of humility, of foot washing, of service to our fellow human beings that I think my Democratic brothers and sisters, we wish to bring to the Congress, our voice to the Congress. Thank you, Sidney Kamlager-Dove, for bringing up the topic of the rule of law. Also, my friend Laura Friedman, because that's on my mind, and I'll tell you why it's on my mind. I'm an OG. I'm the original Gaysian in Congress.
learned OG, the word, from my students who I taught for 24 years as a teacher. I didn't know what an OG was, but I've adapted it to my use. So, so there's the gay side and there's the Asian side, but the Asian side of me is Japanese American. And I'm just one generation away from people who were sent to internment camps. My mother and father were little children in internment camps. My father was, you know, like a 4 or 5-year-old who was actually ended up falling into a burn pit because they didn't have OSHA at these camps, and he has burns on his legs to this day. So there, and then my immigrant grandfather and all my grandparents were sent to those camps, all without due process. Initially under the Alien Enemies Act was the beginning of it, and then it elided into citizens being put into those camps, all without due process, all because they were of Japanese descent. My friends, this ancient law, passed in 1789, is being used as an excuse again to disappear people from this country and put them in a brutal foreign prison. For all we know, there could be citizens among them because they were never allowed to see a judge to tell them whether they were a citizen or not. And so I have people arguing with my posts online, Congressman, people who are non-citizens, they don't need to be treated the same as citizens. Well, what if you are somebody who's picked up by authorities and you are a citizen? Wouldn't you want to have a chance to tell a judge that you're a citizen? But besides that, our Constitution in the 14th Amendment doesn't say citizen when it says no person shall be denied due process of the law. My friends, we cannot allow this president to defy a 9-0 decision of that Supreme Court over there. Now, I share something with Mr. Future Speaker of the House of Representatives. We both share a reverence for a woman who made a big impression on us. I've heard Hakeem talk about this woman all the time. She's a part of my story. And that story is of the freshman member of the Judiciary Committee in 1973 who was the inquisitor of the crimes of Richard Nixon. And her name is Barbara Jordan, the congresswoman from Houston, Texas. And Hakeem, I get this phrase wrong all the time, but she professed her faith in the Constitution, that it was whole, complete. I never get that phrase right. Whole, complete, and total. And she said it like this. She said, total. She had this amazing stentorian voice. And as a 13-year-old gay Asian boy, I thought to myself, if this country can elect a black woman like Barbara Jordan from Houston, Texas, they could elect me someday. And I set my sights on that. I think it was James. It was someone in the Nixon administration who said, "Mr. President, Watergate is a cancer on your presidency. Is a cancer on your presidency." And we had people like Barry Goldwater, a staunch Republican, go to the White House. They didn't have to do a trial of Richard Nixon. They didn't have to do an impeachment vote. Because Republicans in those days, when they recognized the threat to our Constitution, you know, they wouldn't level with the president and say, "Mr. President, we will not have the votes in the Senate." My friends, today, it's not about Watergate being a cancer on Richard Nixon's presidency. It's Donald Trump and all of his buddies being a first-stage cancer on our democracy. And this 9-0 decision that he's defying, if we let him get away with disappearing people, doing away with habeas corpus, we've got a 3, a 5, and a 7-year-old, all citizens being spirited out of this country, and a Trump-appointed judge has said they have not gotten their due process. This is a very personal thing to me because it has affected my family. It was a young service member still wearing his Army uniform for the 442nd All-Segregated Japanese American Fighting Unit that fought alongside segregated black units in Italy, who came back to Seattle and noticed in the paper a lien against my grandmother's property. It was bought in my grandmother's name because because my immigrant grandfather couldn't buy it his own name because of the alien land laws, which have also been revived around this country. And that lien against the property was because my family couldn't run the greenhouses that they ran, and they owed taxes on it, and we lost the property. And today, on that Bellevue 5 acres of land, stands a Red Lion Hotel, based on a $2,500 initial investment. So $2,500 property got sacrificed for a $25 million later hotel that was, my grandfather took me there to see it when I was 10 years old. He wanted me to see the place that he once owned. So look, real consequences. I say that we must address this cancer, this first-stage cancer in our democracy. We cannot let the tumor get bigger. And the immune system of our democracy is all of you. The immune system of our democracy is all of you. We, standing together, building public sentiment, must say, this shall not stand. You will not defy a 9-0 Supreme Court decision. So let me just finish up. Let me just finish up by saying Medicaid affects 40% of my district. The people of my district, because of Medicaid, we were able to hire more doctors, more psychiatrists, more mental health folks. If Medicaid goes away, the clinics will close down, and then everybody shows up at the emergency room. If you are middle class on private insurance, don't think that you won't be affected by cuts in Medicaid and those clinics closed down. All of us need to stand together. Let us all begin to be the immune system for our democracy, shrink the tumor, and let's press on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here with you, and thank you so much to Senator Booker and to Leader Jeffries and to your teams for organizing this, the incredible staff that are behind you guys doing this work. Thank you to them. Thank you all for coming out on this beautiful Sunday. So now my daughter was visiting this weekend. She's away at school. And I got the message late that you all were out here. And she is actually on the train and is watching all of you guys now. So everybody wave to her. So I figured I'd keep her on the phone while I speak. And I think that this is a good time for story time, right? So I want to tell you guys a story. I am going to tell you a story about the place that I represent. I represent the Virgin Islands of the United States, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's called America's Paradise. But living in the Virgin Islands is not always paradise. So the story of the U.S. Virgin Islands goes to 1917, when Denmark decided that they would go into a land sale agreement. Does this sound familiar to you guys? With the United States. And in that agreement, they were able to buy what was then called the Danish West Indies. And no one from the Danish West Indies was part of that agreement. None of us. None of my grandparents, my great-grandparents, who were alive at the time and were Danish subjects, sat at any table or had anybody representing them when that place was sold. And they effectively sold land and people at the same time. And because we weren't sitting at the table, we were the meal. And being the meal meant that you guys talk about what these budget cuts will do. That's where I live. We have a cap on Medicaid, which means that
when Congress decides that this is the amount you get, if you need any more, that's on you. That's what they want to do now to the rest of the country. And what it has meant is that a third of the children in the Virgin Islands don't have health care.
Shame.
And that when we reach the amount that the federal government has given us, our government has just got to figure it out. It means that in the Virgin Islands, we have men who are part of the draft, and like Puerto Rico and American Samoa and Northern Marianas, fight in more numbers per capita than the rest of the United States, but they can never vote for their commander-in-chief. Now, looking at me, you would think that I was part of the 92. Y'all who are part of the 92% who voted in this last election know what I'm talking about. Black women. But I am not part of the 92 because I reside in my home of the Virgin Islands, which means that I can't vote for president, which means that I have limited representation here in this Congress, which means that I don't have a senator across the hall, so that when deals are done and bills are made, if something is passed in the House, there's nobody in the Senate to represent us, and we're part of the meal. And that's what this government wants to do to the rest of the country. They want to make you the meal for their greedy guts. They want to make you the meal for what they can get, for the raw material that is this earth, that are your souls, that are your sweat. That's what they're trying to do. And, you know, I get very frustrated when I hear senators talk about that they fear for their safety. Leader Jeffries and I were part of impeachment teams of this new president now. We should fear more than they do. We got a mark on our backs because what we said about him, what we impeached him for doing, what we prosecuted him in the Senate for, right? But I am not afraid. Are you afraid? Are you afraid?
No!
Are you afraid?
No!
So you need to tell at least 4 senators, stop being afraid. Stop being a punk. Do the right thing by the people who elected you, the people who don't have a voice. So, you know, in November after the election, many people in the Virgin Islands were very afraid. And I can recall when we got the results, my daughter's still here, and we called her at school. It was really early in the morning. We didn't want her to hear it from anybody but us, that Kamala Harris had lost. And when my daughter cried, it broke me. It broke me to hear a young black girl crying, because I knew it wasn't just disappointment, it was fear. It was fear for her body, fear for her 4 brothers, her black father, the people in her life who are LGBTQ. It was for her friends. It was for those who don't have without. But I want you to tell Talia, my daughter, right now, we're not afraid. We're not afraid, and we're going to fight. Thank you. Thank you so much for
So, Basket, yeah, well, look, I'm so happy we've had members of the clergy, we've had reverends, we've had imams, we've had a lot of folks from different faiths, we've seen kippas up here, collars up here, and more. I am very glad that we have a man by his very title. I know he's a better singer than I am. But I am very, we are very blessed. And I want to thank Baruch Hashem, thank God that you are here today. We have with us Cantor Jason Kaufman. Thank you, Cantor.
Thank you. Senator Booker. Yes.
All right.
Senator Booker, Leader Jeffries, distinguished senators, congressmen, everyone gathered here, everyone watching wherever you are. Hello. Shalom.
Hello.
My name is Cantor Jason Kaufman, and I am the cantor at Bethel Hebrew Congregation in Alexandria, Virginia, and a board member of the American Conference of Cantors. As a Jewish person, I believe that we were put here on this earth to help others. We are here to fix this broken world of ours and to bring compassion, goodness, and acts of loving kindness to everyone. That means supporting organizations like Meals on Wheels.
Yes.
Because when my grandmother was on Meals on Wheels, I knew that there was someone checking in on her every day to make sure she was doing okay, had a friendly face, and a nutritious meal. It means supporting our LGBTQ plus community, especially our trans youth. It means funding medical research so that our loved ones have a fighting chance when they receive the worst news that anyone could receive. It means having a budget that reflects the core values of human decency and goodness. It means treating our immigrant friends with compassion, kindness, and most of all, welcome. And it means having a strong, thriving democracy. Because the Jewish people thrive in democracy, but guess what? We all do. Every religious minority, everyone thrives in a democracy. So thank you for everyone who is here fighting to uphold and sustain our democracy. We can do better. We can do so much better. And as a Jew, I believe that God will build this world from love if we build this world from love. So I hope that you will indulge me just for a moment and join me in a song. Join me in a song that comes from Psalm 89. I will build this world from love. Please join with me. I will build this world from love.
I will build this world from love.
Not too bad. Yada-die, 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 yada-die. And you must build this world from love.
And you must build this world from love.
Yada-die, 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 and if we build this world from love, yada-die, 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 then God will build this world from love. Yada-die, yada-die, yada-die. You know the song from the beginning. I will build this world from love. Yada-die, yada-die, yada-die. And you must build this world from love. Yada-die, yada-die, yada-die. And if we build this world from love, yada-die, 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 then God will build this world from love. Yada-die, yada-die, yada-die. Let's build the country we deserve now.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman. A great man of God. So thankful for your leadership throughout. Today we've been, and we're getting ready to cross over into our 12th hour. On the Capitol steps, we've been joined by Jewish faith leaders and Muslim faith leaders and Christian faith leaders all throughout our time here on the Capitol. We've been joined by another great man of God, also a member of Congress, a mentor to both Senator Booker and myself, someone who speaks with such power, such passion, such prophetic wisdom, the Reverend Congressman Emanuel Cleaver from the great state of Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Leader and Senator Booker. Look, you guys are going to be going home and talking to your families and people who will listen to you. And there are a lot of people saying they're discouraged. Let me share with you what I hope you will share with others. There has never in the history of the world.
Hold it higher. Hold the mic. Put your hand on the mic higher. Yep, yep.
There has never been in the history of the world that a night continued without being interrupted. Darkness comes. This is a dark moment in the country. But I think we need to make sure people understand that in reality there's no such thing as dark. You don't even know dark until the light hits it. Mm-hmm. And so it's important for us to know that this is a dark period, but darkness has never in the history of the planet defeated the light. Never, never. And it never will. And darkness has its door. Let me just share something with you quickly. Do you know there's somewhere in the Gospels, in the Christian tradition, close to the crucifixion, there is a gathering of disciples, and then as they have gathered, the soldiers come up to arrest Jesus. And when they come up and pull their swords, please stop. When they come up to arrest Jesus, he doesn't resist. He says, "This is your hour and the power of darkness." That's a little confusing. This is your hour and the power of darkness. Let me interpret that. He's saying, as a metaphor, darkness doesn't last. And so what you're getting ready to do won't last. Mm-hmm. It doesn't last. So this is your hour and the power of darkness. This is yours right now, which means that you only have a short time. It's like this man fell in love. This man fell in love with this gorgeous, beautiful, really nice, democratic woman. And she had barely even noticed that he existed. And so one night they go to the movie, which is where I'm going in a few minutes. Didn't even know that he existed, but they go to the movie, and the door opens, and he walks in, and he sees her. And they walk into the movie, and as soon as they walk in, the malfunction of the lights go out. And he thought, oh my goodness. He moves up by her and said, don't worry, I'm standing right next to you. And she said, who are you? And he said, I'm the guy that's been watching you for the last 3 years. And so she grabs his shoulder and puts her arm around his shoulder. And he says, oh, this is so great. This is the greatest day of my life. And I've been wanting you for the last 3 years. And she said, well, you got me until the light comes on. Let me tell you, Elon Musk, this is your hour. This is your hour and the power of darkness. You got us until the light comes on, and the light is coming on. The light is coming on.
We are now officially at the 6 o'clock hour. We're officially at the 12 hours that we've been at this. We started walking in your office, got down here a few minutes after 6 o'clock a.m. It is now 6 o'clock p.m. I want to center why we are here. We are here because We want to return to Congress tomorrow. Congress returns from a 2-week break. They say that they are going to work on this big bill that's going to cut food from the hungry, health care from the sick. It's going to cut services for our seniors and support for the disabled. After they've already cut Medicaid, after they've already cut Social Security offices, after they've already cut Meals on Wheels, so many things. And they are saying they're doing this in order to give larger tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires, to the wealthiest amongst us. And so we said 12 hours ago we were going to come out. We sat down before the sun came up to begin a live stream, to have a conversation rooted in the faith traditions of our nation. We've had leaders from the Islamic faith and the Christian faith and the Jewish faith. We've had an array of leaders from the House and the Senate from so many different faiths. And what we want to do, though, is recognize that millions of people have been watching and liking this live stream. Millions. We're over 6 million now. I am excited that we now have some of the influencers that have been elevating this since the beginning. And we want to thank them for being here. We've got Dr. Nora Haynes, we've got Suzanne Lambert, and we've got Monique Presley. I want to hand the mic over to them. They do this every day, hold the microphone. So as good as Hakeem has been, I'm going to pass this on right now. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator, and happy birthday. So I'm happy that this is rooted in faith. As I was getting dressed this morning to go to Mass, because my Pope died a few days ago. But I was told that I was needed here, so I said bet, so here I am. And I've been here since about 11 a.m., standing in their faces filming. And collectively, we are the Persist Network, and what does that mean, who we are? We were formerly Women for Harris. We were a coalition of women. I was in the group as a messenger. I'm a national security and foreign policy expert, so that was my thing. And after the election, we didn't know what to do and how to do it. And so this amazing coalition decided to stay together. And we harnessed our power, and we said, what can we do, and how do we do that? So we have a lot of messengers and influencers and content creators in Persist. And what we do now is we do rapid response, which this is, here we are. You know, we are rapidly responding. And we also create content. But we could not do that if Senator Booker and Representative Jeffries did not understand the assignment. And they understand that new media is a thing. They understand that legacy media is on its way out. And so here we are. Here we are standing in new media. Here we are to counter the so-called manosphere. We are women. We are standing together. We are holding hands. We are telling your stories. Amen. And collectively, we have 60 million eyeballs across our social media platforms. So we are the 60 million. As I am proud 92%, we are also the 60 million. So we are the Persist Network, and I am so happy and so proud to be sitting on these steps as Senator Booker is making history again. He likes making history in the middle of the night. So this is the second time I get to see Senator Booker make history along with Representative Jeffries and all the amazing speakers coming from New Orleans and California. I know that social media reaches people outside of the Beltway. And this is one of the reasons why new media means a lot to me, because I get to talk to people in New Orleans that aren't looking at MSNBC or CNN, right? So thank you all. Please join our 60 million at the Persist Network. We are here for you, and we have your back. Thank you.
Well said, Doctor. Thank you. So I get a lot of comments when I make videos talking about the detrimental budget cuts that Republicans are proposing, right? There's a lot of people who don't think that this is actually going to happen, and they'll say things like, oh, kids aren't really going to lose their school lunches, and that's not actually happening. Essentially, Republicans are lying, which they're really good at doing. So my question for Democratic leadership that's here is, what would your answer be to that? Can you talk a little bit specifically about what those cuts actually look like, give a few examples of what that might mean
whether that's your own constituents or constituents across the country, because I think anyone who really understood the grasp of these historically terrible, even for them, ideas they're putting forward, they wouldn't agree with them, right? Because most people aren't making billions of dollars. A lot of people are just being lied to. So can you talk to us about that?
It's a great question, and throughout the last 12 hours, we've been receiving story after story after story sent to Senator